Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Education Part 1, Adults are creatures who go back on their word. Who exactly are you? I'm only giving you 10 seconds. When Asher came back to his senses, the first sentence he heard was this. The language sounded unfamiliar, but for some reason, he could understand it. I am. Saying this, Asher froze. This childish voice, is this really me? Duh. High-heeled military boots stepped on the soft red carpet, making a series of oppressive sounds. A woman with purplish-red long hair walked up to Asher. She was much taller than the childlike Asher, and now looked down at him. Answer my question. Asher secretly glanced at the woman who was talking to him. Then, an astonished expression appeared on his face. Scáthach. Did I transmigrate? Asher felt a trace of astonishment. But he quickly felt relieved. Well, after all, he had been studying overtime every day in high school. It wouldn't be strange if he suddenly died one day. Didn't you hear my voice? Or are you saying you don't even have the courage to speak to me? When Scáthach's voice came again, Asher raised his head and met her pair of majestic red eyes. The moment he saw those eyes, Asher subconsciously wanted to look away. But he still held back. Without a doubt, the woman in front of him was Scáthach. At this time, she was wearing a purple tight-fitting suit, and her full and perfect breasts were highlighted. That queen-like aura of being high above everyone else was something no one could imitate. Just making eye contact with her was extremely pressuring. After staring at her for a moment, Asher finally gave in and looked away, whispering. Asher. Judging by his age, Asher was only about 10 years old, and his behavior was naturally taken by Scáthach as shyness. The queen who reigned over all things smiled faintly. Asher. A very nice name. Now tell me, how did you appear in my castle? And where are your family? This was a very strange matter. Someone had actually appeared in the Land of Shadow's castle without her noticing, and the other party was just a child. Even if that younger sister of hers wanted to scout out enemy information, she wouldn't send a child, right? As for the kingdom across the island, it was even less likely that they would send such a child. Most importantly, this child had just been wandering around the castle, without any attempt to sneak in. Without a doubt, he had simply gotten lost and was discovered by the guards, who then brought him before her. I don't know, Asher honestly replied, I don't have any family. He couldn't possibly tell Scáthach that he had just transmigrated from another world, right? Even if he told the truth, the other party wouldn't believe him. Rather, right now, no matter what he said, Scáthach wouldn't believe him. After all, suddenly and inexplicably appearing in someone else's castle was indeed too suspicious. Would he be executed or something? Thinking of this, Asher couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. What were the tortures like in this era? Hopefully, there wouldn't be anything as terrifying as pulling out fingernails, right? Thinking of that scene, Asher couldn't help but shiver. Seeing Asher's reaction, an interested smile appeared on Scáthach's face. She reached out and placed her hand on his face. Are you afraid? Scáthach could see the fear in the eyes of the little boy in front of her. Although he was desperately trying to hide it, she easily noticed it. While speaking, Scáthach was also observing the little boy, who looked to be about 10 years old, with soft black hair and wearing somewhat strange clothes. His slightly trembling body represented his fear of her, this enemy. Raise your head. Scáthach's cool and soft fingers brushed across Asher's cheek. Her voice was very calm, but it was like a queen issuing an order, brooking no disobedience. So, Asher slowly raised his head. The queen of the Land of Shadows, Scáthach. In this kingdom, she possessed absolute power, and everyone else could only obey. At this moment, she slightly bent her knees, her gaze meeting Asher's directly. When Asher raised his head, his dark pupils naturally reflected Scáthach's beautiful face, along with the faint smile on it. Those magnificent red eyes were captivating, making people unconsciously focus their gaze on her eyes. Why was she smiling? Asher couldn't explain it, or rather, he completely didn't understand. He just stared at her and inexplicably felt at ease. You're called Asher, right? Scáthach said. Now you have two choices. The first is to leave the Land of Shadows. Considering your young age and the fact that your eyes didn't lie when you just spoke, I will let you go. The second, she paused, her smile suddenly gaining a hint of pleasure, is to stay here. If you have no family, this kingdom will become your home. I will teach you my martial arts and spells, and then wait until the day you can come and defeat me. Of course, I will also go all out without holding back. If it were just an ordinary person, Scáthach naturally wouldn't waste so many words on him. Instead, she would have the guards directly take him away. But she sensed a certain magical power in Asher, and during their brief skin contact, Scáthach was very certain of one thing: Asher could become an excellent warrior, he possessed such talent. So, you should make your choice, Asher, Scáthach said, looking at the little boy in front of her. Although she said this, she had already extended her hand, seemingly with an inner certainty that the outcome was already decided. Looking at Scáthach's outstretched hand, Asher hesitated slightly. If he followed Scáthach, without a doubt, he would definitely receive her careful guidance and become an excellent warrior. Moreover, with her protection, his life should be worry-free. In that case, there should only be one answer, right? Under Scáthach's gaze, Asher reached out and shook her hand. Then, as a confident faint smile appeared on Scáthach's face, Asher slightly bowed. "I'm sorry, I choose the first option, Lady Scáthach." The smile on Scáthach's face froze. Asher felt a little helpless in his heart. Without a doubt, staying by Scáthach's side was the best choice. After all, according to the legends, this kingdom had almost no enemies except for Scáthach's younger sister, Aif. Under Scáthach's protection, he should be able to grow up smoothly. But that would be very good, but Scáthach just said that later she would have him defeat her. What a joke. He was supposed to fight and defeat an existence who had lived for who knows how long, and the other party even said that she would definitely not hold back at that time. In other words, Scáthach would raise him to adulthood, teach him all her martial arts and spells, and then he would use what he learned to fight Scáthach and defeat her. But how was that possible? How could he possibly defeat Scáthach? In that case, it would be better to leave the castle. Maybe he could find other opportunities. Scáthach was stunned for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Can you tell me the reason?" "I don't think I can defeat Lady Scáthach," Asher replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. "So I hope you can grant my wish and let me leave." "You are very interesting," Scáthach's smile faded slightly. "Very well, I am a person who knows how to respect others' thoughts, and everyone in the Land of Shadows knows this. So, I will also respect your choice." Scáthach stood up and ordered the guard beside her. "Take Asher to my room." After saying that, she strode out of the hall. Asher was taken aback and shouted in the direction Scáthach left. "Lady Scáthach, this isn't right. This isn't what we agreed on. Asher, as your future teacher, let me give you your first lesson." Scáthach stopped, turned her head back, and said with an arrogant and contemptuous smile on her face. Adults are creatures who go back on their word. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 2, if you can grab my foot, I'll consider it a win, okay. 5 years later. Too slow. Such an attack is full of openings. Your movements need to be faster. Or do you want to die on the battlefield one day, Asher? The sky was gloomy, heavy dark clouds gathering above. In a rather open area within a certain forest, the voice of a young woman, who looked to be about 17 years old, could be heard. Scáthach loudly rebuked Asher, who was attacking her. With a light flick of the spear in her right hand, she easily deflected Asher's attack. Clang. The sound of weapons colliding was accompanied by sparks like sharp blades. As the spear was deflected, Scáthach lifted her leg and kicked the oncoming young man in the abdomen. The thin young man flew backwards, rolled several times on the ground, then steadied himself, tightly gripping his spear. He didn't give up his attack. Forcefully raising the spear in his right hand, he fiercely chopped it down towards Scáthach's face. But this was just a futile effort. Not only did he not get close, he didn't even touch her hand before being kicked away again by Scáthach, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. This was less of a battle and more of a one-sided crushing, Scáthach's unilateral crushing. Asher couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looked up at the woman standing not far in front of him. "Show me your full strength, Asher. You won't survive on the battlefield with just this level of ability." Scáthach loudly reprimanded, her sharp gaze fixed on the young man before her. "Or are you saying that the past 5 years of teaching have been wasted? Your strength is not just this little, is it? Fine, let me give you some pressure. If you don't touch the hem of my clothes before evening, you'll be staying here overnight." Asher gasped for breath. Hearing this, his expression immediately changed. The area around the Land of Shadows was full of natural hazards, and various kinds of magical beasts existed in this forest. Staying here overnight would probably leave nothing but bones by tomorrow. Oh no, if there were wild dogs or something, probably not even bones would be left. After all, dogs love bones the most. Asher sighed, "I don't want to spend the night in this ghostly forest. In that case, there's only one method I can use." He raised his head, and his pupils seemed to burn with flames, with regular symbols rotating within them. "Rune magic. You're finally willing to use your magic." Scáthach finally sensed a hint of danger, but a faint smile appeared on her face. That's right. What I hate the most are people who insist on hiding their strength. Asher, the reason I don't want you to die one day is because of underestimating your opponents. What's more, the person you're facing is me. As Scáthach spoke, Asher had already uttered several obscure and difficult-to-understand syllables. He felt his whole body instantly fill with power, and the weapon in his hand seemed to be covered by a certain icy coolness. These were the mysterious rune symbols. At this moment, the spear was enchanted with a power that slowed down movement. It might work. With this speed, just touching Shishou's hem should still be possible. Asher pushed off with his feet, raised the spear in his hand, and thrust it towards Scáthach. The sound of wind being torn apart accompanied the attack. After using rune magic to strengthen himself, his speed and strength were far beyond what they were just now. Scáthach raised the spear in her right hand, the tip of her spear brushing against the tip of the spear in Asher's hand, avoiding the attack. At the same time, she raised the spear in her other hand, casually tossed it aside, and then curled her fingers. She flicked them heavily against the forehead of Asher, who was pouncing towards her. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts. Asher covered his forehead, groaning in pain. General. Scáthach looked down at Asher. Unfortunately, it seems you'll have to spend the night in the forest tonight. But don't worry, I'll guarantee your safety. Just as she said this, her ankle was suddenly grabbed. Asher, who had just been crying out in pain, raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Scáthach. Does grabbing your foot count as a win? Scáthach. Such a despicable tactic is not something a qualified warrior should do, Asher. I remember I didn't teach you that way, did I? There was a hint of displeasure in Scáthach's voice. All warfare is based on deception, Shishou. Asher stood up, grinning. In that case, today's match should be over, right? Understood, let go of my leg. Scáthach glanced at Asher with a look of disdain, as if looking at an insect. Asher didn't care at all about Scáthach's gaze. As long as he didn't have to stay in the forest tonight, that was all that mattered. Spending a night in this kind of forest, even if he didn't die, he would be exhausted. Asher stood up, picked up the spear on the ground, and noticed that Scáthach was still standing there. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, Shishou, aren't you leaving yet? Did I say that today's training ends here? Scáthach suddenly smiled, her right foot touched the spear on the ground, and with a slight lift of her toe, the spear steadily fell into her hand. Pick up your weapon, the real training time starts now, Asher. Her voice suddenly rose, full of majesty. This is blatant retaliation, Shishou. Asher cried out miserably. What are you talking about? This is all for your training. A charming smile appeared on Scáthach's face. Too cruel. Shishou really holds grudges, Asher breathed lightly, looking up at Scáthach standing in front of him. I don't hold grudges, I just think your training today wasn't enough, so I'm slightly increasing the amount, Scáthach said indifferently. Or are you saying that this amount of training is still not enough, she asked after pondering for a moment. Enough. More than enough. Thank you for your guidance, Shishou. Asher quickly replied. What a joke, from just now until now, his stamina was basically exhausted. If they continued, it would just be a one-sided slaughter. Oh no, the training just now was also just a one-sided slaughter. He could only exchange a few moves with Scáthach when using rune magic, and that was still under the condition that Scáthach was holding back. Aren't you leaving? Scáthach looked at Asher, who had plopped down on the ground. Are you really planning to stay in the forest to temper yourself for a night? Temporarily. I temporarily can't move. If there's anything, Shishou can go first, and I'll catch up later, Asher breathed lightly, but his eyes flickered slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but that he couldn't leave. If there were no accidents, that woman should also be here. Morgan le Fay. Your stamina is truly as bad as ever, Scáthach frowned slightly. 5 years had passed since the day she took in Asher. After 5 years of such training, Asher's stamina was still much worse than that of his peers. This wasn't because he wasn't working hard enough, but simply because his physical strength was inherently inferior to others. Among all the disciples, Asher's stamina was the worst. Truly helpless, Scáthach sighed softly and sat down beside Asher. Then I'll rest for a while too. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 3, Lesson number 2, Don't invite death by asking your Shishou's age. Shishou, can I ask a question? Asher sat on the ground, supporting himself with his hands behind him. The panting sounds from just now had lessened considerably. Ask away. As your Shishou, I will naturally answer any doubts my disciple has, Scáthach said casually, planting the 2 spears in her hand into the ground. I want to know, why did you keep me here back then? Asher turned his head to look at Scáthach beside him. Scáthach was wearing that purple tight-fitting suit, which perfectly outlined her curvaceous and fiery figure. Through the thin purple fabric, parts of her beautiful skin could be seen. Asher's gaze lingered for a moment on Scáthach's full and alluring legs, then quickly shifted away. He silently recited in his heart, "Calm down. This is Scáthach, the queen of the land of shadows, don't think too much. If Shishou finds out, I'll definitely be severely punished." Scáthach didn't seem to notice Asher's little thoughts. She lowered her eyes slightly, her gaze somewhat dim, as if Asher's question had caused her to fall into brief thought. Then, she gently shook her head and sighed. "I just thought you had talent, so I kept you here. There's no other reason. And also." She turned her head, her red eyes fixed on Asher, "I thought you were very special. That sentence sounds like I'm some kind of chosen one, but in fact, I'm just an ordinary person." Asher shook his head helplessly. "Don't be too self-deprecating. If even you are an ordinary person, then there are no ordinary people in this world," Scáthach said. "Although your stamina is completely useless." As she said this, she gently pushed Asher. Asher fell uncontrollably onto the grass. When he opened his eyes, he saw Scáthach looking down at him, a faint smile on her face. "But your magical talent is undeniable, so how about having a little more confidence?" Asher sat up again, a dejected expression on his face. "But everyone else can also use the rune magic, I know. There's no difference at all." Almost all of Scáthach's disciples knew rune magic. He was just one of them. What he knew, others also knew, and everyone else's physical abilities were far above his. "Shishou probably only took me in back then because I was still a child, right?" Asher looked at Scáthach sitting beside him as he finished speaking. Scáthach suddenly laughed, as if muttering to herself, "Is that so? So you've always thought that way? In that case, it's my dereliction of duty." As Scáthach said this, she placed a hand on Asher's head and pressed it onto her lap. The soft touch through the fabric made close contact with his face, and he could almost smell a faint fragrance. "Sure, show." Asher desperately tried to turn his head, until Scáthach said in a commanding tone, "Don't move, just listen to me." Only then did Asher stop moving. When Scáthach released his head, he turned his head and finally saw Scáthach's face and the faint smile on it. The forest seemed particularly eerie at dusk. A crow perched on a certain big tree, its gaze seemingly watching everything here. "Listen carefully, Asher." Scáthach's fingers gently stroked Asher's cheek. "You possess a mastery of magic that no one else in this world can compare to. There's no doubt about that. You can be more confident," she said in a calm yet confident voice. "Believe me, no one in this world can be compared to you in terms of magical talent. That's why I took you in. It's just that you're still too young. You're only 15 years old. You still need some time to hone yourself," Scáthach continued. "I will help you. This is the duty of a Shishou." "I really don't have any talent," Asher said helplessly. He was really just an ordinary person. The reason Scáthach thought he had talent was just because of a secret. He couldn't tell this secret. "Okay, although I don't believe in myself. I believe what Shishou says. I will work hard," Asher had no choice but to say. "Flattering me like this won't get you any benefits, Asher," Scáthach frowned. "I didn't expect you to become the kind of glib and incompetent person." "I'm not lying, Shishou," Asher stared into Scáthach's eyes and said seriously. "I know your strength, and I have kept your teachings over the past 5 years in my heart. So I also believe your judgment. If you think I possess extremely high magical talent, then I will also believe in myself." Not only did he believe in Scáthach, but also in that person's teachings. Looking into Asher's eyes, Scáthach was slightly taken aback, and then she looked away. She could see that Asher was not lying. Without a doubt, he truly believed in her, his Shishou. It's good that you can think this way, but an excellent warrior still needs to have their own confidence. Looking at the helpless expression on Scáthach's face, Asher suddenly thought of something and looked at Scáthach curiously. "By the way, Shishou, can I ask one more thing?" This was a question that had troubled him for a very, very long time, but he had never found an opportunity to ask. After all, the previous training sessions were all about getting beaten up. Such a warm atmosphere was a first. "What is it?" "In my capacity as your Shishou, I will answer any question you have, Asher." Scáthach ruffled Asher's soft hair, making his already slightly messy hair even more disheveled. "I've always found it very strange. How long did it take to hone yourself to this level of proficiency where martial arts and magic coexist so perfectly?" Asher asked. Scáthach's fingers paused slightly. "In other words, what I want to say is, how old are you this year, Shishou?" "What?" I said, how old exactly are you now, Shishou? What did you just ask? Her eyes narrowed slightly, but a gentle smile appeared on her face. I said. Asher abruptly stopped the words he was about to say. He suddenly had a premonition that if he repeated the question just now, something absolutely terrible would happen to him. So, Asher silently chose to be quiet. It's nothing. That question just now was too rude. I'm sorry, Shishou. Sure enough, even Shishou was very sensitive when faced with this kind of question. Huh? Asher silently noted this in his heart to prevent accidentally stepping into a minefield again next time. It's all right, I don't really care, Scáthach said. After all, a person's age isn't important. What matters is their physical fitness and the degree of aging of their organs. Yes, Shishou is right, Asher echoed. All right, have you rested enough? It's time to get up. Hearing Scáthach's urging, Asher supported himself with his hands and climbed off Scáthach's lap. The disappearance of the contact between his cheek and her soft thigh made him feel a little disappointed. Shishou, aren't you leaving yet? After getting up, Asher picked up the spear in his hand and quickly noticed that Scáthach was still standing in the same place. Where to? Scáthach looked at Asher in confusion. Training isn't over yet. Asher was stunned. But it's already dusk. Isn't this usually the time training ends? Who told you that now is the usual time? Scáthach gripped the two spears in her hand. Pick up your weapon, Asher. The real training is about to begin. After saying that, she rushed forward without giving Asher a chance to react. As expected, you still care about your age a lot, don't you, Shishou? Asher's miserable cry echoed through the forest, and the crow in the woods shrieked and flew into the air. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 4, Having a Woman Outside. Today's training ends here. Scáthach put away her spear and looked down at Asher, who was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Thank you, Shishou. Asher's forehead was covered in sweat. His already somewhat unhealthy pale face looked even paler at this moment. Despite his exhaustion, he still supported his weak legs and stood up, giving a slight bow in Scáthach's direction. Scáthach watched Asher's customary polite bow at the end, and her gaze softened even more. Among so many disciples, Asher's overall talent might not be the most satisfying to her, but in terms of affection, he ranked first. Because she could feel that every day at the end of training, Asher was genuinely thanking her. For a Shishou, this was the best recognition. What's more, she had indeed gone a bit too far today. Looking at the swaying Asher, Scáthach asked, are you going to stay here for a while again today before going back on your own? Yes, if my natural talent isn't good enough, I hope to exchange hard work for my own strength. Although still panting, Asher still replied in a firm tone. Only the strong can survive in this world, that's what Shishou said. Yes, only the strong can survive in this world, Scáthach nodded slightly. But it's also necessary to relax occasionally. She touched Asher's head. Before you grow up, just stay by my side. As long as you are still my disciple, I will definitely ensure that you don't suffer any harm. Shishou. Asher looked at Scáthach, a look of gratitude on his face. This is just a Shishou's responsibility. Scáthach paused slightly and pointed to the red spear beside her. Be careful on your way back. You've used up a lot of stamina today, so keep this weapon for now. If you encounter danger later, just throw it out. Asher was taken aback. Isn't this Shishou's personal weapon? Just take it and protect yourself. And, Scáthach curled her fingers and flicked Asher's forehead heavily, be thankful. If it were anyone else, they would probably still be in extra training right now. After saying that, she turned and left. Asher covered his forehead and watched the figure gradually disappear from his sight before plopping down on the ground and sighing. Shishou really cares about her age, she's so vindictive. I need to be more careful next time. Asher's stamina had always been poor. Just before leaving, Scáthach had put him through another round of high-intensity training, and now he had almost reached his limit. He glanced at the spear placed beside him. There were very complex runes on the red weapon. Rune magic. This was the power obtained by Odin, the father of the gods in Norse mythology, but now it was skillfully used by Scáthach, and Asher had discovered a very strange thing. Scáthach also carried a staff with her. Logically, Scáthach and Scotty shouldn't be the same person, but now the powers of the two were combined. It was really quite strange. Asher quickly shook his head, no longer thinking too much. In any case, his only goal now was to work hard and become strong enough to never encounter any danger again. Maybe later he could find a way to resolve the dispute between Shishou and her sister. Asher thought to himself. In the neighboring country of the Land of Shadows, there was another hostile nation, which was Alba, and the queen of Alba was Scáthach's sister, Aif. A rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, which also brought Asher back to his senses, his attention focused on the bushes to the side. Whoosh! A demonic wolf, several times larger than Asher, sprang out from the bushes, its scarlet mouth open as it pounced towards Asher. The area around the Land of Shadows was full of natural hazards. In addition to that, in the wild, one might also be attacked by demonic beasts. This was the current situation. But Asher remained seated on the ground. He neither took out the weapon Scáthach had given him to block nor dodged the attack, calmly watching the demonic wolf pounce towards him. Caw, caw, caw. Unbeknownst to him, a crow was circling in the sky above Asher. The demonic wolf's attack abruptly stopped, its body falling to the ground in a vertical manner in an instant, then twitching and trembling. You're quite bold, Asher. The crow in the sky steadily landed on Asher's left shoulder. It turned its head to look at Asher, its eyes scarlet, looking particularly eerie. It's not that I'm bold, it's just that I believe you wouldn't abandon me. Although only 15 years old, Asher's tone was unusually calm at this moment, and he didn't feel the slightest fear towards the crow that had landed on his shoulder. That woman really dotes on you, she's even willing to leave her beloved weapon here to protect you. The crow flew to the ground. Soon, its size began to change, gradually transforming into a beautiful figure. Asher remained calm about this, simply quietly watching the golden-haired woman wearing a crown standing in front of him. He was really not a genius, and his magical power was not innately so strong. It was this golden-crowned woman in front of him who had taught it to him. Morgan le Fay, Artoria's sister. At the same time, she was also the goddess who controlled death, prophecy, and war, merely possessing Morgan le Fay's body to manifest in this world as a witch. Lady Morgan, hello. It wasn't until the figure was fully in his sight that Asher supported his weak body to stand up, politely bowing and saying neither humbly nor arrogantly. Didn't I say you don't need to be so polite? Just call me big sister. A frivolous smile appeared on Morgan le Fay's exquisite face as she reached out and pinched Asher's cheek. Naughty children need to be punished properly. Sit down first. That woman is really quite vindictive. If it were me, I wouldn't train you like this. After all, Lady Morgan. Lady Morgan. Morgan le Fay narrowed her eyes and glanced at Asher. Asher quickly changed his words. I mean, after all, Big Sister Morgan taught me magic, not martial arts, so of course, I don't need to consume any physical strength. That's right. What I like most are obedient good children. Morgan le Fay contentedly ruffled Asher's head. Rest for a while longer, and we'll continue training later. Don't worry, I won't drain your stamina. Morgan le Fay laughed as she finished speaking, looking at the reluctant Asher with a playful look in her eyes. Of course, she knew Asher was very unwilling, but he couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to stay behind every day. No need, let's start right away. I want to go back as soon as possible. Asher shook his head and sighed. How much longer will this kind of life last? If Shishou knew I was colluding with the goddess of death, she'd probably kill me on the spot. Doesn't it feel like you're having an affair? Morgan le Fay chuckled. Hiding the fact that you have other women outside from your Shishou. This has nothing to do with an affair. Asher silently covered his face, looking at the somewhat improper woman through his fingers. It's just that you've restricted my movements. Guys, this was a taboo magic. About 4 years ago, Scáthach had left the forest for a while due to some matter, and in that small gap, Morgan le Fay had taken advantage of the situation. She demanded and intimidated Asher to stay behind alone every day and cast a geis on him, which was a prohibition. The requirements of the prohibition were: you must not mention to anyone in the land of shadows that you know Morgan le Fay. This was also why Asher tried so hard to hide and didn't want Scáthach to know about the existence of Morgan le Fay. In Celtic mythology, geis was the most secret and quite important part. Those who violated the prohibition would lose their power and even endanger their lives. While setting the prohibition on him, Asher actually also received the blessing of the goddess of death, but once he violated the prohibition, his blessing would become a curse. And, actually, it's not particularly unpleasant. At least I did gain power. After a moment of silence, Asher continued. Compared to those vicious prohibitions, the prohibition Morgan le Fay placed on him could be said to be too light, and for the past 4 years, she had indeed been seriously teaching him various kinds of magic, although he didn't know what her purpose was. So, after a long time, I also got used to it. Asher carefully considered his words and spoke again. Got used to it? Could it be that you're a masochist? Morgan le Fay tilted her head, her golden hair cascading down. She stood right in front of Asher, raised her toes, and a pleasant faint smile appeared on her face. Do you need the opportunity to kiss the toes of the great goddess, you masochist? Asher looked at Morgan le Fay's toes. She was wearing a pair of black sandals, which made her toes appear particularly fair and tender. Each toe was as smooth and white as a pearl, and her toenails were painted with red nail polish, looking very enchanting and alluring. Never mind. Asher looked away. Let's start training. I want to go back early. All right. I originally saw that you were very tired today and wanted to chat with you a bit to help you relax. Since you don't appreciate it, forget it, Morgan le Fay sighed. Every day I teach you how to use magic, and you still guard against me like I'm a thief. Kindness is really unrewarded. After all, you placed a prohibition on me right away that day 4 years ago. It's normal for me to be wary of you, big sister. Asher paused slightly as he said this. But I know you don't want to harm me. If you wanted to harm me, you could have done it at any time. Aren't you quite clever? In that case, why are you still so afraid of me? Morgan le Fay narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger in her gaze. How should I put it? Asher scratched his face. I just feel scared in my heart, I don't know why. I also feel very sorry. Morgan le Fay was stunned for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter, reaching out to pinch Asher's face. It's this straightforward personality of yours that makes me like you so much, Asher. It hurts a little, big sister Morgan. Asher's words were somewhat mumbled, but he had no intention of resisting at all. Anyway, he definitely couldn't beat Morgan le Fay. Struggling might just make this woman even more excited. After all, she was a god. A god's temper was fickle. One second she could be laughing and joking with you, and the next second she could also be laughing and joking. And then kill you while laughing and joking. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 5, Asher who doesn't play by the rules. Oh dear, satisfied. After kneading Asher's face for a good while, Morgan le Fay finally let go, letting out a satisfied sigh. As expected, teasing this little boy every day was more fun than those barbarians who only knew how to fight all day long. Asher rubbed his somewhat reddened cheeks and glanced at the capricious woman. He couldn't figure out this woman's thoughts at all, so he had no intention of resisting. Anyway, letting her pinch his face didn't matter. It wouldn't make him lose a layer of skin, at most, it just made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart for being teased. Alright, I presume you're not very willing to chat with me either, so let's get straight to the point for today. Morgan le Fay easily saw through Asher's thoughts, her gaze fixed on him. Your magical power has been consolidated for more than 4 years, and now it's almost stable. Starting today, I will impart my abilities to you. Hearing this, Asher raised his brightened eyes. You're finally willing to teach me your abilities. Frankly speaking, these past 4 years had been just repetitive circulation of the magic power in his body. It was said to improve the proficiency of his magic power, but in reality, it was similar to meditation. Asher was already tired of it. If he wasn't afraid of Morgan le Fay causing a fight with Scáthach when she came looking for him, he would definitely not have stayed behind every day to wait for her. 4 years ago, I placed a prohibition on you. Although it has a certain restrictive effect on you, it also means you received my blessing. Morgan le Fay's joking expression disappeared, and she became serious. Next, I will impart my first ability to you. Even if you don't reach my level, it will be of great benefit to you. As she said this, she squatted down, picked up a small stone, weighed it in her hand, and threw it towards a certain bush. Whoa! A wild wolf jumped out of the bush. This cunning wolf had been crouching in the bush from the beginning, seemingly looking for an opportunity to attack the two of them, but it was provoked by Morgan le Fay. In its rage, it lost most of its rationality and pounced directly. Asher didn't move, still sitting on the ground, watching the woman standing beside him. Morgan le Fay slightly parted her lips, and a word softly sounded from her mouth. Although the voice was very soft, Asher clearly heard the meaning of that word. Die. Yes, just a single word. However, the moment this word fell, the pouncing wild wolf directly collapsed on the ground, blood seeping from its body. Asher was somewhat dumbfounded, staring at the wild wolf that had died on the spot, and puzzled expression on his face. What was going on? Morgan le Fay had only said one word, and as a result, that enraged wild wolf had directly died. The law follows the word. This is the ability I want to teach you. Seeming to see Asher's confusion, Morgan le Fay turned her head to look at him, a faint smile on her face. How is it? Isn't it a very powerful ability? Asher was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. It's very powerful, but I don't want to learn this. Morgan le Fay was taken aback. Why? What if I can't control it in the future and one word kills someone? Wouldn't that be too terrifying? Asher said. Pfft. Morgan le Fay couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only when she noticed the somewhat displeased look in Asher's eyes did she raise her gaze and seriously stare at him. You're right. If you enter a berserk state and lose your rationality, such a thing could indeed happen. But, Asher, I am the goddess of death. Do you think I have any other abilities I'm better at teaching you? Big sister Morgan, you're not just the goddess of death, you're also the goddess of war and the goddess of prophecy. If you're willing, you could even end a war without bloodshed, right? Your idea is very interesting. Morgan le Fay's gaze towards Asher gained a bit more interest. Is it for that woman Scáthach? Shishou took me in, so I also want to repay Shishou. I hope she can reconcile with her sister, at least so that there won't be any more infighting between sisters, Asher said. Morgan le Fay shook her head. Your power is too weak. Don't even mention you, even the current Scáthach can't end the war. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to deal with her sister for so long. As if a nerve had been touched, Asher said somewhat unhappily, "That's only because Shishou values the bond between sisters. You don't have any sisters, so you can't understand her feelings." Morgan le Fay's smile faded slightly, and she stared at Asher coldly. "I don't have any sisters." Noticing Morgan le Fay's cold gaze, Asher seemed to wake up from a dream. He had carelessly said something very disrespectful to her. He knew that this was a Trinity goddess. No matter what, his words just now were a bit too impulsive. Did he anger her? Would she cast some strange prohibitions on him in anger? Asher couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, Morgan le Fay, who had just been staring seriously at Asher, suddenly showed a joyful smile in the next second. That's it, Asher. What I like most about you is this kind of personality where you can't help but get angry when someone says bad things about your Shishou. You really value your Shishou, don't you?" As Morgan le Fay finished speaking, she reached out and stroked Asher's cheek, her slender fingers reaching his chin. She lifted his chin, making Asher look her in the eyes. Asher's gaze met Morgan le Fay's. For some reason, he always felt that this woman's eyes were full of pleasure. "Asher, sooner or later you will come to me willingly, not because of the prohibition, but to throw yourself into my embrace." Morgan le Fay withdrew her hand, the corner of her lips curving into a smile. What she wanted to do most now was to dye this pure white flower her own color. Just thinking about that feeling was wonderful. Need to calm down, it's not time yet. Such a beautiful scene will definitely be seen later. For now, just be a little more patient and later, her sister's side will also need him. Morgan le Fay forcibly suppressed her almost rising joyful smile. "All right, since you don't want to learn the ability from just now, then I will impart the power of prophecy to you. With your current strength, if you practice hard, you should probably be able to foresee dangers that will occur to you within 3 seconds. This was good. Asher's eyes lit up. Want to learn it? Morgan le Fay asked. Asher hesitated for a moment, then nodded honestly. Beg me, Morgan le Fay said in a teasing tone. Please, Asher said. Morgan le Fay. She almost forgot that this child was straightforward to a fault. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 6, Scáthach's daughter. After Morgan le Fay's destructive training, by the time Asher returned, the pupils of his eyes had completely lost their highlights. Returning to the castle in the land of shadows, he walked into his room and collapsed directly onto the soft large bed. Strengthening the use of magic power and practicing the ability of prophecy were not without their costs. Every time the magic power training ended, Asher felt extremely mentally exhausted, and today was the most severe time. This was because it was his first time practicing the ability of prophecy. Repeatedly using prophecy consumed a lot of magic power. In addition, his physical strength had already been completely drained by Scáthach today, and Morgan le Fay had also squeezed out every last drop of his mental energy. It could be said that Asher had completely reached his limit today. However, it wasn't a complete loss. In just this one afternoon, Asher was able to use prophecy. Although he couldn't reach the level of seeing through the future, it was already enough for ordinary combat. This also surprised Morgan le Fay for a good while. She had long known about Asher's comprehension ability, but she really didn't expect him to learn the power of prophecy in just half an hour, and he far exceeded her expectations. It wasn't 3 seconds, but he could foresee all the dangers he would encounter within 4 seconds. Asher lay on the large bed, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. The maid beside him helped him cover himself with the quilt, then quietly left the room. Asher had just fallen asleep when he vaguely heard a girl's voice in his ear, but he was too sleepy, so he ignored it and fell into a deep sleep. Lady Scáthach, the maid bowed slightly, looking at the purple-haired girl in front of her. What happened to my brother? Why is he so exhausted? Scáthach turned her head to look at the maid beside her, lowering her voice to ask, afraid of waking Asher. Scáthach was an adopted daughter Scáthach had taken in a long time ago. If Scáthach's most proud disciple was Cuchulainn, then Scáthach was Scáthach's most doted-on disciple, or rather, goddaughter. The girl was about 17 years old, wearing a beautiful dress that revealed her round and slender snow-white legs. Her purple hair was scattered over her shoulders, and her pair of purple eyes were bright and clear, very eye-catching. It's probably because of the training with Lady Scáthach. The maid didn't continue, but Scáthach had already understood the meaning of the maid's words and frowned slightly. Mother is really, even if it's training, there's no need to do it like this. Scáthach sat on the edge of the bed, gently smoothing Asher's soft hair on his forehead, her eyes gentle. She turned her head and whispered to the maid, "You can go out first. I'll take care of things here." Yes, the maid bowed slightly and left the room. In the dark night, there were wolf howls and various roars of demonic beasts. In the lush forest, a man holding a spear was running with all his might. Behind the men, various wild beasts and demonic creatures were chasing after him, roaring angrily at this human who had stolen their treasure. Cuchulainn, the hero of Celtic mythology, the Hound of Ulster. Oh dear, they're really persistent. Cuchulainn glanced back at the spectacular sight of the beasts and demonic creatures behind him, a mocking look in his eyes. Anyone who saw this scene would have their legs turned to jelly, because most of them were not ordinary animals, but demonic creatures. Among them were demonic creatures resembling human faces but with the bodies of oxen, and giant pythons with 3 tails and 1 head, now flicking their forked tongues, their cold eyes fixed on the human ahead. Without a doubt, once caught, what awaited Cuchulainn would be desperate tearing and biting. In the fear of experiencing intense pain, he would be devoured alive by these wild beasts and demonic creatures. But Cuchulainn grinned, suddenly unconcerned, and looked down at the cup in his hand that looked very much like a skull. Hey, looks like this is the real deal. It wasn't a waste of my special trip. He quickened his pace, jumped onto a large tree, and then leaped up, landing steadily on another large tree, thus leaving the forest, leaving behind a group of beasts and demonic creatures roaring angrily at the forest's edge, like a chaotic dance of demons under the moonlight. Asher lay on the soft large bed, not knowing how long he had slept. When he woke up, he saw that night had already fallen outside. How long have I been asleep? It feels like I've slept all day. Asher sat up, covering his forehead, and muttered to himself in the empty palace. You probably slept for an hour and a half. Honestly, I'll go talk to Mother about it later, the girl beside him said with a hint of dissatisfaction. She clearly knows you're not physically strong, yet she still trains you like this. Big sister Scáthach. Only then did Asher come back to his senses and notice Scáthach sitting at the edge of the bed. This princess of the land of shadows had been adopted by Scáthach long before he arrived. I originally wanted to come and play with you, but I didn't expect you to be so tired that you fell asleep. Scáthach raised her arms and stretched lazily, her snow-white neck looking very alluring. She tilted her head and asked, do you want to sleep a little longer? No need. Besides, Shishou only hopes that I can have enough strength to protect myself, so she trains me like this. It has nothing to do with Shishou. Scáthach pouted her small mouth in dissatisfaction and reached out to pinch Asher's cheek. Ash, have you forgotten what I told you before? I remember. Big sister said she would protect me, Asher nodded. Since that's the case, then why are you training so desperately? Scáthach stared at Asher unhappily. Don't you believe my words? As long as I'm here, I will definitely be able to protect you. But I also hope that I can have the strength to protect Big Sister. After a brief silence, a gentle smile appeared on Scáthach's face. Big Sister likes your answer. After saying that, she patted Asher's head again. Very good, you're really a good boy. But you don't need to work so hard. It's okay to relax occasionally. After saying that, she lay down on the soft large bed, holding one of Asher's arms. Asher could clearly feel the budding softness of the girl's chest. He subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand, but it was firmly held in place, unable to move at all. Don't move, she said in a commanding tone. This was quite similar to Shishou, that high and mighty commanding tone. Asher thought silently in his heart. Big sister, if Shishou sees us like this, it might not be very good. He had no choice but to say. It's okay. Didn't we used to sleep together when we were little? And we even bathed together. Are you still worried about this? Scáthach said with a giggle. Because of that, I was severely punished by Shishou that day. Asher said helplessly. It's all right. Anyway, Mother is still in the main hall talking with Cuchulainn. She definitely won't come over, Scáthach said with a smile. Brother Cuchulainn came to the land of shadows. Asher was taken aback. Didn't he complete his training? Who knows? I don't know what he came for. Don't worry about him. Just rest well. After Scáthach finished speaking, she ruffled Asher's hair, a smile on her face. All right, sleep. I just woke up. How could I possibly go back to sleep? Asher looked helplessly at Scáthach beside him, who didn't act like a big sister at all. Big sister, let's go take a look in the main hall. No, if you want to go, go yourself. I don't want to see that man. The way he talks is too annoying. Scáthach released Asher's arm and snorted with a haughty look. Let me say this first, if you leave now, Big Sister won't pay attention to you later. Asher had just thought of getting up and leaving the room when he heard this. He was immediately in a dilemma, stuck in place, not knowing whether to leave or not. Scáthach glanced at him and giggled. Just kidding. Big Sister isn't that petty. That person seems to have come specifically to find you. Go take a look in the main hall. I'll wait for you in the room. All right, then I'll go take a look. Only then did Asher leave the room with a sigh of relief. After watching Asher leave, Scáthach lay back down in the spot where Asher had just slept, hugged the quilt, and rubbed her face against it, her pair of fair and tender legs against the quilt, rolling around on the bed. It smells like ash. Ouch. After rolling around on the bed several times, her head hit the nearby railing. Scáthach covered her head and cried out in pain. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 7, Cuchulain's Gift. Asher left the room and walked toward the main hall of the castle. The guards at the door bowed slightly when they saw Asher, offering little hindrance. Almost everyone in the castle knew he was one of the Land of Shadows Queen's most beloved disciples. Therefore, Asher entered the main hall unimpeded. The Land of Shadows was surrounded by natural barriers on all sides, enclosed by 7 castles, each protected by 7 sturdy walls. 9 wooden fences circled the castles, with a head impaled on every wooden stake of each fence. These heads were called watching stones. Each watching stone was carved with 3 human faces. Scáthach would occasionally stand before the castle and gaze at these heads. Through them, she could foresee certain events yet to come. Ancient large birds of prey occasionally spread their wings and soared above the castle, their giant shadows sweeping across the sky and the grounds below. Asher had long since grown accustomed to these giant shadows. He proceeded straight into the hall. Cuchulain sat in a chair, legs crossed, holding a spear in his arms, while Scáthach sat on the throne at the very center. The two seemed to be deep in conversation. "Yo, finally woke up, brat." Cuchulain quickly noticed Asher entering the hall and raised his hand in greeting. "Good evening, brother Cuchulain," Asher replied politely. "Why do you have time to come here today?" About 3 years ago, a man named Cuchulain came to the Land of Shadows. He studied skills here and left shortly afterward. Among the disciples of the same period, Cuchulain was definitely the strongest. "What? After completing my training, I can't come back to see my old Shishou." Upon hearing the words "old Shishou," a spear was fiercely thrown from the throne, cutting through the air toward Cuchulain. "Watch out behind you!" Asher shouted quickly. But Cuchulain stood motionless, only raising a hand to steadily catch the spear, casually throwing it back to Scáthach. "Brat, didn't I tell you not to worry about my safety?" Cuchulain reached out and ruffled Asher's hair into a bird's nest, grinning. "How have you endured Shishou's temper for 5 years?" "I think it's all right." Asher replied softly. Unlike Cuchulain, he still had to live in the Land of Shadows in the future. If he made Shishou remember him now, his days ahead wouldn't be easy. Cuchulain put an arm around Asher's shoulder, a malicious smile on his face. "Tell me the truth, I'll guarantee your safety." Asher rolled his eyes, thinking, have you forgotten so quickly how you were ravaged by Shishou's rune magic and superb martial arts a year ago, barely able to stand? Guarantee safety. If I say it, we'll probably be lying on the ground together tonight. Thinking this in his heart, Asher wasn't too nervous. Usually, although Scáthach trained him strictly, she wouldn't use such devilish methods. It was Cuchulain, due to his unruly nature, who often made Scáthach get serious and rub him on the ground. "Although the training is quite strict, Shishou is usually very good to me," Asher replied. "Tch, coward, are you that afraid of Shishou?" Cuchulain released Asher as if bored, sighing with his hands behind his head. "How boring." Asher glanced at the tall, mighty man beside him and asked, "By the way, why did you specifically come to the Land of Shadows today?" Just came to find this woman for the final trial to prove my strength," Cuchulain said. "That old geezer insisted I couldn't be considered truly trained because I still couldn't defeat her." "Old geezer, are you talking about King Fergus?" Asher pondered for a moment and looked up. Who else could it be besides that old man? Cuchulain ched unhappily. "Clearly, I could have just left with emergency. Why did I have to do this?" Emmer was Cuchulain's lover. He had come to the Land of Shadows to become a disciple a few years ago at the request of Emmer's father, King Fergus. Only by passing the trial could he marry Emergency because you wanted to gain the other party's approval, right? Asher said with a smile. "Well, that's about the meaning," Cuchulain said, turning to look at Scáthach on the throne. "Come on, let's have another fight. The current me is much stronger than before." "Even after 2 years, this violent temper hasn't subsided much," Scáthach said from her high throne. "You can have a match with your little junior brother first." "Him?" Cuchulain glanced at Asher and sighed. "Wouldn't it be bad if I accidentally hurt this little brat?" Spears and swords are inherently ruthless. Even if he gets hurt, there's nothing to say. "It only means his strength is insufficient," Scáthach replied indifferently. "Hey," Cuchulain let out a mocking laugh. "When I hurt this little brat back then, the force you used against me was much heavier than usual," biased Shishou. In the past, whenever he fought Asher and thoroughly defeated him, he would inevitably be thoroughly defeated by Scáthach afterward. Without a doubt, this woman was simply protective of her own. Although he didn't understand why she was so fond of Asher in particular, this point was definitely true. Scáthach raised an eyebrow. I won't be biased because of others. On the contrary, your so-called coming to me for a trial is just a side matter, isn't it? Then you're wrong. I just came for the trial, and by the way, to give this thing to this little brat. Cuchulainn gave a dashing smile, pulling something that looked very much like a skull from who knows where. Here. As he spoke, he casually threw the skull in his hand toward Asher. This is. Asher quickly caught it. When he saw what was in his hand, he almost dropped it but barely managed to steady himself. Magic cauldron, Scáthach said with a faint smile. It should have been stolen from the depths of the trial forest. If you put water into the cauldron, some mysterious magic power will harmonize the water inside. Drinking it can gradually regulate your body. Speaking of bias, you're much more biased than I am, Cuchulainn, Scáthach said, looking at the still casual Cuchulainn. Hey, just picked it up on the road and gave it to him as a gift. Anyway, I don't need this kind of thing, Cuchulainn waved his hand nonchalantly. Come on, when will you let me have the final trial? Scáthach pondered for a moment. Come to the main hall to find me at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow. Cuchulainn thought for a moment and nodded lightly. That's acceptable. Then I'll go rest first. My room shouldn't have been cleaned out, right? Asher goes to help you clean your room every week, saying that you will definitely have a day to return. Cuchulainn was stunned, then looked at the somewhat embarrassed young man and put an arm around his shoulder. Brat, well done. It was this kind of attitude that made Cuchulainn like Asher so much. Unlike most of the disciples of the same period, the others either feared his power and avoided him or fawned. Cuchulainn wore a pensive expression. After all, Asher's poor stamina was innate. Even if he desperately tried to compensate for it later, he still couldn't make up for much. This was also why he gave the magic cauldron to Asher. Cuchulainn picked up the spear in his hand. All right, let me see how much you've improved in the past 2 years. Let's spar, Asher. Asher was taken aback, then quickly waved his hands. That's impossible. How could I possibly beat you? If you think you'll lose before even fighting, then you've already lost, Cuchulainn pointed the spear at Asher. Come on, pick up your weapon. Looks like I have no choice but to fight. Seeing Cuchulainn's eager look, Asher took a deep breath, handed the magic cauldron to Scáthach, picked up his spear, and looked directly at Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn scanned Asher and then nodded in satisfaction. Good eyes. Looks like you've made a lot of progress these past few years. Scáthach gently caressed the magic cauldron, looking down at the 2 disciples below from her high position. Although she didn't have much expectation for the final outcome, she could see how much Cuchulainn had improved in the past 2 years. Then, let's begin. Many modified settings will appear in this story, so don't dwell too much on some details. I will modify them according to my own ideas, more bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 8, is it wrong for a disciple to have thoughts about their Shishou? As Scáthach's voice fell, Cuchulainn took a step back with his foot, like a tense leopard, and pounced with a whoosh. Asher hastily avoided the attack, but before he could react, Cuchulainn was already in front of him the next second. This punch might hurt a little, brat. A reckless smile appeared on Cuchulainn's face as he raised his fist and slammed it towards Asher's face. A heavy punch accompanied by the force of the wind rushed towards him. Asher's pupils contracted slightly. He rolled over to dodge Cuchulainn's attack, but Cuchulainn didn't give him the slightest chance to breathe. He took a step and lunged towards Asher. While the 2 below were still fighting, a purple-haired girl wearing a thin dress walked in from the back of the hall. When she saw this scene, she quickly ran to Scáthach's side and asked somewhat nervously. Mother, why is Ash fighting Cuchulainn? It's just a small competition. He won't be in any danger, don't worry, Scáthach's eyes were calm. But he'll still get hurt, right? How could Ash possibly beat Cuchulainn? Scáthach said with a complaining tone. He could just spar with me. Is that what you call sparring with him? Scáthach glanced at her adopted daughter. Anyone who didn't know better would think you 2 were playing rock paper scissors. Scáthach knew she was in the wrong and lowered her head, muttering softly. But even so, you shouldn't let him fight Cuchulainn. That barbaric guy doesn't know how to hold back at all. While the 2 were still talking, Cuchulainn's reckless laughter came from below. Brat, why do I feel like you've become much weaker than before? This is so disappointing. What has Shishou been teaching you? As he spoke, there was indeed a hint of disappointment in Cuchulainn's eyes. Judging from the current fight, Asher hadn't made much progress in the past 2 years. Forget it, let's end this early. Cuchulainn swung his spear and swept it towards Asher. It was a very tricky angle. Asher was still half-crouching on the ground. Even if he dodged this attack, all that awaited Asher would be a storm of attacks. Asher knew he couldn't avoid this attack, but a surprising thing happened. The moment Cuchulainn raised his spear, Asher moved first. He dodged Cuchulain's attack in an extremely strange way, quickly retreating several steps to maintain a certain distance from Cuchulain. The spear slammed heavily into the ground. Cuchulain raised his head, surprise evident in his eyes as he looked at Asher. Huh. It wasn't just Cuchulain. Even Scáthach stood up from the throne, surprise showing in her eyes. Prophecy. No, it wasn't that simple a prophecy. This way of circulating magic power wasn't learned from her, who taught him. Now this is getting a bit interesting, Cuchulain gave an excited smile. Come on, do your best to please me, Asher. After saying that, he pounced towards Asher again. Asher breathed lightly, lying sprawled out on the floor of the hall in a large X shape, panting. Not bad, you surprised me quite a bit tonight, brat. Cuchulain carried his spear behind his back with both hands, a smile on his face. Much stronger than I imagined. Scáthach squatted down, holding her skirt, and asked with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Brother Cuchulain was holding back everywhere, otherwise I probably wouldn't have lasted a few moves, Asher said, sighing inwardly, feeling inevitably a bit dejected. He didn't expect the gap between him and Cuchulain to still be so large. So large that even prophecy couldn't offset this difference. This was Cuchulain. Even though he hadn't fully matured yet, he was already this strong. One could imagine how much his strength would improve in the future. Idiot, it's only natural that there's a gap compared to me, Cuchulain smiled faintly, with a disdainful expression. Once your stamina can be like an ordinary person, you should be able to gradually catch up to me. All right, I'll go back to my room to rest first. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he waved his hand and left the hall without looking back. Honestly, that guy is as annoying as ever, Scáthach frowned slightly and muttered to herself. He's just annoying in personality. He's quite good to you all, especially Asher. Scáthach slowly walked down from the throne. Magic cauldron. Scáthach immediately noticed the cauldron in Scáthach's hand, a surprised expression on her face. Is that what Cuchulain brought? Who else could it be? Scáthach said softly. Originally, this matter should have been something she, as the Shishou, should have figured out, but the neighboring country was eyeing them covetously, and Scáthach couldn't leave the land of shadows casually. That guy's not bad after all, Scáthach snorted haughtily, took the magic cauldron from Scáthach's hand, and curiously examined it. Scáthach approached Asher, squatted down, and took out the staff in her hand. Some strange characters formed a halo of light around Scáthach's body. Rune magic, this was a very miraculous ability. From weakening enemies to strengthening oneself, to healing others, all these abilities were contained within rune magic, and Scáthach was the Shishou of rune magic. Asher felt the warm light covering his body, and a very warm and comfortable feeling welled up, causing him to narrow his eyes involuntarily. But soon, his gaze couldn't help but be drawn to Scáthach. Scáthach had now changed into a deep purple slit long dress, and a pair of purple stockings wrapped her slender and rounded legs. The glimpse of fair skin between her thighs looked very alluring, and the faintly visible fair and soft skin on her chest even more irresistibly attracted people's attention. Asher's eyes couldn't help but go a little straight, but he quickly came back to his senses and forced himself to look away. Calm down. This is my Shishou. What on earth am I thinking? Constantly admonishing himself in his heart, Asher finally calmed down. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a gaze beside him staring intently at him. Asher glanced over, and Scáthach slightly pouted her small mouth, displeasure evident in her eyes. Asher turned his head somewhat guiltily, pretending not to have noticed. Fortunately, Scáthach didn't immediately expose Asher, only staring at him with an unhappy expression. Scáthach didn't seem to notice the exchange of glances between the two just now and stood up. With this, the injuries you sustained should be healed. As for the magic cauldron, I'll keep it for now. I need to engrave rune characters on the cauldron to further strengthen it, Scáthach said. Mother is so biased, Scáthach pouted unhappily. But soon, a smile bloomed on her face again. But thank you, Mother. She also knew that using rune characters consumed a considerable amount of magic power. If rune characters were engraved on an object, even more things were involved. It was already very difficult for Scáthach to carve rune characters for Asher. Whose side are you on anyway? Scáthach glanced at her daughter, but was too lazy to say more. She turned around, the long dress behind her fluttering slightly with a gust of fragrant wind, and her high-heeled long boots stepped on the red carpet, leaving the hall. Asher watched Scáthach leave, just about to get up, but was pressed down by Scáthach, unable to move at all. Big sister, he asked in confusion. You were staring at my mother just now, weren't you? Staring at her thighs and chest, Scáthach stared straight at Asher. You're mistaken. Asher argued, his face red, but his gaze secretly shifted to the side. There's no way I could be mistaken. There have been several such instances before, but I thought of giving you a chance to reform, so I didn't say anything. I didn't expect you to be even worse now. After Scáthach finished speaking, she glanced again at the embarrassed Asher who had shut his mouth, and said faintly. Big, pervert. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 9, Engagement. I'm so exhausted. Asher lay on the bed, letting out a long sigh. He had trained all day, and then in the evening, he even had a match with Cuchulainn. That person never knew how to hold back. Although Scáthach had healed his physical injuries, there was still a bit of pain. After all, physical injuries could be healed with rune magic, but psychological trauma was different. Even if the injuries were healed, there would still be a lingering pain. And I was even despised by big sister Scáthach. Asher thought of the contemptuous look Scáthach had given him just now and couldn't help but bury his face in the pillow. It was so embarrassing. He was actually seen by Scáthach having some bold thoughts about Shishou. Aya. Then, Asher hugged the pillow and rolled around, only to hear a thump sound. It hurts. Asher covered his head, curling up into a ball. So the power of prophecy didn't trigger at this time. Asher muttered to himself, covering his head, looking thoughtful. According to Morgan le Fay, he could foresee dangerous scenes that would occur to him within the next 4 seconds, but when his head hit the pillar just now, no images flashed through his mind at all. In other words, in the prophecy, that bump just now wasn't considered dangerous. Try again. Asher glanced at the pillar beside him, hesitated for a moment, and touched the swelling bump on his forehead. Honestly, unless one's brain was broken, no one would deliberately hit their head against a pillar. But now he couldn't help his curiosity and wanted to try the prophecy again to see how he could grasp its power. Thump. Asher hit the pillar with his head again. Still no reaction. Could this power of prophecy be broken? He muttered to himself, covering his slightly aching head. Then, he glanced at the pillar in front of him. Should he try again? Anyway, he could ask Scáthach to help heal him later. It would just hurt a little now. Try again. Asher was about to hit the pillar again when the magic power in his body quietly circulated, hoping that the prophecy could be activated. Thump. Strange, why doesn't it hurt? Asher felt his head seem to hit something soft, and there was a faint fragrance. He looked up. Asher, even if you can't beat Cuchulainn, there's no need to harm yourself like this. Or are you just that cowardly? Scáthach looked down at the boy whose entire face was pressed against her chest, her eyes still calm. Shishou. Why did you come in? Asher hurriedly backed away, saying apologetically, I didn't notice you coming in just now. I'm sorry. Scáthach shook her head. I came in on my own accord in the first place. You don't need to apologize. This is for you. She placed the magic cauldron in front of Asher. There are a total of 26 rune characters. I have engraved 12 characters on the surface of the cauldron. Although it hasn't reached its limit, it's enough for you to use. Asher took the magic cauldron but didn't thank her. Some things didn't need to be thanked verbally. Keeping them in his heart and repaying her in the future was the right thing to do for Asher. Besides, Scáthach had taught him all her martial arts and magic without reservation and had taken him in. This was already an unpayable debt of gratitude. Rest well. Cuchulainn will undergo his final trial tomorrow. You'll go with him as a way to mentally prepare yourself in advance. Scáthach paused. If you have confidence, you can participate in the trial as well. If you pass, you can successfully complete your training. Asher was stunned. Completing his training, wouldn't that mean he couldn't learn anything more here and would have to leave? But he didn't want to leave the land of shadows. Although the daily training with Scáthach was tiring, he had gotten used to this kind of life, morning practice every day, and then telling stories to Scáthach when he returned, like Grimm's fairy tales. Asher didn't have any specific goals. He just wanted to become stronger and then protect the people around him. If he left just like that, honestly, he wasn't mentally prepared for it yet. Seemingly seeing Asher's thoughts, Scáthach's face softened into a gentle smile as she ruffled his hair. Don't worry, I won't chase you away. Even if you complete your training, you can still stay here. After all, that child seems a little impatient too. As Scáthach said this, she turned her head to look towards the entrance. In a few months, Asher would be 16 years old. According to the rules of this world, 16 could be considered adulthood, and she would betroth Scáthach to Asher. This wasn't a forced requirement for the two to marry, but rather something Scáthach had proposed on her own initiative. Thinking it was just something her daughter had suggested out of childishness back then, Scáthach hadn't taken it to heart and had agreed to her daughter's request. But recently, Scáthach had brought up the matter again. Without a doubt, her daughter was serious. What? Asher seemed not to have reacted, blinking his eyes and asking in confusion. It's nothing. Scáthach sat down on the edge of the bed. So, let's continue the story from yesterday. Asher nodded, casually placing the magic cauldron aside and sitting down next to Scáthach, continuing to tell some of the stories he had read before. Stories about battles between certain powerful individuals. That person was super strong, possessing chains that could restrict divinity, and a super strong weapon called EA. Scáthach looked at Asher, who was now engrossed in his storytelling, his long eyelashes fluttering, his dark eyes focused and earnest. 5 years ago, he was just an ordinary child who would often run to her in the evening because he was afraid of sleeping alone, only able to fall asleep peacefully while pillowed on her lap. And unknowingly, he had grown so big. Scáthach's gaze slightly blurred as she ruffled Asher's hair. Let's postpone the wedding date a bit further. Although 16 was adulthood, his mind wasn't mature yet. It should at least wait until he was 20. Shishou, are you daydreaming? Asher's voice pulled Scáthach back to reality. Not daydreaming, just considering some things, Scáthach replied calmly. Continue your story. It's probably about your sister Scáthach. Actually, you don't need to come over every night to accompany me. I'm not a child anymore, Asher muttered. Although it made him quite happy that Scáthach would accompany him until he fell asleep every night before leaving, still being treated like a child now wasn't something to be happy about. This is a Shishou's duty, to ensure the psychological well-being of the disciple. No need to say more, Scáthach's tone was flat but left no room for defiance. Alright, thus, Asher had no choice but to compromise. Anyway, once Scáthach said something, it was impossible for anyone to change her mind. Even if he wanted Scáthach to leave, he couldn't do it. Moreover, Asher didn't want Scáthach to stop coming over in the evenings. That would make him feel like something was missing. Unknowingly, he had already gotten used to life here and the time he spent with his Shishou every evening. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 10, Ku Chulin's final trial. Strange-looking large birds occasionally flew across the sky, and the nearby bushes rustled, as if some creatures were crouching inside, waiting for their prey to arrive. You two are really too slow. Why are you dawdling so much? Scáthach looked at Asher and Scáthach, who were running towards her, and scolded loudly. Asher's mouth slightly opened, wanting to say it was because his stamina was poor and he had rested for a while on the way. But before he could speak, Scáthach beside him immediately said, I'm very sorry, changing clothes took up a lot of time just now. Asher was taken aback and subconsciously looked at the girl beside him, only to see her playfully wink, as if saying, Big sister is good to you, right? A look that seemed to ask for praise. Scáthach seemed to have already seen through everything but didn't delve into it, simply saying, pay attention to the time next time. An excellent warrior shouldn't waste time on dressing up. Got it. Scáthach drawled out the words. Asher silently watched all this, thinking that only his big sister dared to be so cheeky with Shishou. If it were him, he would probably be hung up and disciplined on the spot. Stop your rambling and let's start the trial quickly. Ku Chulin slung his spear over his back, a wild smile curving his lips. No matter what the obstacles, I will sweep them all away. Is that so? A meaningful faint smile appeared on Scáthach's face. I hope you can do that. Ku Chulin raised an eyebrow. Of course. There's no difficulty in this world that can stand in my way. Yes, all obstacles would be swept away by the spear in his hand, no matter what kind of difficulty it was. Follow me. After Scáthach finished speaking, she led the group forward. The Land of Shadows was located in the east of Ulster, standing right on a small island. Not far across the sea was the Kingdom of Camelot, and the current king of Camelot was Uther Pendragon. Of course, because of the sea separating them, there was almost no contact between the two sides. Come on, today I will defeat you. Ku Chulin rubbed his fists together, seemingly eager to fight Scáthach. Although I also want to see how much you've grown compared to before, unfortunately, today's trial is not a battle between you and me. As Scáthach spoke, her purple hair fluttered in the sea breeze, her red eyes crystal clear. She turned her head and looked at the land in the distance. Your final trial is that, she calmly pointed to the opposite shore of the island. Walk from this island to the land on the other side, and you will pass the final trial. Huh. Ku Chulin glanced at the opposite shore, which was quite a distance away, and the shimmering sea surface in the sea breeze. He turned his head and said, how could it be possible to pass directly? Are you telling me to swim over there? Of course not, Scáthach raised her hand. This is the final trial that every one of my disciples must face. Walk across the bridge to the land at the end, and you will pass the final trial. As Scáthach raised her hand, an astonishing scene occurred. A golden arched bridge seemed to appear out of thin air between the small island and the land, shining brightly in the sunlight. Seagulls could be heard in the distance. Scáthach faced the sea breeze and looked at Ku Chulin. Go, my disciple. This is your final trial. Pass it, and you will master the true essence of martial arts, not just brute force. Hey, interesting, Ku Chulin gave an eager smile, casually tossing the spear in his hand to Asher. Brat, hold this for me for a moment. Asher hurriedly took the spear. At this moment, Cuchulainn had already taken a few steps forward and arrived at the arched bridge. Watch carefully, you will face the same challenge later, Scáthach whispered to Asher. Not just Asher, but she too. Every disciple taught by Scáthach needed to cross this bridge to be considered truly trained. But so far, the number of people who could cross the bridge was very, very few. Asher looked into the distance. Cuchulainn had already climbed onto the arched bridge. His body was tense like a leopard, and then a reckless smile appeared on his face. Come on, the final trial. Whoosh. In the next second, Cuchulainn moved. He was too fast, much faster than when he fought Asher yesterday. Clearly, Cuchulainn hadn't used his true strength in the battle with Asher yesterday. At this moment, he was unleashing his power to the extreme. Looks like he can cross the bridge in one go. Asher thought to himself. However, just when Asher thought Cuchulainn could pass the trial in one go, an astonishing scene occurred. Boom. The far end of the arched bridge suddenly collapsed, the entire bridge surface flipping down 180 degrees in an instant. Cuchulainn had no time to react and fell into the sea. What's going on? Asher asked in surprise. It's strange, it was clearly about to be crossed, but the bridge suddenly flipped over. Mother, did you do this? Scáthach looked puzzled. Although she had heard about this bridge before, this was her first time witnessing its true appearance. Scáthach shook her head. To cross this bridge, one needs to maintain their self, and there can't be the slightest wavering in their heart. He was too careless, only thinking about crossing in one go. Those with restless hearts cannot cross this bridge. Of course, if one's magic power is sufficient, they can forcibly maintain the bridge in a solidified state. You've got to be kidding me. Cuchulainn said angrily as he swam back to the island. Are you playing with me? Shishou didn't make any moves just now, Asher quickly added, afraid that the two would start fighting over a disagreement. To cross this bridge, one needs to maintain their self. Those with a restless heart will affect the structure of the bridge, causing the bridge surface to flip over in an instant, is that right? Asher asked. Scáthach remained noncommittal, nodding slightly. Brother Cuchulainn, calm down a bit, and try again. Asher said to Cuchulainn. No need to calm down. Just cross this bridge in one go, without giving it time to react, right? After Cuchulainn finished speaking, he didn't say any more nonsense and suddenly leaped towards the arched bridge, striding across the bridge surface. Boom. The bridge surface flipped over again, and Cuchulainn fell into the sea. Scáthach gently shook her head. Although brute force can solve most problems, and improving one's strength through battle is also fine, sometimes one needs to calm down and think calmly. Relying solely on brute force will not allow one to pass the trial. Why don't you try a different method? Asher tried asking. No need. Cuchulainn tied up his hair, shook off the sweat, and took off his upper garment, revealing his strong muscles. He raised his head and launched another attack. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, the sky had gradually darkened, and the sun began to slowly shift westward. So persistent. Asher watched Cuchulainn's repeated failures and repeated attempts, unable to help but sigh with emotion. This is completely meaningless, Scáthach muttered. It's just constantly sprinting, constantly falling into the sea, and then swimming back to repeat the same thing. No, Scáthach shook her head, her gaze fixed solemnly on Cuchulainn's direction. He's going to make it. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 11, The Future Night King. Really? Scáthach looked on with suspicion. Cuchulainn was supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily. It had to be said that this man had an incredible amount of energy, and only now was he beginning to show signs of fatigue. Asher's gaze had been focused on Cuchulainn from beginning to end, a thoughtful expression on his face. Through his observations just now, he roughly understood why Shishou said Cuchulainn was close to passing the trial. Ugh! Cuchulainn suddenly let out a beast-like roar. A kind of brilliant golden light seemed to surge from his head. His lips curled inward, his pupils widened, his calves and joints began to tremble, and red patterns grew on his face. At the same time, his legs and hands seemed to be covered by some kind of black armor, and even his skin began to turn dark. A light of irrational ferocity seemed to ignite in his red eyes. Combat power overload. When a person's combat power is so strong that their body itself cannot support it, the shape of their body will change, also known as a berserk state. The current Cuchulainn had entered this berserk state. The only difference was that he still possessed his reason, clearly knowing what he was doing. The sun god Luf had healed the weak Cuchulainn in his childhood, and he had been bestowed with the blessing of the sun god by Luf. At this moment, his combat power soared in an instant, and he did not lose his reason. Cuchulainn suddenly turned his head to look in Asher's direction, his lips spreading into a wild and uninhibited smile. Watch closely, brat. It doesn't matter if your heart is restless, as long as you stick to your own path, it will definitely be right. Cuchulainn took his first step forward, and the ground seemed to tremble. The flying insects and beasts in the forest fled in all directions. In the next moment, Cuchulainn moved. His speed was astonishingly fast, but when he sprinted to the middle of the bridge began to flip again. Don't even think about it. Cuchulainn roared, his right leg exerting force, and he leaped up, landing steadily on the other side of the flipping bridge. Then, he placed his other foot on the bridge surface, made a leap, and finally landed on the land at the end. Asher's eyes slightly widened in understanding. So it wasn't necessarily about being the same as everyone else, as long as you followed your own path. The advice of others could be listened to, but didn't necessarily have to be adopted. Cuchulainn didn't listen to Scáthach's advice, but he still crossed the bridge. It's so hot. The spear that Cuchulainn had given to Asher suddenly emitted an extremely high temperature. He subconsciously let go of the spear, which had changed as Cuchulainn went berserk. Just as the spear slipped from his grasp, Cuchulainn arrived in front of Asher and caught the spear. Asher looked up. The red patterns on Cuchulainn's body were slowly fading, and the somewhat terrifying spikes on his body also quietly disappeared. What exactly is the origin of this bridge? Why do I feel like something is being bestowed upon me after crossing it? Cuchulainn asked Scáthach. Scáthach shook her head. Regarding this, I'm also not clear. This bridge existed when I established the Land of Shadows. Perhaps it was created by a certain god, or perhaps it formed naturally. Only I and some gods can open this trial bridge. So far, you are the only disciple who has crossed it. Disciple, so, you crossed it a long time ago. Cuchulainn chuckled lightly and looked up. In that case, is the trial complete? Yes, Scáthach nodded. You have clarified your own path. Just continue to follow your own path in the future. There's nothing more I can help you with. Is that so? Cuchulainn was silent, closing his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes again. Are you leaving? Asher asked calmly, but there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. In the past, they had trained together under Scáthach. Now that Cuchulainn had crossed this bridge and truly completed his training, this departure would probably mean a long time before they could meet again. Yeah, I'm going to find that old geezer and make him keep his promise to betroth his daughter to me. Cuchulainn looked towards the horizon. And, my strength has reached a bottleneck. I need more experience to have a chance to improve. Leaving is inevitable. As he finished speaking, he turned to look at Asher, gave a bright smile, and patted Asher's head. Brat, the magic cauldron can only be an aid, but it can't make you rise to prominence easily. If you want to become stronger, you still have to rely on yourself more. See you in the future, Cuchulainn said, shouldering his spear, waving his hand casually, and walked dashingly towards the setting sun. Brother Cuchulainn, Asher called out, stopping Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn halted, not turning back. If you ever have difficulties in the future, I will definitely help you, Asher said firmly, looking at Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn was taken aback, then laughed. Don't underestimate me too much, brat. His smile faded slightly. If I were to be saved by the current you, then I would be too weak, wouldn't I? If you want to help me, at least wait until you have the ability to pass the trial before spouting such big words. Scáthach frowned, glaring at Cuchulainn with displeasure. Could this guy not speak properly? Why was he saying such discouraging things to Asher for no good reason? Cuchulainn noticed Scáthach's gaze but completely ignored it, continuing, but you don't need to be discouraged. With Shishou here, she will definitely be able to train you into an excellent warrior. So, work hard. Cuchulainn waved his hand, his figure gradually disappearing into the sunset. Just you wait, I'll definitely make you look at me in a new light later. Watching Cuchulainn's receding figure, Asher secretly made up his mind. Then, Asher turned his head, gazing at the long arched bridge that had already disappeared in the distance. Ash, what are you thinking about? Scáthach asked curiously, blinking her watery eyes. I want to try it too, Asher said, his voice eager by the end. After watching Cuchulainn's trial, his desire to pass the final trial had become even stronger, because after passing the trial, there would be some mysterious blessing bestowed upon oneself, granting greater power. Now. Isn't it too early? Scáthach frowned. You can try, Scáthach said. This bridge can last for about 3 more hours. If you want to try, you can warm up beforehand. Asher nodded and turned to look at Scáthach. Big sister, do you want to stay and try? Scáthach recalled Cuchulainn's miserable appearance of constantly falling into the water and quickly shook her head. Forget it, I'm not interested. You try it yourself. Big sister will watch you here. You come with me for a moment, Scáthach glanced at Scáthach. Why? Your training for today hasn't started yet. Since Asher is staying here to undergo the trial, you should also start training early. No. Ash, save me. Scáthach shouted as she was dragged away by Scáthach. Asher could only offer a helpless wry smile in return. What else could he do? Go up and defeat Shishou to save her? It was obviously unrealistic. After watching Scáthach leave, Asher withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the golden arched bridge before him. All right. He should try and see what was so special about this bridge. He started walking onto the arched bridge. It doesn't seem to be anything special, apart from being quite steep and tiring to walk on. There's nothing particularly special about it, Asher muttered. If he hadn't seen Cuchulainn get the short end of the stick earlier, he probably would have thought this bridge was just an ordinary bridge. I remember Brother Cuchulainn reached the middle of the bridge before it started to flip. Asher became more and more careful as he walked forward, afraid that the bridge would suddenly flip over. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. The more Asher walked forward, the more surprised and uncertain his expression became. What was going on? Why didn't the bridge flip over when he walked across it? Unknowingly, Asher steadily leaped off the bridge and stood on the beach. He turned his head to look at the golden arched bridge, his face showing an expression of utter astonishment. He passed just like that. But why didn't he feel any blessing? Asher quickly sensed that something was wrong. Logically, when passing the trial bridge, some kind of mysterious blessing should appear, but he didn't feel any blessing at all. Whoosh! An image suddenly flashed before his eyes. Asher's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly retreated. And in that instant, a sword landed in the spot where he had been standing. Then, a clear female voice rang out. Who are you? Why have you appeared in our territory? The voice sounded clear and slightly youthful. When Asher heard this voice, he raised his head, and his gaze couldn't help but freeze on the girl before him. Under a white spaghetti-strap dress, snow-white skin was exposed. Flowing golden hair was slightly lifted by the sea breeze. Her emerald green eyes seemed particularly bright even in the sunset, giving off a gentle and virtuous feeling of fragility. But it was this seemingly delicate girl who was now holding a long sword, pointing it towards Asher. In any case, trespassing into my country is wrong. If you surrender now, I can consider lenient punishment. Of course, you can also choose to fight me. I surrender. Before she could finish speaking, Asher raised his hands. The golden-haired girl, or rather, the future Night King Artoria, was stunned for a good while upon hearing Asher's words. That was a very straightforward surrender, wasn't it? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 12, her name, Artoria. The golden-haired girl, or rather, the future Night King Artoria, was stunned for a good while upon hearing Asher's words. Your name, she then asked, the sword in her hand still pointed towards Asher. Asher still had both hands raised. I'm from the other side of the island. Appearing here was purely accidental. To be honest, I didn't even expect I could cross the trial bridge, so if you're willing, I can leave right now. It sounded quite cowardly. Shishou hadn't told him that the bridge connected to the country of Britain, otherwise he would have been more careful. But fortunately, Artoria was a very upright person. He currently had no weapons, and a knight wouldn't attack an unarmed person. The other side of the island. A confused expression appeared on Artoria's face, and the ahog on her head swayed gently in the sea breeze. Although her expression was serious, she looked somewhat endearingly dazed at this moment. Yes, the other side of the island, Asher nodded. The land of shadows on the other side. So, you're from that country? Sort of, but I'm an orphan who was picked up by my Shishou, Asher said, trying to ask, can I put my hands down? My arms are a bit sore. Artoria had a thoughtful expression on her face and lowered the sword in her hand. You may leave. Hearing Artoria's words, Asher's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and he was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, he suddenly heard a guru-guru sound. It wasn't his stomach growling, so it must be. Asher couldn't help but look at Artoria. A somewhat embarrassed expression appeared on the girl's face, as if she was ashamed and angry, and she said fiercely, what are you still looking at? Do you want me to take you to the royal palace to be punished? Guru. After she finished speaking, her stomach growled again. A look of embarrassment immediately appeared on Artoria's face. Asher's gaze fell on the basket in Artoria's other hand. He could vaguely see a few fish flopping around inside. Artoria obviously noticed Asher's gaze and subconsciously hid the basket behind her, a few more traces of vigilance on her small face. Leave quickly. Considering your honest answer just now, I'll let you off this time. Don't make me regret it. Are you going to grill fish? Asher asked. Artoria remained silent, looking away. After a long while, she nodded lightly. The sun gradually sank, and in the dimming environment, a flame was lit, also illuminating Artoria's surprised expression. Are you a magician? No, Asher said. Just know a few tricks. There were a total of 24 rune characters, encompassing the 4 major attributes of earth, water, wind, and fire, as well as healing, curses, and so on. Each character contained terrifying power. Although Asher knew these characters, he could only unleash a maximum of 5% of their power. For example, with the current rune characters, Scáthach could use them to directly burn a dragon to death, while he could only use them to grill fish. The dry wood slowly emitted smoke, then completely ignited, the firelight illuminating both of their faces. Artoria stared blankly at the fish Asher was roasting on the fire rack for a while. When she heard the sound of sparks, she explained, "Don't misunderstand. Only by eating something after training can one replenish their strength." "Is that so? I thought you just wanted to eat grilled fish." Asher teased. Knowing that Artoria wasn't hostile towards him, he also relaxed a lot compared to the beginning. "This is an insult to my character, Asher," Artoria said with a displeased expression. "How could I possibly go to the shore to catch fish just to eat?" "Is that so?" Asher murmured, handing her a grilled fish, then picking up a freshly grilled fish for himself. Artoria looked at the blackened fish in front of her, then glanced at the perfectly browned fish in Asher's hand, her brow furrowing slightly. "Anyway, it's just to fill your stomach. You probably don't mind the taste, so you can just eat this one," Asher said, taking a bite. Although there were no seasonings added, the taste was quite good. Artoria sat upright and straight, picked up the burnt fish, took a bite, and then couldn't help but stick out her tongue. So bitter. She turned her head to look at Asher, but before she could speak, she saw Asher hand her another skewer of freshly grilled fish. "Just kidding. I'm not a professional fish griller. It's normal for 1 or 2 to fail occasionally." Artoria took the second skewer of grilled fish that Asher handed her and took a small bite. Sure enough, the taste was very different from the previous one. The two chatted while eating grilled fish, and unknowingly, the sun was about to set. "Is that so? Do you also undergo strict training every day?" Artoria muttered to herself. "Yeah, my natural stamina isn't as good as others, so my training time naturally has to increase," Asher said. "But even so, my stamina is still very poor, and my combat experience is severely lacking." "Is that so? I see," Artoria tilted her head. "Considering you presented me with food today, starting tomorrow, I'll be your sparring partner." "You?" Asher repeated. "Do even you look down on women?" Artoria frowned. "No, I didn't mean to discriminate against you. I just don't know if I can come over," Asher said somewhat troubled. "To be honest, I was only able to appear here today because of the trial bridge that my Shishou opened. But I guess the bridge will disappear tomorrow." "Bridge?" Artoria looked confused. "It's like this, and then like that. Asher explained briefly. "Is that so? Then there's no way," a hint of gloom flashed in Artoria's eyes, then she smiled and said, "Let's encourage each other." Asher nodded lightly, not saying that he would definitely be able to come here. He didn't want to make promises he might not be able to keep. "But if I can appear here, I'll teach you rune characters as a reward for being my sparring partner," Asher promised. Although rune characters were secretive, they weren't a secret art that couldn't be told to others. Scáthach had previously said that if there was someone he wanted to teach, he could freely teach them. For that woman, she probably wished for powerful enemies to come and fight her. After leaving the small island, Asher quickly returned to the land of shadows. After a simple prophecy practice, the day ended. The next afternoon. "Today's training ends here," Scáthach put away her spear and looked at Asher. "Do you have something on your mind?" Your reactions were noticeably slower. "Sorry, I was indeed thinking about some things," Asher bowed slightly, saying apologetically. "Forget it, adjust your mindset properly. Tomorrow I want to see a different you." Scáthach looked in Asher's direction. "Did you hear me?" "Understood," Asher said loudly. "Very good, then have a good rest today." Scáthach nodded slightly, turning and leaving the forest. Asher watched Scáthach's departing figure with some helplessness and sighed. Although Shishou was quite gentle when she wasn't training, once she entered combat mode, whether it was training or a real fight, she would take it seriously. After watching Scáthach's figure disappear, Asher turned his head in a certain direction. That was the small island they had gone to yesterday, and across from the island was Britain. He wondered if she was still there today. Poke. His cheek was suddenly poked. Asher had just taken half a step back when he saw a slender index finger pointing at his forehead. Morgan le Fay had appeared in front of Asher at some point, a faint smile on her face. "Why do you look so absent-minded?" Although she asked this, her gaze seemed to see through everything. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 13, Witness of Relationship. So that's how it is. Because you're thinking about the little girl on the other side of the island, you're hesitating whether or not to go see her again. You're more of a philanderer than I thought. A bad boy should be properly punished. Morgan le Fay poked Asher hard in the waist. He was very sensitive there, his body trembled as he backed away, shouting, "Spare me. I'm not thinking about that girl, I just. Morgan le Fay stopped poking Asher's waist, her smile fading slightly. Just what? I felt like she seemed very lonely by herself, so I stayed, Asher said. This was, of course, not the real reason. When he had seen those holy blue eyes before, he couldn't help but be attracted. Especially the change in her attitude, from initial hostility towards him to later putting down her sword and letting him leave, only to be somewhat embarrassed because her stomach was growling. This transformation made Asher feel very novel. Most importantly, she looked too cute. I can understand that, Morgan le Fay nodded slightly, a faint, inscrutable smile on her face. After all, she is the future king. The future king? Asher feigned ignorance. Yes, the future king. Morgan le Fay turned her back and gazed at the horizon, towards Britain. Putting all the burden on a little girl, King Uther's brain is indeed broken. She should have had a happier choice. As she finished speaking, her smile suddenly disappeared, and a rare hint of anger appeared in her voice. At this moment, she was both the goddess of death and Artoria's elder half-sister, Morgan le Fay. Asher remained silent, not knowing how to respond. As a transmigrator, he knew what would happen in the future. However, this world was somewhat different from the mythological stories he knew. Scáthach of the Land of Shadows, Artoria of Britain, Queen Maeve of Connaught, the hero Cuchulainn of Ulster, they all coexisted in this world. Artoria was 15 years old this year. In another year, she should go to pull out the Caliban and be crowned king. But honestly, Asher found it very difficult to connect the little girl he met today with the future Night King. Yesterday, she had stood with her hands behind her back in the sea breeze, her white dress fluttering, revealing the beautiful legs of a young girl. Behind her, seagulls soared, a scene of breathtaking beauty. But in another year, this girl would actually pull out the Caliban and bear the weight of the entire country on her shoulders. Wouldn't she feel tired? Most importantly, was the legendary witch Morgan le Fay actually a Siscon? At first, Asher thought Morgan le Fay would be the final big boss or something, but now it seemed she was completely a Yandra Siscon. Of course, despite his thoughts, Asher certainly wouldn't dare to say such things. He just stood beside her, silently listening to Morgan le Fay speak. Morgan le Fay quickly regained her usual natural smile, turning her head to look at him. You were daydreaming just now. Were you hesitating about whether or not to go see that girl? A little bit, Asher nodded lightly, admitting it. However, that wasn't the only reason. He didn't know why, but the bridge that Brother Cuchulainn had tried his best to cross, he had actually crossed so easily yesterday afternoon. This was also one of the reasons he cared. You haven't gone to look, how do you know the bridge has already disappeared? Morgan le Fay suddenly asked. Shishou said that bridge only exists for 3 hours. Asher said. That was just her wording. She didn't want you to cross that bridge, so she lied to you like that, Morgan le Fay sneered. Once you complete your training, you will leave her side. That woman has lived for so long and witnessed the deaths of so many people. Naturally, she hopes her beloved disciple can stay by her side. Asher shook his head. Shishou wouldn't be that selfish. Quite clever, wasn't he? He hadn't fallen for it. Morgan le Fay clicked her tongue inwardly. But I think you're right. I should go take a look. If I just stay in place and act like a dwarf in action, I won't make any progress in this life, Asher said, bowing slightly after speaking. So I'm very sorry, but I probably can't practice magic power circulation today. As the goddess of death, I will forgive your sins, Morgan le Fay waved her hand. Before Asher's eyes, the graceful woman actually transformed into a crow in an instant and flew into the distance, leaving only a voice in her place. Go. Asher watched the crow disappear before his eyes and withdrew his gaze. Now he needed to go to the small island he had visited yesterday to see if the bridge still existed. Artoria stood on the small island, gazing in a certain direction. The sunset had dyed the entire sea orange-red, shimmering in the distance. She stood barefoot on the soft sand, seemingly lost in thought as she looked at the sea. It seemed like he wouldn't appear today, would he? That was also true. Yesterday he had said that being able to appear here was just a very accidental coincidence. How could he possibly come here every day? She should continue training. Artoria raised the wooden sword in her hand, constantly practicing her swings. Today she had her hair tied up. Compared to the gentle girl of yesterday, she looked valiant and heroic at this moment, her emerald green eyes reflecting the light of the setting sun. Whoosh! Something suddenly attacked from a distance. Artoria reacted quickly, swiftly sidestepping the attack. A small stone landed on the sand. Who's there? She suddenly turned her head to look. Asher was holding a newly found branch, waving and smiling. Good afternoon. Artoria was taken aback, then gave a faint smile. Good afternoon. After a round of sparring, Asher sat on the ground, panting, while Artoria's expression seemed as usual, as if she hadn't just been in a fight. I roughly understand how bad your so-called poor stamina is. You clearly have a lot of combat experience, but you often can't avoid attacks because of your stamina, Artoria said, shaking her head lightly as she finished. What a pity. My stamina should slowly get better in the future, Asher said between breaths. With the magic cauldron's enhancement, slowly conditioning his body every day, his stamina should be able to catch up to an ordinary person's level in less than a year. Are you really okay with giving me that ability called rune characters? Artoria said somewhat worriedly. If I spar with you, I can also increase my combat experience. In this situation, you're also teaching me this ability. She seemed a little uneasy, looking up at Asher. Are you really okay with it? It's fine. Shishou said before that if I want to teach others, I can just teach them. It would be best if they could come to the land of shadows and defeat her, making her sleep forever. Asher waved his hand, indicating it was okay. Someone who can say such a thing must be a powerful warrior with extremely high martial arts skills, Artoria couldn't help but exclaim, the unease she had felt just now finally subsiding. She raised her head, looked at the gradually setting sun, and supported herself on her knees to stand up. Let's end it here for today. If I go back any later, my brother will be suspicious. I should probably head back too. After all, Shishou is very perceptive. Asher stood up as well. See you tomorrow. Mem, see you tomorrow. Artoria reached out her hand. Asher. Asher reached out and shook her hand. The last rays of the setting sun shone on the faces of the two young boys and girls. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 14, Caught in the Act. Should I really go ask Shishou? Could it be that there was some kind of bug with that bridge? Nah, that's unlikely, right? Back in his room, Asher was still pondering this question. There must be some reason, otherwise, why has that bridge still existed for 2 whole days? Which bridge? It's the one we went to the day before yesterday. Asher suddenly paused, raising his head to look at the purple-haired girl before him. Big sister. Scáthach was wearing a thin, light purple dress, sitting on the edge of the bed, her bright light purple eyes fixed on Asher, a beaming smile on her face. Where did you go this afternoon? Training. Asher quietly shifted his gaze. He considered his heart to be usually quite strong, but for some reason, when facing Scáthach's eyes, he always felt like everything was seen through. Although he hadn't done anything bad, for some reason, he just didn't want Scáthach to know. Ash, you know I hate naughty children who lie the most, right? Scáthach's eyes narrowed, a dangerous light flickering in her clear purple eyes. She took 2 steps forward and sniffed him. There's a very strange smell. Big sister, is your nose really that sensitive? Asher moved back, trying to avoid Scáthach, but the girl quickly climbed onto the bed, her beautiful small face approaching his. She looked up at him. Did you go somewhere this afternoon? Asher lowered his eyes slightly, glanced left and right, and then said, Actually, I went to grill fish this afternoon. By yourself? Scáthach pressed on. Yeah, by myself. Asher's voice was slightly guilty at the end, his gaze fixed on the bedboard the entire time. Scáthach stared intently at Asher for a good while, then took 2 steps back. All right, if that's the case, then forget it. She knew that pressing him too much would only create distance between them, which was obviously not what she wanted. What she wanted was to build the image of a confidant big sister in Ash's heart, and then slowly nurture. She should say guide him. Do you want to rest now? Scáthach asked. Seeing that Scáthach had finally given up on the previous topic, Asher finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded lightly. The training was a bit tiring. I want to lie down for a while. Originally, Asher had wanted to ask Scáthach about why the bridge still existed until now, but doing so would also expose the fact that he had been secretly crossing the bridge to meet someone for mutual training for the past 2 days. Although Shishou probably already knew. After all, she was someone who understood prophecy. Through the viewing stones on the castle, Scáthach could even see through a person's entire life, let alone such a small matter. Then big sister will rest with you, she said, lying down, her gaze fixed straight on Asher. You should go back quickly. If Shishou finds out, I'll be punished again. Asher glanced helplessly at Scáthach and quickly shifted his gaze. The girl, lying on her side on the bed at this moment, had her thin dress further highlighting her graceful figure, and her delicate white collarbones were particularly alluring. If he kept staring like this, he would easily be noticed, and then inevitably teased again. It's okay, big sister will bear everything for you. Scáthach patted Asher's back comfortingly. Hee hee. Asher immediately gave Scáthach a look of disdain. You used to say that, but when Shishou got angry, you chickened out so badly that you didn't even dare say a word. That was just a temporary sacrifice of you, the purpose was to get food, Scáthach defended herself. Didn't I bring food over for you to eat later? Otherwise, you would have starved to death long ago. Asher was silent. That was true. Although Scáthach would betray him every time they were punished, she did indeed always secretly bring him food. Scáthach patted the bedboard beside her. All right, quickly lie down and rest. Big sister will leave after you fall asleep. Who would believe that? Asher curled his lip. You used to say that too, but sometimes you fell asleep even faster than me. That was just occasionally, a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Scáthach's small face, but she quickly regained her composure and poked Asher's waist with her index finger. Oh, you dare to talk to big sister like that? It seems it's been too long since I taught you a lesson, and your courage has grown fat. As she spoke, she began poking Asher's waist. She knew that this younger brother of hers was very ticklish. Apologize quickly, or I won't easily forgive you. Scáthach quickly took the initiative, pressing Asher onto the bed and constantly tickling his waist with both hands. Asher wanted to avoid it, but he was firmly held down and couldn't move at all. Clearly, the girl had used rune magic to enhance herself and some kind of secret art to restrain Asher's movements. I apologize, sorry. Sorry. Asher struggled desperately, but it was all in vain, like a fish flopping around uselessly on the shore. See. Without power, you'll be trampled like this, Scáthach said while still tickling him hard. So, big sister has decided to take you somewhere tomorrow to strengthen your physique. Knock knock. Just as Asher was about to ask where, a knock suddenly came from outside the room. Asher, are you asleep? Scáthach's voice rang out. Asher's eyelids twitched wildly. He glanced at Scáthach, who stopped tickling him and mouthed, Don't worry, it's okay. Then, she peeked stealthily at the door, and without saying a word, secretly slipped under the covers. Asher's bed was large, and the quilt was also big. Now that Scáthach had crawled under the covers, it was impossible to tell someone was hiding inside. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came from outside again. Knowing it was too late to have Scáthach hide somewhere else, Asher had no choice but to call out towards the door, I'm not asleep yet, Shishou. Just as he finished answering, Scáthach walked into the room. Are you going to listen to those stories again today, Shishou? Asher asked, looking at Scáthach who had entered. Mem, after listening to those stories, I always feel a little excited. Knowing what powerful opponents exist in another world gives me a bit of anticipation, Scáthach nodded noncommittally. She really is a super battle maniac. Asher couldn't help but think, smiling as he said, I understand, then let's continue the story we didn't finish last night. It hurts. Just as he finished answering Scáthach, Scáthach under the covers suddenly pinched Asher's thigh. A sudden wave of pain made him cry out. What's wrong? Scáthach asked. It's nothing, I remembered something sad and my heart feels a little sore, Asher waved his hand, smiling brightly. Then I'll continue, Shishou. About half an hour later, Asher finished telling a part of the story. Scáthach stood up, looking seemingly satisfied, and said, That's it for today, rest early. Mem, I understand, Asher nodded. Seeing Scáthach turn around, Asher finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Shishou hadn't noticed Scáthach hiding here. But after a while, he noticed that Scáthach was still standing in place, not leaving for a long time, and couldn't help but ask, Shishou, is there anything else? Nothing, but. Scáthach turned her head, her red eyes fixed on a certain spot under the covers. Scáthach, aren't you going back tonight? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 15, Stealing Dragon Blood. Hearing Scáthach's words, Asher's heart skipped a beat. He secretly glanced at Scáthach, only to find her head slightly lowered, her red eyes fixed on a certain spot. That was exactly where Scáthach was hiding. She had been discovered after all. Wasn't she truly worthy of being called Shishou? Just as Asher was wondering if he should cover for her, he saw Scáthach lift the covers. She was lying on her stomach on the bed, looking up at her mother. When did you find out, mother? I already sensed your presence when I just came in, Scáthach glanced at Scáthach. What are you doing sneaking into a boy's room so late? Then what about mother? What are you doing in Asher's room so late? Scáthach retorted. Asher looked left and right, wanting to say something, but he felt a sense of pressure coming over him, making him unable to speak for a moment. At this time, it was better to just be a silent dead fish. I'm a little interested in the stories my disciple tells, so I'll take some time every day to listen to him. After staring at Scáthach for a moment, Scáthach replied in a calm voice. Hearing this, Asher looked at Scáthach in disbelief. That was strange. He had thought Shishou would be angry because Scáthach had sneaked into his bed so late at night, but he didn't expect her to answer Scáthach's question so seriously. Wasn't she truly worthy of being Shishou's most beloved daughter? So mother wanted to come and listen to stories. A smile bloomed on Wadhaka's face. Actually, I'm the same. I came over because I wanted to hear Ash tell stories. It's late, go back and rest first, Scáthach said flatly. Okay, Wadhak nodded, got off the bed, looked back, winked at Asher, a mischievous look in her eyes. Asher could only shake his head helplessly. Shishou really doted on her daughter. Anyone else would probably have been scolded, or even given extra training at night, but Wadhak was the exception. She possessed extremely high talent and was very clever, pleasing everyone in the land of shadows, Scáthach included. After the mother and daughter left, Asher closed the door. Only then did his tense nerves slowly relax. He took out the magic cauldron that Cuchulainn had given him earlier. Honestly, this thing didn't look like a cauldron at all. It looked more like a skull, and most importantly, 3 of the 4 sides of this skull had carvings that resembled human faces, looking very eerie at night. But the magic cauldron was indeed very effective. After pouring water into the cauldron and drinking it after it was filtered, a mysterious power would harmonize his body. As usual, after drinking the water from the cauldron, Asher lay on the soft big bed, recalling what had just happened, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Asher was secretly led out of the land of shadows by Wadhak early in the morning. According to the girl, she had already said last night that in order to improve Asher's physical fitness, she would take Asher to the Forest of Trials to steal something. In the forest that blotted out the sky, huge shadows occasionally loomed in the sky. Asher stepped on the leaf-covered ground, each step cautious. He had to be careful because under these leaves was almost all slippery mud. One wrong step could lead to a fall. Moreover, there were all kinds of ancient creatures, and he needed to prevent them from ambushing him. Big sister Wadhak, why don't we go back? After walking for a while, Asher finally couldn't help but speak. No way. I already said I'd give you a big gift. If I go back now, wouldn't I lose face? Then I'll go back first, Asher said. Are you willing to leave your big sister in this desolate wilderness and go back by yourself? Wadhak looked at Asher with pitiful eyes. Her already delicate face showed such helplessness at this moment that it was even more heart-wrenching, making it impossible to abandon her. Shishou will be furious if she finds out we entered this deep forest on our own, Asher sighed. Although he had tacitly agreed to help Wadhak, his expression was very helpless. He still couldn't abandon Wadhak. Although this girl was stronger than him in terms of strength and was 2 years older, her behavior was still very childlike. Most of the time, Asher treated her like a younger sister. And suddenly suggesting to steal dragon blood or something, it's not that easy to just show. Wadhak suddenly put her index finger to her lips, gesturing for Asher to be quiet, and pointed to a large tree beside them. The two hid behind the large tree, and at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the ground of the forest. Rumble. Rumble. A giant creature was walking through the forest. The trees in the forest trembled as it stepped, and many leaves fell. This was an adult giant elephant. No, calling it a giant elephant wasn't accurate because it actually had a pair of very strange antlers on its head. In addition, its size was several times larger than a normal elephant. Such giant creatures weren't everywhere in the forest, but there were quite a few. Let's go, while we have the chance. After the giant elephant left, Wadhak pulled Asher and, with the blessing of rune magic, jumped onto the large tree in one breath, constantly running along the branches towards their destination. This dragon's nest is too big, isn't it? When Asher followed Wadhak and climbed into the dragon's nest, seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This dragon's nest was built on an ancient tree, almost half the size of a castle. Moreover, the dragon's nest was made of some kind of dark, smooth black wood. Gently tapping it could even produce a metallic sound. Those who didn't know better might even think it was built of steel. Big sister, have you found the essence blood? Asher stood in front of the dragon's nest, looking into the distance, afraid that the black dragon would return. Dragons were creatures with intelligence comparable to or even surpassing humans. Once it found out that humans had stolen its essence blood, it would definitely be furious enough to breathe fire and turn them into charcoal. Found it. Wadhak poked her head out. Her fair and beautiful small face was slightly stained with some dirt at this moment, but the smile on her face was very bright. She held up a small bottle in front of Asher and shook it. The golden liquid in the bottle looked particularly captivating. Dragon's essence blood, this was no ordinary blood, but rather dripped from the reverse scale, representing the essence of the dragon race. If it hadn't been a coincidence that a black dragon was spotted flying over the castle yesterday with an injury on its reverse scale, Wadhak wouldn't have suggested that Asher go with her to steal the black dragon's essence blood. Then let's go quickly. It'll be terrible if that black dragon comes back, Asher said anxiously, worried about being caught by the black dragon, urging Wadhak to leave the dragon's nest quickly. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 16, the target of the Princess Carrie seems to have a problem. Asher took the bottle that Wathak handed him, then heard her complaining voice. Honestly, I don't know what injured that black dragon. I personally saw it flying away into the distance from the castle. It should have gone to look for medicinal herbs to heal itself. How could it fly back so quickly? Moreover, the direction it flew in was Britain's territory. King Uther doesn't have Mother's good temper. If he sees an enemy invading, he might order someone to shoot down the black dragon. As she spoke, Wathak climbed to the edge of the dragon's nest and jumped down with a heave-ho. Rune magic activated in an instant, and she landed lightly on the ground. Alright, let's go quickly. Go back and put the dragon blood into the magic cauldron. After filtering it, Big Sister will make you something delicious. Don't make it burnt cookies or something like last time. Asher muttered. No, don't worry. This time I'll definitely make the best snacks. Wathak was rarely a bit embarrassed, obviously knowing how bad the food she made before tasted. That's good, but it's best not to use dragon blood to make food. After all, this kind of thing can't be wasted, Asher said. You still look down on me, don't you? Wathak angrily slapped Asher. It's not looking down on you, just stating the facts. That's looking down on me. I must teach you a good lesson when we get back. During their conversation along the way, the two walked towards the exit of the forest. Roar. Just then, an extremely terrifying roar resounded through the forest, accompanied by violent gusts of wind that swept through, causing the wild beasts in the mountains and forests to flee in all directions. The black dragon is back. Wathak's face changed slightly. We must leave here as soon as possible. The two quickened their pace, rune magic enhancing themselves, their speed increasing greatly in an instant, quickly running towards the forest exit. Roar. Another roaring roar, and Wathak's face changed drastically. Without a doubt, the black dragon had discovered that its essence blood had been stolen, and she could sense that the black dragon was flying towards their direction at an extremely fast speed. Wathak's guess was correct. In almost no time, the black dragon's massive figure, blotting out the sky, hovered above the two. This creature possessed intelligence. It didn't want to destroy the forest and was now waiting for Asher and Wathak to leave, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Why isn't it attacking? Is it an eco-friendly dragon? Asher rarely managed to be humorous at such a critical moment. Black dragons master the power of the four elements, but they aren't invincible in the forest. They have other natural enemies. If they provoke them, it could very likely escalate into a fierce battle, Wathak said. Then if we hide in the forest, we'll always be safe, right? Asher suddenly asked. Wathak shook her head. Its physical body itself is also very tough. Even without using elemental power, we would have a hard time dealing with it. So, it might directly use its physical body to fight us head-on. Asher paused slightly as he said this, looking back. The black dragon flapped its wings and slowly landed in the forest, its golden eyes bright as day, coldly staring at the two thieves. Roar. It roared again, flapping its giant wings and swooping down towards Asher and Wathak. Big Sister, what do we do now? Asher asked urgently, quickening his pace. It's okay, we're almost at the exit, Wathak comforted him. This forest wasn't far from the land of shadows. Once they left the forest exit, they could enter the castle in no time, and after that, they would be completely safe. Asher stopped talking and continued running forward. He knew that speaking now would only waste meaningless physical strength. Under the enhancement of rune magic, the two quickly saw the forest exit ahead. Asher's face showed joy. Once they left the forest, they would soon reach the land of shadows. If Shishou was there, she would definitely be able to drive away this giant dragon. However, before he could take another step forward, the back of his collar was suddenly grabbed by Wathak, who flung him backward with force. Bang! Asher staggered backward, and at the same time, the black dragon's massive body blocked the forest exit, the ground trembling. Its proud golden eyes were now coldly staring at the humans who had stolen its essence blood. Roar! It let out an angry roar, stirring up a violent gust of wind. Asher's face grew even more unsightly, and he took half a step back. But at this moment, he found that the dragon's golden eyes were coldly fixed on him. As if remembering something, he pushed Wathak away. The dragon's essence blood is with me. It will come after me. You go find Shishou. I'll hold it back. After speaking, Asher decisively rushed into the depths of the forest. Wathak bit her lip, then decisively turned around and rushed towards the forest exit. Staying here would be a meaningless act. What she needed to do now was to find her mother for help. At a time like this, doing something like, "No, I want to stay and die with you," would simply be idiotic. However, something unexpected happened. The black dragon actually didn't chase after Asher. Its brilliant golden eyes scanned the two tiny humans for a moment, then it turned and pounced towards Wathak. Suddenly feeling the pressure behind him disappear, Asher couldn't help but look back. Immediately, his steps stopped, and he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Why? The black dragon pounced towards Scáthach. The black scales on its body were as sharp as blades. It lunged at Scáthach without regard. One could imagine that if it were hit by such a huge body, it would instantly turn into mincemeat. Big sister! Asher shouted. He wanted to help, but the distance was too far. He couldn't help at all right now. The black dragon lunged in front of Scáthach, but there was no imagined splatter of blood. Scáthach nimbly jumped up. A layer of green light covered her body. She lightly stepped on the dragon's head, leaped up, and landed steadily beside Asher. Run! Without giving Asher any time to react, Scáthach grabbed Asher's hand and ran towards the depths of the forest. However, Asher's stamina had been largely exhausted during the previous rapid running. At this moment, he was desperately panting, unable to keep up with Scáthach's speed. He gasped, "Big sister, let go of me. Are you an idiot?" Scáthach glared at Asher angrily. "Don't move." After speaking, she suddenly raised her hand and carried Asher horizontally in her arms. Her speed was even faster than before. Clearly, under the enhancement of rune magic, the previous running speed was far from Scáthach's limit. Only now was she unleashing her true speed. Asher lay in Scáthach's arms, staring at her. He had thought about the day he would be princess carried, but he hadn't expected to be princess carried by a girl. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 17, turns out, even dragons are afraid. The black dragon spread its wings, the wind shaking the surrounding leaves and causing them to rustle and fall. A terrifying light flowed in its golden vertical pupils, making one involuntarily want to submit at its feet. It's coming. Sensing the pressure approaching from behind, Asher couldn't help but cry out. It's okay, don't worry, big sister will definitely take you away. Scáthach held Asher tightly, stomping forcefully on the ground. Her whole body leaped high like a cannonball, shooting towards the depths of the forest. Although she said so, Scáthach herself wasn't sure. Her biggest regret at this moment was bringing Asher into this forest. She had confirmed the black dragon's injuries at the time, and logically it shouldn't have returned so quickly. But unexpectedly, the black dragon appeared here in less than half a day. No matter what, she had to take Asher out. Scáthach secretly made up her mind, her purple hair flying in the wind as she moved swiftly through the forest, as agile as an elf. But even so, the black dragon still closely pursued them, its massive body crashing through and destroying many trees. Yet, even with such resistance, it chased so closely, enough to imagine just how ferocious this giant dragon was. What to do? What should she do? Asher's eyes stared intently at the black dragon behind them. He tried his best to calm down and secretly thought of ways to break out of the predicament. Just then, he suddenly noticed a crow perched on a large tree. That crow stared at them, its pair of red eyes eerily bright. But this shouldn't be the case, because when the black dragon descended, most of the flying insects and beasts in the forest had fled, yet this crow showed no intention of fleeing. Sure enough, this wasn't an ordinary crow. A thoughtful expression appeared on Asher's face. If his guess was correct, it should be Morgan le Fay, who had transformed into a crow and was watching the show from the big tree. Roar! Another roar came from behind, and a violent wind surged. The black dragon was obviously completely enraged. It flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, looking for a suitable position to deliver a fatal blow. Asher's pupils contracted. An image suddenly flashed through his mind. 4 seconds later, they would be swallowed whole by the giant dragon. Big sister, retreat! Asher shouted. Scáthach hesitated for a moment, wanting to retreat, but such hesitation in battle was extremely fatal. The black dragon's giant wings tore through the trees in the forest, and it opened its huge mouth, biting down on the two of them. Asher gritted his teeth, not having time to think carefully. He pushed Scáthach away, and at the same time, the black dragon bit down on Asher, who was falling straight towards the ground. Scáthach's pupils contracted. She secretly regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have let Asher accompany her to steal the dragon's essence blood. That represented the essence of the Black Dragon clan. It would be strange if it didn't desperately fight them. Scáthach reached out her hand, making a gesture as if to grab Asher, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as Asher fell towards the ground, while the increasingly frantic black dragon opened its mouth to bite him. But at this moment, Scáthach suddenly heard the sound of crows cawing in her ears. Countless crows appeared in front of the black dragon, densely packed. Asher, who had been falling straight to the ground, suddenly disappeared from her sight. Scáthach rubbed her eyes, stunned as she confirmed that Asher had suddenly vanished. What was happening? Big sister, leave quickly. Her shoulder was suddenly gently patted. Scáthach was slightly taken aback and saw Asher when she turned her head. Although she really wanted to ask Asher what had happened, Scáthach knew very well that the top priority now was to leave this place. So she nodded and continued running towards the forest exit with Asher. As she left, she couldn't help but glance again at the black dragon, which was tightly entangled by a group of crows, her eyes even more confused. Only when they left the forest exit did Scáthach breathe a sigh of relief and turn to look at Asher. Was that the goddess of death's doing just now? Why would she help us? After calming down, she had also guessed the other party's identity. Who knows? Asher replied somewhat guiltily. If it were normal, Scáthach would probably have noticed Asher's reaction was a bit off, but having just been chased by the black dragon, she didn't have time to think too much. Grabbing Asher's hand, she said, "Forget it, let's take this opportunity to escape into the land of shadows. That way, we'll be safe." While running towards the land of shadows, Asher thought to himself, Sister Morgan should be okay, right? He couldn't help but look back at the direction of the forest entrance, only to find Morgan le Fay standing at the forest exit at some point. Her golden hair under the golden crown swayed in the wind, her long dress fluttered, and she was also looking at him. Her mouth slightly opened, as if saying something. Asher understood her meaning through her lip movements, "See you tomorrow." Clearly, she had also seen that Asher was worried about her and was now telling him not to worry too much. He stopped thinking too much and followed Scáthach into the land of shadows. The reason Asher had risked his life to save Scáthach just now was because he was certain Morgan wouldn't leave him to fend for himself. Her appearance there, while partly for watching the show, was probably also to ensure his safety. However, the goddess's thoughts were hard to fathom, and Asher had only taken a gamble. As it turned out, he had won his bet. Morgan le Fay looked into the distance, watching Asher leave, then quietly transformed into a crow and flew away from the forest. Having finally broken free from those annoying crows, the black dragon saw that Asher and Scáthach had already run far away. It roared angrily, spread its giant wings and pounced towards the two, but it was too late. It could only watch Asher and Scáthach escape into the land of shadows. The black dragon hovered in the sky above the land of shadows, but never dared to approach even half a step. Its golden eyes scanned the skull above the castle, a deep sense of fear in its pupils. Among these skulls, one was a dragon serpent, a ferocious creature no weaker than a giant dragon, but now hung high above the castle, placed there as part of some mysterious ritual. Not just this dragon serpent, but every skull hanging above the 7 castles had once been a terrifying creature dominating its region. But they were facing the queen of the land of shadows. She had slaughtered countless dragons, among all kinds of strange creatures and giants. Too few dared to provoke her. Perhaps only the legendary Vortigern, with Britain's boost, could compete with her. But leaving like this made the black dragon feel extremely unwilling. It hovered and roared above the land of shadows, causing unease among the residents, who looked anxiously at the giant dragon. At this moment, a purple-haired woman wearing a purple bodysuit walked to the top of the castle, coldly staring at the black dragon in midair. Scáthach. The violent wind stirred up by the giant dragon blew Scáthach's purple hair high, but she didn't waver in the slightest. Her red eyes burned with a fierce fire, like a valkyrie. Just as the dragon was about to roar again, its brilliant golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted, sensing the astonishing pressure emanating from the seemingly tiny woman before it. The black dragon quickly retreated, staring at Scáthach with fear. After a moment of gazing, seeing Scáthach slowly take out her weapon and make a motion as if to throw it, the black dragon flapped its wings and left on the spot. Scáthach simply watched the black dragon leave without pursuing it, then put away her weapon. This was a red spear, known as the Spear of Impaling Barbs, its true name Gilgamesh. It was a terrifying weapon that, once it caused even a tiny wound, would cause 30 backward curving barbs to split out within the enemy's body. After sensing the terrifying aura within that spear, the black dragon finally gave up its revenge. That scared me to death. That was really close this time. Asher watched the black dragon fly away from the land of shadows, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "It's okay, Big Sister said she would protect you properly," Scáthach said with a smile. "This time's harvest is very big." "You're right," Asher said, taking out the bottle from his pocket. The bottle contained the golden dragon's essence blood. "All right, let's go back to the room first and put the dragon's essence blood into the magic cauldron," Scáthach said. Asher nodded. As soon as he turned around, he felt a familiar aura. He raised his head and subconsciously called out the name of the woman before him. Shishou. Scáthach's shoulders trembled slightly. She slowly turned her head, looked at Scáthach's stern face, and weakly called out, "Mother. You too, come to the main hall to see me." Scáthach's voice was cold and hard. After speaking, she turned and disappeared from their sight. Asher and Scáthach looked at each other. Without a doubt, Scáthach was really angry this time. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 18, duh. What should we do, Big Sister? Asher sat on the ground with a worried frown, at a loss for what to do. This was the first time in his life he had seen Scáthach show such an expression. Without a doubt, Shishou was truly angry this time. This could have very serious consequences. If he sold out his big sister, would he be able to atone for his sins? Asher thought to himself, while secretly glancing at Scáthach. However, this glance was caught by Scáthach, who smiled slightly. Ash, you wouldn't be thinking of selling me out, would you? No. How could I? Asher shifted his gaze, smiling awkwardly. He hadn't expected his big sister's sense of smell to be so sharp. Let's get this straight. You agreed yourself when I suggested going to steal the dragon blood. We absolutely cannot tell Mother about this, otherwise we'll both be finished, Scáthach said. Finished probably isn't the right word, at most, we'll just get a bit of scolding, Asher said, sounding slightly unsure at the end. Even he didn't quite believe his own words. That's only because you haven't seen Mother get angry before, Scáthach's small face was serious. Before, when Mother was angry, she pierced a dragon straight through and pinned it to the city wall. And Cuchulainn was severely punished by her for speaking disrespectfully to her. Since then, he's never mentioned words like old woman in front of Mother again. I saw Brother Cuchulainn say that to Shishou before, calling her an old lady and stuff. Asher said. That's only because you were there that she didn't want to use violence. Look at everyone in the land of shadows, who dares to mention her age in front of her. Asher. So, Shishou's previous lessons were considered light. I mentioned it once before, and as a result, she made me do another training session after the regular one ended. You mentioned her age to Mother too. Scáthach's expression became quite tense upon hearing this. Remember this, you absolutely cannot mention these things again in the future, otherwise it won't just be an extra training session. Mem, I remember, Asher nodded solemnly, secretly keeping Scáthach's warning in mind. By the way, should we go find Shishou now? He continued to ask. Let's wait a bit longer, until Mother's anger subsides, Scáthach thought for a moment, then continued. Or why don't you go scout ahead for big sister first? Asher quickly shook his head. No. Absolutely not. You know Shishou is very angry right now. Wouldn't me going to see her be asking for death? It won't. If anything unexpected happens, I'll go help you, Scáthach said solemnly. You're my younger brother, after all. No matter what, I won't let you be in danger. Really? Asher was skeptical. Scáthach hugged Asher's arm with both hands, looking affectionate, and said softly. Ash, when have you ever seen big sister lie to you? Feeling the pair of immature soft breasts pressing against his arm, and looking down at her bright and lovely eyes, Asher finally made up his mind and nodded. All right, I'll go. That's great. Thank you, Ash, you're so good, Scáthach beamed, showing a bright and lovely smile. However, when she lowered her head, a flash of cunning flickered in her eyes. In the main hall, Asher walked up to Scáthach and bowed slightly in respect. Shishou. Scáthach sat on her throne, looking down at Asher standing before her. I told you, you don't need to be so polite. Come over here. Asher was slightly taken aback and raised his head to look at Scáthach. Scáthach was wearing a light purple robe, and purple translucent stockings covered her slender legs. She crossed her legs, looking down at Asher below, a faint smile on her face, looking very amiable. That was strange, wasn't Shishou supposed to be angry? Why couldn't he see even a hint of anger on her face now? Not only was she not angry, but she was even smiling at this moment. Could it be that she was happy because she knew they had stolen the dragon's essence blood? While Asher was thinking about these trivial things, he slowly walked up to Scáthach. Sit wherever you like, Scáthach said calmly. Asher looked around and sat down on the floor. In that instant, he seemed to feel Scáthach's utterly speechless gaze. But there was nothing he could do. There were no other chairs here except for the throne Scáthach was currently sitting on. Scáthach had told him to sit, so he could only sit on the floor. Are you hurt? Scáthach asked. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Shishou, Asher said politely. He didn't know what Shishou was thinking right now. He could only answer whatever she asked. But it was really strange. Why didn't Shishou ask him where he had gone just now, or why he was chased by the black dragon? I roughly know where you went, so don't find it strange, Scáthach said faintly, as if seeing through Asher's doubts. Did you get the dragon's essence blood? Asher nodded. Was it that child Scáthach who bewitched you to go together? Scáthach then asked. Asher hesitated for a moment, remembering what the girl had just said, and shook his head imperceptibly. I told big sister Scáthach that my physical strength was too poor, and I didn't know how long it would take for it to return to normal. After she heard that, she wanted to help me get the dragon's essence blood, and I suggested that I wanted to go with her. In other words, this is your fault, isn't it? Scáthach asked again. Yes. Very good. The smile on Scáthach's face faded slightly. Actually, even if you didn't explain, I would know that child must have bewitched you to go together. But since you said so, I'll just take it as you said. Come with me. Scáthach said, standing up. Where to? Asher asked subconsciously. Training. Scáthach glanced at Asher. Since you want to take all the responsibility, you should also be prepared for the consequences, right? Asher's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he once again recalled the fear that Scáthach had once instilled in him. But he had already mentally prepared himself before coming here, so he gritted his teeth and stood up. I understand. After saying that, he started walking, following Scáthach out of the main hall. Half an hour later. With just this level of strength, you dared to go to the dragon's nest to steal the black dragon's essence blood. Scáthach looked down at Asher, who was desperately panting with his hands on the ground. Asher supported himself on his knees and struggled to stand up. Was it finally over? Asher felt his mind was a blank. Even when he stood up, he didn't know what he was thinking. Are you very tired? Scáthach squatted down, looking at her disciple. Asher nodded with difficulty, his forehead covered in sweat. Will you still go to the depths of the trial forest without permission? She then asked. Asher quickly shook his head. I will definitely not go again. He sounded a bit like a student trembling in front of their homeroom teacher. Scáthach nodded slightly. Then let's continue. Thank you, Shishou. Asher suddenly paused, doubting his ears. What did Shishou just say? Continue. The extra training just now was for your part. The current extra training is for Scáthach's part. Since you want to help her, you should be properly prepared. Scáthach raised her finger, chanting some kind of spell. It sounded like singing, warm and comforting. Asher vaguely seemed to hear singing like Darenixiogana. Then, he felt the fatigue in his body just now swept away, and his stamina recovered a lot again. Scáthach stood up and threw the spear in front of Asher. I've restored a lot of your stamina. It should be enough for another round of training. If it's not enough, I'll help you again, don't worry. This wasn't a question of whether he was worried or not, was it? Was Shishou a demon? Asher raised his head and looked at Scáthach, seeing the joy in her red eyes, and couldn't help but roar angrily in his heart. Stand up, Asher. It's time for the second round of extra training. Amidst Scáthach's loud call, Asher stood up, his face filled with despair. He vaguely seemed to hear a voice in his ears, a voice that said, You have been enhanced, go. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 19, a big gift, Scáthach's little thoughts. Big sister. When Asher appeared before Scáthach, looking completely drained of energy, a look of surprise and anger appeared on Scáthach's face. Who did this? Was it mother? Asher nodded lightly. That's too much. I'm going to argue with her. Saying this, she was about to step out of the room. Coincidentally, Shishou is also looking for you, Asher said faintly. She said she wants you to go to the dueling arena now. The girl who was about to go out immediately turned back. What should I do, Ash? I don't want to go to the dueling arena, Scáthach said, her eyes welling up with tears. There's nothing I can do about it, Asher said helplessly. I've already taken a beating from Shishou for you. You don't expect me to go to the dueling arena to find Shishou again, do you? Scáthach nodded her head repeatedly. Big sister, do you want me to die in the dueling arena? Asher collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow. This was our fault in the first place, so it's only right to be punished. And Shishou seemed to be in a much better mood after beating me, so there shouldn't be any problems. You don't know mother's temper. She might look like she's in a good mood now, but she might immediately change her face when she sees me, Scáthach sighed as she said this. But there's nothing we can do about it. Black dragon essence blood isn't that easy to get. If we miss this opportunity, it would be hard to have another chance. In the end, although this kind of essence blood is difficult to obtain, it can still be found if one searches carefully. But it's really unreasonable that mother hasn't given you any decent supplements until now. Shishou also has to deal with her younger sister. If she leaves the Land of Shadows for too long, there might be problems here, Asher sighed. Near the Land of Shadows, there was actually another country, and the queen there was Scáthach's younger sister, Aif. That was a very warlike queen, and her martial arts skills were equally superb, not to be underestimated at all. This was also the reason why Scáthach couldn't leave the Land of Shadows casually. Once she left, Aif might cause some trouble. However, Asher had never believed that Scáthach would lose to her younger sister, because this world didn't seem to be the world of mythology. Scáthach had inherited the rune magic, possessing both martial arts and rune magic, two super powerful forces. Dealing with one Aif was naturally not a problem. As for why she hadn't resolved Ave's issue for so long, it was probably because she was troubled by how to handle this sisterly relationship. You're really biased towards Mother, Scáthach frowned in dissatisfaction. Actually, Mother should have known about us leaving the land of shadows a long time ago. Known a long time ago. Scáthach nodded. Mother possesses some kind of power that can see the future. She even saw Cuchulain's future, so it's not impossible that she has already seen your and my future in advance. Can anyone really do that? Asher couldn't help but ask. He had never had a very direct feeling about this so-called prophecy. Hearing Scáthach's words at this moment, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. If it's Mother, she can definitely do it, Scáthach sighed. Forget it, I'll go find Mother first. You should rest well. Be careful, big sister, Asher reminded her. Don't worry, the purple-haired girl's smile was gentle, completely unconcerned. She waved her small hand. Then I'll go first. After saying that, Scáthach left the room, the smile on her face gradually covered by a layer of shadow. After watching Scáthach leave, Asher suddenly remembered something. Would Artoria be on that small island today? If so, should he go over and tell her? After all, Asher had been sparring with Artoria every day before. If he suddenly didn't show up today, maybe she would be a little worried, so it would be better to tell her. But he had been ordered by Shishou to face the wall in repentance. If he secretly slipped out again now, he would definitely be punished to death later, right? Asher couldn't help but feel troubled. After weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to follow his heart. Forget it, he should just be honest today. On the other side, in the vast dueling arena. Mother, I'm here, Scáthach stood in front of Scáthach, her face still full of smiles, seemingly not caring at all whether Scáthach was angry at this moment. Scáthach raised the spear in her hand and threw it to Scáthach, gazing at her as she slowly spoke. Scáthach, you are the most talented disciple I have ever taught. Your talent is no less than Cuchulain's, but you don't cherish your talent at all. It seems I haven't taught you for more than half a month, have I? This time, let me see how much of your strength is left without training. Scáthach reached out her slender hand and steadily caught the spear, muttering to herself, as she even said you weren't angry anymore. So it was a lie after all. But it's fine, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I've been prepared for a long time. She raised her head, facing her mother, and lifted the spear in her hand. After a round of training. Ha. Scáthach breathed lightly, but still stood facing Scáthach, biting her lower lip tightly, looking very unconvinced. It seems the so-called no training was just a smoke screen. You've been training on your own, haven't you, Scáthach? Scáthach looked at her daughter. Don't want to be left far behind by Asher. Scáthach didn't speak, but the meaning in her eyes proved the correctness of Scáthach's words. Looking at her usually cheerful daughter's cold attitude towards her, Scáthach's expression remained unchanged, and she said faintly, Scáthach, I know what you mean, but you should know that I cannot leave the land of shadows. You could clearly resolve the issue with Big Sister Ave easily, but you've been dragging it on and on, for so many years. By the time Ash grows up in another 2 years and his physical development is completely set, even if he has precious blood to temper his body, it will be too late. In the end, even Cuchulain has done more for Ash than you have, Scáthach said, a hint of mockery in her eyes as she finished speaking. So, your deliberate avoidance of training during this period, and your hostility towards me, are all because of Asher. Scáthach shook her head lightly. Forget it, the time is almost ripe. I will take a trip out of the land of shadows later. Scáthach, who had just been stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat, was stunned for a moment. She raised her head to look at her mother and subconsciously asked, Where are you going? Scáthach didn't answer, but just raised her head to look at the sky. That child will be 16 soon, right? As his Shishou, it's time to do something for my disciple. What are you going to do, mother? Scáthach asked. Scáthach said a few words in a flat tone. Scáthach's eyes slowly widened. You're going to ask Lugus for help. Mother, I'm not questioning your strength, but... Scáthach interrupted Scáthach, raising her hand to rub her head. Do you know? I've lived in this world for a very, very long time. If there's someone who can defeat me, I'd be very happy. But, she continued, no one can. Her words carried a strong sense of confidence. Although her tone was flat, it was as if she were talking about something ordinary. But Scáthach believed it without a doubt. During the time I'm gone, just ensure your own safety. Although my sister is warlike, she won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. If it really comes down to it, giving the land of shadows to her temporarily wouldn't be a problem. When I return, I will take everything back. Scáthach nodded heavily. This was truly a super big gift. If Asher could receive the blessing of the sun god, he would become the second Cuchulain. Because, according to Cuchulain himself, his body was also very weak in his childhood. If it hadn't been for the sun god's help, he wouldn't be who he was now. It could be said that if Asher could receive the sun god's blessing, his future life would be smooth sailing. Alright, that's about the end of this matter. Next, we should talk about you and Asher going to the depths of the trial forest without permission, right? Scáthach changed the subject, her gaze fixed on Scáthach. Scáthach's small face froze for a moment. She turned her back and stretched, raising her arms. Ah, the weather is really nice today. Yes, quite suitable for standing punishment and extra training. Mother. Scáthach threw herself into Scáthach's arms. Give me one more chance, please. I promise I will never do such a dangerous thing again. You're also at fault, you know. If you had told me earlier that you were going to prepare a big gift for Ash, I wouldn't have taken him on such a risky adventure. Is that your reasoning? A faint smile appeared on Scáthach's face. Both of you will go to your rooms and reflect on your actions. Together. Scáthach tried asking. Otherwise. That's great. She clenched her small fists and couldn't help but cheer. Then, she quickly covered her mouth. Hold it in, can't laugh yet. But it was too late. Scáthach gave her daughter a strange look. Each of you go back to your own room to reflect. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 20, Turmoil in Britain. Looks like he won't come today either. Artoria murmured to herself, facing the misty sea breeze. She hadn't seen Asher since the day of training. Artoria didn't know if the bridge Asher had mentioned that connected to the small island had disappeared, or if there was some other reason. In any case, 3 days had passed, and Asher hadn't appeared again during these 3 days. Forget it, focus on training. Artoria withdrew her gaze and continued practicing her swings, as well as the rune characters Asher had taught her. These characters were truly too marvelous, capable of enchanting weapons and causing extra damage, making them difficult to defend against. To give such an ability to her without reservation, he must trust me very much. While using the rune characters, Artoria couldn't help but think. Splash. A wave surged, and a string of flames flickered at Artoria's fingertips, as if about to be extinguished at any moment in the sea breeze. This was one of the rune characters Asher had used to grill fish before. After several days of training, Artoria had finally managed to make the flame the size of her fingernail. She had previously thought Asher's flame was very small, but now, after looking at the flame at her fingertips, she realized that Asher's flame that day, being the size of a finger, was already a very difficult feat. After practicing repeatedly for 2 hours, Artoria looked at the gradually dimming sky, knowing roughly that Asher wouldn't appear today either, and was about to leave. Hey! Just then, a shout suddenly came from the distance. Artoria turned her head to look, and a familiar figure was walking through the mist towards her. Asher. A look of surprise appeared on Artoria's face, but soon, this surprise turned into calmness. Then, she drew her sword. Good afternoon. I wanted to greet you in a friendly way, so could you please put your sword away first? It looks kind of scary, Asher said with a strange expression, his eyes fixed on the sword Artoria had drawn at some point, not daring to approach even half a step closer. Is it really you? Artoria's gaze was fixed on Asher, her eyes still wary. Could it be his ghost or something? In this world, creatures similar to ghosts really existed. Some of them could transform into human forms. Asher had disappeared for 2 days, and now he suddenly reappeared, making Artoria couldn't help but be suspicious. Are you cursing me to die like that? Asher said with a helpless wry smile. I finally managed to sneak out without Shishou finding out. Shishou had just told him to face the wall for 2 days, but the next morning he had immediately sneaked out. If he was discovered, he would probably be punished. But there was nothing he could do. When he returned to his room, Asher immediately thought of Artoria, wondering if she was still waiting for him there, so on a whim, he came to take a look. Unexpectedly, he had guessed correctly. Didn't we eat grilled fish together 2 days ago? You seemed hungry back then. Seeing that Artoria still looked somewhat unconvinced, Asher continued, trying to prove himself. The wariness in Artoria's eyes finally relaxed a little. It's really you. It's really me. If you don't believe me, I'll catch some fish and grill them for you now. As long as the taste is similar, it should prove my identity, right? Artoria then lowered the sword in her hand. Sorry, there's been some trouble in the royal palace these past few days, causing some unrest. I hope you can understand. It's okay, I understand. Asher waved his hand, walked to the sea with the spear, took off his upper clothes, and jumped into the sea. What are you doing? Artoria asked, puzzled. Catching fish and crabs and stuff, Asher said. Didn't you want to prove my identity? Artoria was silent. Sometimes it was really hard to understand what this boy was thinking. To prove his identity, he actually dived into the sea to catch fish. What kind of strange method of proof was that? Aren't you coming into the sea? Asher raised his hand in the sea and waved. It's super cool. Artoria still stood rooted to the spot, not moving. Only after a while did she speak, not interested. Landlubber? Asher asked loudly. An unpleasant look appeared on Artoria's face, but she didn't refute him. She really couldn't swim. Then forget it, I'll catch the fish myself. You wait for me for a while. After saying that, he really dived into the sea like a fish. Rune magic was activated in an instant, and magic power filled his body, allowing Asher to easily dive into the shallow beach. Artoria walked barefoot on the sand, slowly moving forward, reaching the shore. 30 seconds passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Asher hadn't come out yet. Just as she was feeling faintly uneasy, bubbles suddenly rose to the surface of the sea, and a hand suddenly stretched out from the distance, followed by a head. Save me. After saying that, the whole person sank into the sea. A hint of panic appeared in Artoria's emerald green eyes. Almost without thinking, she ran towards the sea. Then, just as she reached the shore, Asher, who had just sunk into the sea, suddenly popped his head out. Were you scared by me? Their gazes met for a moment. The tide crashed against the reefs, stirring up white waves that splashed onto Artoria's white dress. Her hair and clothes instantly became wet. Then, after 3 seconds of staring at each other. Wait. It was just a little joke. Artoria was too lazy to pay attention to Asher's voice and silently pressed his head into the sea. Dry firewood crackled with flames, illuminating the girl's bright eyes. Asher glanced at her. You're using rune magic very well. You can do it by practicing a little every day, Artoria replied faintly, not looking back at Asher. You're still not angry, are you? I hate guys who tease people like that, she said calmly. It was just a little joke, Asher said, glancing again at her white dress that she had taken off to dry. Although I did get your clothes wet. She didn't look at Asher at all from beginning to end, just staring blankly at the fish cooking in the pot. You said there was a little trouble in the royal palace, what's the situation? Asher was also in a daze, but after a while, he looked at the girl beside him again. Of course, if it's a secret, then never mind. I'm not the kind of person who tries to pry into other people's secrets. Seeing Artoria's solemn expression, Asher quickly waved his hand, expressing that he didn't intentionally want to pry into any secrets. It was just that everyone had some curiosity, and he was also quite curious as to why Artoria had suddenly become so vigilant in just 2 days, to the point that she even suspected he wasn't himself when she saw him. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 21, The Woman Destined to Inherit the Royal Stomach. It wouldn't hurt to tell you. As Artoria spoke, small flames flickered at her fingertips. This was the power of rune magic, something she occasionally practiced privately when she was alone. She looked down at the flames at her fingertips, then said, recently, ghosts have often wandered around the royal palace. Some of them transform into human shapes and have harmed many people. Ghosts. Asher repeated. Do you find it strange? She turned her head to look at Asher. No, rather, I'm used to seeing them, Asher said. There were undead near the land of shadows. Some of them possessed consciousness, while others were just unconscious undead wandering around. Asher, who had been frightened when he first saw these undead, had now become almost accustomed to them. Because Scáthach had told him before that some of these undead were warriors born in the land of shadows who, after death, turned into undead to guard their territories and protect their homeland. Although their combat power wasn't as strong as when they were alive, if they formed an army, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Did ghosts only recently start appearing in your place? Asher asked. Artoria nodded. Accurately speaking, 2 days ago. But at that time, they weren't as rampant as they are now. At first, Father didn't pay too much attention, or rather, because of my uncle's restrictions, Artoria shook her head and fell silent. It wasn't good for Asher to know too much. This was her country's affair, and it wouldn't be good if Asher got involved. Uncle. Asher murmured, and a certain person, or rather, a dragon, instantly came to his mind. The White Dragon, the usurper king, Vortigern Pendragon. He was King Uther's elder brother and Artoria's uncle. Vortigern's existence itself represented the will of Britain, because he was Britain itself. However, in this world, Asher didn't know whether Vortigern existed as a white dragon or as a human. Asher shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He was too weak now. This kind of thing wasn't something he or the current Artoria could touch. As for the undead Artoria mentioned, he also found it a bit unbelievable. Why would undead suddenly invade Britain out of nowhere? Was it related to the usurper king? Or perhaps, Big Sister Morgan? Honestly, Asher didn't want to connect Morgan le Fay with the undead that had appeared in Britain this time. In the 4 years or so he had been in contact with Morgan le Fay, he really didn't think Morgan was a witch. Because what currently resided in Morgan le Fay was the goddess of death. She was both Artoria's elder half-sister and the goddess of death. Although she always did things that were hard to understand and often teased him, he couldn't feel Morgan's malice. If the witches of today were all such good actors, and had been acting for 4 years, then he had nothing to say. Are you listening to me, Asher? Artoria frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on Asher. Ah. What's wrong? Asher came back to his senses and asked. You really weren't listening, were you? She sighed. Sorry, forget what I just told you. The people in the royal palace will handle it. It's not a particularly troublesome matter. Asher could only nod. Then, I've explained my situation clearly to you. Shouldn't you also tell me what's going on with you today? Artoria asked. Me. Asher was taken aback. He thought for a moment, and since it wasn't a secret anyway, he roughly explained what had happened in the past 2 days. Black dragon essence blood. Artoria's eyes widened a bit. You and that big sister you mentioned went to the dragon's nest to steal the black dragon's essence blood? Asher nodded. Weren't you discovered? Artoria said somewhat incredulously. We were discovered and chased all the way, Asher said. But we still managed to escape into the land of shadows. You guys are really brave, Artoria praised softly. You actually dared to steal something from a dragon's nest. One had to know that a dragon's intelligence was no less than that of humans, and they valued their essence blood even more than gold and silver jewels. Yet this person had actually stolen the essence blood and was still alive and kicking in front of her. It was simply a miracle. Because that dragon was injured, and we only secretly went there after knowing it had left the dragon's nest. We didn't expect to be noticed immediately after stealing its essence blood, Asher shook his head helplessly. If we hadn't escaped into the land of shadows in time, plus Shishou's help, you would probably be burning incense for me now. Although there was a hint of a joke in his words at the end, Asher seemed to have lingering fear. What do you need black dragon essence blood for? Artoria suddenly asked. Didn't I say? My physique is naturally weak. To reach the level of a normal person, even with the help of the magic cauldron, it would probably take a year. But if I have black dragon essence blood, it should be able to shorten that time. Integrating such a thing into your body will be very painful, Artoria warned. You must be careful. If it goes wrong, not only will you fail to improve your physique, but you might cripple yourself for life. Artoria's birth was the result of Merlin and King Uther creating her. They combined the bloodline of the King of Britain, the form of the red dragon embodiment of Britain, and a female bloodline that perfectly merged the two. This was Artoria's genesis. She was of the red dragon lineage, the chosen one born to inherit the throne. Because of this, Artoria was very clear about the terrifying power contained within dragon essence blood. The power of the red dragon was so astonishing that even the slightly inferior black dragon's essence blood was definitely not to be underestimated. I'll be careful, Asher said. And with Shishou around, there shouldn't be any problems. Artoria nodded slightly, not saying anything more. But when she saw Asher's trusting look, a faint smile appeared on her face. You trust your Shishou a lot. Of course, Shishou is very powerful, and I trust her very much, Asher nodded matter-of-factly. Yesterday, he had given the black dragon essence blood to Scáthach. This was what the latter had requested. She needed to confirm the power within the black dragon essence blood and harmonize it to a certain extent before Asher could use it. While the two were talking, the water in the pot had completely boiled, and the aroma of fish wafted out. After scooping a bowl of fish soup for himself, Asher then scooped a bowl for Artoria. Artoria picked up the bowl and elegantly took a small sip of the fish soup, then started using her chopsticks. Seeing this, Asher smiled knowingly. He just picked up his bowl, about to take a sip, when he saw that the girl beside him had already finished her fish soup. So, with a strange expression, he scooped a second bowl of fish soup for Artoria. Then, he just took a sip himself, and over there, the battle had already ended again. Asher. What's wrong? Artoria looked at Asher. And nothing, just a little surprised. Asher said. So, why could she eat so fast while using such elegant table manners? And she was only 14. How could such a small body fit so much food? Forget it, Asher sighed and moved the entire pot in front of Artoria. The two looked at each other for a moment. Artoria frowned and asked, What are you doing? For you, Asher said. Eating one bowl at a time is too slow. Anyway, I'm only eating this one bowl. You can take care of the rest of the pot. Artoria was clearly displeased. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Asher and said, Are you teasing me, Asher? After all, asking her to eat an entire pot of food by herself was too much. No, you train every day, so it's understandable that you have a bigger appetite, right? Eat quickly, Asher urged. So, under Asher's kind gaze, Artoria lowered her head and began to eat the pot of fish soup. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 22, The Shishou's Suspicion. Morgan le Fay stood barefoot by the sea, gazing into the distance in a certain direction. After watching for a while, she withdrew her gaze, a breathtakingly enchanting smile appearing on her face. She whispered to herself. This feeling is truly wonderful. I wonder what the Queen of the Land of Shadows will think when she later learns that the disciple she has wholeheartedly taught for more than 5 years is actually chatting happily with the future king. Thinking of that scene, a touch of delight was added to Morgan le Fay's smile. She was increasingly looking forward to that scene. That trial bridge was just something she had tampered with. Although Asher couldn't cross that bridge yet, as long as she supported the bridge with her magic, she could let Asher pass. It was better to let him get to know her younger sister earlier and cultivate their relationship. It would be easier to get his help in the future. After all, if she asked Asher for help without any emotional foundation, he might be unwilling in his heart. But if they had an emotional foundation, and he learned that Artoria would have to bear the weight of the entire country after becoming king, with Asher's personality, he would probably be very sympathetic, right? Lady Morgan. At some point, a subordinate walked up to Morgan le Fay, interrupting her thoughts. He had just seen Morgan le Fay gazing at a certain place. Even without thinking, he knew she was definitely paying attention to that human, that child named Asher. Agravain, didn't I say not to come in if there's nothing important? Morgan le Fay glanced at the men behind her, her voice cold. King Uther requests your presence at the palace, Agravain said softly. I understand, you may withdraw for now, Morgan le Fay replied calmly. Without even needing to think, she knew it must be because of the wandering ghosts in Camelot recently that he had specifically summoned her to the palace. Agravain still didn't leave, his mouth slightly open, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Are you perhaps thinking that I'm being too partial to Asher? Although Morgan le Fay didn't turn around, she seemed to see through Agravain's thoughts and spoke faintly. Yes, Agravain said softly, in recent years, you have been teaching your powerful abilities to a callow youth, and before that, you had never even met him. This is very puzzling. He is an important pawn to restrain that person in the future, Morgan le Fay said softly. That person. Agravain hesitated for a moment. Are you referring to Artoria? Morgan le Fay didn't comment, just nodded, looking towards the vast distant sea. If that's the case, why him, and not someone else? Agravain lowered his head, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Morgan le Fay shook her head. Do you really think his magic was taught by me or the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Agravain? That child's magic, the mystery surrounding him, were all things he had already mastered before I even knew him. Of course, these things were definitely not taught by Scáthach. Her voice was firm as she spoke, as if stating something ordinary. Agravain's expression froze slightly. What's going on? Morgan le Fay turned her head, her face veiled, but it couldn't hide her noble aura. Her eyes were calm and held an intriguing light. Who knows? After sparring with Artoria for a while, Asher lay on the beach, letting the seawater wash over his body, like a real dead fish. It's a bit of a pity. If your stamina were a little better, you might have a chance to defeat me, Artoria sat down beside Asher. I'm looking forward to seeing if the Black Dragon Essence blood will give you the power to fight me. I can't win, Asher shook his head. There's a gap in talent and effort. If I can defeat you one day, it'll probably be because I'm using cheats. There was a hint of a joke in his words at the end, but he was serious. It was indeed the case. Artoria only slept for 3 hours a day. Her red dragon lineage had made her physique extremely strong, and at the same time, she trained diligently. Compared to this girl beside him, his daily training seemed insignificant. Although Asher also needed to train every day, it was far from as exaggerated as this seemingly delicate girl. But if possible, I really hope to win against you once, Asher added. Artoria nodded lightly. I look forward to that day. Come on, let's spar for a while longer, then I should go back. After resting for a while, Asher stood up again, a fighting spirit in his eyes. Maybe I'll win this time. Artoria was taken aback, then a smile appeared on her face, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She raised the wooden sword in her hand. Come on. Asher walked through the Land of Shadows castle, clutching his forehead. The passing guards, seeing his staggering appearance, hurried forward to help him, but Asher waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. So, the guards watched Asher walk towards his room. That person is too competitive, isn't she? As soon as Asher lay down on the bed, he felt like his whole body was about to collapse. Earlier, he had said to Artoria, maybe I'll win this time. The competitive girl had immediately taken it seriously and fought him with all her might. Then, when the wooden sword hit Asher's forehead and she saw him fall straight onto the beach, she realized she might have gone a bit too far and apologized, saying, sorry, I thought you said that because you had a trump card. Naked mockery, it was simply naked mockery. But the upright Night King felt that what she said was the truth. She really thought so at the time, believing that Asher had said those words with full confidence, not realizing he was just boasting. Actually, in terms of combat experience alone, Asher was no worse than the current Artoria, and he also used rune magic very skillfully. But unfortunately, his physical strength was really too poor. To describe it with game data, if Asher's stamina was 100, then Artoria's would be 1,000 or even 10,000. Which person is very competitive? A voice came from beside him. It's Artoria. Asher's voice suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look. Scáthach sat with her legs crossed, her red eyes reflecting Asher's surprised expression. She continued, which person did you say was very competitive? Ah. Big sister Scáthach, Asher said. I feel like she's quite competitive. If she were competitive, she wouldn't often be lazy and avoid training, would she? Scáthach raised her head, as if remembering something. Scáthach's strength was the best among the people she had taught besides Cuchulainn, and it could even be said that she was on par with Cuchulainn. But unfortunately, she was too lazy. She had talent, but she often slacked off. Even so, none of the diligently training disciples could defeat her. One could imagine how high her potential would be if the girl could train seriously every day. Speaking of which, Shishou, why are you in my room? Asher raised his head to look at Scáthach. Scáthach was wearing her usual slit skirt, and her legs covered in purple stockings were particularly eye-catching. Asher had to look away. After all, as an excellent warrior and part-time mage, Scáthach was very sensitive to gazes. And now that he was the only one in the room, if she discovered his eyes wandering on her legs, it would be a big problem. If he was discovered, given Shishou's personality, he wondered if she would directly make him train until he died. Thinking of this, Asher simply lowered his head and didn't look at her. Scáthach casually glanced at Asher, a faint smile inadvertently appearing in her red eyes. Then, she placed the small prepared bottle in Asher's hand. The black dragon essence blood has been refined. I just came to give this to you. Asher looked down at the small bottle in his hand, and the golden liquid inside, his eyes slightly dazed. So that's how it was. In this way, it could be explained. However, just as Asher thought of this, he heard Scáthach's voice continue, by the way, you've been coming back so late recently. After your training, have you been secretly going somewhere else? As she spoke the last words, her gaze was fixed on Asher, as if she could see through everything, causing Asher's back to break out in a cold sweat. Having a good relationship with people from a neighboring country, would that count as fraternizing with the enemy? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 23, This is Love. Asher was silent, not knowing how to answer. For some reason, he had a feeling that Shishou already knew something. She just wasn't clear on the specifics yet. Should he tell the truth? Asher sat on the edge of the bed, secretly thinking about this. Looking at Asher's troubled face, Scáthach quickly shook her head. Forget it. As long as you're not secretly going to some dangerous place, you can do whatever you want. Shishou let me off so easily. Asher quickly reacted and raised his head in surprise. Noticing the surprise in her disciple's eyes, Scáthach just sighed, raised her hand, and ruffled Asher's hair into a mess, saying earnestly. You've grown up, so naturally you'll have your own privacy. As long as it doesn't involve any personal danger, I won't interfere too much. Thank you, Shishou, Asher could only reply. Scáthach nodded slightly. Also, there's something you need to pay attention to. The black dragon essence blood contains some kind of violent element. You need to use it in portions over a week, and there will be a drawback afterwards. What drawback? Remember what Cuchulainn's overloaded combat state looked like when he was crossing the trial bridge? When Cuchulainn crossed the trial bridge before, under the overloaded combat state, his power was enhanced, but his body also underwent strange changes. If it hadn't been for the sun god's blessing, he would probably have completely lost his mind. However, Cuchulainn's immense power was also thanks to this. Once he transformed into a mad king, his combat power would increase exponentially, and because of the sun god's blessing, he still had enough reason to return to normal after the battle ended. In other words, once I take the black dragon essence blood, I'll need to control myself during battles in the future, otherwise I might completely go berserk in an overloaded combat state. Asher asked. Scáthach nodded slightly, placing the small bottle, which now contained only a small amount of the refined essence, in Asher's hand. Think carefully before deciding whether to take it. Asher looked down at the golden liquid flowing in the bottle, lost in thought. Scáthach didn't speak, just sat on the edge of the bed, quietly waiting for Asher's final answer. What do you think I should do, Shishou? After thinking for a long time, he turned his head to look at Scáthach and asked. Make your own decision, Scáthach said finally, but her gaze remained fixed on Asher, a strange light in her red eyes. Even if her disciple refused, she wouldn't feel disappointed because of it. Refusing the Black Dragon's essence blood would lead to another path for him. Marrying Scáthach and spending the rest of his life in the land of shadows. But if he wanted to become stronger, even reaching her level, the Black Dragon's essence blood, if not necessary now, was something he would eventually face the same problem with due to his weak body. After a long period of contemplation, Asher nodded heavily. I will take the Black Dragon's essence blood, Shishou. He had no choice. Without the Black Dragon's essence blood, even with the mysterious power of the magic cauldron to bring his physical strength to the level of an ordinary person, he still wouldn't have the right to survive in this era. Besides, as long as he didn't use combat power overload, there shouldn't be any problems. Ku Chulin was able to maintain clarity of mind under combat power overload because he possessed the blessing of the sun god. But he was different. He didn't have such a blessing. Once he entered combat power overload, he would no longer be himself. The blessing of the death goddess allowed him to be immune to most spoken spells, such as the concept of death that Morgan le Fay had uttered that day, which was ineffective against Asher. But to maintain clarity of mind even under combat power overload, only the blessing of the sun god could achieve that. Is that so? Is that your final decision? Hearing Asher's reply, Scáthach inadvertently revealed a faint smile. Don't worry. If you accidentally enter a berserk state one day, I will stop you. Scáthach didn't intend to reveal her plan to find Lugus and bestow the sun god's blessing upon her disciple just yet. Because she didn't know if she could find Lugus, and even if she did, the other party might not necessarily help Asher. If anything happens, you can have the guard at the door come and call me. Looking at Asher's determined expression, Scáthach's eyes held satisfaction. She patted his head again and turned to leave the room. After Scáthach left, Asher couldn't wait to open the bottle of Black Dragon essence blood. The golden blood flowing in the small bottle rippled with a dazzling and violent luster. This was the Black Dragon essence blood refined by Scáthach. Only in this way could Asher's body avoid directly bleeding to death due to being unable to withstand the violent power of the essence blood. Since Scáthach had previously put the essence blood into the magic cauldron for filtration, Asher didn't need any other complicated steps. He directly took a drop of the essence blood and sat down on the edge of the bed. Then, after a short while, he paused slightly. Strange, why don't I feel anything? This can't be fake, right? Thump. Just as he thought this, his heart suddenly beat violently, as if wailing. The blood all over his body was as hot as magma. Asher tightly clutched his heart. At this moment, he didn't even dare to breathe. Because with every breath, his heart felt like it was about to jump out, bringing a stabbing pain. Then, as if silver needles were simultaneously piercing all parts of his body, the intense pain in that instant almost made him faint. Asher gritted his teeth, and the healing power of rune magic was activated in an instant, which made him feel a little better. But the place that had just been healed felt like deeper needles were piercing down again. Asher bit his lip tightly. The moment the stinging pain attacked, the power of rune magic was activated again, healing his painful wounds. While Asher was still undergoing this painful tempering, Scáthach was sitting on her usual throne, her hand supporting her cheek, her legs crossed, looking at the sky outside the hall. Hang in there, disciple. Once you get through this round, the subsequent training will be smoother. Although it was painful, this was the price of gaining strength. And if one wanted to reach the top, the Black Dragon essence blood was just the beginning. Time passed quickly, and a week went by unknowingly. During this week, Asher didn't leave his room, experiencing the pain and joy of power advancing every day. He could feel his physical strength increasing day by day. This could be seen from the sparring a week later. Previously, when Scáthach held back, he could last a dozen moves against her, but now, he could last more than 20 moves. But because of this, Asher hadn't seen Morgan le Fay and Artoria for a week. Originally, he wanted to go out and tell them, but Scáthach said that his current state was very unstable and he couldn't leave the land of shadows without permission, so Asher had no choice but to give up. Half a month later. Your current state is much better than before, Scáthach said, looking at Asher, who was standing opposite her, panting with his hands on his knees. It's all thanks to Shishou's guidance. If I were alone, I wouldn't be able to achieve this level no matter what. Asher shook his head, without a trace of arrogance. Without Scáthach's help, and if Big Sister Scáthach hadn't taken him to steal the dragon blood before, his physical strength would still be as poor as before. It could be said that Shishou and Big Sister had helped him too much. Not arrogant or impetuous, very good, Scáthach nodded slightly. If it's the current you should be able to defeat the child Scáthach, curb her arrogance, and make her train harder. Hearing this, Asher just shook his head and smiled wryly. If I defeat Big Sister Scáthach, she'll just be very unconvinced and fight back, right? Then continue fighting her until she is convinced, Scáthach said, pausing slightly. With Scáthach's current strength, your training should also have good results. Asher vaguely felt that something was wrong and raised his head to look at Scáthach. Are you going somewhere, Shishou? Scáthach nodded slightly. As a Shishou, I haven't been able to do anything for my disciples. I have a great responsibility. That child Scáthach is right. I may be a qualified queen, but not a qualified Shishou. That's not right. Shishou has taught me so much. If it weren't for you, I might have died in the wilderness years ago, Asher said firmly. 5 years ago, he had planned to leave the land of shadows, but Scáthach had forcibly kept him. Looking back now, he realized she had been protecting him all along. This era was full of wars and chaos, and the wild was teeming with all kinds of monsters. If he, a mere 10-year-old at the time, had left, he probably would have died that very day. In the land of shadows, Scáthach had taught him many things and given him the feeling of home, something Asher hadn't dared to imagine before. Looking into Asher's determined gaze, Scáthach paused briefly, then a faint smile appeared on her face. That kind of thing, whatever. I believe I have been derelict in my duty. This time I leave, I will completely heal your weak physical condition, she said, patting Asher's head. During my absence, protect the land of shadows with your big sister. If necessary, you can abandon this city. Although my younger sister is warlike, she will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. You can temporarily give this kingdom to her. When I return, I will take it all back, one by one. This time, no matter what, she was determined to completely resolve Asher's physical condition. It was not only to help Asher but also to ensure he could live longer. She had witnessed the passing of too many disciples. Most who had come to the land of shadows early on sought to challenge her. Only after defeat did they become her disciples, training to grow stronger. Scáthach had wholeheartedly taught them martial arts, hoping that someone could eventually defeat her. But unfortunately, after all this time, she had yet to meet anyone capable of matching her. No, such a person might exist, but they wouldn't be a mere human. They would be a god. However, gods were not warmongers. Although they might intervene in human wars, they did not fight without purpose, let alone come to fight her for their own satisfaction. In this loneliness at the top, Scáthach had thought her life would remain endlessly dull. Until one day, a child appeared before her, gradually allowing Scáthach to discover a new side of herself. Listening to Asher tell stories of powerful figures from other eras every night. Yes, just that, but she found it surprisingly interesting. Therefore, if possible, she hoped that Asher could live with her forever. For this reason, the sun god's blessing was absolutely necessary. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 24, The Way to Prove Friendship with Artoria. Did Mother really leave? In the room, Scáthach played with the magic cauldron in her hands, stroking it as if it were a cat, her eyes fixed on Asher as she asked. Yeah, Shishou said it would probably take about half a month to come back, Asher finally said, sighing helplessly. We didn't even need to go to the trouble of preparing those things. I feel like I haven't even fully digested the black dragon essence blood yet. Although she said that, Asher was also very clear that the black dragon essence blood would probably completely integrate with his body in about another half a month. At that time, he would most likely still need the essence blood of other creatures to improve his physical fitness, and such integration would only make it easier for him to enter a combat power overload state. Scáthach had left because she already knew this. Shishou is really good to me. Asher couldn't help but sigh. He then noticed that the girl sitting opposite him hadn't made a sound the whole time. He curiously raised his head and saw Scáthach lowering her head, muttering something, looking quite disappointed. Big sister, are you okay? Asher patted Scáthach's shoulder, asking with concern. Although she usually seemed so cheerful and optimistic, Scáthach was, after all, going on a long trip for the first time. Her own mother suddenly leaving for half a month would understandably be a big blow to Scáthach at this time. I must take good care of big sister during these 2 weeks. Looking at the purple-haired girl in front of him, Asher secretly made up his mind. At this moment, Scáthach lowered her head, but her eyes held a hidden joy. With mother gone, there was no one in the land of shadows who could control her. This also meant that no one could stop her from doing whatever she wanted. Even if she wanted to sleep in Ash's room at night, no one would make her leave. Ash. Scáthach suddenly called Asher's name, her tone sounding very disappointed. What's wrong? Is there anything you need my help with, big sister? No matter what it is, I will definitely help you. Asher said earnestly. As long as I can do it. It's not that, what are you thinking? Scáthach waved her small hand, then grabbed Asher's hand. With mother gone, doesn't that mean big sister can do whatever she wants? Asher was taken aback. What do you mean? Scáthach pushed Asher onto the bed. What do you think? A strand of purple hair slipped from Scáthach's shoulder, brushing across Asher's cheek, tickling him and carrying a certain fragrance. Her pink lips parted and closed, full of temptation. The moist eyes that looked at Asher were filled with strange emotions. Shishou. Asher's pupils suddenly widened as he looked towards the door. Scáthach sat up straight in an instant, straightened her collar, then turned her head towards the door. Mother, didn't you already leave? Her voice stopped abruptly. The doorway was empty. Good for you, Ash, you even dare to lie to your big sister. You've got quite the nerve. Scáthach turned her head to look at Asher, just preparing to give him a small punishment, but found that Asher, who had just been lying on the bed, had disappeared at some point. Big sister, even though Shishou isn't here, I still have to train, so I'll go first. After Asher finished speaking, without giving Scáthach time to react, he disappeared from the room in a flash. Hey! Come back. I'll definitely make you pay. You'll regret this. Scáthach ran quickly to the door, but Asher had already disappeared from her sight. She simply sat down at the door, propped her chin up, raised her head to look at the clear blue sky in front of her, and muttered to herself, "Who said big sister wouldn't be lonely, Ash?" Some things didn't need to be shown on the face to be sad. Scáthach's departure was a huge blow to the girl, but she wouldn't show it, because she didn't want to show her weak side in front of Asher. A big sister should look like a big sister, although he didn't seem to treat her as a big sister either. Asher arrived at the forest where he used to train with Scáthach. Morgan le Fay, who usually watched his training from a certain big tree, didn't appear today. Clearly, Morgan le Fay had probably guessed that Asher wouldn't appear these past few days, so she hadn't come over here either. After all, she had helped Asher escape the Black Dragon's attack that day. She probably also knew that he possessed the Black Dragon's essence blood, and when it fused with his body, there would be a certain period of seclusion. Asher left the trial forest and walked in another direction. It had been 2 weeks. He wondered if Artoria was still on that small island. Asher felt a bit apologetic and decided that if he saw her, he would apologize. Asher arrived in front of the small island. When he reached the shore, the trial bridge, which would always automatically appear when he reached the shore, didn't appear this time. Strange, what's going on with this bridge? Could it be that its duration has finally ended? Asher couldn't help but mutter to himself, looking at the sea in front of him, and decisively jumped in. With his current physical strength, and with the enhancement of rune magic, swimming the distance of a bridge wasn't very difficult, only climbing onto the small island would be a bit tiring. After spending nearly an hour, Asher finally climbed onto the small island, shook the wet hair on his head, and walked forward. The sea was turbulent, and waves mixed with fresh sea breeze brushed against his face. Asher took off his shoes, walked barefoot on the beach, searching for Artoria's aura. At this moment, a gust of sword wind suddenly attacked. Asher reacted quickly, raising the spear in his hand to block the slash. Clang! As if sparks lit up, the spear and sword collided, making a pleasant sound. Asher raised his hand, and the red spear pierced towards the attacker. This red spear was given to him by Scáthach, and like Scáthach's own weapon, it was known as the Spear of Impaling Barbs. Once it struck, it would make the enemy suffer unspeakable pain. But the person was clearly an expert. When the spear pierced towards the attacker, the other party immediately raised the shield in their left hand. The spear slid along the hard shield, leaving a shallow mark on it. Asher's right foot uncontrollably took a step forward, and at this moment, the long sword was already against his neck. "Who are you?" A slightly hoarse voice sounded. The sharp eyes that looked at Asher revealed a cold gleam. Asher raised his head to look. The other person was wearing a suit of armor, looking slightly old, but it was hard to hide his heroic spirit. One could imagine that this knight had possessed the beauty to captivate countless young girls when he was young, and even in his old age, he still had an extraordinary temperament. "You wouldn't know even if I told you, but I'm here to find Artoria." Asher released his weapon, raised his hands, indicating that he had no malicious intent. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the foster father she often mentions, Sir Hector, right?" Hector still didn't release the sword against Asher's neck, but the look in his eyes softened slightly. "You are that child's friend. Why have I never seen you before?" "Ah. I came from the other side of the island. I met Artoria by chance before," Asher explained. But Hector's eyes were still wary. "What proof do you have?" "Artoria usually works very seriously, she has golden hair and emerald eyes." Asher tried to prove himself. Hector shook his head. "Those words are too general and lack credibility." Asher paused slightly. "Also, she has a very big appetite." Hector released the sword in his hand, his expression somewhat strange. "It seems you really are that child's friend." More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 25, Searching for Traces of Morgan le Fay. Inside a small wooden hut. "Is that so? You're the friend from across the island that my sister mentioned before." The man named Kay was dressed casually at this moment, a warm smile on his face as comforting as sunlight. However, Asher didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. The man before him was one of the Knights of the Round Table, Sir Hector's son and Artoria's foster brother. To be able to serve as one of the Knights of the Round Table, his strength would naturally not be weak. Asher nodded politely and greeted, "Hello, Sir Kay. You don't have to be so formal. You can just call me Kay," Kay said with a smile, glancing at Artoria beside him who hadn't moved at all. "Then I'll go out and help Father. You two take your time chatting." After saying that, Kay left the small wooden hut, closing the door behind him. Asher looked at the girl sitting opposite him. The girl opposite him was also looking at him. Then, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed. Artoria suddenly drew her sword. Seeing this, Asher quickly reached out and pressed his hand on the back of her hand. "Calm down, Artoria. Let me explain first." Artoria returned the sword to its scabbard, but her gaze remained fixed on Asher. "You don't need to explain anything. It was just a coincidence that you appeared here in the first place, so it wouldn't be strange if you suddenly disappeared again." She was naturally referring to Asher's sudden disappearance for half a month. "Shall we go outside to talk?" Asher asked. Artoria shook her head. "I still have training to do later. If you have anything to say, just say it here. I won't go anywhere else with you." The atmosphere instantly cooled down, as if frozen. Asher glanced at Artoria. Her expression was unchanging from beginning to end, and there was no emotion in the way she looked at him, as if she were looking at a stranger. That was understandable. Anyone who waited by that island every day for someone to arrive, but never saw them, would eventually become disheartened, then filled with resentment, thinking things like, "Does he just see me as a tool?" But even so, Artoria was still sitting here, patiently talking to Asher. Because she was the future king. A king should have the magnanimity of a king. Even if Asher hadn't come over once in half a month and hadn't told her the reason, she was still willing to sit here, listen to him finish speaking, and then send him back. That was what a king should do. However, asking her to leave here to chat alone elsewhere, don't even think about it. The 14-year-old girl secretly made up her mind. No matter what, she wouldn't go anywhere else with Asher. If he had anything to say, he could just say it here. Asher suddenly said, "Are you hungry? How about we go to the old place to grill fish?" Artoria's eyelids twitched slightly, and her eyes brightened a little, but she turned her face away. "My skills have gotten even better recently," Asher said again. So, Artoria nodded silently. The fire crackled, making a series of crack-crack sounds. Artoria remained silent, her gaze calmly fixed on the fish roasting over the fire, seemingly lost in thought. Asher also didn't say a word, just silently grilling the fish. He held a small knife in his hand. Scáthach had originally taught him spearmanship, but Asher carried such a weapon just in case. Although its power was much, much smaller than the red spear, it might have an unexpected effect. For example, right now, the small knife played an unexpected role. He lightly sliced the fish meat a few times, allowing it to cook faster. When he handed a tender and delicious grilled fish to Artoria, watching her slightly open her mouth to take a bite, Asher finally spoke. "Do you remember the black dragon I told you about before?" Artoria had just taken a bite of the tender fish meat. Hearing this, she raised her head, a look of confusion in her eyes. "What about the black dragon?" Seeing that Artoria was somewhat interested in this matter, Asher tentatively felt relieved and explained the general situation. "So, a portion of the black dragon's power has already integrated into your body." A thoughtful expression appeared on Artoria's face. In this way, it could explain why Asher had inexplicably disappeared for nearly half a month. Rather, it would have been truly difficult for Asher to come over here while integrating the black dragon essence blood. "But it's amazing that you were able to integrate the black dragon essence blood with a human body." Artoria looked at Asher with a complex expression. "If you had been a little unlucky, we probably wouldn't have seen you again." Asher himself was also somewhat fortunate. Even if it was just an ordinary black dragon, that kind of powerful force was not something ordinary people could withstand. If Scáthach hadn't helped with the secondary filtration, he would probably have died on the spot the moment he took the essence blood. "You probably haven't fully adapted yet, have you?" she then asked. "Almost," Asher nodded. "But it might still take some time." Artoria looked at Asher, a look of contemplation on her face. After a moment, she stood up. "Since that's the case, then let me be your sparring partner. I also want to see how much stronger your combat power is now compared to before." "That's exactly what I wanted," Asher nodded, handing the last grilled fish to Artoria. "But before that, do you want to eat another one?" Artoria was taken aback, took the fish Asher handed her, and then sat down silently. In the following days, Asher sparred with Artoria every afternoon. He had to say that the Knights of the Round Table were really quite upright, or rather, the two Knights of the Round Table Asher had seen so far were quite upright. When they taught Artoria swordsmanship, they would also give him some guidance. In addition to this, Asher usually sparred with Scáthach in the Land of Shadows. And yesterday afternoon, Asher finally defeated this highly talented big sister. Although there was an element of her being careless and negligent, it still really hit Scáthach hard. She vowed that she would definitely get her revenge in 2 days. In the following 2 days, the girl trained diligently and no longer bothered him. Scáthach was right. Only Asher could wake up his arrogant big sister. After all, no matter how proud Scáthach was, she wouldn't want to lose to her younger brother. 4th day afternoon. There was still more than a week before Scáthach returned. In these days, Asher had completely adapted to the power brought by the Black Dragon Essence blood. He had gained a lot of combat experience in his fights with Scáthach. The words of experience that Kay and Sir Ector had told him were also very beneficial to Asher, and he had gained a lot. Also, Asher's fish grilling skills had improved quite a bit. In that world before, his cooking skills could only be considered mediocre, but coming to this world, especially after meeting Artoria, his cooking skills had indeed improved a lot. Everything was progressing quite smoothly. The only problem was probably. Asher raised his head. The dim orange-red light of the setting sun shone on his face. The leaves in the forest rustled. Looks like big sister Morgan won't appear today either. Asher sighed, a strange sense of loss in his heart. Yes, from the day Morgan had helped Asher escape the Black Dragon's pursuit until now, she hadn't appeared again. Asher had gone near the trial forest every day these past few days, but unfortunately, he hadn't found Morgan. Asher didn't know if Morgan was held up by something or simply didn't want to see him. In short, he hadn't seen that goddess who always liked to tease others and please herself for almost 3 weeks. After another day of this, Asher finally couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to see Morgan. On the one hand, he felt that his prophecy had reached a small bottleneck and couldn't be improved further. On the other hand, he really wanted to see Morgan le Fay, at least to figure out why she had suddenly disappeared. After finishing his training with Artoria that afternoon, Asher raised his head with a determined look, looking at Artoria who was wiping sweat from her forehead. "Can I ask you a question?" Suddenly so serious. Artoria noticed the seriousness in Asher's eyes and hesitated for a moment. "Go ahead. Do you know Morgan le Fay?" Asher asked. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 26, No Sense of Survival. Big Sister. A look of hesitation appeared on Artoria's face. What do you want from her? She also knew Morgan le Fay's reputation in Britain. Kay had warned her more than once, stay away from that witch. However, she couldn't connect Morgan le Fay with that so-called witch no matter what. When Artoria was 5 years old, she lived with Sir Ector and her foster brother, leading an ascetic and impoverished life. The rumor that she only slept for 3 hours a day was not an exaggeration but the absolute truth. But Artoria had never complained. She knew her mission. Her red dragon lineage had destined her fate. And in the past, during such harsh training, her only anticipation was the short period of time every night when her big sister would come and chat with her. This kind of life had lasted for several months until Sir Ector accidentally discovered it. The next day, he earnestly warned Artoria not to have too much contact with Morgan le Fay. There was only one reason: she was a witch. Artoria had also asked Sir Ector if her big sister had done anything bad, but Sir Ector hadn't answered, only saying, she was a witch. These 2 words were the reason to forbid her from having any contact with her big sister. After that, Sir Ector and Kay took turns guarding her side, fearing that the witch would do something harmful to her. She could understand her foster brother and foster father. Their starting points were good. But, why should they be so afraid of her big sister based on just 2 words? Artoria still couldn't understand this even now. And now, this boy in front of her had actually brought up the matter of her big sister. A slight change occurred in Artoria's eyes, but her expression remained calm. "Why did you suddenly bring up the matter of my big sister?" "She's your big sister." Asher showed a surprised expression. Sometimes Asher even felt it was a pity he hadn't been an actor in his previous life, able to play the surprised expression so realistically. Artoria nodded lightly. "How do you know her?" "I accidentally ran into her during training before. She gave me some pointers back then. Now that my strength has improved, I want to thank her in person," Asher said. "Do you know where she lives? You want to go find her?" Artoria looked surprised. Asher nodded. Artoria was silent for a while, then continued, "Even if she's a witch." "But she helped me," Asher said. "She hasn't done anything to harm me." "But she's a witch. She's also your big sister, isn't she?" Asher interrupted Artoria's words. She fell silent again. Then, she nodded lightly. "I'll take you there," she said, raising her head. "You." Asher blinked, then quickly waved his hands. "No, no. Absolutely not." "Why not?" Artoria frowned. "Do you doubt my strength? I'm all alone." If something happens when I go to find Big Sister Morgan, it's not a big deal. You're different. If anything bad happens to you, I'll become a historical criminal. Asher waved his hands again, refusing Artoria's suggestion. What a joke. If he just trained with Artoria on this small island every day, Kay and Sir Ector wouldn't say anything. But if they knew he had kidnapped this 14-year-old girl and taken her to Morgan le Fay, they would be showing him mercy if they didn't chop off his head out of respect for chivalry. Moreover, Asher believed that Morgan had no hostility towards him and probably no hostility towards the current Artoria. But the other party was a sister complex. What if, after they arrived, they chatted, and Morgan looked at Artoria and suddenly thought something like, why not keep her by my side forever, and then wouldn't let her leave? Then who would inherit Britain and become king in the future? Oh, maybe Morgan would become king in that case. Thinking of this, Asher suddenly felt a little curious. If Morgan le Fay became the king of Britain, what would happen? Would she perhaps announce on the same day that her queen was Artoria? Although this idea was absurd, it really contained a bit of possibility. Do you know where Big Sister lives? Artoria suddenly asked. Asher was taken aback. Wouldn't it be easier if you just told me? There are hundreds of executioners in Big Sister's palace. It's heavily guarded at all times. Ordinary people can't enter at all. You can't even get a guard to help you deliver a message. How are you going to see her? Asher. He almost forgot. Morgan seemed to like making executioner puppets to play with when she had nothing to do. According to Artoria's words, her palace was full of these things now. In this case, seeing Morgan le Fay was really not a simple matter. If it's me, it's different. I can take you to see Big Sister. As she said the last words, she seemed to have already known the answer, looked at Asher with a faint smile on her face, and reached out her hand. Let's go. Asher hesitated for a moment, sighed lightly, and in Artoria's gaze, reached out and took her hand. Then, without waiting for Artoria to speak, he bowed slightly. Sorry, then I won't go. The smile on Artoria's face froze. Hey, Ash, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so devastated? Asher sat on the castle looking blankly at the night scene. Scáthach beside him poked Asher's face. Her pair of purple eyes were clear and transparent. She sat beside Asher, her legs together, her shoes placed aside. Her skirt fluttered gently in the breeze, revealing a pair of tender white feet, looking very cute. Asher answered the girl beside him perfunctorily, then sighed heavily again. He had to say that Artoria was really a bit vengeful. Just because he had refused her request, her sparring with him this afternoon was completely without holding back. Frankly speaking, in terms of combat experience alone, Asher wasn't particularly afraid of her, but Artoria was of the Red Dragon lineage, and her physical strength was far above his. Asher had no way to fight a war of attrition with her. So, in the end, it turned into him being unilaterally beaten. It was truly incomprehensible. If she wanted to see Morgan, wouldn't it have been easier for her to go by herself? Why did she have to have me take her? Asher didn't know that it wasn't that Artoria was unwilling to see Morgan, but that she had no reason to see Morgan. She needed a reason. And Asher's appearance just happened to provide her with a reason. However, Asher had refused her. This was the reason why Artoria had fought Asher without holding back that afternoon. Ash, you seem very tired today. Scáthach asked again with concern. Asher answered the girl beside him perfunctorily again, his mind still on what had happened today. Ash, you don't really have a woman outside, do you? Scáthach pinched Asher's face, a gentle smile on her face. Every day after sparring with me, you immediately leave the land of shadows so eagerly. Are you going to see someone? Asher answered perfunctorily again. Do you want to die once? Scáthach smiled, but there was no hint of a smile in her eyes. Her purple hair fluttered gently in the night breeze. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 27, Exploring for Information. Big Sister, what are you suddenly talking about? Asher became completely alert, sensing the strangeness of the atmosphere, and subconsciously moved his body to the side. But Scáthach immediately followed closely. The princess of the Land of Shadows now had a dangerous glint in her purple eyes, her gaze fixed on Asher. Was what you just said true? As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, a strand of hair slipping down. The smile on her small face remained unchanged, looking playful and cute. But for some reason, Asher felt a cold sweat break out, and he quickly shook his head. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now and didn't pay attention to what Big Sister asked. Really, that won't do. Scáthach tucked the fallen strand of hair behind her ear and continued. If you can think before answering other people's questions, it will be very helpful for your safety. I think so too, Asher nodded vigorously. Sorry, I'll concentrate next time. Scáthach then sighed. During the time Mother is not here, it's better for you to go out less. I always feel like there will be some danger. You're the danger, aren't you? Asher almost blurted out. But he held back. Saying those words at this time would be simply courting death. The atmosphere fell silent again. A gust of night wind mixed with coldness blew over, and dark clouds gradually covered the moonlight. Scáthach hugged herself, shivering slightly. Asher came back to his senses, took off his coat, and draped it over the girl's shoulders. Be careful not to catch a cold, big sister. Thank you. Scáthach's eyebrows curved like crescent moons with a sweet smile on her face. But you should just take care of yourself. Big sister will be fine. My physical strength is very good now, I won't catch a cold so easily. Just as Asher said this, another gust of night wind blew past, and he subconsciously shivered. Scáthach observed Asher's reaction through the darkness, her eyes gentle, and gently patted his head. Let's go back to sleep. We have to get up early for training tomorrow. Although Scáthach wasn't here, they couldn't slack off in training no matter what, otherwise she would be disappointed when she returned. Scáthach knew very well that a large part of the reason why Asher trained so hard was that he didn't want to disappoint Scáthach. After returning to their rooms, Scáthach said goodnight to Asher and left. Although she always liked to tease Asher and sometimes even made bold moves, she knew moderation and occasionally maintained a certain distance from Asher. Because Scáthach knew very well that childhood sweethearts, while being a bond, often turned into tragedy. Because they were used to each other and knew each other too well, they couldn't become lovers. If Asher finally said to her, I've always thought of you as my own big sister, wouldn't that be a tragedy? So, an appropriate sense of distance was still needed. Scáthach deeply understood this principle. In other words, she had to know how to play the long game and wait for Ash to take the bait himself. Of course, if one day Asher really said, I've always thought of you as my own big sister, then she would have to resort to some improper means. If possible, she hoped that day would never come. The next afternoon, taking advantage of Scáthach's inattention, Asher secretly left the land of shadows and went to the other side of the island to find Artoria. He had thought it through last night. To find out Morgan's residence, he didn't necessarily need Artoria to take him. With a little inquiry, it shouldn't be difficult to find out. If he asked Kay or Sir Ector, they would definitely know Morgan's residence. Of course, Asher didn't plan to reveal that he was going to find Morgan. As long as he casually mentioned Morgan le Fay while chatting with them, there would naturally be a way to follow the clues and find out Morgan's residence. After all, she was King Uther's daughter, and her residence couldn't be that difficult to find out. Facts proved that Asher's thinking was correct. After arriving at the small island where Artoria lived, he first helped Kay with some farm work, and then the two chatted. As soon as Artoria was mentioned, a faint smile appeared on Kay's face, as if he doted on this foster sister very much. Okay, it seemed like this was also a sister complex. When Asher saw Kay's expression, he roughly knew in his heart that this Knight of the Round Table was basically a sister complex without a doubt. Oh, rather, it could be said that the Knights of the Round Table were either king-obsessed or twisted king-obsessed. Is that so? So she had such an experience before. Asher listened with great interest as Kay talked endlessly about Artoria's affairs. In fact, he was indeed very interested. At this moment, he just listened quietly, occasionally asking his own questions, and then continued listening. This approach easily created a good impression. Through his performance this afternoon, Kay's goodwill towards Asher increased a lot. The slight hostility he had originally felt because Asher was a man approaching his sister completely faded away, replaced by a smile. As long as you like Artoria, we're all family. Kay's current performance had quite this meaning. By the way, when I went to the royal city before, I heard that Artoria also has a big sister, is that true? While the two were chatting happily, Asher suddenly asked. Kay's smile from just now faded slightly. He looked deeply at Asher and nodded slightly. King Uther's daughter, also Lily's big sister, Morgan le Fay. If you see her, it's best to stay as far away as possible. That woman is very dangerous, Kay then warned again. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. Most people were very wary of Morgan le Fay and didn't want to get too involved with her. I understand, Asher nodded, thinking, if you knew that there were several Knights of the Round Table who were on big sister Morgan's side, wouldn't you collapse on the spot? Although these Knights of the Round Table in Morgan's camp were basically also leaning towards Artoria. And Morgan wasn't that dangerous, right? Asher thought. Actually, when Asher had just transmigrated and first met Morgan le Fay, his reaction was similar to Kay's. He was very wary of her, even fearful, but after more than 4 years of getting along, he didn't think Morgan was that bad at all, and even once suspected if there was something wrong with the historical records, or if there was something wrong with the world he was currently in. In short, in Asher's eyes, Morgan le Fay wasn't a good person, but she also wasn't someone who could be labeled as evil. Maybe her personality would change drastically, and it would only start after Artoria became king. Asher looked at Kay's wary face and couldn't help but think such a thing. By the way, since Morgan is so dangerous, she probably doesn't live in Camelot, right? After all, everyone is very wary of her, and King Uther probably wouldn't let her live in the city, would he? Kay shook his head lightly. It was Morgan's own decision to actively propose leaving Camelot. She moved to another castle a long time ago. The people there showed strong opposition when they learned of her arrival, but it didn't have much effect, and fearing Morgan's retaliation, the matter was dropped. Asher showed a thoughtful expression and raised his head to ask. Which castle? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 28, Asher being followed. After hearing Kay's answer, Asher set off that noon. However, he only told Kay and Sir Ector, and without saying goodbye to Artoria, he quietly left the small island. Asher was really not daring to explain to Artoria. These past 2 days, because he had refused her request, her attitude towards him had taken a sharp turn. The usual sparring would still continue, but it was much more serious than usual, really exhausting Asher. After all, although he could compete with Artoria, once it turned into a prolonged battle, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. Asher stood under a big tree near the wilderness, looking at the distant castle. The castle was surrounded by walls and moats. The city walls revealed solid and thick foundations, and several large bridges stood here. Under the bridges were tributaries of a large river. The overall view was very magnificent. However, in the land of shadows, Asher had long been accustomed to such scenes, so he wasn't surprised at all and stepped forward. Faint thunder, overcast sky. Before long, it began to rain. The rain mixed with a somewhat cold wind blew over. The wide-brimmed hat on Asher's head was slightly lifted, and the bangs on his forehead also lifted a bit, revealing his dark eyes. He was wearing a black cloak at this time, making it impossible to see his face clearly. As he stepped forward, rune magic was activated in an instant. His foot stepped forward, and his whole body leaped high, landing on the city wall. His gaze swept around, and finally, Asher locked onto a certain direction. His eyesight was very good. Even though the rain now caused the entire castle to be vaguely shrouded in a hazy mist, Asher still noticed that the population in that direction was very sparse. If he wasn't mistaken, that was Morgan's residence. At this time, many pedestrians were walking back and forth in the city, and the streets were very crowded, but this didn't affect Asher's walking speed at all. After all, he wasn't walking on the ground, but leaping forward from the rooftops against the rain, heading towards Morgan's residence, so he naturally wouldn't feel crowded. And while Asher was still jumping forward, behind him, another person wearing a white hood was secretly following him. The white wide-brimmed hat covered most of her face, but when she leaped, a strand of golden hair could still be seen, as well as a pair of bright sapphire eyes beneath her hair. After learning that Asher was unwilling to take her to find her big sister, Artoria made her own decision and secretly followed Asher. Originally, if Asher hadn't appeared, she probably wouldn't have encountered Morgan again no matter what. But Asher's words had stirred up her past memories. No matter what, she wanted to come and take a look. Just take a look, she didn't necessarily have to talk to Morgan le Fay, just a distant look would be fine. Maybe doing so was meaningless, but at least it could prove that she had also done something for their relationship, even if it was just self-deception. Continuing to secretly follow behind Asher, Artoria suddenly thought of a very strange thing. Why was Asher so determined to see her big sister? Was it really just to express his gratitude? While thinking, she continued to track Asher. But at this moment, Asher suddenly stopped and turned his head to look somewhere. Who is it? Artoria's body stiffened slightly, hiding behind a certain rooftop, not daring to come out. Who is it? Asher asked again. While continuing to rush towards Morgan le Fay's residence, he had sensed something was wrong. Asher had spent many years training under Scáthach. Sometimes when he went to the wilderness for training with Scáthach, Scáthach would always secretly follow. Over time, he had developed the ability to counter-track. And now, he felt that someone was secretly watching him, so he suddenly turned his head to look. Of course, there was no figure behind him. But Asher still didn't give up. He said calmly, "Come out quickly, I know you're hiding there." "I also know who you are," he added. Artoria slowly walked out from behind a certain rooftop, took off the wide-brimmed hat in the rain, and looked up at Asher. "How did you find out?" Asher smiled naturally. "Just a guess." But he was secretly startled in his heart. Artoria had actually followed him. If Kay and Sir Ector found out, wouldn't I be beaten to death? Honestly, Asher hadn't been certain that someone was tracking him just now. He had just tried to scare them a little, but he hadn't expected to actually trick this silly saber out. It could only be said that the 14-year-old Artoria was still a bit too young and had fallen for Asher's trick. "I want to go find Big Sister too." Having been discovered by Asher, Artoria didn't plan to keep going in circles with him and directly expressed her thoughts. What do you want from her? Asher asked. Artoria was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer for a while. She hadn't thought about this question. She had just been touched by Asher's words and suddenly wanted to see her. As for the purpose, she herself didn't know. If there's nothing wrong, what's the point of you coming to find Big Sister Morgan? Asher earnestly persuaded. Big Sister Morgan has a very strange temper. What if she has a moment of madness and locks you up as a figure? Have you thought about this? Figure. Artoria tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion on her face. Simply put, it's like imprisoning you or something, Asher said. Do you also think Big Sister is a bad person? Artoria frowned slightly. I don't think your big sister is a bad person, but I also don't think she's a good person, Asher said. I'm only coming to find her because I have something to do. She probably won't have any thoughts about me, but you're different. What if she has a moment of madness and does something to you? I will be responsible for myself, Artoria said without the slightest concession, her gaze firmly fixed on Asher. Asher thought to himself, then who will be responsible for me? If your foster brother and foster father find out that I brought you to Morgan's side and she secretly locked you up to do bad things, my head would probably be chopped off. Thinking this, Asher still didn't say these words, just shook his head again. Just as he was about to refuse again, but as he raised his head and looked at the determination in Artoria's eyes, Asher swallowed the words of persuasion he was about to say. Then be careful. Leave immediately if anything happens, Asher had no choice but to say. He could only compromise in the current situation. If he left Artoria alone or refused her, she might go to find Morgan by herself. In that case, they might as well travel together. Besides, they had already arrived at this place. If it was that woman, she probably would have noticed them as soon as they entered the city, right? Asher raised his head, looking towards the direction where Morgan le Fay was. After all, the current Morgan was not just Morgan, but also the goddess of death. With her power, casting a prophecy spell would be more than easy. What are you looking at? Artoria's voice came from beside him. Your big sister's direction, Asher said. My big sister's direction is on the left. You're looking at the right, Artoria reminded him. Asher paused, then scratched his head. This was a bit embarrassing. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 29, a bad woman knows how to keep people in suspense. Asher and Artoria quickly arrived at their destination, but they didn't jump down from the rooftops. In front of the palace at this moment, many silver-armored puppets were patrolling. Without even thinking, one would know these were puppets created by Morgan le Fay during her idle moments, the enforcement knights. Not all enforcement knights were puppets, but at least the ones they saw now were all creations of Morgan. How are we going to get in? Artoria turned her head to look at Asher. If we just walk in, will these enforcement knights stop us? Asher pondered for a moment before suddenly asking. Just as he finished speaking, Asher noticed Artoria looking at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Just kidding, Asher said. You said before that if I brought you here, you could see your big sister. Does that mean you have something like a pass? Artoria shook her head. Then how did you plan to bring me in before? Asher asked. Artoria raised her head and looked at Asher. Big sister has already found us. We just need to wait for her. What if she doesn't come out? Are we just going to stand here in the rain? Asher asked. Artoria fell into a brief silence. Looks like she didn't think that much about it at all. Asher looked at Artoria's appearance and roughly understood what she meant. Noticing Asher's gaze, Artoria just pursed her lips and slightly lowered her head. Compared to Big Sister, I really don't understand anything. It had been like this since before. Morgan le Fay understood everything, while most of the things Artoria knew were taught to her by her foster brother and foster father. However, she often messed things up because she didn't know how to be flexible. Compared to Morgan, she was really too weak. It's okay, Asher patted Artoria's shoulder, comforting her. Biological diversity, you know. There will always be trash, otherwise how can you highlight the intelligence of others? Artoria was silent for a moment. Thank you, but if you're trying to comfort someone, I think you should be a little more subtle. Let's talk about that later, Asher quickly got to the point. We should find a way to get into the palace now. I have a method we can try. What method? Artoria raised her head and asked. Sneak in. How do you plan to sneak in? Artoria frowned, her emerald eyes under the wide-brimmed hat showing confusion. This palace was heavily guarded. Only the gate in front of them could enter the castle, but several enforcement knights were guarding the gate. It was impossible to sneak in unless all these enforcement knights were dealt with. But Asher actually said sneak in, did he know of another passage? Just as Artoria thought of this, she saw Asher grin, revealing a smile. I have my own way. Artoria raised her long sword, the hilt striking the neck of an enforcement knight at the castle gate. Of course, due to its lack of consciousness, the enforcement knight didn't immediately faint. But just as it recovered and was about to draw its sword, Asher immediately raised his hand, chanting a spell. The enforcement knight's movements froze in place. What are you spacing out for? Next one. Asher turned his head to look at Artoria and said. Artoria snapped out of her daze, raised her longsword, and slashed at another enforcement knight. A few minutes later. To be honest, I don't think this counts as sneaking. Artoria said, looking at the several enforcement knights that couldn't move in front of her. The people in the palace didn't notice us taking out these enforcement knights, so we were sneaking, Asher explained. Besides, Big Sister Morgan probably knew we were coming a long time ago. Maybe she's hiding somewhere watching the show right now. Alright, let's go in quickly. These enforcement knights won't be restrained for long. Without giving Artoria more time to react, Asher urged. Why do you know magic that can restrain others? While walking into the castle with Asher, Artoria couldn't help but ask. Is it strange? Artoria nodded slightly. I always thought you were a lancer. During this period, Asher had always used a spear when sparring with her, and his spearmanship was indeed tricky, likely from a famous teacher. But now, Asher had actually used magic to restrain others, which surprised Artoria a bit. Lancer is my main job, but I also know a little bit of magic. Asher used his index finger and thumb to indicate a small distance when he said the last part. Scáthach had previously said that Asher possessed extremely high magical talent. This wasn't a lie to encourage him, but rather she had indeed felt the powerful magical energy emanating from Asher's body, as well as the terrifying energy contained in the flowing ether. However, for some reason, most of this magical power was restricted by something. This was also the reason why Scáthach had decided to take him as a disciple at first sight years ago. A good seedling couldn't be wasted, that was Scáthach's thought. Alright, enough small talk. Next, we need to sneak into Big Sister Morgan's residence. Without giving Artoria more time to think, Asher interrupted her thoughts and then leaped up, jumping onto the roof. Artoria followed suit. In fact, if it had been the original her, she wouldn't have been able to do this no matter what. But the rune words were truly too mysterious. The power contained in these words was beyond her understanding. One could imagine what level her strength would reach if she could fully master these words in the future. Why aren't you moving? Seeing Asher still standing in place, Artoria couldn't help but ask. Take a look over there. Asher shook his head, gesturing toward the open space not far away. Artoria followed the direction Asher indicated. Raindrops hit the floor, as if the whole world had become misty. But Artoria still clearly saw a graceful woman standing in that misty area. Her face was covered with a veil, but she exuded an indescribable charm. One could imagine how stunning this woman would be if she took off the veil. Big Sister. Artoria couldn't help but call out the woman's title. Come down. Morgan le Fay raised her head, her gaze fixed on Asher's direction. Luckily you didn't disappoint me, otherwise I would have gone to the land of shadows to kidnap you in 2 days, Asher. It seemed like a joke, but it also didn't seem like a joke. This was also the inscrutable part of Morgan. Sometimes she would say something close to a joke, sometimes she was really joking, but sometimes, she would put that joke into action. When Artoria heard this, she glanced at Asher beside her, her expression slightly strange. Asher had told her before that he only had a brief encounter with her big sister, but now it seemed that it wasn't just a brief encounter. Thinking this, Artoria still jumped down from the roof, landing steadily on the wet ground, and looked up at Morgan le Fay. Big Sister. Long time no see. Morgan le Fay's voice was gentle, as if it had a magical power to slowly calm people down. Asher watched the two sisters reuniting and followed suit, jumping down easily. But whether it was because of the rain or something else, his foot slipped, and he almost landed in a split. Fortunately, he stabilized himself in time, avoiding complete embarrassment. A cleaner doing an aerial split passed by. The two girls turned their gazes toward Asher. Morgan almost couldn't help but laugh, but to maintain her aloof image in front of her younger sister, she held back her laughter and looked at Asher with a calm gaze. Let's go to my palace first, Morgan then said in an extremely flat tone, but there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. It seemed that the aloof approach she had taken was quite effective. This little guy still couldn't resist. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 30, King Uther's Letter. The three walked along the palace corridor. Asher turned his head and could see the streets outside through the window, light rain falling gently. Armored puppets occasionally passed by in the corridor. When they saw Morgan le Fay, they all bowed respectfully. Clearly, Morgan had set some programming in these puppets, allowing them to obey her commands. If only the land of shadows had this. Asher thought silently. What's wrong? Want to learn this too? Morgan le Fay seemed to see through Asher's thoughts and smiled at him. Asher shook his head. Not really interested. I can take care of these puppets myself. Oh. Morgan raised an eyebrow. Alone. If I have enough stamina, Asher added. It seems only these armors are tough. The puppets hidden inside should be quite fragile. Indeed, but they won't take off their armor, Morgan said, pausing slightly. Also, if you think you can find out how to make enforcement knights this way, you're thinking too naively of me. Asher felt a bit embarrassed and shifted his gaze to the window. As expected of a woman who has lived for hundreds, even thousands of years. I really can't outsmart her with tricks. Era, you're not thinking about age, are you? Morgan turned to Asher, smiling warmly. And no. You're overthinking it, big sister Morgan, Asher replied quickly, wondering if she could read minds. I do know a little bit of mind reading, Morgan said suddenly. Asher. But don't worry, I haven't used it on you yet, she tapped his forehead lightly. If I knew everything you were thinking, then you wouldn't have any value in existing. Hearing this, Asher finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew this goddess seemed capable of most things, he hadn't expected her to know even a bit of mind reading. That was a little scary. Then again, maybe she was just lying, Morgan liked to lie. Artoria silently followed behind the two, not saying a word. The atmosphere between these two was indeed very strange. How many things is Asher still hiding from me? She thought. By the way, what brings you two here? Morgan asked suddenly. Artoria paused, unsure how to answer. Almost at the same time, Asher's footsteps halted. One of his main reasons to find Morgan was because his divination skills had reached a bottleneck, and he wanted advice to improve. The other was concern over Morgan's recent absence. Could the ghost incident wandering Camelot, which Artoria had mentioned, be causing Morgan to be monitored and unable to leave? Although he thought so, Asher stayed silent since Artoria was nearby, and some things couldn't be said directly. Though not a secret, maybe Morgan le Fay didn't want her younger sister to know. Don't worry, just say whatever you want, Morgan said with a knowing smile. Can I? Asher hesitated. Mem, of course, she replied. Asher nodded. Big sister Morgan, have you been busy these past few days? So that's what this is about. Morgan smiled faintly, reaching out to pinch Asher's cheek. If I want to do something, do I have to ask your permission first? No, I just thought it was a bit strange. Asher turned away, avoiding her pinch. Morgan was momentarily stunned, then removed the veil covering her face, revealing stunningly beautiful cheeks. A smile lit her face. Is that so? Did you come because you missed me too much? The starting point is a bit different, just a little concerned, Asher made a small excuse. That's just missing me, just said differently, Morgan said as the three unknowingly walked into the main hall. Morgan leisurely walked to the throne and, leaning back against it, muttered. Is that so? Your Shishou went on a half-month trip. Your big sister Scáthach alone can't satisfy your desires, so you came to find me. I see, I see. Your starting point is completely twisted, big sister Morgan. Asher retorted loudly, then after a short pause said, I was just worried something might have happened to big sister Morgan. Don't you miss me at all? Morgan stared at him with a teasing smile. After a moment, Asher nodded lightly. A little bit. He had spent more than 4 years with Morgan. For her, 4 years might be short, for Asher, it was very long. That's right. What I hate most is a child who talks in a roundabout way and isn't sincere at all, Morgan smiled, then turned to Artoria. And you, do you think I caused the ghosts that appeared recently in Britain? No. Artoria looked straight at Morgan. I don't think big sister would have any reason to do that. Reasons. If I had to talk about reasons to take revenge on that old man, there would be plenty, Morgan tapped the edge of her chair lightly. But it wasn't me, whether you believe it or not. What exactly are those ghosts? Asher asked. Morgan thought for a moment. If I had to say, they're probably related to the foreign tribes. Foreign tribes? Asher repeated. Morgan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, King Uther should have already sent someone over. Knock knock. A knock came from outside. An enforcement knight entered, walked straight to Morgan le Fay, knelt on one knee, and held out a letter with both hands. The letter had just been entrusted to the enforcement knight by the guard at the door. No one wanted to enter the palace and face this unpredictable witch without necessity. Go and open the letter for me, Morgan said to Asher. Why me? Asher complained but still walked forward, took the letter, and tore open the envelope. Curious? If you are, take a look first, Morgan said, crossing her legs and leaning back on the throne, watching him like a queen. Anyway, I probably already know what King Uther said. Asher didn't hesitate. He opened the letter. Artoria glanced at Morgan, then walked to Asher's side, her gaze fixed on the letter. Seemingly unbothered by proximity to the opposite sex, Artoria didn't notice how close she stood. Her emerald eyes reflected the contents of the letter. Asher felt a peculiar softness as the girl leaned closer. For a moment, he had a strange feeling, but then he noticed Morgan watching with a teasing look. He pretended not to notice and refocused on the letter. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 31, Night of the Round Table, Asher, codename, Jin. That person suspects Big Sister did it. After reading the letter, Artoria's expression was somewhat unsightly. She raised her head to look at the indifferent-looking Morgan. Don't you feel anything, Big Sister? What should I feel? I'm a witch, after all, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. Isn't it normal for everyone to suspect the witch first when any anomaly occurs in Britain? Her tone was light as she spoke, as if describing an ordinary matter, but Artoria merely bit her lip, a stubborn light in her eyes, the thought of wanting to become king deepening even more. Only by becoming king could she change all of this, change this country, let the people live a happy life, and also change everyone's deeply rooted perception of her big sister. So, these past few days it wasn't that Big Sister didn't come to see me, but rather, was being monitored. Asher guessed. Not exactly being monitored, at least there hasn't been any movement from Camelot yet, Morgan said. It's just that I also have some things to deal with here. A look of confusion flashed in Asher's eyes, but he wisely didn't press further. If Morgan wanted to say, she would naturally explain. If she didn't want to say, even if he pressed, she wouldn't answer. Is there anything I can help with? Asher asked. His gaze was earnest. At this moment, he genuinely wanted to help Morgan. Regardless of her ulterior motives or otherwise, she had indeed taught him too many things in the past 4 years. It could be said that if Scáthach was the benefactor who taught him martial arts and magic control, then Morgan le Fay was the guide who stabilized his magic and developed the magic in his body. This kindness had to be repaid no matter what. You. Morgan sized up Asher, then shook her head. The current you can't help me with anything. The same goes for you. She looked at Artoria. If there's anything you two can do for me, it's probably to train hard. Also, Morgan paused, don't trust me too much, Lily. There must be a reason for being called a witch. At least, what Morgan le Fay would do in the future could only be called enmity from Artoria's perspective. Asher remained silent. He roughly understood Morgan le Fay's words. If nothing unexpected happened, in another year, after Artoria pulled out the Caliban, Morgan le Fay would stand on the opposite side of Artoria as an enemy. Rather, Morgan le Fay's initial goal was to prevent Artoria from becoming king. Her disagreement with King Uther was also because of this matter. In the eyes of this witch who had lived for thousands of years, Artoria was still just a little girl. She should have a happy life, not be born as a king and walk hard on a predetermined path. But alas, the Red Dragon lineage seemed to have destined such a fate. Pull out the Caliban and become king. But there was a way to break this. As long as this little guy grows up, there will be a way. Morgan le Fay's gaze was fixed on Asher, like a big bad wolf staring at a little white rabbit. Thinking of certain things in the future, a pleasant smile couldn't help but appear on Morgan le Fay's face, and she licked her alluring lips. Asher suddenly took several steps back. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Artoria couldn't help but look at the boy behind her with confusion. I don't know. I just feel a bit cold, Asher said. What a remarkably perceptive child. Morgan le Fay looked at Asher and quickly returned to her usual smile. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Besides visiting me, do you have anything else you need me for? Asher hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly, explaining his purpose. After listening to Asher's words, Morgan le Fay showed a thoughtful expression. So that's it, you want to improve the timing of your predictions. Unfortunately, I can't help you with that. This ability isn't something that can be improved just by me teaching you step by step. It relies more on practical experience and your own understanding. A look of disappointment appeared on Asher's face. As expected. He had guessed this result before coming, but he still held a little bit of hope. However, Morgan le Fay paused slightly. I do have other methods that can improve your strength. Morgan le Fay looked at Asher with a smile in her eyes as she said the last words. Sure enough, she saw Asher raise his head, a light shining in his eyes. What method? Artoria also looked over, feeling that the relationship between these two was really strange. It looked like these two were siblings, and she was an outsider. This. Morgan le Fay took out a small bottle containing a very strange liquid. The liquid was transparent and slightly viscous, but just the first glance gave people a chilling sense of fear. What is this? Artoria asked first. For some reason, she actually felt a resonance with this small bottle. No, that wasn't quite right. To be precise, she felt hostility towards the liquid in this small bottle. A little something I happened to get some time ago, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. Didn't you take black dragon essence blood some time ago? After your body is strengthened, this thing should also be usable. She had originally been worried about where to find suitable materials for Asher to take, but she hadn't expected that little princess from the land of shadows to find suitable materials first, which saved her a lot of trouble. What exactly is this? Asher was very cautious and didn't take the small bottle. He believed that Morgan wouldn't harm him, but he wasn't completely without precautions against Morgan. Not harming him didn't mean not using him. After all, there was no way such a good thing would happen as her teaching him magic and various abilities for no reason. Asher had always felt that Morgan must have some purpose in mind towards him. As for what that purpose was, he couldn't say. To be precise, taking this thing can make your physical strength stronger, but correspondingly, the probability of berserking will also be greater. However, as long as you wait for that woman to return with Lucas's blessing, you can rest assured. Morgan le Fay said this, thought for a moment, and then added. Of course, the liquid inside is only enough for a week. After that, you'll need to come find me again. Asher was somewhat tempted and reached out to take the bottle, but Morgan le Fay suddenly withdrew her hand, avoiding Asher's palm. Facing Asher's questioning gaze, Morgan lowered her eyelids, looking at the small bottle in her hand. I have a condition. Only after you agree to this condition can I give you this. As expected, there's no free lunch in the world. Hearing Morgan's words, Asher actually felt a sense of relief in his heart and asked. What condition? Frankly speaking, if Morgan le Fay hadn't said a condition, Asher would have been a bit uneasy. Having a purpose was better than having no purpose. Morgan's slender index finger traced along the edge of the chair, her red nail polish looking particularly alluring. She raised her index finger, pressed it against Asher's chest, raised her head, and smiled. Join the Knights of the Round Table. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 32, Accepting the Condition. As for the entry qualifications, you can rest assured, I will arrange everything for you. Morgan le Fay lightly tapped the table with her index finger and raised her head to look at Asher. What's your answer? Let me make it clear first, you only have one chance. If you refuse, I won't invite you a second time. Similarly, this thing, I will give it to someone more suitable. Morgan le Fay shook the bottle in her hand. A certain crystalline luster flowed in the seemingly transparent bottle, looking as if it had some kind of magic, making Asher's gaze involuntarily focus on the bottle. Morgan knew that this guy in front of her was a bit neurotic and often liked to say, but I refuse, when others were full of confidence, which made people want to press him to the ground and rub him hard. Therefore, Morgan simply warned him in advance. Wouldn't this count as treason? Asher suddenly asked. I'm from the land of shadows, but I ended up joining the Knights of the Round Table. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate or not inappropriate? Morgan le Fay waved her hand. It's not like I'm asking you to infiltrate the land of shadows as a citizen of Britain to obtain some intelligence. I just hope you join the Knights of the Round Table and hone yourself properly. Asher couldn't help but smile wryly. Hone yourself properly. Even Morgan herself probably wouldn't believe such words. Asher's gaze fell back on the small bottle in front of him. She actually wanted to use this kind of thing to lure him. Is big sister Morgan underestimating me too much? She actually wanted to lure him with a mere bottle of mysterious liquid that surpassed the black dragon essence blood. Such a mere lure, he really couldn't refuse it. Looking at Asher, who still seemed to be struggling, Morgan le Fay looked at Artoria to the side and smiled. Could you please step outside for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with Asher alone. Artoria glanced at Asher with a bit of unease, but still nodded and left the palace. Watching Artoria's figure disappear, Morgan le Fay beckoned Asher. Come on, come sit over here. She indicated for Asher to sit on the throne next to her. Asher hesitated, still not stepping forward. You should know that if I wanted to, I could easily place a guise on you, right? If I wanted to harm you, you would have died 4 years ago, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. Don't worry, as long as it doesn't involve very important matters, I won't harm you. After all, even I don't want to offend that woman. Asher's eyelids twitched slightly. That was indeed true. If Morgan wanted to kill him, she could have done it a long time ago. Watching Asher gradually walk forward, Morgan le Fay reached out and touched his face, smiling. Besides, I wouldn't bear to. Who would want to harm a child they've raised for so long? You should be relieved now, right? Looking at Asher sitting next to her, Morgan le Fay continued to ask. Asher shook his head. Not relieved. Morgan le Fay was immediately taken aback, then sighed. If only she had picked him up before Scáthach, how much trouble could have been saved. Morgan quickly shook her head, no longer dwelling on these matters, and directly got to the topic. How have you considered it? Join the Knights of the Round Table. Or refuse my request. Morgan le Fay's gaze was fixed on Asher as she said the last words, the smile on her face fading a lot, giving off an extraordinary sense of pressure. Asher hesitated, still not answering. He didn't know if he should agree to this request. Although it sounded good, becoming a Knight of the Round Table and also obtaining the unknown liquid given to him by Morgan to improve his body. But it was true that a small half of the Knights of the Round Table were Morgan's people, but among this small half of knights, everyone was a double agent, and there were hardly any who truly obeyed Morgan. This wasn't an exaggeration, but a fact. Once he joined the Knights of the Round Table, Morgan would likely ask him to do something, and then tell him which knights in the current Round Table were her people. Then, Asher would become the only tragic figure who wholeheartedly worked for the organization. If he had a code name, it would probably be Jin. You have a good relationship with my younger sister, don't you? Looking at the hesitant Asher, Morgan le Fay suddenly asked. Asher was taken aback, not understanding what Morgan was trying to say. If you're in the Knights, if that child encounters any danger one day, you can help out in the first place, right? Morgan said with a smile. Consider it again. Morgan le Fay was in a good mood. She thought about it. In the future, if Asher pulled out the Caliban, then she just needed to have that child marry her. In this way, Britain could be under her control, and Asher wouldn't need to do anything. It would be enough for him to enjoy himself in the palace obediently. Her younger sister could also continue to live her wonderful life. As for the foreign tribes, there was no need to worry about them. If she became queen, she was confident that she could eliminate all the foreign tribes. And marriage and such, she didn't mind very much. She quite liked Asher's personality. Although he seemed to have a bit of a mother complex, or rather, a teacher complex, it could be corrected slightly. If he had to like his teacher, she had taught him for so many years, so she could be considered half a teacher, right? In short, according to the plan, she just needed to make him stronger and then pull out the Caliban. Before that, all she needed to do was wait, and make Asher more dependent on her. Actually, she had other ways to ascend the throne, but the current method was the best. Join the Knights of the Round Table, pull out the Caliban, and then marry her. She preferred this way. It wasn't just that she had a good impression of that child, but also, snatching away a man who was already engaged had a surprisingly exciting feeling. A pleasant arc appeared at the corner of Morgan's lips as she thought of the end. She was increasingly looking forward to that day. What did Big Sister tell you? Artoria stepped on the rain-soaked ground, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Just persuasion, Asher thought for a moment. But Big Sister Morgan said it's not like I have to join the Knights of the Round Table right now. She said I'm not qualified yet, and I'd have to wait until my strength reaches that level. Even if I join now, I'd start as a squire. So you agreed? Artoria asked. Asher shook his head. I didn't agree, I just said I needed to think about it. Anyway, she's not asking for my answer right now. Is that so? Artoria lowered her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 33, but you can't beat me. Asher glanced at Artoria, who had fallen into thought, and slipped his hand into his pocket, gently clutching the small glass bottle containing some mysterious liquid. Although he said he would consider it, from the moment he accepted the liquid Morgan gave him, it was basically destined that he would agree to Morgan later. Although he didn't know why Morgan was helping him so wholeheartedly, there was no doubt that accepting Morgan's request at this moment would only bring him benefits and no harm. The only hidden danger was probably the matter of joining the Knights of the Round Table in the future. Asher still didn't know Morgan's purpose, but when Morgan saw that Asher seemed a bit hesitant, she immediately placed a guise on herself, vowing, I will not actively ask Asher to do anything that harms others. This vow reassured Asher, but it also made him wonder. What exactly did Morgan want him to do? While thinking, Asher walked back with Artoria. The two passed through the village, walking along the small path between the fields. Raindrops fell on them, and the fields were shrouded in mist. Yo, Artoris, didn't train properly today. At this moment, a villager's greeting suddenly came from the field. Artoria turned her head to look at the villager and nodded slightly. Just a little something. Is that so? You can't slack off. Maybe one day you can get rid of the title of squire. I'll work hard. Artoria just nodded slightly and then walked straight through the fields. Asher glanced at the villager behind him and quickly caught up with Artoria. They all think you're a man. Artoria didn't say anything. After a long time, she nodded lightly. Don't tell anyone about this. I know, I definitely won't blab. Don't worry, Asher assured her. The girl just said, thank you, and then continued in silence, walking towards the direction of her home. Asher looked at the extremely primitive scenery around him and couldn't help but sigh. Britain at this time was really quite backward in development. But this was also understandable. After all, it hadn't been long since the Dark Ages, and this country still needed a certain amount of development time. About a few years ago, the empire collapsed. In order to obtain resources, food, clothing, and shelter for survival, the foreign tribes did not hesitate to cross the sea to invade Britain, occupying land. The originally warring tribes united to jointly resist the foreign enemies. This should have been a story of everyone repelling foreign enemies and working together to build a better home. However, Vortigern Pendragon, King Uther's brother, this vile king who had already transformed into a demonic dragon, attempted to bring Britain under his control. Thus, he attracted foreign tribes, divided the united tribes, and raised the banner of rebellion. His destructive power covered the entire country. He defeated King Uther. Just when everyone thought he would rule the country like this, Vortigern mysteriously disappeared. Yes, after defeating King Uther, this demonic dragon could have ruled the country, but in the end, it mysteriously disappeared. At that time, some people heard its mournful roar, the sound shaking the heavens, but no one knew what had happened. Even so, King Uther still firmly believed that Vortigern would one day return. Thus, the red dragon, Artoria, was born. Facing the world as a man, waiting for the day she would become king, this was a predetermined outcome. It was just that a certain sister-complex madwoman was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Asher and the others had set off at noon, and it was now past midday. The sky was gloomy. He had to say that Artoria's stamina was indeed too good. She hadn't shown much fatigue after traveling for most of the day, but Asher was exhausted. He was already panting, and he looked up at Artoria and said, "Why don't you go on ahead? I should be going straight back to the land of shadows in a bit." He was also considering that so much time had passed, Kay and Sir Ector should have already noticed that Artoria wasn't near their home, and they might be looking for her everywhere. But Artoria just shook her head. "Then let's rest for a while first." After saying that, she sat down next to Asher. The two watched the rain under the eaves, as well as the villagers passing by in a hurry through the rain. "Say, why exactly did you come with me?" Asher suddenly asked. Thinking carefully, after Artoria followed him, she hadn't done anything, and then she followed him back. It was simply unbelievable. Artoria looked at the rain, her eyes somewhat dazed. She didn't snap back to her senses until Asher's voice rang out, and she shook her head lightly. "I don't know." She just wanted to take a look at her big sister. She didn't know what use it was after looking. "Forget it," Asher sighed helplessly. "I'll go back with you first." Artoria turned her head to look at Asher. "Why? You're probably not very good at lying, are you? Since that's the case, then let me explain for you. Or do you think they haven't noticed that you secretly left the island?" Artoria remained silent. The matter of secretly slipping out of the island should have already been discovered. As for how to explain to her foster brother and foster father after returning, she hadn't really figured it out yet. "So, let me explain for you. Just say we went to the nearby town," Asher said. "But don't expose me when I'm explaining." For some reason, he always felt that Artoria was a bit unreliable, afraid that she would say something like a good child, "I came with Asher to play with Big Sister." If she said that, Asher felt that he would definitely be beaten to death. Artoria nodded lightly. "Thank you. Is that so? It's better to tell me or father about this kind of thing in advance next time." In the wooden hut, Kay sat opposite Asher, looking at Artoria with a gentle tone. "Your identity is special. If you want to go out to play, you absolutely have to explain it first." Artoria nodded silently, accepting her brother's reprimand. Oh no, this wasn't a reprimand, just simple education. Asher secretly breathed a sigh of relief seeing this scene. It seemed that this knight named Kay had a much better temper than he had imagined. Or rather, because he was facing his own sister, his temper was so good. "If there's nothing else, then I'll go back first." Asher stood up and bowed slightly again. "I'm really sorry about today's matter. It's not your fault. With your current abilities, it's indeed difficult to notice someone secretly following you." Kay's tone was still gentle. "Do you need me to see you back?" "No need." Asher left the wooden hut after saying that. "Asher." Artoria suddenly stood up, seeming like she wanted to say something. Asher stopped in his tracks. Kay looked left and right, then smiled. "Then I'll go out for a bit." After saying that, he left the small wooden hut. He turned back to look at Artoria. "Is there anything else, Lily?" Artoria had a look of confusion in her eyes, seeming a bit unaccustomed to Asher's sudden change in address. "Sorry, it really isn't very good to call you that directly, is it? It just feels a bit too long to just call your name." "No, it's okay. Call me whatever you want." Artoria quickly regained her senses and shook her head lightly. Then, she raised her head, looking at him somewhat uneasily. "Aren't you angry with me?" "Angry at you for what?" Asher asked. "For secretly following you to find that matter." Thinking that Kay might still be listening to their conversation outside the house, Artoria forcibly swallowed the word big sister and instead used a very vague way of speaking. Oh, you mean that? Asher smiled. Of course I'm angry. How could I not be angry? Secretly following me out and all that. If something happened to you, I would be responsible. Seeming not to have expected Asher's reply, Artoria lowered her head, the ahog on top of her head swaying slightly, looking listless. So, Asher lowered his voice, tell me in advance next time if you want to go. If something happens, we can at least look after each other. Artoria raised her head, her eyes brightening slightly. Do you mean? Asher nodded. Next time you want to go, let's go together. Your strength is greater than mine, and we can look after each other on the way. Under Asher's gaze, Artoria nodded heavily and said seriously, I will protect you well. Isn't that backwards? Asher smiled helplessly. I'm still a man. But you can't beat me, Artoria said. But I'm a ma. You can't beat me, Artoria continued. Asher. All right, whatever makes you happy. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 34, why don't you ever play by the rules? After saying goodbye to Artoria, Asher walked along the path leading to the land of shadows, his mood slightly uneasy. Earlier, he had ignored Wathaka's calls and fled the land of shadows directly. Now, it was already evening as he returned home. Asher's feelings were similar to those of a child coming home late after playing too much, worried about being scolded by his parents. Big sister Wathak is probably furious and just waiting for me to come back to get her revenge. Asher thought anxiously as he passed through the nearby village. In the village, many children played, gathered around a minstrel, listening intently as the old man slowly told a story. Asher didn't stop and continued walking past the village. Amidst his unease, he finally arrived at the gate of the Land of Shadows castle. Unimpeded, Asher smoothly entered through the city gate and walked toward the palace. How exactly should I explain things to big sister Wathak, but generally, she'll believe me if I just make something up, right? But what if she doesn't believe me? Thinking of this, Asher's mood grew complicated. Based on Wathaka's previous punishments, there was a high chance she would press him onto the bed and tickle him vigorously. It might not sound like much, but Asher really had a psychological shadow about this. A gust of cold wind mixed with rain swept across, and a thin mist shrouded the surroundings as if the whole world had become cloudy. The drizzle beside him slanted in the cold wind, hitting Asher's face. His footsteps slowly stopped, his body involuntarily shivered as he snapped back to reality. Is it too cold? No, that wasn't right either. It was just a little drizzle and not particularly cold. Then what exactly was it? Asher shivered again. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared down the corridor behind him. He could sense something rapidly approaching. It moved so fast it stirred up a gust of wind around it, splashing the water droplets on the ground like countless blooming lotus flowers. At that moment, an image flashed through his mind. The art of prophecy. For the first time, fear appeared in Asher's eyes. He decisively turned and rushed backward. Just then, he recalled an image of himself being stabbed by a long spear. He ran desperately. Suddenly, he heard a whoosh sound, a black spear flew through the air toward his head, accompanied by a terrifying tearing sound. Having foreseen the attack, Asher quickly lowered his head to avoid it. At that instant, a second image flashed through his mind. Asher raised his spear and held it horizontally in front of him. Another spear swiftly flew over. The spear in Asher's hand blocked the tip just in time, the enemy spear slid along it and pierced straight into the pillar behind him. An enemy. Asher took a light breath and slowly exhaled, glanced at the spear lodged behind him, then turned to face forward. To sneak into the land of shadows without being discovered, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Shishou's younger sister, Lady Afe, right? What a clever child. From the end of the corridor, footsteps approached slowly. A woman's voice sounded flirtatious as she stepped out of the shadows. She had purple hair too, but tied in a high ponytail, looking heroic and spirited. She met Asher's gaze with a bloodthirsty smile. Good evening, Scáthach's disciple, or should I say, Morgan le Fay's little lover. Afe was Scáthach's younger sister. She had long ago left the land of shadows to establish herself as Queen of Alba, and her martial arts skills were equally superb. At this moment, the Queen had appeared in the land of shadows palace. But Asher had been prepared for Afe's arrival. His expression remained calm as he bowed slightly. Lady Afe, do you have any specific business in the land of shadows? He had vaguely expected Afe to appear after Scáthach left but hadn't anticipated it would be so soon. Do I need a reason? Afe smiled arrogantly and wantonly. I am your Shishou's enemy. Do I need a reason to appear in this realm? Indeed, no reason is necessary, Asher pondered, then said, but Shishou has gone out recently. If you want to spar with her, you should wait for her return. Neither I nor anyone else is your opponent, Asher said neither humbly nor arrogantly. After all, our training time is far less than yours. Are you saying I'm bullying the weak? Afe's smile didn't fade as she caught the sarcasm in his words. Her look remained flirtatious. But she clicked her tongue in annoyance. That's why I hate that woman. Knowing I don't like attacking the weak, she must feel relieved leaving you in the land of shadows, right? Asher's eyes were calm. Because you are Shishou's younger sister, she understands you well. She believes the strong disdain attacking the weak. Meaning, you think you're weak yourself. Afe narrowed her eyes. Asher shook his head. Compared to you, I am weak. But among my peers, I don't think I'm any weaker than others. Afe stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. That woman is always like this, acting like she has everything under control. You know, I see her shadow in you because you look like you have everything under control now. Compared to Shishou, I'm still far behind, Asher replied calmly. But. Afe raised her hand, spear pointed at him. Although I never attack the weak, I've changed my mind this time. Since she believes I won't attack the weak, and you're so sure of it, I'll make an exception. Asher's eyelids twitched slightly. The calmness he had maintained crumbled quietly. He took half a step back discreetly. Scáthach had told him her younger sister Afe was a proud warrior who never stooped to attack the weak. That was why he could speak to Afe calmly just now. But now, facts proved it was better not to show off. His calm vanished in an instant. Asher turned, wanting to escape the corridor. Don't even think about escaping. Today, I want to see how that woman reacts when she comes back and finds your corpse hanging in the land of shadows. Afe stepped forward with her left foot. She moved so fast that before Asher could react, her spear thrust swiftly toward his right shoulder. But an astonishing scene unfolded. Asher was clearly facing away, but before Afe's spear could hit, Asher raised his hand and a step ahead, holding the red spear in front of his right shoulder. The spear tip slid along the red spear, avoiding the attack. Gripping the red spear with his other hand, Asher turned and swung the butt of the spear toward Afe. How naive, Afe took half a step back, easily avoiding the strike. At that moment, Asher suddenly released the red spear. Afe's gaze instinctively followed the spear. In that instant, a small knife in Asher's left hand spun nimbly and flew toward her neck. Afe's pupils contracted. She quickly dodged several steps to the side. With a whoosh, the knife pierced the pillar behind her amid Wathaka's astonished expression. At the same time, a neat wound appeared on Afe's snow-white neck, from which a wisp of blood oozed. All happened in the blink of an eye. Afe snapped out of her daze. Her eyes toward Asher became serious, her smile faded. Truly surprising. I didn't expect you to have something hidden up your sleeve. She nearly stumbled in a gutter. She really hadn't expected that among the disciples taught by that woman, there would be such a cunning fellow. A fighting spirit appeared on Afe's face, and her expression grew much more serious. Very good. You've taught me a lesson, brat. You think that's the end of it? A faint smile appeared on Asher's face as he crooked a finger. Come. His gaze fixed on the area behind Afe. Afe's pupils widened. She suddenly turned her head. Could there be some mechanism in that small knife that retrieves it from behind? After a moment, the knife remained stuck in the pillar, unmoving. Afe finally reacted and turned to look at Asher. You actually played me. The moment she turned back, astonishment appeared on her face. Where was he? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 35, Master, I'm so hard. Asher felt his heart beating uncontrollably fast. It was his first time experiencing such an intense battle. Well, in reality, it was only a few moves. Moreover, he could feel that Afe hadn't gone for the kill earlier. If she had been serious, it definitely wouldn't have been this level, because she likely knew about his precognitive ability, otherwise, she wouldn't have even known about Morgan's existence. No matter what, the most important thing now was Wathaka. He had to take his sister away as soon as possible. Asher sprinted towards Wathaka's room and abruptly pushed the door open. Sister, we have to leave here as soon as possible. Wathaka looked up, a puzzled expression on her face. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so nervous? By the way, where did you go this afternoon? Why couldn't I find you anywhere? When Wathaka said the last part, her eyes showed a hint of doubt. Asher didn't waste words, quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wathaka's small hand. No time to explain, just come with me. Why? Wathaka was stunned. Do you want to elope with your sister? Actually, there's no need. Mom has already agreed to our engagement, so there's no need to elope. Bang. Just as she said this, the door was kicked open. Brat, you're the first person who dared to play tricks on me. I'll definitely love you well in a bit, don't worry. As she finished speaking, Afe's face revealed a charming smile, but this smile made Asher feel an intense sense of danger. Undoubtedly, Afe's love was not a good thing. What hack? The moment she kicked open the door, Afe saw the young girl in front of her. She was startled, and her angry expression quickly turned into a smile. So this is your room? What are you doing here? What hack glared coldly at the woman in front of her, still sitting on the bed, as if the woman was just an ordinary subordinate, and her tone was like she was reprimanding a subordinate. I'm here to teach this child a lesson. Get out. What hack said angrily. This is my room. Is that so? Afe paused. Sorry, then I'll take him out. You go out first, he's my brother. What hack spoke again, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Afe. If you hurt Asher, I'll never speak to you again. Afe was stunned for a long time before turning and leaving the room. The queen of the kingdom now sat by the door, looking at the rain outside, her high ponytail swaying gently. Her back looked somewhat desolate, like a lonely old person who had been abandoned. Asher watched, somewhat dumbfounded. What is going on? Asher, are you okay? What hack straightened Asher's collar, her purple eyes showing concern. She looked up and said, that woman didn't hurt you, did she? If you're hurt anywhere, I'll never let her off. Afe, sitting by the door, heard this and her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she had heard something extremely serious. I'm fine. Asher strangely glanced at the woman with the high ponytail by the door and whispered. Who is she to you? Although Asher had heard a long time ago that Scáthach had a younger sister named Afe, and that her relationship with Scáthach was very bad, he never expected Afe to have such a good relationship with his master's adopted daughter. No, more than just good, Afe's attitude, it was almost a pathological doting on What hack. When I was little and didn't know any better, I met my aunt while playing outdoors and spent some time with her. What hack said this, then glanced again at the woman sitting by the door. Later I found out that she and Mom don't get along, and she established her own country, always wanting Mom to submit. Asher thought to himself, it seems this woman is a bit like a daughter lover, no, not just a daughter lover, it looks like she's even a sister lover. And it seems Master doesn't know that her sister and her adopted daughter have such a good relationship. Just as he thought this, Asher suddenly felt a gaze directly staring at him. He followed the direction of that gaze and saw Afe. Her cold eyes were staring directly at him, and her mouth was slightly open. Although he couldn't hear the sound, Asher understood her meaning. Undoubtedly, what Afe said was probably, try telling what just happened. A strong sense of threat, and those cold eyes. There was no doubt that this woman was not joking. If What hack really ignored her in the future, Afe would definitely not let him off. Asher nodded, indicating, I understand. By the way, Asher, were you bullied by this woman just now, which is why you were so eager to take me away? What hack suddenly asked. Afe's gaze immediately became much more nervous, and she secretly glanced at Asher again, this time even with a hint of pleading. One should always leave a way out for others. Asher was someone who responded to softness but not hardness. Facing Afe's gaze, his heart instantly softened, and he shook his head. Afe, Darren and I were just playing around. I suddenly came to find you just to scare you, but I didn't expect you to know Afe, Darren, sister. It had to be said that a woman with a cold exterior showing the pleading look really had a strong contrasting cuteness. Moreover, Afe hadn't really gone for the kill earlier. If she had wanted to kill him, he still had no resistance at all. What hack nodded gently, muttering, is that so, then looked at Afe by the door. You should go back first. I'm very tired from training all day. I'll come find you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Afe could only nod, then stood up and looked at Asher in the room. Brat. Noticing What hack's displeased gaze, Afe coughed lightly. Asher, right, you're a very good prospect, I appreciate you. Can you see me off? I'm a bit unfamiliar with the way. Asher thought to himself, if you don't know the way, how did you get to the palace? Despite his thoughts, Asher still nodded. All right. He wasn't What hack, he couldn't be so willful. Are you sure it's okay? If you don't want to, just refuse her, What hack said gently, holding Asher's hand. It's fine, I'm willing. Seeing this, What hack could only nod. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Brat, well done. Afe looked very satisfied. This time, I owe you one. The two walked along the long corridor of the Land of Shadows. Afe was very satisfied with Asher's performance just now, and the hostility she initially had because he was Scáthach's apprentice was greatly reduced. Although your strength isn't much, at least you know how to behave, much better than that old woman. Asher rolled his eyes, too lazy to speak, and just walked silently beside Afe. No wonder she didn't get along with his master, this woman was too sharp-tongued. With Scáthach's temper, If she heard her sister say something like old woman, not breaking her legs would already be out of consideration for their sisterly bond. I say. Afe-sama, what exactly are you doing in the land of shadows? After a moment, Asher suddenly asked. Teaching Scáthach's apprentices a lesson, Afe said indifferently. But the place you appeared just now wasn't the training ground, was it? And it didn't feel like you were coming for me. Afe's expression was slightly awkward. If I had to say, I plan to visit the child Scáthach along the way. While my master isn't around. Asher asked with a strange look. Can't beat her own sister, so she's trying to snatch her daughter. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 36, Super Cowardly Scáthach. Have you just arrived at the castle? Walking through the slightly quiet palace, Asher felt the atmosphere was too awkward, so he took the initiative to ask. Afe was stunned, then nodded lightly. Something like that. I thought you were specifically lying in wait for me, like to provoke Shishou or something, Asher muttered. He had only been in the land of shadows for a short while when he encountered this Queen of Alba, and she immediately tried to blow his head off with a spear. Although she probably knew he had the ability of prophecy, if he hadn't dodged, he would have died directly. Lying in wait for you. You overestimate yourself too much. Afe glanced at Asher, then muttered softly as she looked away, if I hadn't gotten lost, I probably wouldn't have run into you. What? Nothing. Afe shook her head. Besides, you're wrong about one thing. Even if my sister is in the land of shadows, I wouldn't be afraid of her, I just don't want to meet her. One day I will defeat her and rightfully take over everything in the land of shadows. That probably won't happen in this lifetime. With Scáthach's current strength, there was probably no one in this world who could defeat her, especially with the land of shadows buff. The chances of defeating her were even slimmer. Brat, are you looking down on me? Afe stared at Asher coldly. Do you really think I wouldn't kill you? You won't. Asher's voice was firm. If you can't even keep the most basic promises, you won't be the Queen of Alba. As he said the last part, Asher felt a little guilty and secretly glanced at Afe, afraid that this woman would suddenly have some strange ideas, such as, I hate it when people talk to me with such confidence. Since you think I won't kill you, then I'll kill you to show you. If she thought that way, he would really have no place to cry, especially since this woman had such thoughts just now. Any strategy is ineffective against a brute. Imagine a strategist standing confidently in front of Afe, saying a long speech, analyzing why she wouldn't kill him, and then getting his head blown off with a spear. Just thinking about it was tragic. But fortunately, Afe didn't make any move and just looked straight ahead. Judging from this woman's current behavior, she didn't seem as utterly wicked as he had imagined. Asher couldn't help but think. When he was in the land of shadows before, the guards had told him about Afe, roughly describing her as a completely evil female demon. But now it seemed that it was indeed just hearsay. What are you thinking about? Noticing Asher's gaze, Afe revealed a contemptuous smile. If you have any doubts, considering you didn't confess to Afe, I'll answer you as long as I can. Shishou seems to think your hostility is very strong. Even before, everyone thought your goal was to seize the land of shadows, but your behavior today is completely different. That woman's words aren't necessarily all true, Afe sneered. Her eyes are only on her own martial arts. And her magic, Asher added. Afe glanced at Asher. Mind your own business. So you want to defeat her and make her see you? Asher tried to ask. Afe just snorted coldly. Although she didn't answer, her attitude clearly showed what she meant. Is there a problem? She noticed Asher's strange gaze and looked at him coldly. And no, nothing. Asher looked away, thinking, why do I have a feeling that Aunt Afe is at Sundra? Establishing her own country, wanting to defeat Scáthach, her fundamental purpose is just to make her big sister notice her and prove her strength. Thinking about it like that, it felt a bit cute. This is far enough, Afe stopped, standing at the city gate. Brat, I need to give you a piece of advice. She turned around, the smile on her face completely gone, replaced by a cold and serious expression. I don't care what your relationship is with Morgan, but if you dare to bully Scáthach, even with Scáthach's protection, I will definitely make you regret it. Her voice was cold, but her tone was very calm, as if stating a commonplace matter. Only now did Afe have that aloof queenly feeling, a powerful pressure washing over him. But Asher was very calm and just shook his head. Aunt Afe, you're wrong about one thing. What? Afe asked. It's always big sister Scáthach who bullies me, he said. Afe. Looking at Asher's tragic expression, she nodded lightly. I thought so. After seeing Afe off, Asher returned to his room. Scáthach was already there, and as soon as she saw Asher enter, she immediately stood up, saying worriedly, Are you really all right, Ash? Are you hurt anywhere? Her purple hair was spread out to her waist, and her pair of purple eyes were crystal clear. She looked at Asher with concern, her right hand placed on his chest, carefully checking if Asher had been injured anywhere. "I'm fine." Aunt Afe held back, Asher said, shaking his head. "That's good," Scáthach exhaled, then seemed to think of something. "By the way, Ash, don't tell Mother about Aunt Afe's matter." I know," Asher nodded. "But if it's already been discovered, I'll tell the whole truth directly." Within his capabilities, Asher could help cover it up, but if Scáthach noticed, he would have no choice but to tell the truth. I understand. Now let's talk about your business." Scáthach stretched lazily on the bed, her eyes fixed on Asher. "Where did you go today?" Asher, who had just sat down to rest, suddenly stiffened. I went to the nearby village for a stroll and played games with the children in the village by the way." Scáthach raised her slender left leg, her tender white foot sliding down Asher's back, then gently pushed him with her toes, a suspicious look in her eyes. "Really?" Asher brushed Scáthach's foot away and nodded seriously. "Really, everyone in the village was very enthusiastic. I took some children to grill fish, and then I took a little girl to find her long-lost big sister, and because we played too late, I specifically took her to explain to her elder brother." Asher's tone was sincere as he spoke. After staring at him for a while, Scáthach nodded lightly. It doesn't look like you're lying. Remember to take me with you next time." "It was so boring being alone in the land of shadows today," Scáthach then said. Asher nodded. Definitely. "Oh right, big sister, there's something I'd like your help with." Asher suddenly thought of something and took out the small bottle from his pocket. "Do you know what this is?" This was what Morgan had given Asher earlier. The bottle contained terrifying power. Even if Scáthach wasn't extremely knowledgeable, she at least knew more than him. Maybe she could provide some clues. Scáthach sat up, took the bottle, stared at the liquid inside, shook it gently, and suddenly let go. Asher's pupils contracted. He wanted to reach out and take the bottle, but he was a step too late. The bottle fell to the ground, but fortunately, it didn't break. "Big sister, what are you suddenly doing?" After letting out a sigh of relief, Asher looked at the girl in front of him in annoyance. Scáthach blinked. "I felt this bottle looked very special, not like it was made from ordinary glass bottles, so I was doing an experiment. What if it broke?" Scáthach put her index finger to her lips, tilted her head, and thought for a moment. "The 3-second rule. How can this thing have a 3-second rule? Are you asking me to lick it off the ground? It's not like you can't, right?" Scáthach pondered for a moment, then raised her head and said, "I'll pretend I didn't see it." "Ugh, or rather than that, would you rather lick my feet?" As she said the last part, she deliberately raised her tender white feet and dangled them in front of Asher. "If it's Ash, I don't mind. Who wants to lick such a thing?" Asher looked away and reached out his hand. "Give me that bottle." "Seriously, don't you think I know what you're thinking?" Scáthach sighed. "Ever since before, your gaze has often focused on my or mother's legs, and your attention is mostly on the feet. I judge that you should be a foot fetishist. You're resisting psychologically now just because you don't want to admit that you're a pervert. But it's okay. Whether Ash is a pervert or not, big sister won't abandon you." As Scáthach said the last part, she hugged Asher from behind, her smooth chin resting on his right shoulder, gently exhaling hot air into his ear. "If you're willing, big sister doesn't mind." Asher turned his head, looking at the beautiful face and the teasing in Scáthach's purple eyes. He leaned over, gently exhaled hot air into Scáthach's ear, and said in a low voice, "Really? Big sister, are you mentally prepared?" Scáthach. Asher just looked at her like that. Then, after 3 seconds, Scáthach quickly backed away, hugged the quilt, and shrank into the corner. I was just kidding. You didn't take it seriously, did you?" Asher immediately glanced at Scáthach sideways. "Heh, so cowardly yet you like to tease others." More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 37, Scáthach returns. Scáthach finally decided to help Asher. She also wanted to see what exactly the liquid in the bottle in Asher's hand was. 3 days passed unknowingly. Asher had hardly seen Scáthach during these 3 days. Once this girl was doing something, she was simply obsessed to the point of being possessed. Her eyes were fixed only on that unknown liquid, and she even ignored Asher. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Scáthach came to his door, looking excited. "I know what this is, Ash." "You actually found out?" Asher was surprised. To be honest, seeing Scáthach like this over the past few days, he had almost been ready to give up. "Big sister is a genius." Scáthach proudly boasted, then explained the results of her research. "So, this should also be dragon blood." Asher held the small bottle in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. There's absolutely no mistake. This is dragon essence blood. Scáthach yawned slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. For these 3 days, she had spent almost all her time researching this bottle of dragon essence blood, trying to analyze what components the liquid inside contained. But in the end, she only came to this conclusion: it was dragon blood. Scáthach continued, and from the final identification results, it's stronger than the black dragon essence blood we stole before, but it's also more gentle. Stronger, but more gentle. That is to say, the essence blood inside has been tempered by someone, making it something people can directly consume. As Scáthach said this, her small face approached Asher's, her pair of purple eyes staring intently into his. Ash, tell me the truth, where did this thing come from? I picked it up. Asher turned his face away, not looking at Scáthach. You should know that big sister hates you lying, right? As Scáthach said the last part, she placed her hands on Asher's face. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the truth quickly. I really picked it up. I picked it up near the Bridge of Trials before. Asher felt he probably had a talent for lying. His expression and eyes at this moment looked very sincere. Big sister, don't you believe me? Asher looked at Scáthach sincerely. Scáthach blinked. No. Asher. All right, big sister wasn't some naive simpleton and wouldn't easily believe such nonsense. Scáthach ultimately didn't get the truth about where the small bottle came from Asher. After complaining with the terrifying words, Ash is really getting more and more disobedient. Sooner or later, I'll lock you in the basement and discipline you properly, she left dejectedly, but there was a glint in her eyes as she left, as if she was plotting something. Looks like this thing can be taken ahead of time. After returning to his room, Asher looked at the small bottle in his hand, somewhat tempted, wanting to immediately consume this bottle of dragon essence blood. Although he still didn't know what kind of dragon it was, to be stronger than a black dragon, it was truly quite rare. He wondered where Morgan had gotten such a thing. Holding the small bottle, Asher hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth, opened the bottle, and drank the liquid inside. The moment he drank it, Asher suddenly felt his heart contract violently. Then, that familiar stinging pain attacked again. But having experienced it once before, he was obviously much calmer this time, a smile appearing on his face. Come on, I'm already used to this level of pain. As he said the last part, his expression became increasingly ferocious. Damn it, it really hurts. Even trying to embolden himself was useless. It really still hurt. In this stinging pain, Asher's vision became somewhat blurred. He recalled the fear he felt when the doctor gave him a shot in his butt when he was a child. Asher felt everything in front of him become a bit hazy, as if shrouded in a thin mist. He vaguely seemed to see a purple figure. He raised his head, wanting to see clearly who it was, but no matter how hard he tried to open his eyes, it was in vain. So, he simply closed his eyes, only feeling his cheek seemed to be pressed against something soft. There was a cool, smooth skin sensation, very soft, very fragrant. Asher didn't know when he had fainted. In any case, when he woke up, he noticed something was wrong. First of all, judging from the layout of this room, it was clearly not his room. Then, when he tried to move his arm, he found that he couldn't move at all. Asher looked down and then realized the problem. His right hand was tightly held by a certain purple-haired girl, while his left hand was tied to the leg of the chair next to him with a strip of cloth. Scáthach was sleeping soundly at this moment, a faint smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. She was wearing a thin white camisole nightdress, and a patch of fair skin on her chest was faintly visible. Her pair of smooth, slender legs were very eye-catching. Asher didn't consider himself a saint, and facing the temptation of his big sister in this state, it was really difficult to resist. His hand wanted to touch those soft thighs several times, but in the end, he restrained himself. Calm down. There's definitely a problem. There's no way this girl is that naive. There's definitely a trap here. If Scáthach really wanted to seduce Asher like this, Asher would have already lost control. But unfortunately, this big sister didn't really want to use her body to seduce him and offer herself or anything like that. She just wanted to tease this younger brother and watch him blush. Asher forcibly looked away and tried to pull out his right hand, which was tightly held by Scáthach, little by little, bit by bit, withdrawing it from Scáthach's hands. Good, just like that, almost successful. Looking at his arm gradually breaking free, joy appeared on Asher's face, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Scáthach suddenly reached out and hugged Asher's arm again. Then, Scáthach made no more movements and continued to have her sweet dream. Big sister, you've been awake for a long time, haven't you? Asher said quietly. Scáthach's eyelids twitched slightly, but she still didn't move at all. Asher leaned over and breathed into Scáthach's ear. Big sister. Scáthach suddenly opened her eyes, then went from being dazed to gradually waking up, looking at Asher with a terrified expression. Ash, why are you in my room? Huh. Asher was bewildered. Didn't you come to my room? No, it was you who came to my room, Scáthach suddenly said softly, a teasing look in her eyes. What exactly do you mean? Asher was a bit confused. Quickly let go of me, big sister. Okay, Scáthach said, climbing off the bed, untying the cloth strip tied to Asher's left hand, then pulling his arm and whispering, Ash, don't you want to do something? Asher immediately gave Scáthach a contemptuous look. Although he didn't speak, everything was self-evident. Believe me, I definitely won't resist this time, Scáthach said seriously. Really? Asher was dubious. Really, Scáthach nodded solemnly. Then, just as he was about to tease his big sister, but his index finger had just touched her soft skin, a calm voice suddenly came from outside the house. There are other more important things to do before that, disciple. The moment he heard this voice, Asher's finger recoiled as if electrocuted, his expression instantly froze, and he slowly turned his head to look back. Scáthach. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 38, you thought I was a lancer, but I was actually a swordsman. Scáthach silently watched Asher. Judging from the current posture, it looked more like Asher wanted to violate Scáthach, and Scáthach wanted to struggle but was helpless. Because at this moment, Asher was on top of Scáthach, with one hand on her leg, looking like a pervert whose mind had been clouded by lust. Shishou. Why did you come back so quickly? Asher stammered, quickly letting go of her hand, feeling a slight panic in his heart. If I hadn't come back, what were you planning to do to your big sister just now? Scáthach glanced at Asher sideways, her voice still calm, but with a kind of unangered authority. Asher was speechless for a moment. In the current situation, saying anything didn't seem to make much sense. Speaking of which, what exactly was going on? Didn't she say half a month? Why did Shishou come back after only a little over a week? Scáthach sized up Asher a few times and smiled faintly. It seems your strength has improved quite a bit since I left. Very good, come with me to the training grounds. Asher. Looking at Scáthach, who left the room after speaking, Asher knew what kind of treatment awaited him. He turned his head angrily to look at Scáthach. The girl looked at Asher with a smile. Ash, what were you planning to do to big sister just now? Aren't you going to continue? Clearly, she was taking a small revenge for Asher being too cold to her these past few days. Asher didn't speak and turned to leave the room, but his wrist was grabbed by Scáthach. Is there anything else, big sister? Asher asked unhappily. Are you angry? Looking at Asher's unhappy expression, Scáthach held his arm and shook it gently. Who told you not to tell the truth yesterday? Big sister reminded you yesterday, and these past few days too, you've been sneaking off to play somewhere every day without taking me along. Asher still didn't say anything. You won't blame me, will you? Scáthach blinked her eyes and asked cautiously. She felt that her younger brother seemed genuinely angry this time. No, don't do it again, Asher said sullenly. He just suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by Scáthach for the past 5 years when he saw her smile just now. Although she was usually quite easygoing, Scáthach was a complete devil during training. Ash, you're so good. Scáthach hugged Asher's waist and rubbed her face against his back like a cat. Asher sighed. Quickly let go. Shishou is still waiting for me. Good luck. Scáthach let go of Asher, slightly clenched her fist, and cheered him on. Then, watching Asher walk out of the room, Scáthach slowly exhaled. That's great. No matter how much she teased him, he wouldn't blame her. This was also the reason why she liked Asher so much. Wait. Scáthach suddenly thought of a very serious matter. Wouldn't this mean that the time she had finally managed to spend alone with Ash had been ruined again? Am I an idiot? Scáthach suddenly regretted it again, burying her face in the pillow and rolling around in the quilt repeatedly. I absolutely can't be stupid again. In front of the open space near the forest. Under Scáthach's intense training, Asher simply sat on the ground panting, his forehead covered in sweat. Very strong power. You've made considerable progress again while I was away. Not bad. Scáthach looked at Asher, who was simply sitting on the ground panting, and commented indifferently. Thank you for the praise, Shishou, but if possible, I hope you can still hold back. Asher's forehead was covered in sweat, and he gasped for breath. If you're too serious, it's a bit too much to handle. Too serious. Scáthach shook her head. This level doesn't even come close to being serious. She raised her eyes. Besides, before secretly entering your big sister's room, you should have been prepared for punishment, right? Pick up your weapon and continue training. That's why I said I was innocent. Asher's miserable scream echoed through the morning forest. Don't slack off, and don't think that you can rest after training until you have no strength left. In battle, a spirit of invincibility is essential. If you don't think about how to defeat others, your stamina will run out sooner or later, and then you can only wait to die. Scáthach loudly scolded Asher, waving the spear in her hand. Because she was afraid of accidentally injuring Asher, she often used the butt of the spear when hitting him, but even so, it hurt Asher quite a bit. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out again, the collision of spears echoing with a crisp and pleasant sound. Scáthach raised her spear, and the butt of the spear struck Asher's stomach. A spirit of invincibility. It seemed that Scáthach's words had stimulated Asher. After being knocked back several steps by the butt of the spear, Asher didn't retreat anymore. He raised his head, a fighting spirit in his dark eyes. He also wanted to know if, after nearly a month, the distance between him and Scáthach had not narrowed at all. Seeing the seriousness in Asher's eyes, Scáthach was slightly surprised and looked at him with astonishment. Good eyes, good momentum, very good, that's the way, come on, attack me with all you've got. Asher didn't speak, but just raised the red spear in his hand. Shishou, you once said that any weapon can be used in battle, right? Of course, an excellent warrior should know how to use all kinds of weapons. You can use all your skills, Scáthach said with a faint smile. How about this? If you can defeat me, I can grant you one request. Any wish will do, she added again. These were words full of confidence. Scáthach didn't think she would lose, or rather, she didn't think she would lose to the current Asher. Any request? Asher took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She really doesn't take me seriously at all. Asher raised his spear and charged towards Scáthach, the spear tip pointing in her direction. Runic letters activated in an instant, and scorching flames surged forth, sweeping towards Scáthach. Scáthach simply dodged the flames with a light sidestep, but at this moment, she felt a cold sensation under her feet. Looking down, she saw that the ground had frozen over at some point. Runic magic. It seems you've improved quite a bit. Her movement restricted, Scáthach remained calm. She leaned back slightly to avoid the spear tip Asher thrust at her, her long hair flying up. She pressed one hand on the ground, raised her leg, and kicked Asher's arm, sending the spear in Asher's hand flying high. Losing his weapon meant the battle was almost over. Just as she thought this, Scáthach's eyes widened slightly, looking at Asher with some astonishment. To be precise, she was looking at the long sword he had drawn from his waist at some point. When did her disciple learn swordsmanship? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 39, the second restriction. Be careful, Shishou. The moment Asher drew his sword, it slashed down with the sound of tearing through the air, but Scáthach's beautiful red pupils remained calm. She merely raised her hand. Using only her index finger and thumb, Scáthach easily caught the blade. Even though Asher used all his strength, he couldn't get any closer. Your strength is still too weak, Scáthach commented. As expected, he still needed to think of another way. Trying to break through Shishou's defense head-on was still too difficult. Thinking of this, Asher was about to retreat, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a kind of roar within his body. That voice was incomparably majestic. Although his strength just now had already reached its limit, he now felt the power in his body gradually increasing. Without Asher even noticing, a faint golden light faintly shone in his dark eyes. Is it the power of that liquid I drank yesterday? Or is it combat power overload? Asher didn't have time to think too much and pressed down hard with both hands on the hilt of the sword. His consciousness was still there. If he really reached a point where he couldn't control himself, he could just stop fighting. After all, this was just training, and Shishou wouldn't go all out. Noticing the increasing pressure from the weapon between her fingers, Scáthach's expression shifted slightly, and she stared intently at Asher's eyes. Black dragon. No, the essence blood of the black dragon was already dead matter. What was currently in her disciple's body was living dragon blood. A creature stronger than the black dragon. That woman had really gone all out. It wasn't in vain that she had turned a blind eye and allowed her and her disciple to come into contact. Getting distracted in battle is a big taboo. You taught me that, Shishou. While Scáthach was still pondering, the long sword held in Asher's hands was about to touch Scáthach's face. Scáthach slightly raised her right foot, wanting to pick up the spear that had fallen to the ground. But in the end, she didn't do so. If she picked up the spear, the tip would be facing her, and it would hurt her disciple. Shishou isn't going to block. Asher hesitated for a moment when he saw this scene, subconsciously wanting to retract his sword, but it was already a bit too late. However, facts proved that Asher was still overthinking things. There was only a muffled sound. The long sword had clearly almost struck Scáthach, but in the end, it stopped right in front of her. No, it didn't stop, but rather, it touched some kind of invisible wall. Asher felt his arm go numb from the shock, and the long sword he was tightly holding couldn't help but slip from his grasp. He knelt halfway in front of Scáthach. In front of Scáthach's face, an invisible wall appeared. It was this wall that blocked Asher's attack. When Asher raised his head, Scáthach's fingers were already pressed against his forehead. If it were a weapon, it would have pierced his head by now. Had he still lost? Asher sighed helplessly, but he wasn't too disappointed. Judging from the current battle, he was no longer the person who would run out of stamina after a few moves. At least in the battle just now, he felt he had fought quite smoothly. The most concerning thing was the voice in his body. Was it really related to the unknown liquid Morgan had given him? Truly surprising, to be able to improve not only your spear techniques but also your swordsmanship so much in less than a month, a genuine hint of gratification shone in Scáthach's eyes. Congratulations, you won. When Asher heard Scáthach's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He clearly hadn't touched his Shishou at all from beginning to end. Why did this count as his win? Perhaps sensing Asher's confusion, Scáthach said calmly, if I hadn't used the power of the runes, I would have lost just now. If she hadn't used the runes earlier, she would have had to injure her disciple with the spear, but this was ultimately just training, and there was no need to go to such lengths. So, from the final outcome, it was her loss. Having said that, Scáthach looked at Asher again, a slightly complex look in her eyes. In fact, besides the surprise Asher had brought her in the battle, there was another matter she had been considering since just now, which was also why she had been distracted during the fight. She had indeed met Luff, and the other party already knew about Cuchulain's and Asher's relationship. Coupled with the fact that she had taught Cuchulain martial arts, Luff had been very willing to give her the blessing of the sun god. But that blessing was slightly different from the blessing bestowed upon Cuchulain. What Luff gave her was both a blessing and a curse. It wasn't a simple blessing, but a geis. She needed to place a restriction on Asher for him to receive the corresponding blessing. What kind of restriction to place on her disciple was a question Scáthach had been pondering since she returned. By the way, Shishou, didn't you say just now that if I won against you, you would grant me any one request? Asher's voice suddenly pulled Scáthach back to reality. Scáthach's expression faltered slightly, then she nodded lightly, a faint smile appearing on her face. I did say that. What is your request? Even though she was the one who brought it up, Asher felt a bit awkward when he heard this. Honestly, he hadn't really thought about what he wanted Scáthach to do. Rather, she was his Shishou, and his request couldn't be too excessive. Although his Shishou usually looked very serious, she was surprisingly quite vengeful. If the request he made displeased her, he would be remembered later. Why the hesitation? Scáthach looked down at Asher, who was sitting on the ground resting. Because I don't know what kind of request to make. What if I say something that makes you unhappy? Asher said. A bet is a bet, Scáthach said, shaking her head. Any request is fine. Asher pondered again for a while, then shook his head lightly. I haven't thought of anything yet. Let's go back first, Shishou. All right, I'll wait until you've thought it through. Scáthach wasn't particularly concerned. She put away her spear and walked towards the land of shadows with Asher. On the way, Asher couldn't help but look back at the distant forest. Looks like Morgan won't be coming today either. Is it really because of the wandering undead incidents in Camelot that King Uther's restrictions on her are still so great? Or does Morgan have other purposes? What are you looking at? Scáthach's voice suddenly came from the side. By the time Asher came back to his senses, he realized that Scáthach had been watching him at some point. Nothing. Asher looked away, pretending to be nonchalant. I was just wondering why Shishou came back in less than half a month today. Does coming back so early disappoint you? No. I'm very happy that Shishou could come back so early, I just think it's a bit strange, Asher quickly explained. Is that so? Scáthach just said this and then fell silent, lost in thought again. As they walked through the city gate, the guards bowed one after another, expressing their sincere respect to the Queen of the Land of Shadows. Asher followed beside her, looking like a little follower. But even as a little follower, the surrounding people still cast envious glances. To be able to be by the side of this aloof queen, even as a follower, countless people would break their heads trying to do so. The two didn't speak until they entered the main hall of the palace. He could tell that Scáthach was thinking about something, so he didn't plan to disturb her. Similarly, he didn't bring up the matter Scáthach had mentioned earlier about completely healing his body. Scáthach had returned in such a short time, most likely because the matter of healing his body had failed. If he brought it up again at this time, it would affect her mood. Scáthach naturally didn't notice Asher's little thoughts. After thinking for a while, she finally decided to give the decision-making power to Asher. She came to the throne in the main hall, sat down with her legs crossed, and looked at Asher, who had followed her to her side. Disciple, if I were to place a restriction on you, what kind of restriction would you want it to be? She was quite curious. If Asher chose himself, what kind of restriction would he want to be placed on him? Originally, there were supposed to be 3 updates today, but after posting 3 chapters at noon, I suddenly remembered that there was a sponsored post today, so I had to post another chapter. This is the first time for a sponsored post. If you're interested, you can take a look. Amiya Shirou's Strange Journey. Here's the introduction. I am Amiya Shirou, 16 years old. A transmigrator, living in the Amiya residence in Fuyuki City, attending Hamurahara Academy. Every day after school, I practice pole vaulting on the school grounds for 2 hours. Every day, I drag my tired body back home to cook for myself. After eating, I practice my magic circuits in the warehouse at home. I never go back to my room to sleep at night, always saving my fatigue for the next day, always catching up on sleep at school. The servants are wondering why I haven't died yet. I, Amiya Shirou, just want to live a peaceful life, so I'm going to make the Holy Grail war so unrecognizable that even its own mother won't recognize it. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 40, The Vile Dragon. After Scáthach's explanation, Asher roughly understood what she meant. When the human body absorbs dragon essence blood, if one pushes oneself to the limit during battle, it is easy to trigger a combat power overload. At that time, combat power will increase significantly, but similarly, one will also lose reason. Therefore, Scáthach brought him the blessing of the sun god. Even if he accidentally entered combat power overload in the future, there would be a way to return to normal. However, to receive this blessing, he also needed to accept a corresponding restriction, or rather, a curse. Asher spent a whole day thinking about what kind of restriction he should ask Scáthach to place on him. Even his sparring with Artoria seemed absent-minded, so much so that he was hit several times by the wooden sword in her hand, resulting in bruises. It wasn't until the next evening that Asher came to the main hall. Have you thought about it? Scáthach sat on the throne and asked calmly. Asher nodded. I hope to stay in the land of shadows forever. Please, Shishou, place a restriction on me so that I can never betray the land of shadows. Why? Scáthach looked at the boy below. The land of shadows has natural defenses and various giant birds. If you graduate in the future, many tribes will be willing to accept you. Scáthach had taught too many disciples. Most of them were elites from various tribes or countries. It was normal for them to leave after completing their training, and she had no objections to this. But Asher actually said he wanted to stay. But there's no Shishou outside, and no big sister, Asher said. And I am a citizen of the land of shadows, I am now, and I will always be in the future. If it's this kind of restriction, it won't have any impact on me at all. Scáthach hesitated. This restriction seemed simple, but in reality, it bound Asher to the land of shadows. The Geis involved too many things, and some kind of mystery would make this restriction impossible to undo forever. Once the restriction was set, even she couldn't undo it. Knowing this would be the case, Asher actually made this request, which surprised Scáthach greatly. With you here, the land of shadows won't decline, Asher said, shaking his head. Moreover, I never originally planned to leave the land of shadows. Setting a restriction will only make me guard the land of shadows with all my strength in the future. Going out can still be done, so there's no impact. In other words, as long as Asher didn't betray Scáthach, the restriction wouldn't take effect. As the price for receiving the blessing of the sun god, this level of restriction was nothing. Is this what you think? Scáthach slowly closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, her red pupils staring at Asher. For a split second, Asher subconsciously wanted to look away. Just looking at those eyes gave him a strange sense of inferiority, wanting to escape his Shishou's gaze, but in the end, he endured it. This was also thanks to Morgan le Fay. One of the things that High and Mighty Goddess liked to do most was to tease Asher, often saying things like, "Look at me, don't look away." Over time, Asher had gradually become immune. Therefore, Asher was able to silently stare back at Scáthach. "You win," Scáthach said after a moment of silence. "Come to my room." Asher was stunned. The firmness he had just shown wavered slightly at this moment. Then, he nodded lightly and followed Scáthach out of the main hall, walking along the corridor into a certain room. "Sit on the bedside," Scáthach's voice rang out. Asher was slightly taken aback before obediently sitting on the bedside. Then he saw Scáthach take out a slender staff. No, rather than a staff, it looked more like a baton from an ancient court. If he remembered correctly, this should be the staff held by Scotty. As expected, Shishou has quite a connection with that person. Asher looked at the staff in Scáthach's hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It was really a bit strange. Why would Scáthach have Scotty's weapon? Asher really wanted to ask about his doubts, but he held back. Scáthach walked up to Asher, raised the staff in her hand, and finally chanted some strange incantation. Asher suddenly thought of something and subconsciously moved back. "What's wrong?" Scáthach stopped chanting and looked at Asher strangely. Nothing. Asher shook his head, but his expression was a bit unnatural. He almost forgot that 4 years ago, Morgan le Fay had placed a restriction on him. Now his Shishou was going to place a second restriction on him. He wondered if she would notice anything. Had Shishou known all along? When Asher thought of this possibility and looked up at Scáthach again, she had already raised the staff. As the chanting sound from her mouth rang out, it seemed as if some kind of runes were surrounding Scáthach. Whoosh! Several light rings floated up from around her, shining with golden light. This was the blessing of the sun god, and also a curse. When Morgan le Fay had placed a restriction before, black ink-like light rings had surrounded him. From this, it could be seen that the light effects were completely different when different gods placed restrictions. The light rings fell around Asher's body, slowly encircling him. 3 light rings, each containing special runes. The complex characters became brighter and brighter as Scáthach chanted. Finally, those light rings completely entered Asher's body. The blessing of the sun god was now complete. Asher raised his hand and moved it slightly. Although it didn't look like anything had changed, in reality, it was already a world of difference. In previous battles, he always had to limit his power to prevent combat power overload, but after the blessing of the sun god, such restrictions were completely unnecessary. How do you feel? Scáthach asked. I feel like I can take on 10 guys now. Asher stretched his muscles and bones, feeling a sense of rejuvenation. He was increasingly grateful that he had appeared in the land of shadows back then. If it hadn't been for Scáthach, he would probably still be sickly. Take on 10 guys, huh? A hint of a smile appeared in Scáthach's eyes. It seems you're very eager now. How about going back to the training grounds for some more practice? Asher quickly shook his head. It's already very late. Let's do it tomorrow. What a joke. Even if his physical problems were cured now, he definitely wasn't Shishou's opponent. If it were that easy to defeat Scáthach, she wouldn't feel lonely at the top. Then go back and rest, Scáthach said. Asher nodded and looked at Scáthach again. He suddenly thought of Aif, whom he had seen that day. Had Scáthach not noticed her sister's visit yet? Or had she known all along? Also, he had another restriction on him. Had Scáthach discovered it? What's wrong? Don't tell me you still want to stay here and rest tonight. Seeing Asher still sitting on the bedside, Scáthach glanced at him. It's not like I can't, Asher said subconsciously. Then, the two stared at each other for a moment, and Asher stood up. Sorry, never mind what I said. Scáthach said calmly, you've grown up. You should learn to be independent and not always want to sleep with others like you did when you were little. Scáthach had taken in Asher when he was exactly 10 years old. At that time, he went from being very afraid of her at first to clinging to her every day later. Occasionally, he would run to her room because he was afraid to sleep alone. But now it was different. He had grown up and should learn to be independent. Asher nodded silently and then left the room. Watching Asher leave, a faint smile appeared on Scáthach's lips. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared that a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. That woman, what exactly does she want to do? Giving her disciple the blessing of the goddess of death, and slowly transferring that thing to him, although it is a vile thing, if it can be used for one's own purposes, it is also a righteous path. Helping her disciple so wholeheartedly, what does she want to gain? But from the current perspective, it is still more beneficial than harmful for her disciple. In any case, he will not leave the land of shadows, let alone be abducted by that woman. Scáthach paused slightly. Such a flirtatious old woman, who knows how long she has lived. Her disciple is inexperienced in the world, perhaps there is a possibility of being seduced. She should talk to him a bit more tomorrow and give him some safety awareness measures. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 41, Education Part 3, Beware of Bad Women. That's enough training for today. Scáthach maintained her usual style, looking down at Asher with a cold and aloof posture. The current you is different from before, so I hope to see you train even harder. At the very least, ensure that tomorrow's you surpasses today's. Yes, Asher wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now that Asher's physical weakness had been resolved and his stamina had also improved significantly, Scáthach was also a bit more serious than before. Because of this, the stamina Asher expended each day was almost no different from before. As a result, Asher couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Why doesn't Shishou seem to be even slightly strained? How long will it take to reach her level? What are you thinking about? By the time Asher came back to his senses, he realized that Scáthach's red eyes were calmly staring at him. Nothing. Asher shook his head. The reason Scáthach was taking things more seriously than before was probably to tell him, you still have a long way to go. Her purpose was self-evident, she wanted Asher to be more serious and not slack off in any way. If he said anything discouraging now, it would only disappoint Scáthach. Scáthach looked at Asher, put down the red spear, and asked casually, "Are you staying here again today?" "Yes, it's still early. After resting for a while, I want to continue training," Asher said. The unknown liquid Morgan had given him was all used up. He had to go see her again today. Scáthach nodded slightly, a slight hesitation in her eyes, and looked at Asher. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you beforehand." Asher raised his head in confusion. Scáthach said calmly, "A guise has been placed on you, so you cannot betray the land of shadows. But there are all kinds of temptations in this world. In the face of temptation, humans often lose themselves, so you must learn to be vigilant." "Yes." Asher was a bit bewildered by Scáthach's sudden words, but he still nodded in agreement. Although Asher didn't fully understand what Scáthach meant. Especially remember to be careful of certain gods. As she said the last part, she glanced again at Asher, who seemed to be stunned, pulled out the spear from the ground, turned around, and left, leaving behind a heroic figure. It wasn't until Scáthach left that Asher came back to his senses. Wait. What was going on? Had Shishou already found out? Asher almost shouted in his heart. Although he had vaguely felt that Shishou had noticed something, when she said the word God just now, Asher felt his heart contract violently. Wait. After calming down, Asher suddenly realized something. According to Shishou's meaning, she knows I'm having an affair. Should be she knows I'm secretly communicating with Big Sister Morgan, and she allows me to see Big Sister Morgan, but I need to be careful of her seduction and not betray the land of shadows. Thinking carefully, Shishou's words did indeed mean that. Since he had Shishou's approval, there was no need to hide it anymore, at least he didn't have to be so worried and could talk to Big Sister Morgan openly. As long as he didn't betray the land of shadows, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Asher suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. It wasn't until he remembered the battle with Scáthach just now that this relaxation turned into a bit of depression again. Even with the blessings of two gods, and with the black dragon and another unknown dragon strengthening his body, he still couldn't catch up to Shishou. Thinking of this, Asher couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged, and his mood suddenly became much worse. But no matter what, he still had to keep moving forward. As long as he kept moving forward, the road would extend, so, don't stop. Calculating the time, that bottle of essence blood was used up today. He had to go to Big Sister Morgan's place again. Why did he suddenly feel like he was being controlled? Asher couldn't help but smile wryly at this thought. The dragon essence blood that Morgan le Fay gave him needed to be collected once every week because it wasn't something that could completely strengthen the body in one go. It needed to be slowly nurtured. As for why she didn't give it all at once, Morgan's explanation was, this thing has an expiration date. Simply put, it wouldn't work if it wasn't fresh. As for whether that was true or false, only Morgan herself knew. In any case, for the sake of the dragon essence blood, he had to go find Morgan now. After wasting quite a bit of time, Asher finally arrived at the castle where Morgan lived. When passing the small island where Artoria currently resided, Asher was particularly careful, afraid that the silly Saber King would secretly follow him again. Last time, Kay didn't blame him, but if he kidnapped Artoria again this time, it probably wouldn't be so simple. Because Morgan had previously set some kind of setting among the enforcement knights, Asher walked into the palace unimpeded this time. Strange, isn't Big Sister Morgan in the palace? Asher muttered, looking at the empty throne in front of him. Usually, Morgan would always sit here, thinking about things, and would always like to tease him when she saw him. But today when he came, he couldn't see anyone. Asher's gaze swept around. He had to admit that this palace was truly magnificent, unbelievably large, with enforcement knights occasionally walking by. Speaking of which, were there no living people in this palace? Asher suddenly felt that the entire palace was eerily quiet. Apart from the footsteps of the enforcement knights patrolling, there wasn't a single other sound. I should go look in other places. Maybe Big Sister Morgan will be back in a while. Thinking of this, Asher no longer hesitated and walked forward along the corridor. He didn't know where this corridor led, he just simply wanted to wander around and wait for Morgan to return. Asher walked forward, occasionally looking at the courtyard outside the palace. The sun outside the courtyard was bright, and butterflies were flying among the flowers. The sunlight was so dazzling that it was a bit difficult to open his eyes. Squinting, he continued walking forward, and unknowingly, a large door appeared before him. Asher stepped forward. At this moment, he noticed that the enforcement knights who hadn't stopped him along the way suddenly moved, their bodies making creak, creak sounds. This wasn't because the machines were old, but because the enforcement knights were thinking, probably confirming whether this guy who was set as the male master was qualified to enter this door. Asher didn't dare to move, his gaze nervously fixed on these puppets, and he took 2 steps back. Or he could deal with 1 or 2 enforcement knights, but there were more than just 1 or 2 in this palace. If they all swarmed him, even if these puppets didn't attack him, he would be crushed to death. After a while, the creak sound of the enforcement knights disappeared, and they continued their respective patrols, seemingly acquiescing to Asher entering the store. Asher took a few steps forward, confirming that the surrounding enforcement knights were indeed ignoring him, giving off a "do whatever you want" feeling. Only then did Asher feel relieved and took 2 steps forward, pushing open the door. A gust of humid, hot white mist rushed towards him, and everything around him was a hazy white. Where is this? Asher's eyes showed confusion as he took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, the sound of water reached his ears, along with a faintly visible graceful figure in the white mist. She raised the tip of her foot, and a slender leg was vaguely visible, possessing an alluring hazy beauty in the mist. Asher's pupils slowly widened. This is a bathhouse. Combined with the reaction of the enforcement knights just now, there was no doubt that someone was bathing here. As for who it was naturally obvious. Asher quietly took 2 steps back, intending to leave, but then he heard a light, airy voice coming from ahead. What are you still standing there for? Help me get the bath towel. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 42, Morgan's Purpose. The indoor air was thick with mist. Asher looked at the vaguely visible figure before him and subconsciously swallowed. It doesn't look like she's noticed my identity yet. Maybe it would be better to leave now. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and hand me the bath towel, Morgan's voice came again from the other side. Asher snapped back to reality. Hearing Morgan's urging, he felt increasingly strange inside. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. From the moment he entered the palace, Morgan le Fay should have already noticed him. Or maybe Morgan's signal isn't very good in this bathhouse. Just kidding. Could it be that it's not an enforcement knight? Morgan muttered to herself again, finally confirming Asher's suspicion. It seemed. Big Sister Morgan really hadn't noticed it was him. Although he didn't know why, he should still leave now. Later, an enforcement knight would come in and hand the bath towel to Morgan. Asher, bring me the bath towel. Seemingly noticing that Asher was planning to leave, Morgan le Fay finally stopped pretending and called out directly. Asher's footsteps halted abruptly. Morgan didn't not know at all. She clearly wanted to tease him from the beginning. Didn't you hear what I said? When Morgan's voice came again, Asher hardened his heart, picked up the bath towel hanging nearby, and walked toward the bath. Anyway, it's not like I'll lose anything by looking. What's there to be afraid of? With that mentality, Asher stepped onto the crystal-clear floor and moved toward Morgan's direction. Unknowingly, Asher saw the woman. Morgan le Fay had her back to him. Her hair was piled high, with a few golden strands clinging to her fair back. Her snow-white neck was as proud as a swan's. She slightly tilted her head and casually glanced at him. Hand it over to me. Asher glanced secretly at Morgan's back, handed her the bath towel, and then turned to leave. Are you so afraid of me, Asher? Morgan le Fay's light voice rang out with a strange charm. She raised her other hand, and water droplets splashed down her back, hitting her soft skin, very alluring. It's not fear, Big Sister Morgan, Asher said. It's just that I'm a bit afraid of not being able to control myself. You do know how to tell the truth, Morgan chuckled lightly. Want to come down and wash together? Really? Asher asked subconsciously. Of course not, Morgan's smile grew even more interesting when she heard his answer. Normal people would usually flee in a panic, right? You're really surprising. I think normal men usually wouldn't run away. Asher muttered, glancing again at Morgan. Even through the mist, he could see the beautiful skin of that body. Morgan le Fay let out a pleasant laugh. Do you think anyone would see a witch bathing and not be afraid of her revenge? Me, Asher said. It seems I've been a little too kind to you, which is why you're so unbridled, Morgan pondered for a moment. In that case, I'll give you a small lesson. A small lesson. Just as Asher was muttering this, he saw Morgan raise her finger. Before he could react, she crooked it. Whoosh. Ah. Accompanied by Asher's scream and Morgan le Fay's pleasant laughter, Asher flew uncontrollably into the bath. In the main hall. I think it's not very gentlemanly to be so petty, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. It was just a little joke with you. If other people trespassed into the bath, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with them. But you were the one who told me to go over there. Asher said unhappily. He was now wearing a suit of silver armor, temporarily moved from the basement because his clothes had been soaked when he fell into the bath. He had to admit that this armor, usually worn by the enforcement knights, looked quite handsome. But on him, Asher only had one thought: it's freaking heavy. If you hadn't entered the bath first, would I have suddenly thought of asking you to come over? Morgan smiled and sized him up a few times. The 15-year-old boy stood in front of the hall, his body slightly stiff. Clearly, supporting this armor had cost him a lot of stamina. He had trained with Scáthach earlier, wasted a lot on the journey, plus the mental torment he had just experienced. He was now a bit overwhelmed. Morgan sighed. Forget it, take off your armor. I won't blame you for blaspheming the gods, don't worry. Noticing Asher's doubtful gaze, Morgan stepped down from the throne, approached him, took off his helmet, and pointed to the silver armor. It's okay to be casual here. Take off the upper part. But Asher hesitated. It's okay, I won't mind. After all, this matter is a bit related to me, Morgan said. It's not a bit, it's completely your fault, big sister Morgan, Asher couldn't help but say. If Morgan hadn't thrown him into the bath, he wouldn't have gotten wet. Ouch ouch ouch, Asher's cheeks were pinched by Morgan. Didn't your Shishou teach you to respect your elders? No, but big sister Scáthach did say to respect the old and cherish the young. Asher suddenly stopped talking because he noticed the cold glint in Morgan's eyes. That's why I thought there was no need to respect big sister Morgan too much. After all, you're my big sister, not an old person, so why should I be so respectful? Asher quickly added. Morgan still stared at him coldly. It wasn't until a while later that a sweet smile bloomed on her face. You're quite eloquent. I'll let you off this time. Serving a monarch is like serving a tiger. Asher secretly sighed in relief. It seemed he still couldn't be too cheeky. Although Morgan was usually easygoing, her temper was unpredictable and a bit dangerous. But he had indeed gone a bit too far. Saying such things, even his Shishou would probably let him know what cruelty meant. All right, take off your top, Morgan said again. Seeing Asher still hadn't moved, Morgan sized him up a few times and said, Don't worry, are you still afraid I'll lay a hand on you? I'm not like some guy, I'm not a pedophile. At least she would wait a few more years. Pedophile. Asher was stunned, then quickly realized who Morgan's child was referring to. But some guy, who was that? What are you still standing there for? Do I have to do it myself? Morgan said with some distress at the end. If I do it myself and then someone happens to walk in, I'll really become a pedophile. So, you should do it yourself. Under Morgan's kind smile, Asher finally took off his upper armor. The pressure from that armor just now finally lessened. Looking at the relieved Asher, Morgan sighed softly, saying with some annoyance, Clearly you've taken that thing, why is your stamina still so poor? Will there be a situation in the future where you can pull out Caliban but can't because you don't have enough strength? Why would I pull out Caliban? The ahog on Asher's head stood up high as if suddenly alerted. Nothing. Morgan shook her head, casually brushing it off. Oh right, you're here for this week's share, right? Sit here for a while, I've already asked someone to get it. Asher didn't relax at all, staring at Morgan with suspicion. He always felt that something was wrong, more bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals one bonus chapter. Chapter 43, The Importance of Nurturing from a Young Age. With this week's share is all yours. Morgan placed the small bottle in Asher's hand. Asher clenched the small bottle and glanced outside at the clothes, which looked almost dry thanks to the weather. Then I'll go change and head back, big sister Morgan. After saying goodbye, Asher stepped forward, preparing to leave the palace. Morgan quietly gazed at him, then sighed. As expected, I'm just a tool, aren't I? Once someone gets what they want, they ruthlessly abandon me. It's so incredibly unfair, wah. Asher's foot, about to step forward, abruptly stopped. He turned his head and saw Morgan le Fay looking like she was about to cry. Although her eyes showed no sadness, her absolutely beautiful face now carried a hint of sorrow, making her look incredibly alluring and causing his heart to flutter. Big sister Morgan, is there anything else? Asher asked helplessly. Chat with me for a bit. I'm also a goddess, after all. If you have any troubles, you can discuss them with me. Maybe I can help. By the time Morgan finished speaking, the sadness on her face had completely vanished, and her gaze was fixed firmly on Asher. He had to admit, this woman truly deserved the title of witch. She understood people's hearts too well, or rather, she was too good at exploiting them. At this moment, she had seized Asher's sentimental weakness and kept him there. If I don't go back now, Lily will ask why I arrived so late today, and the time I return to the land of shadows will be delayed a lot. Asher hesitated. Frankly, chatting with this woman was tiring. It wasn't that he disliked Morgan, it was just that she liked to tease others whenever possible, and he had no way to refute her, which was exhausting. I should really find an excuse to slip away. Your magical power has consolidated over these 4 years. Some time ago, I taught you divination. Morgan said quietly. If you can make me happy, perhaps I'll teach you other abilities. Just as Asher was about to find an excuse to leave, he silently walked back when he heard these words. It's tiring, but worth it. Sit here, sit here. Morgan pointed enthusiastically to the seat beside her. As before, Asher sat next to her when he came earlier. It was really strange. Why did she enjoy teasing others so much? It shouldn't benefit her at all. Asher glanced at the woman so close to him, pondering in his heart. What are you thinking about? Morgan immediately caught his furtive glance and smiled. You can say it, it's okay. Let's just chat casually. Why does big sister Morgan like to tease others so much? Asher couldn't help but ask. Amusement, Morgan answered matter-of-factly. Don't you find it incredibly delightful to see other people's embarrassed and shy expressions? No. I can't understand it at all. Morgan sized him up a few times. You seem to have something on your mind. Tell me, maybe I can help you. Asher looked at Morgan with some surprise. Could she even see that? But soon he shook his head. You can't help me. Only I can. He was worried about catching up to Scáthach's pace. Today's battle had slightly disheartened him. He hadn't expected that after practicing for so long, and with the dragon essence blood strengthening him, he was still so far behind his Shishou. Of course, he knew very well this was a matter of experience and time accumulation. He still had a long way to go, but even knowing this, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Oh. Something I can't help with. Morgan became even more interested. Tell me about it. A bewitching smile appeared on her face like a succubus. Believe me, I can do most things in this world. Asher hesitated, then looked at Morgan le Fay again. Quickly, tell me, she urged. Don't you want to learn other abilities? Under Morgan's half-coercive, half-enticing words, Asher had no choice but to roughly explain his worries. So that's it, worried about not being able to catch up to Scáthach's pace. Morgan smiled, her beautiful eyes sizing him up. You really like your Shishou. Of course, Shishou is like a parent to me, Asher said noncommittally. Is it just simply liking your Shishou and wanting to repay her? Morgan asked. Asher nodded. Really? Morgan repeated. Asher asked with some guilt, what do you mean? What do I mean? You should know yourself. Morgan smiled, not particularly concerned, and placed her slender hand on the back of Asher's hand. Don't worry, I'll make you very, very strong, as long as you do it my way. As for Scáthach's side, you don't need to worry. You can spend more time with me, it doesn't matter. Morgan's enchanting voice rang in Asher's ear. Just leave everything to me. If one day it's discovered you're having an affair with the princess of a neighboring country, you can leave the land of shadows, and I'll help you deal with the aftermath. A bewitching fragrance filled the tip of his nose. Asher's eyes grew dazed. Only when he heard the last part did he suddenly snap back and look at Morgan with vigilance. I won't leave the land of shadows. Morgan was stunned, then quickly smiled nonchalantly. I was just making a suggestion. Don't worry, I won't force you. You know, I'm not the kind of person who likes to threaten others. She wasn't in a hurry. She just needed to erode Asher's heart little by little. He was only 15, still young and confused at many crossroads. She only needed to give him a push at the crossroads and play the role of a confidant big sister. Once he needed to consult her about everything, it would be easy. The fact that Asher confided his worries to her today meant his guard had lessened a lot. This was understandable. After all, she provided Asher with dragon essence blood every week. Such a selfless goddess, who wouldn't like her? Just then, a report came from outside. Lord Morgan. The smile on her face lessened when she heard the voice. Calmly, she said, come in. There wasn't a single living guard in Morgan's palace. Clearly, this guard was from the royal city. As for the reason for coming, she could probably guess. Not long after, a guard in armor walked into the palace. The guard raised his head, his gaze surprisingly fixed on the boy beside Morgan with curiosity. He hadn't expected a human to be in this palace, and it looked like the boy had a very good relationship with the witch. What do you have to say? Perhaps noticing the guard's strange look, Morgan's voice cooled down, sounding aloof and imperial, like an empress, making it hard to breathe. Only then could Asher truly feel the true nature of the goddess Morgan le Fay. She wasn't a kind big sister confidant. She was Morgan le Fay, goddess of death, daughter of King Uther. Although frivolous and teasing most times, her personality was not as easygoing as it seemed. News from King Uther, the guard quickly reported. Father, Morgan's gaze turned cold. As expected, he still hasn't dispelled his doubts about me. What did he send you to inform me of? Ah. The guard looked embarrassed. After a moment, he gathered courage and spoke. Suddenly, Asher felt an extremely terrifying aura emanate from Morgan. Though she smiled, her eyes were icy cold. She stood and slowly approached the guard. So, father still suspects me, she asked casually. The guard raised his eyes and nodded lightly. Yes. He felt disdainful inside. Didn't she have any self-awareness? If he were King Uther, he would have confined Morgan already to test if she was behind the undead attacks in Camelot. Many thought this way. After all, she was a witch, witches could do anything. The possibility of her summoning undead was high. Is that so? Morgan muttered calmly, looking at the guard. Understandable, after all, I am a witch. Her tone was casual as she paused briefly. Bang. With a muffled sound, the guard's entire body slammed into the door. He clutched his stomach, curling up in pain. That child is here. I didn't want to use violence. I don't want him to see such a violent side. His big sister Morgan should be kind and gentle, right? Morgan raised a finger, and the guard floated uncontrollably in midair. With a whoosh, she threw him out of the palace. But I didn't lay a hand on you either, she said with a smile. I didn't touch you. You flew out yourself, didn't you? Yes. The guard clutched his stomach, struggling to rise. He glanced fearfully at Morgan before quickly averting his gaze. Get lost. Hearing that, the guard felt granted pardon and hurriedly fled the palace. Asher silently watched the scene, remaining quiet. Scared. Morgan turned to him, smiling. Not really, Asher replied. I understand, it must be awful to be slandered. I don't think you did it either. You believe a witch? Morgan asked. I don't believe in witches, Asher shook his head, watching her smile fade slowly. But I believe in Morgan le Fay. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 44, sorry, I actually did it. After hearing Asher's words, Morgan paused slightly, but soon a faint smile appeared on her face. He didn't believe in witches, but he believed in Morgan. I'm telling the truth, feeling Morgan's gaze on him, Asher added again. I know, Morgan said with a smile. I can feel your sincerity. She could sense whether others had malicious or benevolent intentions toward her. Without a doubt, Asher's words came from his heart. When she looked at Asher, a gentle light shone in her holy blue eyes. I showed you a shameful side just now, getting so angry at a mere guard. I can understand that feeling. The anger of being slandered is hard to easily erase, Asher said earnestly. At this time, you should say that you didn't see anything just now. You still have a lot to learn, Morgan lightly tapped Asher's head. If you're not clever, you'll offend people sooner or later. But you should still be grateful, because the kind and gentle big sister Morgan is standing in front of you, so even if you're not clever, she won't punish you, Morgan le Fay said with a smile in her eyes as she ruffled his hair. Asher remained silent. Being silent at this time is like silently protesting something. Do you have any objections to what I just said? Morgan le Fay reached out again and pinched Asher's cheeks, asking with a smile. Although she still had a smile on her face, this time it seemed to carry a hint of danger. No objections. I was just thinking about something, Asher asked softly. King Uther still suspects you. Recently, Asher had more or less heard the townspeople talk about the events in Camelot. It was said that most of the undead were the foreign tribes brought by the vile King Vortigern, who had once tried to control Britain. These undead had originally been dormant, but recently they had spontaneously revived and harmed many civilians in Camelot. Of course, I'm a witch. Who else would he suspect if not me? Morgan le Fay chuckled lightly. Not everyone thinks I'm just Morgan, you know. Saying this, she shook her head lightly. You should go back first today. Don't come over this week, you'll be suspected. Anyway, the liquid I gave you is enough to last for a week. As she finished speaking, Morgan turned her back to him, leaving Asher with a solitary figure. Asher wanted to say something more, but after glancing up at her, he held back the words he wanted to say and silently turned to leave the palace. Before leaving the palace, Asher paused and looked back at Morgan le Fay. Big sister Morgan, no matter what others think, I will believe you. Morgan was stunned, then turned her head and waved with a smile. Go on. After watching Asher leave, she sighed softly, her gaze fixed on the direction Asher had left. It was a long, long time before she withdrew her gaze. Unknowingly, night fell. A ray of candlelight illuminated the tightly closed basement. Morgan le Fay slowly walked down the stairs of the basement, carrying a lamp. No one would have thought that in the palace where Morgan le Fay lived, there would be such a vast basement. A faint roar could be heard, the sound extremely weak, but it didn't affect the terrifying sound it produced when roaring in the slightest. Morgan le Fay walked into the depths of the basement, and the roar in her ears grew closer and closer. She remained calm throughout, even with a faint smile on her face. Finally, she arrived in front of a cage, looked at the huge creature bound by dozens of chains in front of her, and said, "Good evening, Uncle." Morgan le Fay. It was a white dragon, not very large in size, but it looked incredibly imposing. It pounced towards Morgan's direction with all its might, but because of the chains on its body, it couldn't get even half a step closer. Vortigern, the vile king, King Uther's elder brother. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person in Britain, or rather, dragon. Yes, having drunk too much dragon blood in his early years, Vortigern had long since transformed into a white demonic dragon, the strongest being in Britain. But at this moment, this white dragon looked like it was on its last breath, and its brilliant golden eyes were also a bit dim. But even so, it still looked terrifying. When it roared, a gust of wind rose up, and Morgan le Fay's golden hair flew high. She was wearing a black retro dress, and when the hem of her skirt lifted, it revealed a pair of fair and delicate calves, and she wore a pair of black high heels on her feet. Even in the face of Vortigern's roar, Morgan le Fay's expression didn't waver in the slightest. She just looked at it calmly. She was a god, the goddess of death. For humans, perhaps the white dragon's authority was supreme, even giving gods a headache, but for her, the current Vortigern was just a tool she used to nurture Asher. "Calm down, uncle," Morgan le Fay said with a smile. "Since you betrayed Britain back then, you should have been mentally prepared for this." Vortigern narrowed his golden eyes and stared at Morgan le Fay coldly. Vortigern, the vile king, King Uther's elder brother. Back then, he had defeated King Uther, but before he could take control of the country, he had become a prisoner, at the mercy of others. This woman was no longer Morgan le Fay. Or rather, she had merged with the goddess of death and become a new existence. Apart from him, it seemed that no one else knew about this. No. If it was that magician in the court, he probably already knew. All right, it's late to come to a place like this, and I'm also very tired. I'll take a little more blood today and then I'll go back. Today was really torturous, deceiving someone who trusts me is really quite sad. As Morgan le Fay finished speaking, she slowly walked forward, raised her right hand, and grabbed Vortigern's reverse scale. Then, she exerted force with her right hand, actually snapping off a bit of the reverse scale. The intense pain caused Vortigern to let out an astonishing roar, and the foreign undead wandering in Camelot scattered and fled. The ground in Britain trembled at this moment. Vortigern's existence itself represented the will of Britain, but now it had fallen to this state. It looked at Morgan le Fay unwillingly, as if it wanted to devour the seemingly beautiful and vicious woman alive. Transparent blood dripped into the bottle. Morgan le Fay quietly waited for the blood to flow out. There wasn't much essence blood in the reverse scale, and it needed to be slowly waited for to fill up. Seemingly to pass the boring time, Morgan le Fay opened her mouth casually as if chatting with a good friend. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. You have to wait until the child fully inherits your power before you can die in peace. So for my plan, for the next 6 months, I'll have to ask for your continued cooperation, uncle." As she finished speaking, Morgan le Fay forcefully pried open the reverse scale. Vortigern let out a piercing roar at this moment, but because of the special barrier Morgan had set up, the sound couldn't be transmitted to the outside world. "You devil! Vicious woman, I will kill you one day." "Absolutely. You wait, just you wait." Vortigern roared, his voice shaking the heavens, and the ground in Britain trembled at this moment. Leaving the basement, Morgan raised her hands and stretched lazily, sighing helplessly. "Sorry, silly child, this time, I really did do it." The riot of foreign undead in the royal city was indeed not her doing, but Vortigern's doing. However, the reason why Vortigern went mad was related to her. After all, anyone who had their dragon's reverse scale forcibly pried off and the essence blood inside extracted would go mad from such intense pain. This woman was really good at acting. She wasn't really angry in the main hall today, she was just putting on a show for King Uther, but she had even fooled Asher. Asher thought she was angry because she wasn't trusted, but he didn't expect that all of this was just her own self-directed and self-acted play. King Uther might blame her for hurting the messenger, but his suspicion of her would be greatly reduced. The only thing today that went beyond Morgan's plan was probably the last words Asher said. No one had ever said the word believe to her since the beginning. She could see that that child really treated her like the big sister next door, even trusting her without hesitation. But unfortunately, if he knew the truth, he would definitely be disappointed. But it didn't matter, he wouldn't know the truth, anyway, there wouldn't be a third person who knew about this. Don't waste my good intentions in vain. Morgan leaned against the headboard, golden hair draped over her shoulders, her retro black dress lifted slightly, revealing her perfect, slender, fair legs. She gently shook the small bottle in her hand, the translucent liquid inside swaying with an alluring luster. For you, I've been cast as the bad woman. Although I originally was. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 45, Caliban. By the time Asher returned, it was already evening. Scáthach didn't ask him where he had gone. Instead, Scáthach pestered him the whole way, insisting on getting to the bottom of things. Fortunately, seeing Asher's tired appearance as he lay down on the bedside and immediately fell asleep, Scáthach quietly left. And after Scáthach left, Asher immediately opened his eyes again. Big sister is really troublesome. Asher sighed, picked up the magic cauldron beside him, and prepared for today's tempering. If it was just ordinary communication with big sister Scáthach, Asher wouldn't mind, but she kept wanting to know where he had sneaked off to, and he couldn't tell the truth about such things. He couldn't possibly say, "I'm having an affair with the princess of a neighboring country and go over there every day," could he? Putting the dragon blood into the magic cauldron, Asher drew a rune in the air with his finger. This was a rune word. He practiced it every day after returning home. He could feel that his magical power had improved quite a bit after this period of practice. The only thing Asher felt a bit regretful about was probably that he didn't have a suitable opportunity to learn any abilities from Morgan until the very end today. But there was no way around it. After all, that kind of thing had happened, and Morgan probably wasn't in the mood to teach him these things. There would always be opportunities later. Thinking of this, Asher shook his head, stopped thinking too much, and focused his attention on practicing the rune words. Days passed like this, one after another. Asher took the dragon blood Morgan gave him every week. One day, he accidentally discovered this bottle of dragon blood by Scáthach. With a "what's the worst that could happen" attitude, he tried asking Scáthach what exactly this was, and Scáthach just told him to take it without worry, without saying what it was. She didn't even ask where this thing came from. It was because of this that Asher became increasingly convinced that Shishou had long known about his secret contact with Morgan, but had just turned a blind eye and tacitly approved of this behavior. Since Shishou had tacitly approved, Asher no longer hid it. When it was time to go see Morgan, he would leave directly, no longer worrying about whether Scáthach would find out. Such days continued for nearly 3 months. During these 3 months, Camelot could be said to be in chaos. There were incidents of undead harming people almost every day. Some doomsayers claimed that Britain had angered the elven race and brought their revenge, while others rumored that it was the witches' doing. There were also those who claimed that the undead were all humans in disguise. In short, all sorts of rumors spread throughout the royal city. It wasn't until the last few days that such internal strife slowly subsided. Because the number of undead was clearly decreasing. People were very forgetful creatures, and unknowingly, they put these things behind them and continued with their lives. Artoria, Asher, you've both come together today. The townspeople were completely familiar with these two, and now they teased them without much restraint. Artoria just nodded slightly, without saying anything. It wasn't that the townspeople had mispronounced her name, but that she used this male name as a disguise in town. We're here to bring the knightly equipment to Kay, and then we'll go back to continue training immediately. After all, we're still just squire knights, Asher said with a smile as he greeted the locals, looking very easygoing. Over these 3 months, Morgan had already arranged the procedures for Asher, allowing him to train as a squire knight alongside Artoria. Work hard. Maybe you'll be able to get rid of the title of squire knight, the villager said with a smile. I will work hard, Asher replied with a smile. The two continued walking through the town. Noticing Artoria's gaze, Asher seemed to understand what she meant and asked, "Do you find it hard to understand greeting others?" She nodded, then quickly shook her head. "If you want to become king, this is a very important part," Asher said. What? Artoria looked confused. To become king, it's not enough to just be respected. You have to be approachable, make others feel that you're a kind king, Asher said. You want to become king, right, Lily? Artoria nodded firmly. A king has to understand people's hearts. Come on, try smiling now. As Asher spoke, he demonstrated, a smile appearing on his face. Like this, relax your eyebrows, relax your face a bit, and you'll naturally be able to smile. Come on, you try. Artoria stared at Asher blankly. She had known Asher for less than 3 months, but he seemed to have matured a lot, at least compared to the very green young man he was at the beginning. He was much more mature now. A king has to understand people's hearts. A hint of confusion laced her tone. Logically, as long as she could accurately unite the tribes and then lead everyone to drive the foreign races out of Britain, wouldn't that be enough? As long as she did well enough, others would obey. That should be right. Mem, you have to understand people's hearts, Asher nodded. At least, I think a king who understands people's hearts is a bit more likable. After all, between A and double F, if he had to choose. F would be better, right? Definitely F would be better, right? It had to be F that was better, right? More likable. Artoria tilted her head slightly, a puzzled look on her face, and the ahog on her head wobbled gently. Asher said this, glanced at the girl, sighed, and reached out to press his hand on her face. Because of her daily training, her face felt smooth and elastic to the touch. Asher placed his hands on either side of her mouth and gently pulled it open. Like this. Under Asher's guidance, a stiff smile appeared on Artoria's face. Pfft. Seeing this smile, Asher couldn't help but cover his mouth and turn away to secretly chuckle. That's very rude of you, and displeased look appeared on Artoria's face. Why are you laughing? I remembered something happy. By the time Asher finished speaking, he had finally turned back, suppressed his laughter, and coughed lightly twice. In short, if you want to become king in the future, relying solely on iron-fisted command won't be enough. You must try to understand other people's thoughts. A thoughtful expression appeared on Artoria's face. Let's go and take these knightly equipment to Kay first, Asher said. Artoria nodded. Just as she was about to step forward, a commotion came from not far away. Oh! What a pity. Just a little bit more and he would have succeeded. That's not just a little bit more, it's finally shaking it a little bit, right? Artoria's gaze fixed in that direction, as if trying to see something beyond the crowd of people huddled together. Shall we go take a look? Asher noticed Artoria's gaze and so he spoke. She nodded lightly. After finally squeezing into the crowd, they saw a group of people pointing and gesturing in front of a certain giant rock. The Caliban. Asher muttered to himself, looking at the sword stuck in the giant rock not far away, and the knight who was desperately trying to pull it out. He had seen this scene almost every day this month. Every day, a batch of knights would come here to pull the sword, but so far, no one had succeeded. Caliban, Artoria said softly. Merlin said that the one who pulls the Caliban from this giant rock will become king. He also said that only the one with the body of the red dragon can pull out this sword, right? Asher added. Precisely because of Merlin's words, the foreign tribes had been searching frantically for the body of the red dragon recently. For these foreign tribes who were invading British territory, the body of the red dragon was their greatest enemy, and they had to eliminate this enemy as soon as possible. It was just a pity that the foreign tribes had not yet been able to find out who the body of the red dragon was. Hearing Asher's words, Artoria fell silent, her gaze towards the Caliban slightly complicated. After a moment, she spoke, let's go. She hadn't told Asher about the red dragon, because it involved too many things. It wasn't that she didn't trust Asher, it was just that she didn't want Asher to know too much. Knowing too much wouldn't do him any good. Although Vortigern had mysteriously disappeared after defeating King Uther, the foreign tribes still occupied most of Britain's territory. Once the secret leaked out and they learned that she was the red dragon, it would lead to her death, and even Asher would be implicated. So this matter, the fewer people who knew, the better. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 46, Morgan's Provocation. After handing the knightly equipment to Kay, the two began their training by the sea. Spear and sword clashed, the pleasant sound of weapons colliding stimulated their eardrums, while not far away, the waves of the blue sea crashed gently. Asher raised the spear in his hand and thrust it towards Artoria. Afraid of accidentally injuring her, he didn't use the red spear. This was ultimately just training, that weapon was meant for the battlefield. After all, once the red spear pierced an enemy, it wasn't as simple as bleeding. Whoosh! As Artoria dodged the attack, Asher's spear rose and slashed horizontally towards her head. The girl sidestepped and retreated several steps, holding her sword firmly. After a fierce battle, she was panting slightly. Your strength is getting stronger and stronger. Artoria raised her head and looked at Asher, admiration shining in her eyes. The reason she could defeat Asher in the past was that her magic power and physical strength were both top-notch. But now, 3 months later, Asher's strength faintly showed signs of catching up, which was truly perplexing. Why do you look so relieved? Artoria suddenly noticed the expression on Asher's face and asked in confusion. I almost shaved off some of your hair. Luckily, you dodged. Asher replied. Artoria just shook her head. It's normal to get injured in battle. There's no need to worry about it. Asher thought to himself, if that blow had hit Urahog, it would have been gone. And she said it was okay. Despite his inner thoughts, he said seriously on the surface, but it's definitely better not to get injured if possible. Artoria nodded lightly. But it's also strange that I could win against you today. It felt like you were distracted and couldn't even beat me. Is there something bothering you? Asher continued. Did you notice? Sorry for being so distracted during the battle. It's disrespectful to the opponent. I'll be serious, Artoria said. What's bothering you? Asher asked again. Artoria hesitated for a moment. She didn't know if she should explain it to him. After these 2 months of getting along, their relationship was already close enough to talk about most things directly. But this was ultimately her own worry. Would telling him cause trouble for him? Just tell me. Even if I can't help you or solve your worries, saying it out loud will make you feel better, Asher comforted her. That's why I said before it would be better if you could change the way you comfort people, Artoria sighed softly, looking at the distant sea. The green in her eyes reflected the light of the water. After becoming king, can I really bring happiness to the people? Asher was stunned and glanced at the blonde girl beside him. So, the girl who would be known as King Arthur in the future also had doubts before drawing the sword. Could she bring happiness to the people? Asher narrowed his eyes, staring out at the sea. Without a doubt, if it's you, there will definitely be no problem, he said. You've been training since you were 5 years old, all for the sake of one day ascending the throne and bringing happiness to the people, right? Is that so? She murmured softly, the green in her eyes gradually becoming firm. Asher glanced at the girl beside him and sighed inwardly. According to Morgan's plan, she didn't want Artoria to become king, but could history really be changed? And, she trained so hard every day. Wasn't it all for the day she would become the Night King? If he denied her, wouldn't he also be denying her past efforts? Sometimes Asher wondered if it would really be so bad if Morgan le Fay took power. Actually, it probably wouldn't be. It was just that King Uther had designated Artoria. After a day of training, Asher returned to the Land of Shadows. The next evening, Scáthach was, as usual, sparring with Asher in the clearing in front of the forest. The boy opposite her held his spear tightly and attacked, but Scáthach easily dodged and kicked him in the stomach with her right foot. He flew backward but immediately got up again, wiped the dust off his left cheek, his face filled with seriousness, and pounced again. He had really grown a lot. Looking at the energetic Asher, a gratified smile appeared on Scáthach's face. Compared to before, her disciple now had much more energy. She had contributed to this, but of course, that woman had contributed the most. Morgan le Fay. She was probably still watching nearby, that goddess of death. Perhaps only her disciple was kept in the dark. Both she and Morgan had long known of each other's existence, but they had reached a silent consensus. That was to raise Asher well. There was some kind of sealed, vast magical power within Asher's body. If fully activated one day, he would almost be a large magic power extractor. Of course, if he could make good use of his magic power, he would become very strong, maybe one day strong enough to really fight her. She would teach Asher rune words and martial arts, and Morgan would teach Asher the methods to open the magic power in his body, and teach him magic. What kind of monster would they be able to cultivate? Frankly speaking, Scáthach had already stopped acting some time ago and was preparing to reveal the truth to her disciple. She roughly understood the magical structure inside Asher, and even she had enough ability to teach him. However, that woman was willing to use the essence blood of that demonic dragon as nourishment for her disciple to absorb. In this case, they could only wait a little longer. When the time was right, they could probably let her disciple stay in the Land of Shadows for a while. After all, an old woman who had lived for who knows how many hundreds of years was eyeing her disciple. This kind of joke was really not funny. After all, he was also her daughter's fiancé. If he was really deceived by Morgan one day, it would be quite troublesome later. All right, that's enough training for today. Scáthach put down the weapon. Asher panted, raised his head to look at the Shishou in front of him, who looked like a war god. She was wearing a tight-fitting suit that completely accentuated her fiery figure, and her red eyes seemed to see through everything. Although usually gentle in the palace, once she entered battle mode, her aura alone was full of pressure. As expected, Shishou is really amazing. Asher secretly admired. In these nearly 3 months, both his physical strength and magic power had greatly improved, and he was also more proficient in using rune words. But even so, he still hadn't been able to make Scáthach go all out. Well, okay, if she really went all out, it wouldn't be a simple spear duel anymore. With the enhancement of rune words, Scáthach's power would increase significantly. Scáthach noticed Asher's gaze and casually glanced at him. Do you have any questions? No, none. Asher looked away, pretending to be nonchalant. Shishou really rarely notices how alluring her attire is, does she? No, that's not right. If she didn't care, why would she worry about her age? Just as Asher thought of this, Scáthach, as usual, patted his head. Staying here first again today. I want to practice a bit more. Is that so? Scáthach nodded lightly. Be careful on your way back, don't go into the forest. Yes, Shishou. After Asher finished speaking, he watched Scáthach's figure disappear, then raised his head to look at a certain crow on the treetop. The crow flapped its wings and flew down, landing on Asher's left shoulder. After a while, it transformed back into human form. Good afternoon, Big Sister Morgan, Asher said politely, even though he was sitting on the grass. The undead in Camelot had decreased recently. Perhaps because of this, the pressure on Morgan's side had lessened a lot. Therefore, Asher no longer needed to run to Morgan's palace every week to ask for dragon blood. Good afternoon. It looks like your abilities have improved quite a bit. Morgan le Fay raised her hand and stretched lazily. She was wearing a long black dress and a pair of black stiletto heels, looking truly like a witch. However, that long black dress formed a stark contrast with her skin. Her skin was a slightly unhealthy white, and all her attire was black. Although her whole body was only black and white, she looked very charming. It's probably because the training with Shishou has increased my combat experience a lot, and also the swordsmanship and some techniques that Kay taught me, Asher said. No credit for me. Morgan glanced at him. Of course, the things big sister Morgan gave me are also a very crucial factor, Asher added. And the abilities you taught me and the method to open the magic power in my body are also very important. That's more like it. If I'm unhappy one day, this stuff will be out of stock, Morgan said contentedly, touching Asher's face. Then, she suddenly felt a chill down her back. Morgan le Fay's slender fingers stiffened, and the smile on her face lessened. She glanced at a certain direction behind Asher, and soon the stiff smile bloomed again, with a hint of pleasure in her eyes. Oh right, Morgan le Fay sat down on the grass and sighed softly. I've been walking all day, and my feet are a bit sore. You usually turn into a crow and fly in the sky, right, big sister Morgan? Asher retorted, completely unaware of what had just happened. Morgan ignored Asher's retort and casually kicked off her black sandals, her tender white feet lightly resting on Asher's legs. Help me massage them. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 47, Who is more beautiful, me or Shishou? 3 question marks almost appeared above Asher's head. What kind of trick was this goddess playing now? I said my feet are sore, can't you understand? As Morgan finished speaking, she flicked her fingertips, and a small bottle, which had appeared at some unknown time, shimmered with a crystalline glow. Want it? Morgan le Fay asked. White dragon blood. Asher immediately nodded, his gaze fixed on the small bottle in Morgan's hand. There was no need to think about this question at all. The changes this bottle of dragon blood had brought to his body could be described as earth-shattering. After these 3 months, he had gradually become accustomed to the pain it brought when he drank this liquid, and even wished he could go from drinking it once a week to once a day. Then what are you still standing there for? If I'm in a bad mood in a moment, I might just go back directly. And you want to learn new abilities, right? Then behave yourself. Morgan's tone was half threatening and half enticing as she finished speaking. No wonder she was called a witch. This woman wasn't inherently evil, but she would do anything to achieve her goals, whether it was coercion or enticement, as long as it worked. Oh right, if you have the courage, you can take it yourself now. After saying this, Morgan le Fay casually put the small bottle into her chest, raised her eyes, and looked at Asher with a smile. Don't worry, I won't punish you for blaspheming a goddess, as long as you have the courage, she added again. Asher's gaze lingered on Morgan's chest. Morgan was wearing a black dress today, which perfectly accentuated the pair of fair and full breasts in front of her chest. The small bottle was hidden right in the deep milky white cleavage, with only the top of the cap faintly visible. She looked innocent and pitiful, but her smile at this moment was full of allure. Frankly speaking, anyone would find it hard to endure such provocation, and Morgan's enticement was indeed tempting. Asher was naturally not one to back down, so, he still maintained his rationality. It wasn't because Asher was cowardly, it was just that Morgan le Fay's words couldn't be trusted. She said she wouldn't blame him now, but that was just what she said. If he really did what she said, she might not actually not blame him. This was also why he was completely helpless whenever Morgan le Fay teased him. He had personally witnessed the scene where Morgan chatted with a guard with a smile on her face, only to throw him out of the window the next second. Heaven knew how this goddess's brain circuitry was constructed. Can't do it. Morgan le Fay showed an alluring smile. As a goddess, I have always been very tolerant and never give others only one choice. As she finished speaking, her toes stepped on Asher's lower abdomen, her tender white toes curled slightly, her red nails bewitching and beautiful, and she spoke softly, hurry up, either massage or take it yourself. What should he do? Asher hesitated for a long time. Seeing this, Morgan comforted him softly, don't worry, your Shishou isn't here, and there's no one else around. It's okay even if you do something. Asher listened to the pleasant voice in his ear. After hesitating for a while, he still reached out and gently massaged Morgan's tender foot that was placed on his leg. When his fingers touched that fair foot, a cool and comfortable sensation came from his palm. Asher quietly lowered his head and glanced at it. The red nail polish on Morgan's toes was very beautiful. Could I be a foot fetishist? Asher looked down at the goddess's toes, suddenly feeling a flutter in his heart. No. Calm down. If he succumbed to temptation at this time, he would be completely led by this woman. Asher quickly shook his head, looked away, and gently kneaded Morgan le Fay's toes with both hands. At this moment, he noticed a gaze cast over him. When he looked up, he saw Morgan's teasing eyes. I can make an exception and give you one chance to lick it now, if you want. No interest. Asher said unhappily. What a pity, Morgan sighed, glanced in that direction, and showed a faint, provocative smile. About 5 minutes passed. All right, help me put on my shoes, and we'll start today's training. Morgan le Fay raised her fair chin and pointed to the black sandals beside her. Asher had no choice but to pick up the sandals and finally helped her put them on with great difficulty. Looking at the relieved Asher, Morgan chuckled lightly, but didn't tease him anymore. Instead, she got straight to the point. You learned divination before, and 2 months ago I taught you the concept of death and the law of words. Now I'm going to teach you another kind of word spirit. As Morgan le Fay said this, she raised her eyes to look at Asher. Want to learn? Asher nodded. Before that, shouldn't you do something first? Morgan dangled Asher's curiosity, slowly swinging her foot, her gaze fixed on him. Do something. Let me think. Morgan thought for a moment. How about this? I'll ask you a question. Ask away. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or your Shishou? Morgan asked with a smile. Asher. Do I need to explain how to answer at this time? Naturally, you praise whichever woman is in front of you. What are you still thinking about? Morgan sighed. You know, you shouldn't think about this kind of thing. Your temperaments are different, there's no way to compare them, Asher sighed. Different temperaments? Morgan le Fay became a bit interested. Tell me quickly, what's my temperament? Likes to tease others, has a strange and unpredictable temper, but is a very gentle goddess. Qualified. Remember to add, very beautiful, next time. Morgan le Fay smiled and patted Asher's head. She always habitually liked to do this. What about your Shishou? She suddenly asked. My Shishou. Asher thought for a moment. My Shishou is usually quite strict and also very serious about things. Once she decides on something, she won't change easily. She can always command her subordinates to complete a series of tasks, and she also has a lot of combat experience. Quite strict and serious about things. Morgan le Fay pondered for a moment. Doesn't that mean rigid? And not changing easily once she decides on something, isn't that stubborn and inflexible? As for commanding subordinates, that means she's not approachable at all. And having a lot of combat experience means she really likes violence and often fights with others. Is that so? Is that so? So that's how you see your Shishou. As she finished speaking, she casually glanced in a certain direction. That's completely different from what you said. Asher shook his head helplessly. If I understand it according to what Big Sister Morgan just said, then aren't you just a little devil who likes to tease others? A little devil, I quite like that title. After pondering for a moment, a bright smile appeared on Morgan le Fay's face. It sounds very young. Asher didn't know how to retort for a moment, thinking to himself, did she also think she was very old? Era, you're not thinking that even though I'm already an old woman, I still like to pretend to be young, are you? You must know that I am a god. A god's age is much longer than that of ordinary humans. Using human age to measure whether a god is old or not is inherently a very stupid thing. As Morgan le Fay finished speaking, she looked at the silent Asher and spoke again. Did you understand? As she finished speaking, her face approached Asher, her aura imposing, as if saying, try refuting me. Asher nodded blankly. According to what you just said, my personality is clearly better, right? Morgan le Fay said. I think they're about the same. Asher replied. About the same. Morgan le Fay thought for a moment, then suddenly asked with a curious look, whose personality do you like more? Asher. He suddenly wanted to go straight back to the land of shadows. Heaven knew what was wrong with this goddess today, asking such endless questions, as if she was picking a fight with Shishou. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 48, Illusion. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Looking at Asher, who had fallen into silence, Morgan asked with a puzzled look. I feel like I can't say anything right now, no matter who I choose. How could that be? If you say you like a personality like mine more, I won't make trouble for you, Morgan said with a grin. So that means if I answer Shishou, you'll make trouble for me. Asher understood the meaning behind Morgan's words and couldn't help but complain inwardly. It looked like a multiple-choice question, but there was actually only one answer. Of course, Morgan said with a smile. Actually, this is very easy to choose, right? Your Shishou isn't here. Anyone who isn't stupid knows who to choose. All right, answer quickly. Seeing that Asher was still reluctant to answer, Morgan urged him again. I choose Brother Kuchulin, Asher said. Although he always looked dismissive before, he's actually just at Sundara and very good to his own people. Morgan. For a brief moment, the look in her eyes towards Asher was full of regret. Ah, this child is hopeless. Who told you to keep asking me such questions, Big Sister Morgan? Are you going to teach me or not? If not, I'm going back. Asher rarely dared to muster the courage to be firm with Morgan. Era, this is really unlike you. You actually dare to talk to me like this. Morgan looked at Asher with a hint of surprise, muttering to herself, so everyone has a bit of a temper, huh? Of course. I'm a man, after all, Asher said firmly. A man, huh? Morgan sized up Asher a few times, then suddenly smiled. All right, you're really something. I won't ask you such questions anymore, don't worry. Looking at Asher, who seemed relieved, Morgan continued, by the way, do you especially like your Shishou? Like, a liking that goes beyond the Shishou-disciple relationship. Could they still have a pleasant lesson today? Asher silently turned around. What's wrong? Seeing Asher step away, Morgan grabbed the back of his collar and asked. I'm going back, Asher said sullenly. Don't you want to learn new abilities anymore? Morgan enticed. I don't want to learn anymore. Asher immediately turned around after saying this, and then. The next second, he found himself completely unable to move. Aya, it was just a little teasing, you're so easy to get angry, Morgan le Fay sighed helplessly and slowly walked forward. Now I'm going to teach you the third ability. Facing those weaker than yourself, you can bind them. If facing those stronger than yourself or with high magic resistance, it can also have a certain delaying effect. Of course, it also requires magic power to support it. But you can't use this kind of thing for bad things, okay? Morgan le Fay teased with a smile. After all, this ability is perfect for playing tricks on ordinary girls. Ah, of course, it's also quite useful for dealing with boys. As she finished speaking, she walked in a circle around Asher, raised her finger and gently pushed him, and he leaned backward uncontrollably. Look, you can do whatever you want, isn't it super strong? Morgan sat down beside Asher, while Asher lay on his back on the grass, still unable to move. She raised her finger, and Asher floated up. Morgan glanced in a certain direction again and muttered to herself, did she leave? What? Asher, who still didn't know what was going on, asked in confusion. Nothing, Morgan shook her head. Then put me down, Asher said helplessly. This feeling of being completely unable to move was really uncomfortable. As expected, even after more than 3 months, his magic resistance was still so poor. If it were Artoria, she probably wouldn't be so embarrassed, at least not unable to even move, right? Morgan released her finger, and Asher fell to the ground in an instant. He covered his nose, feeling a sharp pain, and glared at Morgan when he looked up, only to see her face full of innocence, blinking her eyes. Didn't you tell me to put you down? Couldn't you have been gentler? Asher held back his anger. You didn't say to be gentler, Morgan le Fay said with a very innocent look. Asher rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with her about this meaningless thing anymore. Without a doubt, this woman was just retaliating against him because his answer just now hadn't satisfied her. By the way, Big Sister Morgan, this ability requires enough magic power to support it, right? Asher suddenly thought of something. He had used magic similar to binding before, but that kind of binding was completely different from what Morgan used. Simply put, Morgan's was instant, while he had to chant. If you encounter someone with strong magic resistance, will it have no effect? Morgan le Fay pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. That's indeed the case. With your current magic power, let alone binding, even briefly restricting movement is impossible. However, it's still quite effective against ordinary people. I can deal with ordinary people without binding them, Asher retorted. That's true. Morgan pondered for a moment. How about this? Let me teach you another ability. What ability? Asher asked. Just as he said this, he suddenly felt someone gently pat his shoulder. He turned his head to look, and Morgan was looking at him with a smile. Strange, wasn't Morgan in front of me? When did she get behind me? What are you looking at? Morgan's voice came from the front. Asher was stunned, looked behind him, and then looked at Morgan le Fay in front of him. 2 Morgan le Fays. What's going on? A clone? Asher asked, a little confused. 2 big sister Morgans, double the happiness, don't you like it? Morgan asked with a smile. As she smiled, the Morgan behind Asher also smiled, their expressions completely synchronized. You can call it an illusion. Asher's eyes lit up slightly. Frankly speaking, he was quite interested in this ability, because it was difficult to distinguish which one was real and which one was fake, and it might have a miraculous effect in battle. First figure out which one is my illusion, and then I'll teach you, Morgan said with a smile. This one. Asher pointed to Morgan le Fay behind him. Oh. Are you sure? Morgan raised an eyebrow. Sure. Asher nodded emphatically. Anyway, there was no loss in guessing wrong, it didn't matter. Congratulations. Morgan took Asher's hand and slowly pressed it against her chest. The full, soft breasts and the undulating, smooth feel made his pupils slowly widen. Big sister Morgan. Do you like it? Morgan asked lightly, her tone full of allure, her eyes captivating. She took Asher's hand and guided it under her clothes. Yeah. As Asher's fingers, guided by Morgan, slid across the fabric and into her clothes, the wonderful sensation suddenly disappeared. A crow flapped its wings and appeared in front of Asher. As expected, "You're a little pervert," Morgan's teasing voice came from behind him. "Were you especially looking forward to that just now? But too bad, you guessed wrong. I'm very disappointed in you now, disciple." Her voice suddenly changed again, and Asher stared at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Shishou. A teasing smile appeared on Scáthach's face. "Do you like me, disciple?" Asher quickly reacted. No. This wasn't Scáthach, but Morgan's illusion. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 49, Celebrate. From now on, Scáthach will change her name to Greenthach. What's wrong, disciple? Haven't you coveted this body for a long time? Now that I'm giving you this opportunity, aren't you even a little tempted? As Scáthach finished speaking, she deliberately licked her lips. The contrast between her usual coldness and her current allure created a strong shock, causing Asher's heart to beat faster. However, Asher was very clear that the woman in front of him was not his Shishou. Big sister Morgan, stop playing around. Your and Shishou's temperaments are completely different. Anyone can tell at a glance. Era, is it that obvious? Morgan le Fay shrugged boredly, returning to her original appearance. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind, and parts of her beautiful fair cheeks were dyed red by the setting sun, making her look incredibly captivating. But with this, you know how powerful I am, right? If you get me alone, it's equivalent to having everyone. Relying on my illusions, I can become anyone you want, right? Even forbidden Shishou disciple love can be satisfied. But no matter how you change, aren't you still essentially you? Asher retorted weakly. But at least it can give you the satisfaction of vanity. Morgan le Fay paused slightly. Ah, of course, even if you manage to pursue me, you'll have to wait until you're an adult to do fun things. So what exactly are you talking about? Asher silently covered his face, looking at Morgan through the gaps between his fingers. How do you do the illusion? You're really impatient. Morgan teased, then, perhaps seeing that Asher was about to be driven crazy, she patted his head. All right, I'll teach you now. Morgan le Fay roughly explained the method of illusion, then said casually, don't look at me using it so easily now. Actually, this is quite difficult magic. You need to be very focused, and your control over magic power also needs to be very high. Asher didn't speak, recalling the method Morgan le Fay had told him before, trying to do it as she said. Morgan le Fay then continued, and with your current magic power, you can probably only use the illusion about 3 or 4 times at most when concentrating, and you can't transform into other people. As for the duration, it still depends on your magic power. Magic power. Asher muttered to himself. Now his physical strength was mostly fine, but the troubles brought by magic power immediately followed. Both Scáthach and Morgan had said that there was a vast magical power sealed within Asher's body. What he needed to do was to develop this magic power day after day for his own use. However, according to the current progress, it would probably be impossible to fully develop it even by the time he died. Are you worried about magic power? Morgan seemed to see through Asher's thoughts. Don't worry too much about this. You just need to focus on learning the magic I teach you. As for the magic power, after you become an adult, I will naturally have a way to help you. As she finished speaking, a bewitching look appeared in the beautiful smile on her face. After becoming an adult? Asher raised his head. What does that have to do with becoming an adult? It has a lot to do with it. It's better for children not to understand so much, Morgan said quietly. I'm already 15 years old, he retorted with great dissatisfaction. 15 is still very early. Morgan stared at Asher for a while, then turned her back to look at the forest, asking casually, you said I've taught you so many abilities. If I'm hiding something from you, and you find out in the future, will you ignore me? Hiding something from me? Asher repeated. Yes, hiding something from you. What she was referring to was naturally the incident 3 months ago when collecting white dragon blood caused Camelot to fall into chaos. In fact, Morgan le Fay had also considered whether or not to tell Asher the truth. But she couldn't let it go so easily. Without discussing it with Asher, she had arbitrarily nurtured him as the body of the white dragon. Although that vile dragon was powerful, it was a great enemy to Britain, an existence that would be hostile. In the future, if Lily knew Asher's identity, who knew what would happen? Did Big Sister Morgan do anything that would harm me? Asher suddenly asked. Harmful isn't quite the word. At least, it seems to be more beneficial than harmful to you at the moment. It's just that I didn't tell you the truth, and you might get angry after you find out. Since you haven't done anything bad to me, then I won't be angry, Asher said, immediately changing the subject. By the way, haven't you noticed anything special about me now, big sister Morgan? Anything special? Morgan was stunned, then turned her head to look. Another Asher stood behind her. Illusion, she said with slight surprise. In just 2 hours, he had already learned illusion. I really have to look at you in a new light. When Morgan looked at the Asher in front of her again, there was more admiration in her eyes. According to the original plan, it would take at least 3 days to get a preliminary grasp of illusion, and as for complete mastery, it would take even longer. She hadn't expected Asher to learn it so quickly. Very good, then let's start the second training now. Use up all your magic power before going back. Morgan said. Not just randomly releasing magic power, but controlling it to flow out slowly. I told you this before, right? Use up all my magic power. Asher was stunned. That's right, use it all up. This is the usual training, right? I haven't been here for a while. You wouldn't have been slacking off on your own, would you? As she finished speaking, Morgan le Fay looked at Asher with a deep gaze. I slacked off a little bit, really just a little bit, Asher said, shifting his gaze guiltily at the end. Morgan stared intently at Asher. Very good. I've decided. If you don't use up all your magic power this time, I'll help you myself. As for how I'll help, you can imagine it yourself. I will use it all up myself. Noticing the danger in Morgan le Fay's gaze towards him, Asher couldn't help but answer loudly. Ma'am, that's a good boy, Morgan said contentedly, taking 2 steps back. Begin. Looking at Asher, who had begun to train seriously, Morgan le Fay's gaze softened a lot. She could tell that Asher had just changed the subject, and his purpose was also very clear. It was because he didn't want her to keep dwelling on the fact that, I didn't tell you the truth, right? This little boy had always been very considerate of other people's feelings. Morgan le Fay looked at the boy who was constantly stimulating the magic power from his body and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. He was really a good boy, he. It was precisely because of this that she wanted Asher to become intoxicated with her. While he was still young, she would gradually mold him into her own shape. Mom, what's wrong with you today? Scáthach watched Scáthach return to the palace alone, following her all the way in, and finally couldn't help but ask strangely. For some reason, she had a very strange feeling, always feeling that her mother's state today was not quite right. Did Ash make you angry? Scáthach tried asking. That didn't make sense. With her younger brother's cowardly appearance, how could he dare to make their mother angry? And their mother wasn't the kind of person who easily lost her composure. It has nothing to do with the disciple. His training today was excellent, but... Scáthach tilted her head, confusion in her beautiful purple eyes. Your sense of crisis is very low, Scáthach looked deeply at Scáthach. If it weren't for her, if her daughter's fiancé was one day deceived by that goddess, her daughter would probably still be foolishly unaware of anything. Sense of crisis? Do I have a crisis? Countless question marks seemed to pop up above Scáthach's head. She hadn't heard what Scáthach had just said at all. Forget it, it's nothing, Scáthach shook her head. That goddess was just like a child with a temper. Did she really think that using the previous method would be able to anger her? It was just saying some bad things and then trying to entice her disciple to say bad things about her together. Not everyone was so bored that they would get angry over such trivial matters. Mom, where are you going? Scáthach saw Scáthach get up and walk out of the palace hall, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. I'm going to see how the other disciples in the training ground are practicing now. It's been a long time since I sparred with those disciples. Let's take this as a small assessment. Ah. Now. Scáthach was stunned, her expression suddenly becoming much more nervous, and she quickly followed. It sounded quite good, after all, being able to spar with such a powerful person could greatly improve one's combat experience. But that was just how it sounded. Scáthach always took battles seriously. Most of the disciples in the Land of Shadows came from the elites of various tribes outside. These disciples came here to learn martial arts, but they would rather train on their own than fight Scáthach, because it would make them feel excruciatingly painful when they woke up the next day. Not everyone had Asher's resilience to withstand mental and physical blows and spar with Scáthach every day. I'll try to persuade Mom a bit later. Scáthach thought secretly as she followed behind Scáthach. Come to think of it, why did Mom suddenly want to train those disciples? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 50, Extra Training. As expected, are the brains of gods all strange? Asher walked through the palace of the Land of Shadows, sighing softly. Honestly, he would rather train a little longer than stay with Morgan, or rather, not let her tease him. Although Morgan was quite trustworthy, saying she would give him dragon essence blood and definitely giving it, but every time he communicated with that woman, it was super tiring. If Scáthach teased him like that, he could tease her back without restraint, but Morgan was different. That woman was a god. Occasionally you could add crazy to her title, but if he ever angered her, she might suddenly say, "Oh dear, I feel like you look down on me. In that case, I'll take back all the liquid I gave you before. But since you've absorbed it all, I'll just bleed you dry." Just thinking about it was terrifying. But it probably wouldn't come to that, right? Although she was the goddess of death, she felt quite nice. As long as he didn't anger her, nothing should happen. Returning to his room, Asher took out the magic cauldron and drank the water that had been prepared inside. A faint white light emanated from Asher's body. This was the power of the magic cauldron taking effect, gradually restoring his physical strength and magic power. He had to admit that the magic cauldron brought by Cuchulainn was a great help to Asher. Any liquid placed in the magic cauldron would have a significant enhancement when drunk the next day, and this enhancement even worked on the dragon blood Morgan gave him. Of course, this wasn't just the magic cauldron's own efficacy, the rune words inscribed on its surface were also a key factor in enhancing its effect. After putting the white dragon blood into the cauldron, Asher didn't immediately lie down to rest. Instead, he sat on the bedside, raised his finger, and drew a mysterious character in the air. This was his daily mandatory lesson. After training, he would consolidate his learning to use the rune words more skillfully. Nearly half an hour passed. Knock knock. A knock suddenly came from outside the room. Asher turned his head to look at the door, and a purple-haired girl hurriedly pushed it open. "Ash, come with me quickly." Scáthach looked anxious and quickly grabbed Asher's hand. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like Queen Aif is attacking, is it?" Asher asked in confusion. "No. Just come with me." After saying that, Scáthach didn't give Asher any chance to speak again, quickly stepped forward, grabbed Asher, and left the room. "So what exactly is it?" Asher followed Scáthach through the castle, completely clueless about what this older sister was suddenly up to. "You'll know when you look over there." Scáthach led Asher into the training ground and gestured with her chin towards the training area not far ahead. There, many disciples were taking turns stepping forward to spar with Scáthach. After each one finished, she would point out their shortcomings and then call the next one up. "What's so strange about this?" Asher asked in confusion. He had known for a long time that besides him and Scáthach also taught other disciples every day, including talented young men from various tribes and delicate princesses. But no matter their status, in the land of shadows, they would obediently accept her teachings to improve their strength. "Don't you think Mom is acting strangely today?" Scáthach said. "Her fighting style today is much stricter than before, a bit like that time." "That time?" Asher repeated, suddenly thinking of something, and cold sweat gradually trickled down his forehead. "Are you talking about that time when Brother Cuchulainn mocked her?" Asher remembered that about 2 or 3 years ago, when Cuchulainn first entered the Land of Shadows, he was unruly. This hero of Ulster claimed that he had only come to fulfill the old man's request and told Scáthach to give him the trial now. At that time, Scáthach immediately saw Cuchulainn's impatient problem and didn't pay much attention to it, just telling Cuchulainn to settle down for a while. But in order to complete the trial as soon as possible, the proud Cuchulainn learned about Scáthach's age from some disciple the next day and used it as a topic in the training ground, trying to provoke Scáthach. He did succeed in provoking Scáthach, but the price was also very tragic. He was bedridden for 3 days. This was only because of the healing effect of the rune words and Cuchulainn's own strong vitality, otherwise, the period might have been longer. For a very, very long time after that, Cuchulainn didn't mention the matter of age again. When he returned some time ago, Cuchulainn would say the words "old woman," but that was only because 2 years had passed and he had become a bit arrogant. Even so, he never mentioned the word age again. "Has someone else mentioned it again?" Asher asked softly. Although he had also asked Scáthach about her age before, that was just out of pure curiosity and was a completely different concept from Cuchulainn's deliberate provocation. But if today was also because someone had mocked this matter, things could be troublesome. It shouldn't be. "I don't really understand why either," Scáthach shook her head. "Maybe Mom really intends to test the recent training results of every disciple. If it's about training results, this is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it?" Asher lowered his voice. Shishou's attacks are much sharper than before. As someone who sparred with Scáthach almost every day, Asher could easily see how tricky Scáthach's attacks were at this moment. He didn't know if this was because of something or if Scáthach was always like this when sparring with other disciples. After the next disciple retreated, panting, Scáthach seemed to notice Asher's gaze and turned her head towards him. Then, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Perfect timing, you come over here for testing too," she said calmly. Asher was stunned, looked left and right, and then pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me?" Who else could it be besides you? Scáthach said, then glanced in Scáthach's direction. You come over here too, Scáthach. Before Scáthach could finish speaking, Scáthach quickly shook her head and hid behind Asher. Ash, go ahead. I'm counting on you. You said you would protect your older sister before, right? She urged softly, her fingers gently pinching the corner of Asher's clothes. Didn't I just finish training? Asher asked, a little dazed. It's been a long rest, hasn't it? With your current physical strength, after resting for so long, you should have recovered almost completely, Scáthach said, pausing slightly. Whether it's physical strength or spirit, you should have recovered almost completely, right? As she finished speaking, her gaze fixed on Asher. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 51, wanting to capture Shishou comes at a price. For some reason, Asher felt a guilty conscience and nodded lightly under Scáthach's gaze. I've rested enough. After saying that, he bit the bullet and jumped into the training ground. When the other disciples saw this scene, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly speaking, they really didn't want to face Scáthach. Although her martial arts were superb and she was very meticulous when teaching, she basically didn't hold back during sparring. Not everyone could be like Asher, who had big sister Scáthach use rune words to heal his body after every training session. Now that Asher was willing to enter the training ground voluntarily, it was the best possible thing, avoiding them having to endure further torment. Good luck, junior brother. Good luck, senior brother. Around the training ground, a group of senior and junior disciples sat on the side, cheering Asher on, almost as if they were missing only benches, chips, and soda. Asher rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to the people around him. This wasn't cheering him on, it was clearly gloating. He picked up the spear thrown over by a senior brother not far away and bowed slightly towards Scáthach. Please enlighten me, Shishou. Scáthach nodded slightly, without much change in her expression. Something's definitely wrong. Asher gripped the spear tightly, his gaze carefully observing the expression on Scáthach's face. Shishou definitely had something on her mind. I'm coming, Shishou. Asher stopped thinking too much, stepped back with his foot, and the whole person shot forward. Things were different now. With the blessing of the White Dragon's body, even though the power of the White Dragon's body had not yet fully integrated into his body, Asher already had extremely strong recovery power. Moreover, he had indeed rested for a while before, and his physical strength had now almost fully recovered. Very fast, and... Scáthach deflected the spear thrust by Asher, looking into his eyes. Asher's eyes were originally pitch black, but a faint golden light flowed within them during battle. In another 3 months, once the White Dragon blood was fully integrated, most of his eyes would turn golden during battle. It seems the melted White Dragon blood has a high compatibility with my disciple. Scáthach looked at the aura emanating from Asher, pondering secretly in her heart. At this moment, Asher leaped high and slammed his spear down towards her. The power is also great, but technique is also a very important part. Remember that, Scáthach used the tip of her spear to deflect most of Asher's power and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Before Asher could land on the ground, Scáthach slightly raised her toe. Whoosh! Dozens of ice walls appeared out of thin air, and a cold aura instantly rose from all directions, filled with an extremely terrifying chill. The disciples outside the field were a bit dumbfounded. No matter what, using rune words against Asher was a bit too harsh, wasn't it? A look of confusion appeared on Scáthach's delicate face, and the ahogue on her head swayed gently as her gaze fixed on her mother. Something was wrong. Why would Mom use such exaggerated power to train Ash? Asher, still in midair, propped up his spear, intending to resist the incoming ice walls, but it was just a futile effort. There were too many ice walls. He had no choice but to draw a letter in the air with his finger, and 3 ice pillars just happened to block his path. Then, several flames lit up, blocking the ice walls trying to trap Asher. But even so, he couldn't completely melt the ice walls. Asher stepped on the ice wall and slid out of the ice wall's encirclement, leaving a scratch on the wall with the tip of his spear. Without any hesitation, the spear thrust towards Scáthach's direction. Too reckless, you should have adjusted your breath before attacking. Scáthach shook her head, and after making this evaluation, she suddenly paused. Something was wrong. She immediately raised her spear to block behind her. There was a clang sound, and the pleasant collision sound stimulated people's eardrums. Scáthach stared at the boy who had distanced himself from her and then glanced behind her. The illusion had disappeared. It was an illusion, the ability that woman had just taught him. As early as when Asher slid out from the ice walls released by Scáthach, he had already released the illusion, all for the sake of surprise. If it were Morgan le Fay, she could release a total of 3 illusions, and each illusion could be transformed into a solid entity. This was a special ability only she could do, the goddess of the Trinity. But even if Asher couldn't reach that level, he could still rely on illusions to confuse the enemy, which would also have a good effect in actual combat. It was just a pity that the person he was facing was Scáthach. Still too slow. Just having physical strength isn't enough. On the battlefield, even a delayed judgment can cause fatal injuries. While Asher was still surprised by Scáthach's reaction speed, Scáthach gripped her spear and slashed horizontally. Asher hurriedly crouched down to avoid the attack, only to find that the ground had frozen over. Whoosh! Several ice cones just grazed Asher's skin and pierced through, firmly fixing him in midair. Is this Shishou's true level, or have I only just seen her true level? Asher, firmly controlled in midair by the ice cones, looked at the perfect figure on the ground and finally deeply realized the true gap between himself and his Shishou. Superb martial arts combined with unexpected rune words. If Scáthach was serious, perhaps killing a god would be as easy as flipping her hand. Thinking of this, Asher suddenly became a little afraid that Shishou would really fight Morgan one day. If that day really came, who should he help? No. That definitely won't happen. No matter what, it shouldn't come to that. There's no hatred or resentment, so it should be fine. He should concentrate on the battle now. Shishou hated others being distracted during battle the most. Concentrate. Asher closed his eyes, feeling the boiling blood in his body. It was the blood of the white demonic dragon, which had already perfectly merged with Asher. Even though he still needed to integrate the other half of the white dragon's blood to be complete, he already possessed terrifying power. Scáthach didn't seem to notice the anomaly on Asher's side. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Scáthach. Send your brother back. He should have reached his limit. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave the training ground, but at this moment, she heard a roar from behind her. Shishou, where are you looking? The ice cones shattered, and Asher punched towards Scáthach. She raised her spear, and the punch landed right on the spear shaft. Scáthach took a few steps back and looked at the boy in front of her. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Battle power overload. Little brother's progress is too exaggerated. Scáthach looked in Asher's direction. A few months ago, he was a guy who would start panting after a few moves, but now he's completely like a different person. Moreover, his battle power overload didn't seem quite the same as Cuchulain's. Scáthach sized up Asher, who was now in a berserk state. His hair stood up like hedgehog quills, and there was a white dragon mark on his forehead. This was the power of the white dragon, activated only during battle power overload. But this was only the first mark. If Asher fully absorbed the white dragon's blood in another 3 months, several such marks would appear on his body as time gradually merged. The passive of the sun god's blessing activated instantly, and Asher felt the power brought by the berserk state without losing his mind. After battle power overload, his strength would significantly increase, and his senses would also greatly improve. Asher could now even feel the gazes of the disciples outside the field and Scáthach's breathing. Similarly, Scáthach also. Asher suddenly froze. Shishou wasn't breathing. No, it wasn't that she wasn't breathing, but that she was controlling her breathing rhythm. After fighting him for so long, Scáthach had always maintained her usual normal breathing rhythm. Scáthach looked at the changes in Asher's body, a look of astonishment on her face, which soon turned into a smile. It seems you were still slacking off when you trained with me some time ago. This is the first time I've seen you after battle power overload. So this is your true level now. Scáthach raised her spear. Everyone else, go back first. I'll test Asher's current battle power again. The other disciples all breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Asher with sympathy. What if his physical strength had improved? He was still going to be abused by Shishou. On the contrary, the advantage of having poor physical strength at this time became apparent. At least Scáthach wouldn't force them to continue training after beating them to exhaustion, but Asher had to spar until he was exhausted. The other disciples left the training ground one after another, with only Scáthach remaining in the field, watching the Shishou and disciples still fighting. Asher hadn't said a word from beginning to end, just silently fighting Scáthach. Of course, this was also because Scáthach was deliberately holding back, which was why he could last so long. But even so, it was already very rare. After all, if it were before, Asher would have given up long ago, but now he relied on battle power overload to last for a very long time. You always complained endlessly during training in the past. Why haven't you said a word today? After several exchanges, Scáthach kicked Asher away, watching him steady himself after retreating a few steps. Confusion couldn't help but appear in her red eyes. If fighting one more round can make Shishou feel better, I don't mind accompanying you for a bit longer, Asher said calmly. The spear in his hand had long been replaced by a sword. His swordsmanship, not only taught by Kay but also occasionally guided by Scáthach, was not much worse than his spearmanship. It was just that he had a good weapon for the spear, while for the sword, he only had an ordinary long sword. One of my original goals for getting stronger was also because of this, Asher continued. The goal of getting stronger. Scáthach repeated. Part of the reason Shishou feels so bored living is also because she stood at the peak for too long, and never sees anyone climbing up from the bottom, right? Then, please watch me slowly climb to the peak, Shishou, Asher said firmly. Very good. A faint smile, like ice breaking, appeared on Scáthach's beautiful face, and a hint of doting flashed in her eyes as she looked at Asher. I'm very happy that my disciple has such thoughts. So. I originally intended to let you go back to rest, but since you have this resolve, let's add 3 more training sessions. Asher was silent for a moment. Shishou, can I regret it? He originally thought it would be at most 1 more round, he didn't expect it to be 3 more. Too late. Pick up your weapon, Asher. Under Scáthach's loud voice, Asher's miserable scream echoed in the training ground. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 52, Shishou's Night Attack. Training ended, and Asher lay on the training ground, truly like a dead fish. Scáthach looked at Asher's lifeless expression and nodded slightly, saying approvingly, very good. It seems that after I left, the effect of your self-training was quite good. That woman had already taught Asher 3 abilities. Was she planning to cultivate Asher into the next goddess of death? No, god of death. But in that case, she could only continue to turn a blind eye. Scáthach silently looked at Asher, but her mind was thinking about what had happened that afternoon. Sure enough, when she provoked herself in the evening, she had already prepared for both outcomes. Because she kept teaching Asher powerful magic, and Asher hadn't completely absorbed the white dragon blood yet, she dared to provoke herself so unscrupulously. But unfortunately, that woman underestimated her too much. No matter what, Asher was still her disciple. If he could become stronger, why wouldn't she be happy? Self-training. Hearing Scáthach's words, Asher's pupils, which had just lost focus, regained a bit of light, and his brain suddenly woke up a lot. What Scáthach had just said sounded like praise, but in reality, it was more like teasing him. Clearly, Shishou already knew where he had learned the illusion he used today. So she had already discovered Big Sister Morgan's matter. Just as Asher thought of this, Scáthach outside the training ground heaved ho and jumped in from outside. Ash, I'll take you back to your room. You probably can't walk anymore, right? Scáthach knelt down and looked at Asher with concern, muttering complainingly, honestly, Mom was too harsh today. Sister, can you please move your foot? That's stepping on my back when you say such things. Asher said with great difficulty, looking like he was really about to die. It was too difficult. After finishing training with Shishou, he was already completely out of energy, and then he was stepped on by Scáthach, who had just jumped into the field relying on rune words. If he had already become a dead fish, then Scáthach's footstep had simply turned Asher into a dead fish. Scáthach frowned, her purple hair swayed slightly, and the tender white toes under her purple sandals lightly stepped on Asher's waist. Your very difficult expression and tone are very rude, as if you're saying I'm heavy. I don't have any strength left now, I can't hold on anymore, Big Sister Scáthach, can you please stop messing around? Asher said intermittently. I'm not messing around. You're the one who's too much, Scáthach frowned. If Mom was stepping on you, you definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. No, this is completely different. Mom, come try it and see if Ash still dares to say you're heavy. Scáthach raised her head and asked Scáthach. Scáthach glanced at Asher, looked at his bitter expression of, this is too hard for me, and couldn't help but show a faint smile on her face. Stop messing around. He's really tired today. Send him back to his room. After saying that, Scáthach turned and walked out of the training ground. Scáthach heaved ho and jumped off Asher's body. A light shone in her hand, healing Asher. Soon, Asher felt a warm sensation surrounding him, and the several pains he had just felt seemed to have lessened a lot. This was the power of rune words, both offensive and defensive, and also with its own healing. Asher felt that if this were a game, rune words would simply be a super bug, unbelievably strong. After a while, the light dissipated, and Scáthach said, all right, you should barely be able to move now. Get up quickly. You don't want your older sister to carry you, do you? Yes. Asher nodded. Slap. His head was gently patted, and Scáthach said unhappily, dream on. I'll help you back to your room. After saying that, Scáthach supported Asher and slowly helped him walk into the room. All right, rest well. Asher closed his eyes. After a while, he felt the quilt beside him being lifted, and then a soft touch came from his arm. He opened his eyes again. Sister, what are you doing again? Sleeping. Scáthach patted Asher's arm. All right, go to sleep quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow. No, why are you sleeping in my room? Asher looked at the girl beside him. Even in the dim light, he could clearly see those amber-like purple eyes. Your older sister is a bit worried about you resting alone, so she decided to sleep with you. How about it? Isn't that very nice of me? A cute smile appeared on Scáthach's face. You should go back to your own room to sleep, sister, Asher tried to negotiate with Scáthach. Why? You used to like sleeping with your older sister so much. Why have you become so cold now? As expected, children become very unlovable after they grow up. Scáthach sighed softly as she finished speaking, a sad expression on her face, which, combined with her cute little face, made people feel a bit soft-hearted. If Shishou sees this, I'll probably be accompanying her in the training ground tonight. Asher had no choice but to tell the truth helplessly. What you said is indeed possible, but it's okay. I'll just hide under your blanket then, Scáthach comforted him. Asher rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten how you were discovered last time? Ash, look. Scáthach, wearing pajamas, gently pulled down the fabric on her shoulder, revealing a smooth, fragrant shoulder. Asher silently stared at Scáthach for a moment, then carried the somewhat nonsensical older sister to the door. Good night, big sister Scáthach. After saying that, he closed the door. You'll regret this, you'll definitely regret this, Ash, you wait. Tomorrow, your older sister will teach you a good lesson. After saying that, she left Asher's room in a huff. Asher lay on the big bed, feeling the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling what happened today, Asher was actually quite satisfied. Although Shishou still noticed something, he now possessed battle power overload, vast magic power, illusions, divination, and even the word spirit of death. These were all conditions that would support him in becoming strong in the future. What he needed was time and effort. The only thing he needed to worry about now was probably Artoria's side. According to Asher's understanding, Morgan le Fay was indeed a good woman at first. Her personality truly began to change drastically after Artoria pulled out the Caliban. In a few months, after Artoria pulled out the Caliban and became king, would Morgan become the true witch? It was necessary to chat with big sister Morgan a bit tomorrow, give her some psychological counseling. Asher looked at the pitch-black ceiling, thinking secretly in his heart. Squeak. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Asher hurriedly closed his eyes, feeling the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. Asher sniffed lightly. There was a very familiar scent. It was Scáthach. Why would Shishou come over so late at night? Could it be to listen to me tell stories? That shouldn't be it. She should also know that I'm very tired today and am probably sleeping now. No matter what, he should pretend to be asleep first. Asher kept his eyes closed, noticing the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. He tried his best to make his breathing very even, while secretly pondering in his heart. What did Scáthach come to do? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Won't Shishou Let People Sleep? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The sound of footsteps gradually approached the bedside. Scáthach walked to the side of the bed and sat down, without any further movement. Strange, what exactly did Shishou come for? Asher kept his eyes closed, completely unaware of what was happening. He could feel Scáthach's gaze, but she didn't speak for a long time, which made him a little uneasy. You're not asleep yet, are you? Scáthach's voice rang out. Asher's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, I've been controlling my breathing, so why can she still sense whether I'm asleep or not? How can she tell? Could it be that Shishou was bluffing him? Asher still kept his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. Are you angry about today's training? Scáthach continued to ask. Asher's eyelids twitched slightly. Why would Shishou suddenly ask such a question? This didn't seem like her at all. But in that case, he couldn't continue to pretend to be asleep. Clearly, Scáthach had already noticed that he was pretending to be asleep. If he didn't speak now, Shishou would probably think he was really angry, right? Thinking of this, Asher had no choice but to open his eyes. It has nothing to do with today's training, Shishou. Everything I said today was the truth. I want to catch up to your pace, so even if there's extra training, I won't be dissatisfied. Is that so? Then let's add 5 more training sessions after tomorrow's training ends. Although I won't be dissatisfied, if possible, please give me some rest time, Asher added. If he trained at such a high intensity every day, Asher felt that he would collapse in less than a week. Fighting against such powerful opponents every day, it wasn't just the pain and fatigue in his body, but even his mind and body would be devastated. Just kidding, a rare smile appeared on Scáthach's face. Why aren't you asleep yet? Today, she could clearly feel her disciples' fatigue. 2 consecutive high-intensity training sessions, and the intensity of the final sparring in the training ground was even stronger than before. Logically, he should be so tired that he would fall asleep. She had only come into the room to check on him, but she hadn't expected Asher to still be awake. Wasn't there a story to be told today? So I was thinking if Shishou would come over tonight too, and I actually guessed right, Asher replied. This was of course half lie and half truth. He did wonder if Shishou would come over today, but the bigger reason was because he had been messing around with Scáthach in bed for a long time, and had only just sent her out of the room not long ago. As a result, Scáthach came over shortly after. Luckily, I had the foresight to send big sister Scáthach away first, otherwise I would have been punished by Shishou if she saw us. Asher secretly rejoiced. Is that so? Scáthach paused slightly. I thought that child Scáthach wouldn't leave you alone after sending you back to your room. The reason I came over was also to see if she had caused you any trouble, like wanting to sleep with you. Asher. As expected of Shishou, she even guessed what his older sister would do. That child has liked to cling to you since before, Scáthach continued. She was very hostile towards me at first, wasn't she? Asher said. Most of the memories from a few years ago had become blurred, but some things Asher still remembered vividly. For example, when he first came to this world, Scáthach was very hostile towards him, believing that he would steal her beloved mother. But children were like that. As time went on, if they played together often, their relationship would naturally improve. Of course, this was also because they had similar interests. Otherwise, their relationship definitely wouldn't have been so good. It even reached a point where one day, Scáthach excitedly dragged Asher to Scáthach, saying that she wanted to get engaged to her adopted beloved disciple. At that time, the child suddenly said that she wanted to marry you when she grew up, which was quite surprising to me, Scáthach said, a hint of helplessness in her tone as she finished speaking. I initially thought she just treated you as a younger brother. Maybe she still does. Asher said. The longer I stay with big sister Scáthach, the harder it is to distinguish whether it's the affection of siblings or other feelings. It's a very blurry line, Scáthach said. Perhaps you should seriously consider this question. Not only in daily battles, but also in life and the things around you, you should have the ability to discern. Think a little. When you are with your sister, do you have feelings of affection? When you consider things for her, is it from the perspective of a lover or a sister? Of course, no matter what your decision is, your teacher will support you. This woman was not only Asher's master in martial arts, but at this moment, she was also playing the role of a confidant, starting to help sort out Asher's emotional problems. From a sister's perspective, or a lover's perspective. Hearing Scáthach's words, Asher pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. I think I understand. In short, Shishou meant that when he, as the younger brother, thought about things from the perspective of a younger brother, it was love. When the younger brother thought about things from the perspective of an older sister, it was sibling affection. It was quite simple and easy to understand. But it seems there can also be a combination of both feelings. Asher suddenly asked. That possibility is not excluded, Scáthach pondered for a moment. But you can rest assured. You and Scáthach are both children I adopted, so no matter what decision you make, I will not stop you. I knew that a long time ago. Otherwise, Shishou wouldn't have immediately agreed to the engagement request proposed by big sister Scáthach back then, Asher said. Scáthach nodded slightly, suddenly remembering something. The hand that was stroking Asher's head paused slightly. Speaking of which, you also agreed to the engagement at that time, right? Doesn't that mean you like Scáthach? Liking is liking, but it might be different, Asher said, shaking his head. If you really have to say it like that, then I also like Shishou. Scáthach's body stiffened slightly, then slowly relaxed again. That's true. Whether it's you or Scáthach, I like you both. Then, she coughed lightly and said casually, oh right, there's one more thing I need to remind you. Under Asher's puzzled gaze, Scáthach continued, since you are engaged, you should also keep a certain distance from other women. No matter what benefits they give you, or if they try to seduce you, you should also maintain your integrity. Although Scáthach didn't name anyone, her implication was very clear. Does Shishou count? Asher tried asking. Before being a woman, I am first and foremost your Shishou, Scáthach ruffled Asher's hair. In my eyes, you will always just be a child, so don't mind it. Asher lowered his head. Through the conversation just now, he had roughly guessed who Scáthach meant by other women. Without a doubt, the person Shishou was talking about should be Morgan le Fay. It's about time, I should go now, Scáthach patted his head again. You have to get up early for training tomorrow, so rest early. Didn't we still have those stories from before to tell? Asher was stunned. Scáthach shook her head. Today's situation is special. You should rest well. Tomorrow I will check your physical condition and then arrange the corresponding training. Today's training has already exceeded your limit. Yes, Shishou, Asher replied, feeling a bit disappointed in his heart. He quite liked the time he spent with Shishou at night. Only during this time would Scáthach not be so strict, but would chat with him like a caring older sister. It could be said that he felt that the time he spent chatting with Scáthach at night was the most relaxing part of his day. But it seemed that Shishou didn't realize this. You seem to be in a very low mood. Is there anything else on your mind? Scáthach easily noticed the change in Asher's emotions. Out of concern for her disciple's mental well-being, she had originally planned to leave, but at this moment, she sat down on the bedside again. Asher glanced at Scáthach. She was wearing a high-neck sweater today, which perfectly revealed her slender, fair legs. When she sat on the bedside, her full, round thighs were particularly eye-catching. Image of Scáthach. Actually, I prefer this. Image of Scáthach. Asher hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to say, I can't sleep very well. Can't sleep. Scáthach raised an eyebrow slightly. Then what do you need to fall asleep? The same as before. After saying that, he glanced at Scáthach again. A faint smile appeared on Scáthach's face, as if it wasn't quite there. Are you talking about like when you were little? Yes. Asher paused, then asked cautiously, is that okay? Logically, I should gradually get you used to sleeping alone, but today's situation is special, so. I can make an exception and fulfill your request, Scáthach said calmly. According to what you used to say, is it called a lap pillow? Asher nodded, maintaining his composure. When he was little, he often slept like this on Shishou's lap, while Scáthach would lie on the other side. But now, there were only him and Shishou in this room. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had been this comfortable, right? Even after training in the same space as Shishou before, it was just purely telling stories, and nothing else had been done. Since the engagement, Shishou had slowly started to keep her distance from him. Then I'll lie down, Shishou. As Asher spoke, he climbed up from the bedside and lay down on Scáthach's lap. The slightly cool, soft touch of her fair thighs against Asher's cheek couldn't help but make his heart flutter. Let alone sleep, the drowsiness he had just accumulated seemed to have vanished all at once. Sleep peacefully. I'll help you cover up with the quilt after you fall asleep, Scáthach said, stroking his head. Her tone seemed much gentler than usual, completely lacking the astonishing aura of a Valkyrie she had in the training ground today. Feeling the wonderful touch of the soft, slightly cool skin, Asher felt his blood seemed to be quietly boiling, and his heart beat faster uncontrollably. Although he originally wanted to sleep, how could he sleep like this now? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 54, The Relationship Between Sisters. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Lying on Scáthach's soft lap, Asher was deep in thought. Shishou was right. A person's age should indeed be measured by the luster of their organs and skin. Right now, there wasn't a single trace of age left on her. Big sister Morgan was the same, but if that was the case, why would they care about age? What are you thinking about? Scáthach's voice pulled Asher back to reality. Asher wasn't stupid enough to say what he was really thinking. Facing Scáthach's gaze, he said, I was thinking, is fate really unchangeable? Fate. Scáthach murmured to herself, then calmly said, most likely, it cannot be changed. She had seen the fates of many people. Without exception, they all passed away according to that predetermined destiny. Even if they wanted to change it, they couldn't. It was as if the threads of fate were already tied to people, impossible to sever. Even if they struggled and sought other paths, they would ultimately follow that thread to the end. Asher was silent for a moment. If that was the case, would Artoria inevitably pull out that sword in the end? From Morgan's perspective, he hoped Morgan could fulfill her wish and let Artoria live a happy life as an ordinary little girl. But through his contact with Artoria over the past 3 months, it seemed she herself also desired to become king. Although she had doubts, she remained firm. Was there no win-win situation? I have high expectations for you, Scáthach's voice brought Asher back from his thoughts. If it's you, perhaps you can change it. Shishou, that sentence sounds quite pressuring, Asher retorted. I'm not encouraging you, Scáthach shook her head, placing a finger on Asher's face. You don't belong to this world, so you have this opportunity. Scáthach's fingers were cool and slender, feeling very comfortable on his face. But Asher had no mood to enjoy the comfort. He was so startled he almost sat up from her lap. Shishou had known all along that he wasn't from this world. There's no need to be so alarmed. It's not strange to know such a thing. Rather, a lot of information can be obtained from the stories and characters you tell every night, Scáthach said calmly. I don't know what you were like in the past, and I won't pursue it if you don't want to talk about it. Now you are just a member of the Land of Shadows, my disciple, aren't you? The slight worry from before faded, and Asher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked at Scáthach again, there was a touch of gratitude in his eyes. He was so moved he rubbed against Scáthach's thigh. Thank you, Shishou. Still as clingy as you were a few years ago, even though you're already 15, Scáthach looked helplessly at the boy lying on her lap, stroking his face gently. You should also get used to sleeping alone. I will slowly get used to it, Asher said. After I can beat Shishou, I'll sleep alone. So confident you can defeat me in the future? Surprise flashed in Scáthach's eyes. No, I have no confidence at all, Asher said. That way, Shishou can come find me anytime. Scáthach bent a finger and flicked Asher's forehead. The strong should have confidence in themselves. Ku Chulin does this better than you. I also have confidence, just not in defeating Shishou, Asher said. If you asked brother Ku Chulin to fight you now, he definitely wouldn't say he was confident. If he were, how could he have never dared to mention age again later? The air around them seemed to turn cold instantly, and a danger sign seemed to float above Asher's head. What about age? Scáthach asked casually. No, nothing. Asher closed his mouth in time, noticing Scáthach's deep gaze, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Shishou, can I ask you something? No, Scáthach said. Asher. Just kidding, ask away. Seeing Asher's defeated look, Scáthach couldn't help but smile faintly. Her disciple had liked to play by his own rules since before, so she suddenly wanted to try it today too, and hadn't expected the effect to be surprisingly good. Moreover, watching his defeated look was quite interesting. Is your relationship with Queen Afe really that bad? The smile on Scáthach's face faded considerably. Why are you suddenly asking this? The guard should have told you about Queen Afe's invasion of the Land of Shadows when you left, right? Asher asked. She doesn't like to attack the weak, so she didn't hurt you in Wadhak, is that it? Scáthach said. Asher nodded slightly. Actually, as early as 3 months ago, he had been very concerned about this, but never found a suitable moment to ask Scáthach. After all, they trained every day, and during the usual nighttime storytelling, there would often be Wadhak crouching by the door, secretly observing. Speaking of which, could Big Sister Wadhak be at the door right now? Asher suddenly felt guilty but quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. It shouldn't be, right? If Wadhak were there, Shishou would have noticed long ago. What's wrong? Noticing Asher's silence, Scáthach asked in confusion, a hint of doubt in her red eyes. Asher quickly regained his composure and coughed lightly. Shishou, what do you think of Queen Afe? Her. Scáthach was silent for a moment. Her personality is quite strong-willed, so she's troublesome. You don't dislike her, is that what you mean? Asher asked thoughtfully. Scáthach nodded slightly. Why are you suddenly asking this? No, I was just thinking, if you don't dislike each other, why is your relationship so bad? Asher asked curiously. It's not that my relationship with her is bad, it's that her relationship with me is bad, Scáthach said, shaking her head. Isn't that necessarily a bad relationship? Asher blurted out almost instinctively. When Queen Afe chatted with him that day, her expression and tone were sincere, she genuinely hoped to gain her sister's approval. However, Scáthach was not only powerful in martial arts, but her magic was also superb. Coupled with her strong-willed personality, winning her sister's approval was indeed not easy. In any case, she is now the Queen of Alba, and we don't have much connection, so let's not mention her anymore, Scáthach ended the topic firmly. Seeing his Shishou's resolute attitude, Asher had no choice but to give up. He could only wait for another chance to learn more details. If possible, he still hoped these two sisters could reconcile. It was clearly just a misunderstanding, or rather, a sister complex hoping for a sister's approval and nothing more. Why did it turn into hostile nations? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 55, The Magician of Flowers. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Scáthach watched Asher, who had yawned sleepily and then closed his eyes. She ran her fingers through his hair, her mind recalling what her disciple had just said. Afe. Calculating the time, it had been a very, very long time since her younger sister had left and become the Queen of Alba. During that time, there had been many skirmishes between the soldiers of both sides, and even small-scale wars had broken out. She hadn't expected her disciple to suddenly ask about this. Was it because he had met Afe that day? It seemed that it was time to end this meaningless struggle. Scáthach looked into the darkness ahead, pondering secretly in her heart. Asher, lying on her lap, scratched his stomach, turned over, and continued to sleep. Scáthach looked down at him, feeling Asher's breathing gradually even out. She stroked his face with her fingers, a faint smile on her lips. This child still liked to rely on others even now. Since 5 years ago, Asher seemed to have a particularly strong sense of dependence on her. Although he often complained during training, he never took the initiative to give up and say, "I don't want to train anymore." It could be said that Asher was the exact opposite of Scáthach. One would work hard, while the other often slacked off. And the reason he worked so hard was simply because he didn't want to disappoint his Shishou. Talented and willing to work hard, Asher was the second person she had seen like this besides Cuchulainn. Logically, liking to rely on others should be a manifestation of cowardice, but she surprisingly didn't dislike that feeling. Recalling the various events of the past, Scáthach slowly moved him to the pillow and quietly left the room. The moonlight was beautiful, casting a soft glow. Scáthach raised her head and looked at the hazy moonlight. Staying together for a long time, you don't know if it's family affection or love, she murmured as if to herself. Was this a hint to herself? Silly disciple, did he really think his Shishou couldn't understand? At first, she thought Asher's liking was just a simple admiration for his Shishou, but as the years passed, she finally realized one thing. This child seemed to be serious. They trained together every day, and every time training ended, the look in Asher's eyes when he looked at her often carried a strange heat. How could she not notice such a look? Scáthach could see the future of others. She had tried to know Asher's future, but she couldn't see it, as if it was shrouded in a thick fog. Forget it, whatever the outcome, let fate decide. Scáthach muttered to herself and turned to leave. That night, Asher was still fast asleep. Not long after, he felt the pitch-black world before him gradually become brighter. Was it a dream? Asher realized it was a dream. Scáthach was still beside him before he fell asleep, so it was impossible for anyone to move him elsewhere. There was no one in this world who could kidnap him in front of Scáthach, so he could only assume it was a dream. A lucid dream. Just as he thought of this, pink petals fluttered past his eyes, and a sea of flowers appeared. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Asher suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, could it be that guy? Giving flowers to the land, giving dreams to humanity, giving the future to history, these were the characteristics of that man. The magician of flowers, Merlin. Oh dear, you've already noticed. Should I say your reaction speed is fast, or have you heard my name from others long ago? For example, that woman. A frivolous voice rang out in the distance. With every step he took, flowers bloomed along the way. Both his tone and behavior seemed to be filled with elegance. Merlin. Asher looked at the man in front of him. Do you know me? Merlin always maintained a composed smile on his face. You should know whether I know you or not, Asher said. In fact, Asher felt that Merlin had probably discovered him when he was in contact with Artoria, but he just hadn't come looking for him. You even noticed that? Merlin showed a slightly surprised look. After all, it's you, Asher said. It sounds like you think I'm very powerful. No, I don't feel that way at all, Asher said, shaking his head. Merlin didn't care about Asher's answer. He circled Asher, observed him carefully for a while, and nodded slightly. I see, no wonder I haven't seen much action from that woman these days. It's indeed related to you. The red dragon of Britain and the white dragon of the foreign race. The red dragon symbolized Britain, while the white dragon was the foreign race, that is, the Saxons who were currently invading British land. Artoria, who inherited the red dragon, and Asher, who inherited the white dragon. Was this Morgan le Fay's plan? Since she couldn't obtain the complete red dragon bloodline, she simply created a new white dragon to create someone who could rival or even surpass Artoria. Are you planning to stop her? Asher asked. Merlin possessed the clairvoyance to see the present, and based on the existing information, he could predict the future. Even without going anywhere, he could see through all phenomena. So it wasn't strange that he would come looking for him. Asher had felt from the beginning that Merlin would come knocking sooner or later, but he hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. No, I won't interfere with anything. Merlin turned his head to look at Artoria, who was still training in the distance. Predetermined fate cannot be changed, no matter the process. He raised his finger, and a thread extended straight into the distant sky. The final outcome is the same. That sounds like a very unpleasant thing to say, Asher frowned. If everything is predestined, why did you help Lily? Because you're a cone. Asher asked. Merlin's voice stopped abruptly. Soon, his expression returned to normal, but he shook his head. You don't understand. I understand, you're just a cone, right? Asher said. Everyone was a king lover, who didn't understand who. Speaking of which, why are you dressed like this? Merlin sized up Asher's attire and asked suspiciously. Asher was currently wearing a black cloak with a wide hat on his head. There was a crow on his left shoulder, and the crow's eyes were red, making it look particularly eerie. This was the blessing of the goddess of death, and only Asher possessed it in this world. It wouldn't manifest in reality, but it had actually appeared in this dream, which was truly surprising. What attire? Asher lowered his head to take a look, thinking to himself that it couldn't possibly be something like the Emperor's new clothes, right? The clothes you wore when you went to see Big Sister Morgan before. I thought you weren't really wearing anything, Asher muttered after confirming that the clothes he was wearing were normal. Do you have something to talk to me about by suddenly dragging me in here? I'm just a little curious about what kind of person you are, and why Morgan is willing to cultivate you so wholeheartedly. Merlin showed a faint smile as if he saw through everything. Asher's heart skipped a beat. You already know. Of course, Merlin said seriously, I don't know. Asher. You know, I really want to poke your head with a spear right now. After pretending for so long, he said such an idiotic thing. This guy was really asking for a beating. That's quite terrifying, but if you want to make a move, don't think I'm just a magician. Actually, my swordsmanship is quite good. Merlin waved the sword in his hand. He had to say, it really looked the part. The girl in the distance glanced over here but didn't come over. Training time was still going on, and without Merlin's permission, she wouldn't move around casually. It's really quite hard. Asher looked in Artoria's direction and couldn't help but sigh. He had heard before that after receiving training from Kay and Sir Ector every day, she couldn't even sleep well at night. She had to receive Merlin's training in her dreams and the teachings to become king. It was truly a life like a machine. Probably only Artoria could persevere in such a life. Honestly, seeing this scene, he felt like he was about to become a king lover. So determined, serious, and cute, such a girl was really attractive. Sometimes when I see this scene, I feel embarrassed even thinking about slacking off, Asher said again. Do you want to stay here and train with her? Merlin asked. Can I really? Asher asked. Of course, although the bloodline in your body isn't very good, it's not a problem, Merlin smiled. After all, you are also that child's friend. Then, Asher held out his hand. So polite. Merlin smiled and shook his hand. Let me go back, Asher said. I'm not interested in training even when I'm sleeping at night. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 56, your disciple, may I borrow him? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. You met Merlin last night. The next day, Morgan, who was training Asher, heard his words. After pondering for a moment, a faint smile appeared on her face. What did he say to you? Asher continued to train his magic power. Whether it was illusion, divination, or even that word spirit, all required magic power as support. His top priority now was to increase his magic power as quickly as possible. Stop training for now, explain clearly, what exactly happened. Morgan poked Asher's waist, interrupting his training. Nothing happened. He just wanted to confirm my identity. Asher looked at the woman in front of him. Big Sister Morgan, why exactly did you choose me back then? Didn't I say? You have a large amount of sealed magical power within you. You were the most suitable person I'd seen, Morgan le Fay said, pausing slightly. And, wasn't that woman very optimistic about you too? Don't look at me like that. I have a lot of faith in your Shishou's judgment. There were many disciples in the land of shadows who had received Scáthach as teachings and returned to their own tribes. These disciples were all outstanding talents. Even if they outwardly showed disdain, Morgan, at least in the matter of choosing disciples, absolutely trusted Scáthach. Is that so? Merlin already came looking for you yesterday. Morgan le Fay pondered for a moment. It seems necessary to go find your Shishou ahead of time. Asher. Looking at Morgan le Fay's serious expression, countless question marks popped up above Asher's head. He hurriedly asked, what do you want to do again, Big Sister Morgan? Even though Shishou had long known of Morgan's existence, this had always been an unspoken secret. If Morgan directly approached Shishou, it would be equivalent to bringing this mutually acknowledged secret out into the open. Perhaps Big Sister Scáthach would look at him with a regretful gaze and say, Ah, Ash actually has a woman outside. I don't need an Ash who betrays his sister. Then she would pull out a hatchet. Morgan didn't speak. She sat on the cliff, looking at the distant scenery, her long golden hair swaying gently. A thoughtful look was in her holy blue eyes. Big Sister Morgan, say something. Asher waved his fingers in front of Morgan's eyes. Propose marriage, Morgan le Fay said. Look, counting the time, you'll be exactly 16 in a few months. Let's get engaged for now, and when the time comes, I'll take you back to Britain to be my beloved consort, Morgan said with a serious expression. Can you be serious? Asher sighed. You're not that kind of casual person, Big Sister Morgan. Yes, that's why it has to be more formal, Morgan said. A formal marriage proposal to the land of shadows. As she spoke, her black long dress fluttered in the wind, a faint smile on her face, and her eyes, looking at Asher, were full of teasing. Big Sister Morgan. Asher was almost going crazy. He didn't know what this woman was thinking. Her train of thought was completely unpredictable. He had only told her that Merlin had come looking for him, just that. Why would it now evolve into Morgan going to find Shishou? Are you so unwilling to marry your older sister? I've taught you so much these past few years, it's really been a waste of affection, Morgan said, looking like she was about to cry. Although there were no tears in the corners of her eyes, it was enough to make one's heart melt. You have taught me a lot, and I'm very grateful to you, but this and that are two different things, right? Besides, if anyone is to marry, it should be you marrying me, not me marrying you. Asher sighed from the bottom of his heart. So can you please stop messing around? Even as a joke, it's quite frightening. Just imagining Morgan le Fay and Scáthach formally meeting gave Asher a genuine sense of fear. You're right, Morgan le Fay seemed to suddenly understand, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Don't worry, the marriage proposal was just a joke. I'm not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble, you can rest assured. As for the marriage proposal, it would have to wait at least until the Caliban was pulled out. Asher still had a suspicious look. For some reason, he felt even more uneasy when Morgan said these words. There was a constant feeling of unease. What? You don't believe my words? Morgan noticed the suspicion in Asher's eyes and made a gesture to walk towards the land of shadows. Since you don't believe me, then I'll go find your Shishou. Asher hurriedly grabbed Morgan's wrist. I believe you. You're definitely not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble, so please don't cause any trouble. You should say please when asking for something, right? Oh, and you should also add, Big Sister Morgan, Morgan le Fay said seriously, giving him a lesson. Please, Big Sister Morgan, please don't mess around, is that okay? Black lines covered Asher's forehead. Actually, it's still not sincere enough, Morgan le Fay smiled. But never mind, because it's you, I'll give you more leniency. All right, let's continue training, she urged again, not giving Asher any time to think. Asher raised his head and glanced at Morgan again. You really won't mess around, will you? You really don't trust me at all, it's so sad. What kind of impression do you have of your older sister in your heart? A bad woman who likes to tease people. Asher thought silently in his heart. Morgan looked at the expression on Asher's face but seemed to see through his thoughts. A bewitching smile appeared on her face, and she leaned close to Asher's ear. Don't you like being teased? It can make you very comfortable, you know. The sweet, warm breath entered his ear. Asher knew that meaningless responses would only make the other party more excited, so he simply ignored her and prepared to continue his magic power training for the day. You're actually ignoring me. Morgan suddenly stopped smiling, stared at Asher's serious training face, pondered for a moment, then slightly opened her mouth and lightly licked his ear. The wet sensation came from his earlobe. Asher reacted after a few seconds of. The calmness he had just regained completely collapsed at this moment, and his ear suddenly became a little hot. Big Sister Morgan, what exactly do you want to do? Nothing much. I just hate your composed attitude, you know. Her slender fingers traced along Asher's cheek. The more composed you appear, the more I like to see your composure gradually crumble. Are you a pervert? Asher was silent for a long while, covering his burning ears and lowering his eyes. Because if he looked up, he would definitely see Morgan's eyes, which were definitely full of teasing right now. A pervert. Maybe I am. The faint sound of a woman's happy laughter came from the entrance of the forest. All right, let's continue training. Phew, finally over. When he returned to the land of shadows, Asher already felt physically and mentally exhausted. He changed his clothes when he returned to his room, lay on the big bed to rest for a while, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Being with Morgan was truly a test of one's psychological resilience. After taking a sip of the water from the magic cauldron and recovering a bit of energy, Asher left the room and headed to the castle's main hall. Every time after training, he liked to go to the main hall to accompany the lonely old, beautiful girls, with the beautiful name of asking for advice, but in reality, it was just to chat and relax. And as Asher walked along a long corridor towards the palace's main hall, he didn't notice that a crow was silently following behind him. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 57, Morgan's Visit. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher arrived at the palace hall but didn't see Scáthach's figure, so he turned his head and looked at the guard at the door in confusion. Where did my Shishou go? Lord Scáthach said that if you came over later, I should tell you she took Princess Scáthach to the nearby mountain peak and asked you to wait here for a while, or go back to your room to rest first. The surroundings of the land of shadows were all natural barriers, and this was no exaggeration. The area was also rich in various resources. After all, it wasn't far from the city gate to the forest, and the nearby water sources were abundant, so food and drink were no problem. The only concern, monster invasions, was kept in check by the Queen of the Land of Shadows herself. Asher nodded slightly to the guard. Thank you, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the hall. The guard at the door watched the young man leave and couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. In less than 4 months, this disciple taken in by Scáthach had a completely different aura than before. Lord Scáthach's teachings were part of it, but more important was Asher's hard work and talent. Sure enough, the guard had seen his ability early on when deciding to keep this boy. Asher had no idea what the guard was thinking. He unknowingly walked out of the city gate and turned his head toward the towering mountain peak nearby. If he wasn't mistaken, that was where Shishou and the others had gone. Hazy mist veiled the mountain peak, and strange creatures roared from time to time. He observed the mountain peak in front of him. Though he had lived here for more than 5 years, he had never ventured into the dangerous nearby areas. Reaching the top of the mountain wasn't difficult, but the monsters there were truly dangerous. He wondered what Shishou was doing, taking Scáthach specifically to the top of the mountain. Should I go up and find them? Asher thought. No, the mountain top was vast. Even if he climbed up, he might not find them, and could encounter danger himself. He should go back first. Thinking this, Asher turned to return to the castle to rest in his room. At that moment, a greeting came from nearby. Ash, are you here to pick us up? Asher turned and saw Scáthach raising her fair little hand in a wave. Scáthach walked beside her, wearing a purple slit-long dress, slender legs wrapped in semi-transparent purple stockings, her high heels clicking on the ground as she approached. Asher's gaze was involuntarily drawn to Scáthach until he caught his Shishou's red eyes fixed on him. He then pretended not to notice and shifted his gaze away. Recalling last night, Asher felt a little guilty. He had secretly said something that could be interpreted as a hint, and he wasn't sure if Shishou noticed. Probably not, right? Someone like Shishou would focus on battle and wouldn't pay much attention to such things, otherwise her relationship with Afe wouldn't be so strained. Thinking this, Asher felt somewhat relieved and raised his hand. Shishou, I was just planning to look for you. If you had come looking for us just now, Mom and I would have had to come save you. Scáthach patted Asher's shoulder. Let's go back. I'll make you something delicious later. Huh. Asher was stunned and looked at Scáthach in confusion. Your sister said you've been training too hard recently, so she wants to make you a good meal and asked me to help hunt monsters, Scáthach said, pointing to the tiger with a spotted tail being dragged by a subordinate behind her. Why catch such a big monster? Asher asked, astonished. We need to do more experiments to succeed. Scáthach said matter-of-factly. It sounds less like cooking and more like a terrifying experiment. Asher retorted, casually plucking a small blade of grass from Scáthach's head. Without thinking, he knew Scáthach must have been lying in ambush in the grass for some time to catch this monster. Shishou, are you really comfortable letting big sister Scáthach cook by herself? Asher asked Scáthach. Mom definitely trusts me to take her hunting, right, Mom? Scáthach looked up expectantly. Scáthach glanced at Scáthach and remained silent. Silence at this moment says a lot. Asher silently added. Scáthach had tried cooking several times before, but all attempts failed miserably. Without a doubt, she was hopeless in the kitchen. Then you come and do it with me. Scáthach grabbed Asher's arm and shook it. I'll give you a chance to help your older sister. I don't want to, I'm not interested, Asher refused. If it's done well, it's your credit. If it's done poorly, you'll say I'm holding you back, thankless, really. This food is for you. What's wrong with helping a bit? Scáthach complained. Sorry, I don't mind skipping this kind of thing, Asher shook his head. Please, just help out a bit. Mom also wants to try it. Seeing Scáthach's moist eyes and the softness in how she gently tugged his arm, Asher finally sighed in compromise. We can't waste a monster specifically caught. I'll reluctantly help a bit. Really? Scáthach's eyes lit up. Asher nodded. After several guards dragged the huge monster into the city gate behind them, the siblings began preparing dinner. After a short while, Scáthach was ruthlessly kicked out by Asher. The reason was simple, Scáthach was mostly just in the way, and Asher worked more efficiently alone. When he arrived at the palace hall, Scáthach walked to Scáthach, resting on the throne, and sat beside her, sighing helplessly. As expected, my cooking skills still aren't good enough. You planned to have him cook from the start, didn't you? Scáthach glanced at her daughter, clearly seeing through her thoughts. Was I found out? A cunning smile appeared on Scáthach's face. He probably noticed too, but he still helped, Scáthach said. That's not right, Mom, Scáthach shook her head. He helped because of you, not me. If not for that last sentence, Asher might never have helped. Ash really likes you, Scáthach said quietly. Scáthach's expression remained calm. I am his Shishou, it's natural he likes me. Doesn't he also like you, his older sister? Scáthach gazed at her mother for a moment, then smiled faintly. You're right. How long are you going to hide there? Before Scáthach could continue, Scáthach's voice interrupted her. Scáthach was stunned and looked toward her mother. A crow hid behind a stone pillar, only showing a bit of black feathers. Oh dear, have I been found out? A gentle voice echoed through the hall. Immediately afterward, the crow transformed into a woman with a graceful figure. Morgan le Fay casually tossed her golden hair over her shoulder, stretched lazily, looked at Asher who had just entered the hall, and winked charmingly. May I join you for dinner? More bonus chapters. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 58, lend me your disciple. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. There was not a sound in the palace hall. Scáthach's gaze rested on the woman before her, while Scáthach beside her looked completely bewildered, glancing between Morgan le Fay standing in the hall and Scáthach. Do you know her, Mom? This was quite strange. There were many monsters outside, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to run around casually. Judging by this person's attire, she didn't look like an ordinary person, and most likely wasn't a resident of the Land of Shadows. How could such a person have entered the palace hall? And why hadn't the guards reported it? Just a guest visiting. Step back, Scáthach said to the guards who were about to enter the hall. The guards then retreated. Asher stood rooted to the spot, noticing the teasing look in Morgan le Fay's eyes as she looked at him. His mind went blank for a moment. So what exactly was this woman thinking? Why would she suddenly come looking for Shishou for no reason? Didn't she say she absolutely wouldn't cause trouble? Mom. Scáthach called out again. You should ask your younger brother. Scáthach glanced meaningfully at Asher, also pulling Asher back to reality. Asher forced himself to regain his composure and coughed lightly. She is. That's right, I'm your disciple's older sister, Morgan le Fay, Morgan said with a smile, lifting her skirt and making a ladylike curtsy. Won't you invite me to join you, little Asher? Asher held the plate in one hand and silently covered his face with the other. Things had reached this point, it was impossible to drive Morgan away again, right? Is it okay? Asher turned to look at Scáthach and asked. However, this action inadvertently made Morgan le Fay frown slightly, and her previous smile faded a bit. It seemed that this woman had a really big influence on Asher, even for such a small matter, he had to ask Scáthach. Scáthach glanced again at the woman standing below the steps and nodded lightly. Although it's not clear whether she's a friend or foe, since she's someone you know, then let's eat together. Eat more, you're still growing, right? Morgan le Fay sat opposite Asher, smiling as she forked a piece of meat for the young man sitting across from her. Come on, I can eat myself, Asher said, then noticed the slight threat in Morgan le Fay's eyes. Even without speaking, Asher could roughly guess what she wanted to say. Do you really want to refuse your older sister? I have no idea what might happen later. Without a doubt, Morgan definitely wanted to convey this meaning. So, Asher silently opened his mouth. This woman was very good at deceiving people, but at the same time, she wouldn't joke about certain things. Sometimes you thought she was joking, but in reality, she wasn't. But sometimes when she was very serious, she was actually thinking about how to tease you. This was the reason why Morgan le Fay was so unpredictable. Oh dear, eat some of this too. You're still growing, vegetables are very important. Morgan immediately raised her hand again, forking some vegetables into Asher's mouth. What is this? She immediately looked at another dish that seemed to be dried meat, pinching a small piece of meat with her thumb and index finger. Come on, try this too. So why does it feel like you're the one who made all the food? Asher muttered softly. Morgan le Fay fed the small piece of meat into Asher's mouth. Her cool, slender fingers accidentally touched Asher's lips. She licked her finger and smiled faintly. It seems the taste is not bad. Having said that, she casually glanced at Scáthach sitting opposite her. Scáthach frowned, a strong dissatisfaction in her eyes. She walked away from Morgan, came to Scáthach's side, and whispered, Mom, aren't you angry at all? She had clearly seen the woman named Morgan le Fay whispering in Asher's ear just now. Didn't this guyish know how to keep his distance? He is your fiancé, you're the one who should be angry, Scáthach said calmly. You should fight for everything yourself. But, let's let it go this time. After all, we don't know if she's a friend or foe yet. Scáthach looked directly at the woman in front of her. You probably didn't just come for a meal, right? What is it? Morgan leisurely picked up a piece of meat and fed it into her mouth, casually wiping her slender fingers on the cloth beside her. That's right. If we drag this on any longer, you'll also lose patience, right? Then let your disciple explain. You should explain your own matters. Noticing Morgan's gaze, Asher immediately said. Because of the guise, he couldn't explain Morgan's matter to Scáthach and the others, so he could only let Morgan explain it herself. I almost forgot. Then let me give a brief explanation. Morgan nodded slightly and briefly explained her identity. That's it. One of the blessings on your disciple comes from my original blessing. Although it's a geis, it's still very beneficial to him. Scáthach nodded slightly. Although she didn't like this woman, she had to admit the truthfulness of Morgan's words. Indeed, the benefits that Asher received from Morgan le Fay's blessing of the goddess of death far outweighed that so-called geis. In other words, Ash has been secretly having a woman outside behind my back for a long time. Scáthach raised her foot and lightly kicked Asher's calf. Heartbreaker. It's because of the geis, I'm innocent. Asher argued. Innocent. Morgan repeated. Is there anything strange about that? As if giving up, Asher asked loudly. He completely didn't understand what this woman was thinking. She clearly said she wouldn't cause trouble, but the moment he left, Morgan followed. No, not strange at all, Morgan said, a meaningful smile appearing at the end. Perhaps unable to bear seeing Asher being teased like this, Scáthach lightly tapped the table, drawing the attention of the two. Princess Morgan, is it? May I ask what brings you here from the country across the island? If I have to say, I actually really like this child Asher, and I hope he can become stronger. You know, I'm a charitable person and like to help people with dreams. Morgan paused slightly. I have only one purpose. Noticing that the gazes of the three people were all focused on her, Morgan le Fay wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth, showing an elegant and composed smile, and looked directly at Scáthach. Lend me your disciple. Asher. What was happening now? What did this woman want to do? He felt a mess in his mind. From the moment Morgan le Fay entered this palace, he had completely been unable to understand what she was thinking. More bonus chapters. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. Give me more power stones. Chapter 59, your NP is full, go for it fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available fire. Could you lend me this child for 2 months? When Scáthach heard Morgan le Fay's words, the calmness she had maintained on her face finally faded a little. What's the reason? It's simple, Morgan raised one finger. You can't leave the land of shadows casually. If it's just 1 or 2 weeks, it might be okay, but if it's a long time, not to mention Alba next door eyeing you covetously, even the monsters in the nearby mountains will be too much for the people of the land of shadows to handle. Since you don't have time, then I'll help. I'll take him to train, Morgan continued, to make him stronger. Ash also has Mom helping him train in the training ground usually, Mom is very strong. Scáthach retorted unconvincingly. That kind of training is completely different from training outside, Morgan shook her head. Without experiencing the test of life and death, he's ultimately just a flower in a greenhouse. Scáthach nodded slightly. Morgan le Fay was indeed right. Even though she didn't like this woman, she had to admit one thing. Without experiencing the tempering of the battlefield, one cannot become a true powerhouse. Training and real combat were very different. She had thought about letting Asher live a carefree life in the land of shadows forever, but that would go against her disciples' wishes. What's more, she also hoped that Asher could climb to the top. She had stood here alone for too long, and it would be a very happy thing if someone could climb up. Asher looked at Morgan le Fay sitting opposite him and found that she was also looking at him. A composed smile always remained on her face, as if she had calculated everything. 2 months. 2 months of wilderness training. Scáthach slammed her hands on the table and stood up abruptly, turning her head to glare at the blonde woman beside her. No. Absolutely not. Calm down, little sister, Morgan le Fay smiled and gestured for Scáthach to calm down. Your mother hasn't even spoken yet, so there's no use in you being so anxious. Besides, don't you want him to become stronger? Scáthach reluctantly sat down, muttering, I do hope so, but 2 months is too long. I can't bear not seeing Ash for 2 months. Asher turned his head to look at Scáthach. Scáthach seemed to be pondering, and hadn't spoken the whole time. He didn't interrupt his Shishou's thoughts either, and secretly pondered Morgan's words just now in his heart. In the past 5 years, Asher considered his training results to be quite good. At least he had surpassed the senior and junior disciples around him. But Morgan was right, without the tempering of iron and blood, he couldn't become a powerhouse. The astonishing aura that Scáthach exuded during battle wasn't just because of her strength, but more importantly because of her battles on the battlefield. But suddenly leaving for 2 months. Asher's train of thought suddenly broke off, feeling someone's toes rubbing against his calf. He raised his head and saw the alluring look in Morgan le Fay's holy blue eyes, her fair toes lightly stepping on Asher's calf and caressing it. It was just that, but it gave Asher a very subtle feeling, his mind wavered, and he secretly glanced at Scáthach beside him. Scáthach seemed to be considering Morgan's proposal just now, completely unaware of Morgan's small actions. No, even if Shishou didn't notice now, it was still dangerous. Who knew what this goddess was thinking? Asher tried to back away, but felt the sharp look in Morgan le Fay's eyes, as if saying, if you back away, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Without a doubt, Morgan le Fay was serious. Once he backed away, she would definitely take other actions. Thus, Asher had no choice but to silently accept Morgan le Fay's punishment in this uneasy mood, waiting for Scáthach's final decision. I understand what you're saying. Scáthach raised her head. The moment Scáthach looked up, Asher felt his heart almost stop. But fortunately, Scáthach didn't seem to notice Morgan le Fay's small movements under the table. After pondering for a while, she continued, before deciding whether to grant your request, I would like to talk to you alone. Talk to me alone. Morgan pondered for a moment, then nodded lightly and said casually, that's fine, but let's wait until after dinner, shall we? Oh right, I don't think I've formally introduced myself, have I? As she spoke, Morgan le Fay's toes had gradually climbed up Asher's calf, like a water snake slowly crawling. No need, Scáthach glanced at Asher inadvertently. Goddess of Death, daughter of Utherpendragon, also considered his other teacher. Oh, so you knew all along, Morgan le Fay said with a surprised expression, resting her chin on her hand as she sized up Scáthach, her toes still wandering on Asher's leg. That does save time for self-introduction. Let's not waste each other's time anymore. Scáthach's voice suddenly rang out as Morgan's toes were about to reach Asher's thigh. If the busy matters you mentioned are just to tease my disciple, then I can only assume that you have no sincerity whatsoever, and you can leave here now. Oh. Morgan sized up the woman in front of her. You seem very angry. Scáthach suddenly smiled. He is my disciple, but also my daughter's fiancé. He is inexperienced and young, and his resistance to many messy temptations from the outside world is relatively weak, so I hope there won't be some shameless woman trying to seduce him. After all, there is a significant age difference between the two of you. Half-hearted guidance might still be acceptable, but other things, let's just forget about it. The sound of something invisible shattering in the air seemed to ring out. Morgan le Fay retracted her toes from Asher's foot and casually slipped them back into the black sandals on the floor. Then, she suddenly sighed. If we're talking about age difference, you're indeed right. As a god, I've completely forgotten about such things. After saying the last part, her tone suddenly changed. Speaking of which, do you know what this child calls me? Scáthach remained silent. He calls me older sister. After all, for a god, age doesn't have much meaning. In this child's eyes, I'm just a young older sister, Morgan said slowly, swinging her foot. As for teaching skills, please forgive me. It's simply because I have too little experience, and the time I've spent teaching others isn't long enough, so in this regard, I'm indeed inferior to you. A cold aura seemed to spread through the air. Scáthach watched the two women, blinked, completely unaware of what had suddenly happened. She glanced at Asher, signaling with her eyes. But Asher just shook his head, indicating for his sister not to speak now. Teaching skills inferior to mine. Scáthach murmured to herself, then sighed. Actually, I think with your strength, your teaching skills shouldn't be too bad, you just haven't thought about how to teach others yet. Moreover, if your teaching ability is too poor, then there would be no point in taking my disciple outside for training. Morgan nodded lightly. That makes sense. Then is there any way for me to prove myself? Scáthach pointed to the two red spears beside her. As expected. But I don't mind, Morgan le Fay stood up. In that case, how about a friendly spar outside? A smile appeared on Scáthach's face. With pleasure. She had been worried about not having a strong opponent to fight, and now suddenly a very suitable person had appeared. Scáthach was naturally very willing. Then. Asher looked left and right, watching the atmosphere become increasingly wrong. If he didn't do anything, the situation might escalate to an even worse state. So, looking at the two people who were about to leave the hall, Asher mustered his courage and stood up. Scáthach stopped and turned to look at Asher. What is it, disciple? Although Morgan didn't speak, her eyes also held curiosity, not understanding what he suddenly wanted to say. Asher took a shallow breath, slowly exhaled, and raised his head to look at the two women. Actually, I think Shishou and Big Sister Morgan should be about the same age, right? So arguing or even sparring over such a thing is completely meaningless. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 60, sold off by Shishou. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The moment Asher's words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. For a split second, Asher even thought that Shishou had released her rune words. Scáthach beside him covered her small mouth, almost exclaiming in surprise, looking at Asher in disbelief. Has little brother gone mad? No, this wasn't just madness, this was simply courting death. But just like Shishou said before, age has completely ceased to be important at this point. What matters is the condition of the bodily organs. As for teaching skills, Shishou and big sister Morgan each have their own strengths. After all, the areas involved are still somewhat different. Facing the gazes of the three people, Asher continued, in short, no matter how you look at it, there's no need for you to care about age. After all, your current appearances are almost exactly the same as big sister Scáthach's. Big sister Scáthach, you think so too, right? He asked Scáthach. Noticing the gazes of the two women, Scáthach immediately felt immense pressure, glared fiercely at Asher, and then quickly nodded. Yes, little brother is right. This guy even dragged her into it. Scáthach stared at Asher for a while, remaining silent the whole time. Only then did the tense atmosphere just now slowly dissipate. Seeing this, Asher finally secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, he almost caused a catastrophe. If these two really started fighting, he really didn't know what would happen. Morgan le Fay looked at Asher opposite her with a smile in her eyes, then looked at Scáthach beside him. Go out and chat. Noticing Asher's worried gaze again, Morgan le Fay patted his head. Don't worry, for your sake, I definitely won't mess around no matter what. Her tone sounded as intimate as could be, as if these two were really lovers. Scáthach acted as if she didn't see it and said calmly, let's go. From beginning to end, she seemed to maintain her composure and calmness, as if nothing could shake her mood. But what the actual situation was, only Scáthach herself knew. Watching the two of them actually walk out of the palace together, Asher breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, but new worries quickly welled up in his heart. Would they start fighting if they disagreed while chatting? Although Shishou didn't seem like that kind of person, this was a rare encounter with a god. Facing a strong opponent, she would inevitably be a bit excited, right? And Morgan le Fay was exactly the kind of goddess who liked to tease others for fun. If she really angered Shishou. Hey! Did you hear what I said? Scáthach lightly kicked Asher. Ah. What's wrong? Asher came back to his senses. I said, what exactly is your relationship with that woman? Scáthach asked. Can't say, Asher shook his head. If I say it, bad things will happen. Because of the guise, he couldn't tell Scáthach anything about Morgan no matter what. This was the price for receiving the blessing of the goddess of death. Could it be that you're having an affair with that woman? Scáthach's eyes were fixed on Asher. It has nothing to do with an affair, you're overthinking it. But her actions just now were very strange, it was as if you two were lovers, Scáthach muttered. That's just her personality. Can't you tell that big sister Morgan was trying to provoke Shishou just now? Asher sighed. If it weren't for me, they would have almost started fighting. Hearing this, Scáthach nodded lightly. What you said makes sense. Indeed, if Asher hadn't risked his life just now to shift the hatred onto himself, Scáthach and Morgan might have really started fighting. Anyway, I'll go out and take a look first, Asher said, standing up and walking out of the hall. He was still a bit worried about the situation outside, and it just felt uneasy. When he walked out of the hall, something unexpected happened to Asher. He had thought that the atmosphere between the two would be very bad, but when he walked out of the hall, he saw Morgan and Scáthach holding hands. Had they suddenly reached a consensus? I'll trouble you with him for the time being, Scáthach said. Don't worry, Morgan smiled, glancing casually at Asher standing not far away. I'll take good care of him. After saying that, she waved at Asher. Come here, you're mine from now on. Your Shishou has sold you to me. Asher hesitated for a moment and looked at Scáthach beside him. Don't look at her, would I lie to you? From now on, you are my beloved consort, Morgan le Fay patted Asher's head. Let's go, I'll take you back. Asher looked again in Scáthach's direction, only to see her nod lightly. Go with her. Shishou wouldn't really sell me, would she? When he saw Scáthach nod, Asher suspected for a moment if he had seen wrong, if the Scáthach was also one of Morgan's illusions. But soon, Scáthach spoke, 2 months will pass quickly. When you return, I hope to see an even stronger you. Shishou shouldn't have sold me, right? Asher was only concerned about this question now. Scáthach was silent for a moment. I think before training, perhaps you should improve your most basic judgment skills. No matter what, she wouldn't sell her disciple, whom she had raised for several years, to a neighboring country's princess. What's more, there was no benefit in this world that could move her. However, the matter that Morgan proposed was indeed very beneficial for her disciple. At least considering it from Asher's perspective, it was indeed a very good thing. So big sister Morgan was lying to me, that's good, Asher said, as if relieved. Are you that unwilling to go with your older sister? Morgan asked with a smile. Why did this goddess's smile also have such a strong oppressive force? Feeling the pressure from Morgan's gaze, Asher quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant, it's just that I'm already used to being in the land of shadows, so. He raised his head to look at Scáthach as he finished speaking, seemingly hoping that Shishou could say something more, but Scáthach just looked at him calmly and remained silent. Morgan le Fay watched their gazes meet and frowned slightly inadvertently. This woman, could she also have a charm technique? She was actually able to bewitch him to this extent. Do you and your Shishou still have anything to talk about? If not, let's set off now, Morgan le Fay said to Asher. Leave now? Asher asked in surprise, feeling a bit reluctant. He had just returned not long ago, and now he had to leave again immediately. Don't worry, I'll make time to come find you in a couple of days. A faint arc appeared at the corner of Scáthach's lips with difficulty. I can't leave the land of shadows for too long, but I can still manage to visit you occasionally. I hope you won't disappoint me during training then. Morgan le Fay had told her before that the so-called training was actually taking Asher to the outside world for combat training. Train what? Asher asked subconsciously, his gaze shifting to Morgan le Fay. Morgan le Fay still maintained a faint smile. Guess. For some reason, seeing Morgan's tone like this, he always had a very ominous feeling. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 61, Knowing the Truth. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher was ultimately taken away by Morgan le Fay. No matter how unwilling he was, since Shishou had already agreed, there was nothing he could do. And Shishou had also said she would visit him at his training location in a couple of days, so it wasn't a complete separation. This was still within Asher's acceptance range. Before leaving, because he had said goodbye to Scáthach, she had clamored to go along, but was immediately pulled back by Scáthach. If someone had talent but didn't work hard, even the most talented person would be useless. Because of this incident, Scáthach finally made up her mind that she must work hard to surpass Asher, so he wouldn't leave her out next time, although this wasn't exactly going out for an outing. Scáthach watched Asher walk out of the gate of the land of shadows, then retracted her gaze. Morgan le Fay thought that after she took away her disciple, she had taken away all of him. But the effect of the geist was still there. Regardless of the purpose, he would eventually return to the land of shadows. 2 months seemed like a long time, but for her, it was just an insignificant amount of time. What's more, she would go check on him in a couple of days to prevent that woman from doing anything bad. Asher followed Morgan le Fay into the castle. The paladins in the palace all let them pass upon seeing them, and they entered the palace very smoothly. You can rest in this room. I still have to go to the royal city, Morgan le Fay said, turning her head to look at Asher. Going to the royal city so late? Asher sat on the edge of the bed, hesitating for a moment. Era, could it be that you're worried about me because you're concerned about big sister Morgan traveling alone? Morgan le Fay looked at the worry on Asher's face and smiled as she patted his head. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I just need to see King Uther. So urgent. A hint of doubt flickered in Asher's eyes. Of course, if I don't go now, it'll waste a lot of time tomorrow. Morgan said this, looked at Asher's confused expression, and smiled faintly. Do you know why I'm in such a hurry to take you for training? Think carefully, what has happened these past 2 days, she reminded him. Merlin? Asher asked. Among the people he had come into contact with so far, the only ones who could be related to Morgan seemed to be Artoria and Merlin. Then do you know why Merlin would suddenly come looking for you? Asher was stunned. Wasn't it to confirm my identity? Speaking of which, where did you get that dragon blood you gave me? That's only one of the reasons. Morgan didn't answer Asher's question, but just shook her head. If there are no unexpected events, King Uther will die of serious illness within 3 months. At that time, Britain will fall into civil strife, and a new king will be needed to shoulder the heavy responsibility of recovering lost territories and ruling the country. What does this have to do with you taking me for training? Asher asked. Why did he have such an ominous premonition? For some reason, Asher always felt an inexplicable sense of disharmony in his heart, but he didn't know where this sense of disharmony came from. Era, didn't I tell you? Morgan showed a surprised expression. What? It turns out I really didn't tell you. Well then, let's take this opportunity to explain things clearly. Morgan pressed Asher down to sit on the edge of the bed. Do you think my younger sister is cute? Artoria. She's quite cute, so what does this have to do with what you were just saying? Very cute, right? That's only natural, after all, she's my younger sister. She trains seriously, is kind, has a good personality, everything about her is perfect, Morgan said quietly. But she's a girl, and I hope she can live a happier life. Having said the last part, she pondered again, muttering to herself as if speaking to herself, is that so? You also think she's very cute? That's good. Asher was confused and couldn't help but ask again, what exactly do you mean, big sister Morgan? No, it's nothing, just my own business, don't worry too much about it. Morgan's face quickly bloomed into a charming smile again. Then I'll go first. Rest well, otherwise you won't have any time to sleep after I get back. Asher. That sounded like a rather dangerous statement. Be a good boy and wait for me to come back. I'll do some things that will make you very happy then. After saying this, Morgan le Fay turned and walked out of the room, leaving Asher alone with a face full of question marks, unable to understand what was going on. Only after Morgan left did Asher temporarily put aside his thoughts and turn to observe the surrounding arrangements. Judging from the decorations, it was quite luxurious, which was quite in line with that woman's style. And although she was called a goddess, there were no books on magic or anything similar in the room. At least Asher hadn't found anything like that in his current observations. Speaking of which, wasn't this room Morgan's usual bedroom? Asher suddenly thought of this. Logically, shouldn't she have taken me to a guest room? Maybe she forgot because she was too busy. If she comes back too late and I'm too sleepy to stay awake here, that wouldn't be good. I should just find a room myself. Asher had been back and forth to this palace several times in the past 3 months, so he already knew most of the places and it wouldn't be difficult to find a guest room to rest in. Thinking of this, Asher got up and opened the door. And at this moment, he felt a faint sound coming from his ear. It was an extremely angry roar. Such an angry roar should have resounded throughout the castle, but Asher could only hear a trace of the sound. If his body hadn't been strengthened by the dragon's blood essence, and his senses hadn't been improved, he would have barely heard this sound. Was it my imagination? Asher walked out of the door and held his breath. The roaring sound came from his ear again. Sure enough, there was some kind of creature in Morgan's castle. Asher held his breath again, silently closed his eyes, and sensed the source of the sound. He was human, but dragon blood also flowed in his body. After receiving the dragon's blood essence given to him by Morgan, he could feel his physical fitness growing by leaps and bounds. And at this moment, when he closed his eyes and concentrated highly, he could even feel the airflow around him. After a long while, Asher slowly opened his eyes. He found it, the source of that sound. Unexpectedly, there was actually some mysterious creature imprisoned in Big Sister Morgan's castle. And it seemed, the dragon blood she gave me before was very likely related to that creature. Thinking of this, Asher walked towards the source of the faint sound he had heard earlier. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 62, Everything is a Plan. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. A flicker of fire lit up the darkness as Asher walked down the stairs. A powerful aura of death enveloped the surroundings. Without a doubt, this was a barrier set up by Morgan le Fay. Anyone who entered here would suffer the torment of a word spirit imbued with the concept of death. However, this power was completely ineffective against Asher. This was the blessing of the goddess of death. Only one person in this world had received the blessing of the goddess of death, and he could naturally walk unhindered in this closed basement. A small flame, like a lighter, flickered on Asher's fingertip. This was the power of the rune words, precisely condensed on one of his fingers at this moment, barely illuminating the cold, dark basement. It was strange, why would there be such a place in Big Sister Morgan's castle? The further Asher went, the more shocked he became. The roar he heard now was completely different from the one he heard in the palace. When he first stepped into this basement, he even suspected that he had stepped into another dimension. The sound was too exaggerated. If this wasn't separated by another dimension, then the soundproofing of Big Sister Morgan's house was really good. If his body hadn't been strengthened, he wouldn't have heard this sound at all. The sound grew closer and closer, and Asher felt increasingly shocked. What kind of powerful creature could make such a sound? It looks like the final destination is ahead. Asher looked at the pitch-black space in front of him and raised the flame to barely illuminate the general outline. It doesn't look like there's anything there. Asher muttered. And at this moment, in the darkness, a huge golden pupil suddenly lit up. When it opened its eyes, it felt as if the entire ground was trembling. Asher's heart skipped a beat. He took half a step back, raised his finger, and a flame suddenly lit up, illuminating the creature in front of him. The white dragon. When he saw this white demonic dragon, Asher seemed to understand something. He looked at the giant dragon in surprise and tried to ask, "Vortigern." "It is I." Vortigern narrowed his brilliant golden eyes, staring intently at the young man before him. Unexpectedly, that witch actually used her blood to cultivate this brat. After a while, Vortigern's previous astonishing aura suddenly relaxed. "Child, all along, I have longed for a righteous knight to appear here, and now, that righteous knight has finally appeared." The voice of the usurper King Vortigern sounded kind and amiable. This white demonic dragon had once plunged Britain into a hellish and miserable state, but now it looked as gentle and elegant as a cat. "Child, do you want to become the hero of this country?" I'm not from this country, Asher said, shaking his head. Vortigern. Do you want to obtain wealth and glory? It then asked. No, Asher said, I don't lack money and food. Vortigern was taken aback. Then do you want beauties? Asher shook his head. Not interested. Could any beauty be more beautiful than Shishou? More noble and elegant than the Princess of Britain? As for cute, weren't Lily or Big Sister Scáthach good enough? Vortigern's voice faltered. This demonic dragon, which had almost become the new king of Britain, was now somewhat bewildered. It wasn't until a while later that it heard the young man standing before it speak. Who locked you up here? Asher shook his head. Whatever about that, I just want to ask you one more thing. He raised his head and stared at Vortigern. What is she keeping you here for? Vortigern narrowed his brilliant golden vertical pupils, staring intently at Asher. Only after a moment did he suddenly laugh. Is that so? She didn't tell you. Then let me tell you. That's it, now my power flows in your blood, Vortigern said persuasively. Help me break these chains. Once I reclaim Britain, you will be my adopted son. When I grow old, you will be the new king. The foreign races will also obey your arrangements. You can have whatever you want. Is that so? So the dragon's blood essence she gave me is actually the white dragon's blood? Asher stared at the giant dragon in front of him, a thoughtful expression on his face. No wonder she had always refused to tell him, because this was Britain's enemy, powerful but a rebellious dragon. How have you considered it? Vortigern was still amiable. I can feel that you have inherited some of her legacy, so you must have a way to unlock the chains on me. Indeed, after all, I have the guy she left on me, Asher said, finally looking up at Vortigern. Lord Vortigern. Speak, what else do you need to ask me? Vortigern asked gently. I refuse your request. Vortigern. What did you say? After a brief pause, it narrowed its eyes. I refuse, Asher turned around and left the basement decisively. You'll regret this, you little brat. Sooner or later, that woman will kill you. She's a witch, don't delude yourself that she'll wholeheartedly cultivate you. Sooner or later, you'll regret your decision today. Absolutely. Seeing Asher actually walk decisively towards the exit of the basement, Vortigern roared as if he had lost his mind, completely shattering his previous amiable demeanor. Asher stopped in his tracks. Vortigern seemed to see a glimmer of hope again and was about to speak, but he heard Asher's voice continue. Witches harm people, Big Sister Morgan doesn't. Leaving the stuffy basement, Asher walked along the corridor towards the room Morgan had previously taken him to. When he passed a corner, a blonde woman suddenly appeared before him. That was close. Morgan le Fay hugged Asher tightly, as if sighing from the bottom of her heart. Very soft, very fragrant, Asher felt his eyes were blinded by a huge mass of human heart. You scared me to death. Didn't I tell you to stay in the room? Morgan said with a relieved tone. If I hadn't come back early, it would have been a disaster. Asher remained unmoved until a while later, then slowly said, Big Sister Morgan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Morgan was slightly stunned and was about to say something. But when she saw Asher's gaze, the words she was about to say slowly faded, and she smiled. Have you already noticed? You're using me? Asher asked. Her so-called temporary departure from the palace was simply to observe his reaction, to see how he would react upon learning that the white dragon's blood flowed in his veins. From the moment he entered this palace, everything had been proceeding according to Morgan le Fay's plan. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, All Women Are Big Pig Trotters. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher felt a bit depressed in his heart. I trusted you so much, yet you were so hesitant to even tell me the truth. Couldn't you have just told me back then that the dragon blood you gave me came from Vortigern? Would I have refused? It's just a rebellious demonic dragon, as long as the power is strong enough, I wouldn't mind. Why did you have to hide the truth? Even now, you're telling me the truth in this way. Where was the gentle, cute, honest big sister I knew? Why did she become like this? Am I the kind of person who would refuse just because it's Vortigern's blood? Definitely not. You could have given me all of Vortigern's blood and I wouldn't have had any objections. Are you angry? Morgan le Fay looked at the unhappy Asher and asked. Of course I am. Asher turned and walked into the room. Morgan le Fay pressed on the door, preventing Asher from closing it. Suddenly become so heartless. Don't you want to hear my explanation? Sorry, I'm sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow, Asher said and closed the door. This feeling that everything was within someone else's expectations was unpleasant. It made him feel like everything that happened was just proceeding according to Morgan's plan. Even him entering the basement and finding Vortigern was calculated by Morgan. In other words, all their interactions were just part of Morgan's plan. Thinking like this inevitably felt a bit hurtful. Although she hadn't done anything bad, she had concealed the fact that the dragon blood came from Vortigern, and only today did she lure him into the basement to let him know the truth. What's next? What did she want to do next? Was it really just to make him stronger? What benefit would that bring her? Recalling his interactions with Morgan le Fay over the past few years, and then thinking that even their seemingly harmonious relationship might just be part of Morgan le Fay's plan, Asher felt very uncomfortable. If he had known this, he would have preferred to stay in the land of shadows. Asher lay down in the quilt. The unfamiliar big bed and soft quilt made him feel a bit unaccustomed, so he couldn't help but start missing Scáthach and Scáthach. If he were in the land of shadows now, he would probably still be chatting idly with Shishou, and maybe big sister Scáthach would also be beside him, but now he was all alone in this unfamiliar place. Suddenly, someone gently poked his back with a finger. Asher had already guessed who was behind him. The only person who could appear in his room silently and without him noticing was undoubtedly Morgan le Fay. "What are you angry about?" Morgan le Fay's pleasant voice came from behind him. She was indeed a witch. Her voice at this moment sounded particularly alluring, making one's heart itch just from hearing it. "Do you feel like the kind big sister Morgan deceived you, so you're throwing a tantrum?" Morgan le Fay continued to ask. Asher still didn't speak. The hand behind him slid from his waist to his lower back, and the voice came again in his ear, "Do you think I would harm you?" "It's not that I think you would." Asher finally spoke, his voice sounding very depressed, "but it feels strange in my heart. If everything was Morgan's plan, then did that mean even their past relationship was also negated? Because if even that relationship was part of her plan, then those feelings were completely fake." Morgan was stunned, then quickly showed a genuinely happy smile. "Is that so? I see, I see. Because you feel that your older sister isn't sincere towards you, and even her attitude towards you is part of a plan, that's why you feel depressed." Asher remained silent. Couldn't she have said it more tactfully? Bluntly stating his thoughts like that made him feel quite embarrassed. "Turn around," Morgan le Fay suddenly said. Asher didn't move. "Turn around," she said again, but this time with a commanding tone, like an empress issuing an order, allowing no transgression. So Asher had no choice but to turn around. Morgan le Fay's holy blue eyes stared straight into Asher's eyes. Then, she raised her hand and pressed Asher's face against her full chest, as if to suffocate him, vigorously rubbing his hair. "Don't worry. At first, I did want to use you to restrain Lily, but I changed my mind a long time ago." Morgan le Fay released Asher after a moment, looked into his eyes, and said seriously, "I am using you, but believe me, there won't be a second person who can make me use them like this. After all, no one would use someone to the point of sacrificing themselves." Asher was a bit confused by what he heard, and only lowered his eyes after seeing the sincerity in Morgan's eyes. "I understand. Not angry anymore?" Morgan asked with a smile. "I wasn't particularly angry to begin with," Asher said softly. He had originally secretly resolved to show his anger by kicking this woman out of the room with great backbone, but he really couldn't bring himself to be angry. Morgan le Fay had never done anything to harm him from beginning to end. She set up the geis at the beginning, but also gave him the blessing of the goddess of death. And for more than 4 years, she had taught him magic every day, and later gave him the white dragon's blood. Although she hadn't stated that it was Vortigern's essence blood, she hadn't harmed him either. Although all of this seemed to be in service of something, her words just now were full of sincerity. Without a doubt, Morgan le Fay was serious. In that case, if he didn't appreciate it, he would be too petty. After thinking this through, Asher's earlier annoyance had completely faded. "Do you still want Vortigern's blood now?" Morgan le Fay suddenly asked. "I let you see it because I wanted you to make your own decision. Once you fully absorb its essence blood, you will become the second white dragon. But by now, you probably don't want this kind of demonic dragon blood anymore," Morgan le Fay sighed to herself. "After all, it's a vile dragon. Although its power is great, you probably wouldn't like such a creature, right?" Asher was silent for a moment. "Big Sister Morgan, you said before that I would finish absorbing the white dragon's blood in just 6 months, right?" Morgan nodded. "Why are you suddenly asking this? Then if I absorb it for a few more months, will the effect be even better?" Asher continued. "Why don't you just release all of Vortigern's remaining blood?" Morgan. Well, her earlier worries were completely unnecessary. Asher didn't mind at all. "Although I don't mind, 6 months is already the limit. Taking more won't have any effect." Morgan le Fay's cool fingers stroked Asher's face. What a pity, it would have been great if he could have absorbed all of that white dragon's essence blood. Asher felt a bit of regret in his heart. In such thoughts, a wave of sleepiness unknowingly washed over him. Asher glanced at Morgan lying beside him. I'm going to sleep, big sister Morgan. Then just sleep, don't mind me, Morgan said with a smile. How can I sleep with you here? Asher retorted softly. A faint fragrance had been wafting over since just now. It was the scent of some kind of flower petals. Without a doubt, this woman had taken a bath, which was why she had such an alluring light fragrance on her body. Do you want your older sister to go back? She then asked. Isn't that up to you? Before Asher could finish speaking, Morgan le Fay leaned over and breathed a puff of hot air into Asher's ear. Now that your Shishou and older sister aren't here, and it's just the two of us in the palace, don't you want to do something? Not interested. Asher said righteously. He, although you say that, you're already quite energetic down there, Morgan le Fay showed a mocking laugh, looking at Asher who seemed unable to withstand the teasing and turned his back, sighing helplessly. What a pity. I was originally planning to let you experience the kind of pleasure that your Shishou and older sister can't give you, but it seems you're not interested. Having said that, her slender fingers slid down his waist to his lower abdomen. No way. That bold. Asher felt a bit of anticipation, but also a bit apprehensive. Then, after several seconds, her fingers still hadn't slid down any further. The warm, comfortable fragrance behind him gradually faded. Morgan le Fay got out of bed and straightened her clothes. Then get some rest early. We'll be setting off early tomorrow morning. But with the white dragon's power flowing in your body, you probably won't be too tired even if you don't sleep all night. Now that Asher knew about the white dragon, she didn't need to hide anything like before. After saying that, Morgan left, and the room returned to silence. Only after hearing the sound of the door closing did Asher finally breathe a sigh of relief, but he was also a bit disappointed. This was probably what it meant to be a man. His mouth said no, but his heart was very honest. He had indeed been faintly anticipating it just now. If it had continued any longer, he would have really lost control of the temptation and started touching Morgan. Rather, being able to endure to this extent was already beyond Asher's own imagination. That was a real, genuine beauty. That beauty had just said to him, don't you want to do something pleasurable? If he hadn't been afraid that Morgan had other plans, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist. Focus, vigorously patting his face, Asher tried hard to regain his composure. He should just focus on resting. Tomorrow would be the start of real training. He still didn't know what kind of training Morgan wanted him to undergo. Asher looked at the pitch-black ceiling, but his mind was filled with such thoughts. Unknowingly, a night passed. The next morning, Asher was woken up by Morgan. This training won't just be you alone, so you don't have to worry too much about being too lonely during training, Morgan said as she led Asher towards the hall. Not just me. Asher followed beside Morgan, his mind secretly wondering who the person she was talking about was. Following Morgan le Fay into the hall, Asher was stunned for a long while when he saw the Ahog swaying in the gentle breeze. Why are you here too? Looking at the girl in front of him, Asher rubbed his eyes again, looking incredulous. Could Artoria have been kidnapped by Morgan? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 64, Training. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Era, didn't I tell you? Noticing Asher's surprised gaze, Morgan added, Lily is also one of the people in this training. Let's encourage each other these 2 months. Artoria held out her hand. After shaking hands with this Ahog-chan, Asher looked at her strangely, then turned his head to look at Morgan le Fay with a questioning expression. Are you wondering why I was able to bring Lily out? Morgan le Fay immediately guessed his thoughts when she saw his gaze. As long as King Uther agrees, no matter how much others disagree, it's useless, right? Seriously, I put in so much effort for this, Morgan le Fay sighed. To prove to King Uther that I have no ill intentions towards Lily, and to list the benefits of the training one by one, even that wasn't enough. In the end, I even made a guise. Guise? Asher repeated. Yeah, Morgan le Fay said, I made a vow to myself that I wouldn't do anything to harm Lily. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. You two prepare yourselves, we'll set off in a moment. After Morgan le Fay finished speaking, she left the hall, seemingly to prepare something, leaving Asher and Artoria sitting and looking at each other. Fortunately, their relationship was already quite good, so there wasn't an overly awkward atmosphere. After chatting casually for a few sentences, they mounted their horses and left the city gate under Morgan's instructions. In fact, Asher wasn't very used to riding horses because his physical fitness used to be too poor, and he couldn't ride for too long on a bumpy horse's back. Therefore, almost after a short while, he had already been left far behind by Morgan and Artoria. Then, after a few minutes, the two of them rode back on their horses to Asher, who was still slowly making his way. You actually can't ride a horse? Artoria looked at Asher with some surprise. He was clearly quite skilled in martial arts, yet he couldn't ride a horse. This really exceeded her expectations. It's not that I can't ride a horse, it's just that I ride a bit slowly, Asher defended himself. It's not just a little slow, Artoria said, if we travel at your speed, we probably won't reach our destination in a day. That's just because this horse is a bit slow. No, you can't ride a horse, Artoria shook her head, the horses we brought are all from the same place and are all healthy, so it's your problem. All right, let's stop here, Morgan gently patted Artoria's head, don't say that. That's right. Before Asher could finish speaking, he heard Morgan add, although what you said is the truth, you can't say it directly. It will hurt his male pride. Big Sister Morgan, your words are much more hurtful than Lily's, Asher looked extremely hurt. But it's also the truth, Morgan le Fay glanced at him. Oh well, let's leave that horse for now. You can ride with me. Hearing these words, Asher didn't act immediately, but instead looked a bit hesitant. Although doing so now would be more efficient, he still felt a bit strange about it, having Morgan le Fay carry him on horseback and all. Or it doesn't matter if you ride with Lily, Morgan le Fay glanced at her as she finished speaking. Lily wouldn't mind, right? As long as we can reach our destination quickly, Artoria nodded. Hurry up, choose one, Morgan le Fay urged, her eyes playfully sizing up Asher. Asher looked left and right, weighed his options, and had no choice but to look at Morgan le Fay and say, then I'll trouble you, Big Sister Morgan. However, after he said these words, Artoria inadvertently frowned. It feels like you're questioning my riding skills. No. It's just that he likes me more than Lily, right? Morgan le Fay interrupted Asher with a smile. Is that so? Artoria turned her head to look at Asher. They practiced together almost every day and had long been accustomed to each other's presence. Hearing Morgan le Fay's words at this moment, Artoria couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This kind of liking and that kind of liking are different. Asher said, shifting his gaze. This Ahog-chan didn't seem to realize the feelings between a man and a woman. Her so-called liking probably just referred to the liking between friends. Aya, this is so annoying, I get it. Then I'll trouble you for the rest of the way, Lily. Asher scratched his hair, feeling a bit annoyed as he glanced at the calm and composed Morgan le Fay. Was this also within Morgan's calculations? He really hated this feeling of everything being calculated. So, under Morgan's smiling gaze, Asher rode behind Artoria. She glanced at Asher. Hold on tight, or you'll fall off. Having said that, she spurred her horse and caught up with Morgan le Fay, who was already galloping ahead. On the bumpy horseback, Asher almost fell off and hurriedly hugged Artoria's slender waist, thinking why this development was a bit strange. Logically, he should be the one riding the horse now, and the girl should be hugging his waist from behind. But why was everything reversed? But there was nothing he could do about it, because his physical fitness used to be too poor, and his riding skills were indeed not very good. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Artoria glanced at the young man behind her. It's all right. Asher replied perfunctorily, clearly a bit distracted. There was really nothing he could do. He was currently sitting on horseback, his body pressed against the girl's soft back, and his arms were around her waist. It was impossible to say he wasn't moved at all. Rather, could anyone really be completely unaffected in this situation? So, it wasn't his problem, it was the current position that was the problem. Asher roared in his heart. Amidst the constant jolting, the sky unknowingly darkened. It looks like we'll have to spend the night here for now, Morgan le Fay glanced at the dim forest ahead. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. There are many monsters at night, it will be very dangerous. Asher looked at Morgan le Fay strangely. To actually say the words, very dangerous, this didn't sound like Big Sister Morgan at all. Where exactly are we going? Despite his thoughts, he didn't say them out loud. Instead, he sat down to rest under a large tree. After a while, he raised his head and asked Morgan a question that he was quite concerned about. Oh, didn't I tell you? Morgan le Fay glanced at Asher. You will survive in this monster-infested forest for 2 months. Of course, I won't help you with anything during this time. Remember, even if you encounter danger, I won't help, Morgan le Fay warned again. If you can't even do this much, don't even think about recovering all the land occupied by the foreign races in the future. Hearing Morgan's words, Artoria slightly tightened the sword in her hand, as if she had remembered something. Well then, have a good night, goodbye. After Morgan le Fay finished speaking, she turned around and transformed into a crow in an instant, flying away from the forest, leaving only Asher and Artoria sitting under the big tree, looking at each other. After their gazes met for a moment, Asher finally said, should we go get something to eat? Artoria nodded slightly. Let's go catch some prey in the forest. We still need necessary energy replenishment. As she finished speaking, her usually calm and collected eyes actually brightened slightly, as if she was anticipating something. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 65, The Great L***Lee's Age is Super Troublesome. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The two of them busied themselves in the forest for quite a while before finally resolving the issue of food for the night. A fire lit up, and Asher and Artoria sat under a large tree, silently waiting for the freshly caught wild boar leg to roast. Your rune words seem much more proficient than before, Asher said when he saw Artoria skillfully use rune words to light the fire. Because I train every day, Artoria said. Compared to you, there's still a big gap. Maybe I'll need to work hard for a long time to catch up to your current level. After all, Asher had been learning rune words 5 years earlier than her, so there was a huge difference in their proficiency. It's okay, this isn't your specialty, so it's normal that you can't catch up to me in this regard, Asher comforted her. Isn't your swordsmanship better than mine? Your swordsmanship isn't bad either, Artoria replied calmly. Where? There's still a big gap compared to you, but I think my spearmanship is quite good, Asher said. Humility is a knight's virtue, Artoria glanced at Asher. This girl was still young. Although her tone sounded quite mature, judging from her appearance, she was basically just a big L***Lee. I'm just a squire, Asher spread his hands. I'm different from you, who aspires to become the king of knights. Artoria was silent for a moment, then glanced at Asher. It's never wrong to be a little humble. Honesty is also a knight's virtue, Asher said seriously. I think my spearmanship is pretty good, but if I had just said my spearmanship was SOSO, wouldn't that be lying? The 14-year-old girl couldn't help but be stunned when she heard such twisted logic. She knew Asher's answer was problematic, but she didn't know how to refute it. It's done, Asher suddenly said. The wild boar leg in front of the fire faintly emitted a fragrant aroma. Asher had added some seasoning earlier, and it looked very delicious now, making one's mouth water. Artoria inadvertently wiped the corner of her mouth, shifted her gaze away from the wild boar leg, and maintained her composure. We are here for rigorous training. Logically, we shouldn't be enjoying ourselves like this, but considering that we might not have such opportunities in the next 2 months, so. Before Artoria could finish speaking, Asher glanced at her, picked up the wild boar leg, and took a bite under Artoria's unwavering gaze. In that instant, Asher felt a terrifying resentment instantly. Facing Artoria's resentful gaze, Asher conjured another roasted pig leg as if by magic. Just kidding. Just kidding. Eating in front of a foodie, even if the other person had been talking about knightly spirit before, Asher didn't feel very safe. You're such a mean-spirited fellow, Artoria took the roasted pig leg Asher handed over and glanced at him again. Only then did the previous unfriendly look in her eyes fade a bit. You should have known long ago, Asher shrugged, not caring about Artoria's words. In fact, Asher's personality had always been like this, but unfortunately, the people he usually faced were either big sisters who were several generations older than him, or his Shishou. If he dared to be so cheeky in front of those two, he would probably have been pressed to the ground and rubbed raw long ago. However, he could let his true self go in front of Artoria or Scáthach. Actually, Asher had once been cheeky in front of Scáthach at the beginning, but after that, he was subjected to crazy extra training, so much so that Asher still had psychological trauma to this day. Similarly, Morgan le Fay was the same. Rather, that woman was more troublesome than Shishou. He had been played like this even without provoking Morgan. If he had tried to tease her, he didn't know what terrifying things would have happened. But, maybe he could try. Asher suddenly had a bold idea. For example, if one day she suddenly ran into his bed again like last night, he would let her know that he was also a normal man, and daring to tease a normal man would come at a price. That's right, next time she dares to tease him like this, he must give her a taste of her own medicine. Asher secretly made up his mind. A gust of cold wind blew from the distant forest, the chilling wind making one's body almost break out in goosebumps. Asher's body trembled slightly, and he turned his head to look at Artoria. Lily. I know, Artoria said softly. It's getting closer, let's watch out for each other. Leave it to me. Asher replied, throwing the wild boar bones on the ground and silently picking up the red spear beside him. In the night forest, the leaves rustled, and a creature let out a shrill howl. Asher closed his eyes and felt the wind and grass around him. There was a sound of rapid footsteps approaching from a distance, very fast, it was rapidly approaching their direction. Then, that sound suddenly disappeared. Asher opened his eyes blankly. What happened? Artoria opened her eyes, also showing a look of confusion. She had just felt some creature rapidly approaching as well, but in the next second, that approaching sound suddenly disappeared. But her intuition told her that the danger was still there. Move back, it's above. Asher suddenly grabbed Artoria's wrist and pulled her back. At that moment, a huge creature suddenly crashed onto the ground. Premonition. If they had still been standing there, they would have been smashed into a puddle of minced meat long ago. What is that? Artoria looked at the unknown demonic creature in front of her in surprise. It looked like an undead, but it wasn't quite. Growing up, she had never seen a giant undead with a pair of wings. Don't worry about what it is for now, you find a way to lure it, and I'll kill it. Asher said decisively. There was no time to consider what kind of strange demonic creature this was. There were so many weird and chaotic demonic creatures in this era, how could they possibly know the name of every single one? Artoria nodded and glanced at the red spear in Asher's hand. She knew the secret of that red spear, it was a weapon that was basically a guaranteed kill once it struck. Leave it to me, Artoria said, already drawing her longsword and stepping forward. Asher attacked from the side. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Artoria's situation, but she didn't like others worrying about her all the time. This girl had a somewhat strong personality. If he protected her in everything, it would only make her feel like a burden, and then she would be very unhappy. That's why the age of a big L** is so troublesome. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 66, so we're really not role reversing. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The undead opened its massive claws and swung its body, slamming a claw down towards Artoria. Be careful. Seeing the undead's attention completely drawn to Artoria, Asher whispered a reminder, then darted into the bushes to the side, looking for a suitable position to attack. As the undead's massive claw slammed down, Artoria raised the longsword in her hand to block the blow. Her right foot stepped forward, and a flame suddenly lit up on the longsword, dispelling the surrounding darkness. This was the power of rune words, now used as an enchantment on the sword. She raised the fire-lit longsword and slashed down. The undead let out a piercing sound like fingernails scraping a blackboard, and its other claw slammed down towards Artoria. In that instant, an ice wall appeared in front of her, blocking the blow. Also rune words. The power of these runes was truly too mysterious and powerful. Artoria had only practiced for less than 3 months, and yet, it already had a significant effect in actual combat. At the same time, Asher was secretly observing the battle on Artoria's side. He was looking for a suitable opportunity, but unfortunately, there was no opportunity at all. Although this undead's attention was completely drawn to Artoria, it was actually constantly aware of its surroundings. This was fully confirmed by its semi-transparent eyeballs that were constantly turning in all directions. It seems like I won't even need to help. She's almost winning. Asher suddenly realized this fact. Artoria's combat power was far higher than he had imagined. Relying on rune words, her innate red dragon body, and her superb swordsmanship, she was actually pushing this huge undead into a complete retreat. No. It wasn't retreating. Asher stared intently at the huge undead. Although it seemed to be constantly backing away, it was actually effortlessly blocking Artoria's attacks, almost never letting her sword hit it. Until finally, after backing away a certain distance, the undead suddenly raised its claws and slammed a palm forward. A sharp blade emitting light attacked Artoria from the ground. She held her longsword in front of her, but the heavy blow still pushed her back several meters. And in that instant, the undead raised its huge skeletal hand and slammed it on the ground again. 2 more sharp blades attacked Artoria from midair. She raised her longsword to block, but another blade still grazed her shoulder, and a streak of scarlet blood splattered, particularly conspicuous in the firelight. But that wasn't the end. The undead raised its hand, about to slam down a 3rd sharp blade, but at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind it. Over here. The moment it turned its head, that reckless human was already sprinting towards it, his movements looking extremely ridiculous, as if he were simply courting death. The undead raised its massive claws and fiercely stabbed towards Asher. Artoria's eyes widened sharply. As the huge claw pierced Asher's heart, she felt her brain buzz and go blank. Asher. However, no blood splattered from Asher's body as she had imagined. The undead's huge sharp claws actually passed right through Asher. Die. At this moment, a voice rang out not far away. Immediately afterward, in Artoria's sight, a long spear shot straight towards the undead's body. Whoosh! The pleasant sound of a weapon rang out, piercing the undead's body. After swaying a few times, the undead didn't fall down. Instead, after letting out a piercing shriek, it raised its right claw and slammed it towards Asher. Asher drew the long sword hanging at his waist and blocked the blow. Although he blocked the heavy blow, it still made Asher's arm go numb. Seeing the undead raise its other claw, Asher's pupils suddenly lit up for a moment. Combat power overload was activated in an instant. His numb arm regained strength in a split second, and ice spikes from rune words spread out from the ground, stabbing into the raised claw of the undead. After blocking the undead's attack, Asher drew out the long spear, pushed off the ground with his feet, and leaped onto the undead's head, raising the long spear again and fiercely stabbing it down into its head. This time, the undead let out a wail. With a loud crash, it finally succumbed to the heavy blow and fell to the ground. Asher jumped backward in time, still panting heavily. It would have been funny if he had been crushed to death after defeating the undead. He had almost no stamina left, and both of the abilities Morgan had taught him consumed a lot of magic power, especially the word spirit with the concept of death. The stronger the enemy, the greater the magic power it consumed. He hadn't dared to hold back just now and had almost drained all the magic power in his body. Are you all right? Also, what was that just now? Artoria walked quickly towards Asher, supporting him on his shoulder, a look of worry in her eyes. Using an illusion to attract the enemy's attention, plus the red spear with the concept of death attached, and its own destructive power. If it still wasn't dead in this situation, we could have gone to the underworld to reunite. When did you learn that ability? A look of doubt appeared in Artoria's eyes. I've never seen you use it in battle before. That's an ability that's only used in real combat. That kind of thing is too dangerous for ordinary sparring. Asher paused slightly as he said this. He suddenly understood why Morgan had brought him out for training. Scáthach's training had always been strict, but strict as it was never truly a tempering between life and death, and it was completely different from now. Only in this kind of environment would he think about how to defeat the enemy. Being able to create your own image, and that spear carrying some kind of death aura. Artoria murmured to herself, I feel like you're much stronger than before. Yeah, I think so too, Asher nodded, but that's not what we should be thinking about now. Before we chat, we need to find a place to hide. Who knows if some other strange demonic creature will attack us later. He had figured it out. From the moment Morgan brought them to this vast forest, the training had actually already begun. Artoria nodded, looked at Asher again, and squatted down. Get on. Asher. You probably don't have any stamina left, I'll carry you. Have our roles been reversed? Asher retorted, then shut his mouth awkwardly when he saw Artoria's stubborn gaze. Sorry for the trouble. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 67, are we really treating training like a picnic? Lily, don't you think the way you're carrying someone is a bit off? Asher felt like he was about to throw up all the wild boar meat he had just eaten. Artoria had originally said she would carry him on her back, but now she had him slung over her shoulder, his abdomen pressed against Artoria's shoulder. The constant bouncing was driving Asher crazy. He suspected that this young Ahog-chan was doing it on purpose, because the wild boar leg he had eaten today was bigger than hers. Why couldn't she run a bit slower? Even if she was worried about other demonic creatures attacking at night, she didn't have to keep jumping from tree to tree. Was she learning the Naruto run? If so, she should put her hands behind her and carry him on her back properly. The situation is urgent, please bear with it a little longer, Artoria said, then ignored Asher. The power of rune words activated again, and she carried Asher, jumping from branch to branch, until her gaze finally fell on a moderately sized cave nearby. What's wrong? She looked at Asher, who was clutching his stomach and lying at the cave entrance, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Asher barely raised his eyes to look at this girl who seemed completely unaware of what she had done. Next time I carry you like this, you'll know how I feel now, ugh. Sleepless night. The next morning, Morgan appeared before the two of them. This woman was humming a song at this moment, sizing up the two people in front of her, looking quite cheerful. Older sister. Big sister Morgan, Asher said. It looks like you encountered a battle last night. It was a bit earlier than I expected. Morgan showed a gentle smile and sized up Asher a few more times. Why do you look a bit pale? Could it be that Lily snores at night? She pondered for a moment, then asked. Older sister. Artoria's tone became a bit more serious, expressing her dissatisfaction. She doesn't snore, but last night, Asher paused, forget it, let's not mention it. Being carried by a girl for most of the way, entering a cave and then throwing up violently, he wouldn't mention such embarrassing things. Last night. Era. Did your feelings heat up so quickly? As expected, men are very fickle. Morgan le Fay looked like she was about to cry, raising her moist eyes to stare at Asher. You were clearly calling me, Big Sister Morgan, every day, but you've already gotten close to my younger sister. Seriously, how old was she? Why did she still act like such a little girl? Although it was indeed very cute. That's not what I meant. Although he was complaining in his heart, Asher's face showed a very helpless expression. What on earth was this woman thinking all day long? Just kidding. Morgan le Fay spread her hands and walked into the cave to sit down, seemingly not caring at all that she was getting her clothes dirty. Now, let me reintroduce you. Morgan le Fay looked at the two of them. This is a forest in the south. There are many ferocious demonic creatures and it's also territory occupied by foreign races. And there's only one thing you need to do. Survive here for the next 2 months. Is this some kind of survival challenge? Asher couldn't help but retort. You're not wrong to understand it that way, Morgan le Fay said. In short, you will spend the next 2 months in this kind of environment. After 2 months, I will come here to pick you up. So it really was a survival challenge. Well then, I hope you can hold out until the end of the 2 months, Morgan le Fay said, already transforming into a crow as she spoke. I'll come visit you in a couple of days. I hope you're still alive by then. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. When Morgan reappeared in this forest, she saw Asher gnawing on a rabbit leg, and Artoria beside him silently eating a roasted rabbit leg as well. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves quite a bit. Morgan le Fay looked at these 2 little guys with surprise. It's clearly training, but it looks more like you're experiencing a picnic. Asher glanced at Morgan. That's only because you didn't see how many dangers Lily and I encountered these past 2 days. Even in the cave, it wasn't very safe. Sometimes all sorts of demonic creatures would pass by. Because of this, they couldn't sleep together at all at night. They could only rest one at a time while the other kept watch, taking turns like that. Artoria was obviously much more adaptable than Asher. She had long been used to this kind of arduous training. After all, her training before had almost no rest time at all. Now it was just that the training had been changed to actual combat. And, she couldn't eat wild animals every day back at her foster father's place. Did you really encounter danger? Morgan blinked, asking in confusion. Of course, this forest is very dangerous, Asher said, a lingering fear evident in his voice at the end. There were too many demonic creatures in this forest. There were quite a few of those giant undead they had encountered that night. There had been several battles in the past 2 days, and they had also encountered human corpses in several places. Very dangerous. Morgan pondered for a moment, seemingly thinking about something. Looks like we're finally going to move the training location. Asher felt a surge of joy in his heart and nodded. Yes, super dangerous. That's wonderful, Morgan quickly broke into a smile. That's my purpose. Asher. Actually, this is also bride training, little Asher. Morgan patted Asher's shoulder with a smile, looking at his speechless face. If you want to become my queen, how can you do it without a certain level of strength? Endure these 2 months, and your older sister will give you a little reward. What reward? Morgan le Fay pondered for a moment, then showed a smile. We'll talk about it later. That sentence sounded extremely perfunctory, almost like dismissing a beggar. Artoria had remained silent the whole time, silently gnawing on the rabbit leg beside him, seemingly not paying attention to what was happening here. She felt it was necessary to conserve her strength. Only by eating some food could she replenish her energy to cope with the demonic creatures that might appear later. Oh right, this is this week's portion. Morgan handed the white dragon's blood to Asher, then waved her hand. Work hard, I'll see you in a week. After saying that, she disappeared before Asher's eyes. Asher sighed. When will these days finally end? On the other hand, this girl beside him, he had really underestimated her resilience. He hadn't expected her to endure for so long without any complaints. Truly worthy of being the future King Arthur. Asher couldn't help but turn his head to look at the girl beside him. He saw that she was still holding a roasted rabbit leg skewered on a branch. Noticing Asher's gaze, she thought for a moment, then tore off a small piece of meat. This is all I can give you. Asher. Well, this Ahok-chan really was treating training like a picnic. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 68, The Knight Who Protects the King. Clang. Asher gripped his spear tightly, deflecting the strike of the python that resembled a giant dragon. In that instant, the illusion was activated. He circled behind the giant python, stepping along its slippery skin all the way up. As the giant python opened its bloody maw to bite at the illusion, he raised his spear, and a blaze of fire suddenly erupted. The spear fiercely pierced into the giant python's body. The giant python hissed, quickly twisting its body, turning its head to try and bite the human riding on it, but Asher had already slid down the giant python's body on the ice created by rune words. It looked cool, but when his feet touched the ground, he almost stumbled and fell. The giant python twisted its body and lunged towards Asher. Asher raised his fingers, and an ice wall floated into midair. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the one Scáthach released before, it was still barely enough to withstand this attack. The giant python opened its bloody maw and bit the ice wall, an astonishing stench rushing towards him. Asher retreated several steps, his forehead hair lifting, revealing his golden pupils. When facing such a creature, he would decisively switch to combat power overload mode. Only in this way could he ensure his own safety. The giant python raised its tail and heavily swung it towards Asher's direction. Asher remained calm and raised his spear. Boom. The spear and the giant python's tail collided, stirring up a gust of wind. Asher was sent flying backward by the impact. He shouted, "Lily, switch." Artoria, who had been waiting beside for the best opportunity, drew her long sword. The power of rune words surged in an instant, frost formed on the ground, and a blaze of fire suddenly erupted, engulfing the giant python. On a certain branch, Scáthach stood quietly, watching the battle on Asher's side. How is it? Watching your disciple work so hard, do you feel particularly accomplished? Morgan stretched lazily, glancing at the woman beside her. Or do you feel heartache? She then asked. Scáthach calmly watched that direction. Every disciple will sooner or later face the test of life and death. He has only brought such days forward a bit. As expected of someone who can teach so many outstanding disciples, your thoughts are indeed more mature, Morgan le Fay said. Scáthach shook her head. This is just a very ordinary thing. To survive in this era, if he leaves the land of shadows, he will face such things sooner or later. You've already prepared for him to leave the land of shadows? Morgan looked at the woman beside her. Since that's the case, why not just take this opportunity to give him to me? I happen to have a use for him. Scáthach glanced at Morgan. He is Scáthach's fiancé. Fiancé is just fiancé, it's not like they're already married, Morgan said. Strength speaks in this world. Scáthach shook her head. He should decide for himself. Then he will definitely say that he hopes to be with his Shishou forever. You cunning fellow definitely knows he will say that, right? Saying it's for your daughter's sake is actually just wanting to keep your disciple by your side. I wouldn't have such thoughts, Scáthach said. I only hope that in the future he will have the strength to defeat me, and then, kill me. Her tone was calm when she said the last part, as if she were talking about a very ordinary thing. And then after he kills you, he can be with me, Morgan suddenly said. Scáthach. If this woman hadn't been completely defenseless and had no desire to fight her, she would have wanted to stab this goddess to death with a spear right now. Why did the conversation always end up revolving around such things? Do you stand by what you said before? Scáthach then asked. Don't worry, I said I wouldn't harm him, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. After all, I've raised him for so long, how could I possibly harm him? And also. What? I'm a witch, you know. Morgan le Fay asked. Heard of it, Scáthach said. But when I'm with him, I'm not a witch. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. During this time, apart from a change of clothes, they had not left the forest. Moreover, Asher discovered that this Ahokchan's self-preservation awareness was quite poor. For example, when bathing by the river, she didn't seem to be afraid at all that he was peeking nearby. Asher had a good talk with her afterward. To make her realize her charm, Asher even played the villain once. He acted like he desired this Ahokchan. Maybe it wasn't acting, but rather a natural performance. Because of this incident, Artoria finally developed some self-preservation awareness afterward, at least she wasn't as casual as she was at the beginning. In the following month, they had gradually gotten used to this kind of life. Why do you look so distracted? And at noon today, Artoria glanced at Asher. She felt that Asher was clearly a bit distracted during the battle today. It's nothing, I just miss going back a bit. Asher looked at the campfire in front of him, replying somewhat absent-mindedly. Do you miss your Shishou and older sister? Artoria threw a piece of dry firewood into the campfire. Something like that, Asher said. He really did start to miss the life in the land of shadows. Although the daily training was tedious and boring, at least he had Shishou's psychological counseling at night. Well, maybe it couldn't be called psychological counseling, it was just casual chatting, but for him, that counted as psychological counseling. And Scáthach, who would come to tease him every day, he wondered what she was doing now. Thinking of this, Asher raised his head and stared blankly at the sky. I really want this to end sooner. If you don't mind, you can also treat me as an older sister, Artoria suddenly said. You. Asher glanced at her and didn't say anything. Artoria frowned slightly. It's very impolite to suddenly not speak to others at a time like this. You're more like a younger sister, Asher said. When I was in the land of shadows, I call older sister every day. In Britain, I also have a big sister Morgan. Now even you want to be my elder. You're 14 this year, and I'm 15, Asher continued, no matter what, I can't treat you as an older sister. But you can't beat me, Artoria said. But I'm 15. But you still can't beat me. Asher silently turned his head away. Could we still have a pleasant conversation? After risking our lives here for more than a month, couldn't she give him a little face? Artoria stared at Asher's depressed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Asher turned his head and saw the girl with a straight face and a serious look. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Nothing. Asher silently stared at her. Her face-changing speed was really fast. I actually quite hope that these days can last a bit longer, Artoria raised her head and said softly after they had been silent for a while. Are you scared? Asher asked. She shook her head. It's not fear, it's just that I'm a little bit unprepared mentally. That's fear then, Asher sighed. After you pull out the Caliban, you'll be king. In about 2 more months, it would be the time for the selection of the king, and after that, the sword-pulling ceremony. It seemed, she was still a bit lost. Asher looked at the silent Artoria, feeling a bit emotional in his heart. Well, no matter how strong her will was, she was still just a little girl after all. The atmosphere was silent, with only the firelight shining in the darkness and the occasional sparks flying out. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. If you feel lonely, don't you still have me, this night? Asher suddenly said. You. Artoria came back to her senses from her daze, tilted her head to look at him, a look of doubt in her eyes. I'm originally a squire, right? Asher said, if you become king, give me a title like Knight of the Round Table, just to have one, right? Anyway, we have such a good relationship. He spoke with a hint of joking at the end, but it didn't quite sound like a joke. That depends on your own efforts, Artoria refused straightforwardly. So stingy. Asher had just sighed when he heard her change her tone. But I believe you have the strength to become a Knight of the Round Table yourself. As she finished speaking, the gloom on her face had faded a lot. If she became king, and this person could still become a knight to protect the king, it didn't seem too bad. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 69, Little White Rabbit and Big Bad Wolf. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Honestly, Asher had never thought that he could actually endure such a harsh environment for 2 whole months. Whenever he was about to give up, there would always be someone to encourage him. That person was Artoria. She didn't offer any overly enthusiastic encouragement like, come on, don't give up. Ganbat. Perseverance is victory, or any other kind of chicken soup. On the contrary, she didn't do anything. She just silently dealt with the enemies, and then, ate. The other party hadn't said a word of hardship. If he said he couldn't do it, wouldn't he lose too much face? Congratulations to both of you. Morgan le Fay stood before them, a relaxed and casual smile on her face. You have passed my training. You seem to have something you want to say, she asked, looking at Asher. Big sister Morgan, I will never believe your nonsense again. Asher angrily wiped his dirty face. I didn't force you to come train with me, did I? This was with your Shishou's consent. If you want to get angry, go find her, Morgan said, then paused slightly. Besides, these 2 months have been quite helpful for you, haven't they? Asher's expression froze, and he stopped talking. That was true. These 2 months of training had indeed been very helpful for him. Whether it was the abilities Morgan had taught him before or his control over magic power, they had both improved significantly. Similarly, his practical combat experience had also greatly improved. These were undeniable facts. No more to say, right? Morgan poked Asher's face. I understand, you're complaining so much, but deep down you still admit that these 2 months of training were very useful, right? If you really think it wasn't effective, then we can try training for another 2 months. It was, very effective. Thank you, big sister Morgan. Asher quickly replied. What a joke, these 2 months had almost driven him crazy. Although it wasn't very lonely because he had a companion, he couldn't stand spending another 2 months here no matter what. Lily, do you have anything you want to say? Morgan le Fay asked Artoria. Thank you, Artoria said, you've given me a memorable experience. Morgan le Fay's smile faded slightly, her eyes showing tenderness as she gently stroked Artoria's head. It was just strict training for you. If you like this kind of training so much, I'll take you to other places later. Artoria remained silent. Later. It seemed there wouldn't be a later. In just over a month, the selection of the king would begin. Once the Caliban was successfully pulled out, she would be busy reclaiming the territories occupied by the foreign races. It could be said that these 2 months were already her last memories. Why did the atmosphere become so strange? Asher looked left and right, muttering to himself. Didn't we say before? As long as I become a Knight of the Round Table afterward, we can fight the foreign races together, right? Asher suddenly said. Although that's true. Artoria glanced at him again and shook her head. But you're not from this country. She had been too naive to think that this person also needed to risk his life and follow her to fight the foreign races. They were friends, so she should properly consider his safety. But I'm a squire, Asher said. That's still not someone from this country, Artoria shook her head again. So why was this Ahokchan so stubbornly hung up on whether or not someone was from this country? Asher cursed fiercely in his heart. All right, that's enough. Morgan le Fay interrupted the two of them. Not now, but maybe later, who knows? Hearing Morgan's meaningful words, the Ahog on Asher's head instantly perked up, as if sensing something. Later. There was no way. It couldn't possibly become him as the queen and Morgan as the king, right? That would be too strange. Not giving Asher more time to think, Morgan le Fay spoke again. Your performance these 2 months was very good. I'm very satisfied. Let's take you back now. After the three of them returned to Britain smoothly, Morgan le Fay glanced at Artoria galloping ahead on her horse and suddenly said, Lily, you go back first. I need to take this child back to the land of shadows. Artoria turned her head to look at Morgan, then glanced at Asher riding behind Morgan, nodded, and spurred her horse, disappearing from their sight. Watching Artoria leave, Morgan le Fay led Asher towards her palace. Big sister Morgan, isn't this the way to the land of shadows? Asher vaguely felt that something was wrong. Things aren't over yet, Asher. Morgan said gloomily, rather, your final test has just begun. Final test. Why did her tone of voice sound so scary? Asher felt an unspeakable unease in his heart, but he didn't know what it was. He just instinctively felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, do you think your kind and gentle big sister Morgan would harm you? Morgan le Fay asked softly. No, Asher said. Then that's it, so what are you still were? But you will use me, Asher continued. Era, you're even teasing your older sister now. Morgan le Fay pinched Asher's face hard. But I'll forgive you this time. After all, he still had things he needed to help with later. After following Morgan le Fay into the palace, under Asher's gaze, Morgan le Fay personally closed the palace gate. Watching the shadow of the gate gradually envelop his vision, Asher suddenly felt an unspeakable strangeness. The palace gates had never been closed so early before. Why were they closed as soon as they returned today? What are you still standing there for? Let's go, Morgan urged from behind Asher. Things had come to this point, and it was impossible to slip away under Morgan's nose. Besides, she wouldn't harm him anyway, so what was he being a coward for? Morgan turned her head to look at Asher and suddenly couldn't help but chuckle. What's with that expression? Why do you look like you're going to your death? I won't harm you. I know you won't harm me, but why can't you just be clear about what you want? Asher said with a bitter face. You've helped me so much. I'll definitely help with anything I can, so can't you just be clear now? Morgan le Fay showed a mysterious smile. Come to my room. This is a secret between you and me, and no one else can hear it. As she finished speaking, she gently lifted a corner of her white skirt, revealing her long, plump, and fair legs. Asher. For some reason, his little heart suddenly began to beat uncontrollably fast, as if a little deer in his heart was about to die from crashing around. And the smile on Morgan le Fay's face grew even more intense, her eyes looking at Asher as if they were glowing green, like a big bad wolf staring at a little white rabbit. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 70, King Arthur. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Just sit anywhere, Morgan le Fay said, sitting on the edge of the bed as she looked at Asher standing before her. Don't be so restrained, you don't seem like a very shy person, do you? Asher still didn't move. He turned around and tried to push open the door behind him, but it wouldn't budge. Morgan had closed it just moments ago. When Asher saw her raise her hand to cast a spell, he knew something was wrong. She had sealed the room completely. With no other option, Asher turned back to Morgan sitting casually on the bed's edge. A completely closed room, just a man and a woman inside. The windows were shut from the inside too. Morgan idly played with her golden hair, her delicate white feet swaying gently. The faint curve of cleavage showed in her alluring chest, and her moist, charming eyes stared right at Asher's face. His heart began to beat faster. This scene, wasn't it the perfect setup for a locked room murder mystery? What? Do you need your older sister to hold you before you'll sit down? Morgan teased, sizing him up. Generally speaking, I should be the one holding you, Asher couldn't help but say. He was a man, after all. If Morgan held him, wouldn't their roles be reversed? Oh. A smile appeared on Morgan's face. Then come here and hold me. Asher glanced at her and shook his head. Forget it. Not really interested. After that, he sat down opposite Morgan le Fay on the edge of the bed. The corner of Morgan's mouth lifted faintly. Hey, what a coward. Did that really look like disinterest? She had clearly noticed where his gaze had wandered just now. Though he said he wasn't interested, his eyes had betrayed him, lingering now and then on her feet and chest. In this situation, anything he said was unconvincing. Just tell me what you want quickly. I still want to go back to the land of shadows early, big sister Morgan, Asher said, feeling the tension in the room. Morgan's gaze, along with the heavy silence, made him very uncomfortable. Unable to hold back any longer, he started to speak from his heart. It had already been 2 months, and he was looking forward to reuniting with Shishou and Big Sister after this. Of course, he was also a little bit looking forward to the current scene and what might come next, really just a little bit. About the small distance between his index finger and thumb. Don't be in such a hurry. Come sit over here, Morgan patted the seat beside her. What? Do you want to sit on your older sister's lap? Morgan tilted her head, a strand of hair falling over her eyes. Or do you want your older sister to sit on your lap? Asher. Faced with Morgan's bold words, he had no choice but to gather his courage and sit down. Did she really think he was that easy? If he wasn't afraid she'd do whatever she wanted, he would have teased her back already. Though complaining in his heart, Asher subconsciously lowered his head. Then his gaze lingered on Morgan le Fay's beautiful, round, goddess-like legs before quietly shifting away. This. As expected, my charm is still quite significant, Morgan sighed, noticing his gaze. Sometimes I wonder why I'm the goddess of death instead of the goddess of love. If I were the goddess of love, I could draw my bow and aim at this spot. She extended a slender finger and pressed it against Asher's chest, and you would become my captive. Big Sister Morgan, what exactly do you want? Asher propped himself up with his hands behind him, feeling like he might lose control if this went on much longer. This woman always liked to play like this. Had she never thought that one day he might really not be able to hold back? You really can't stand being teased at all, Morgan le Fay said, spreading her hands. King Uther is dead. She finally said it. Asher was stunned. Didn't you say it would be at least 3 more months? Why so soon? He was already seriously ill when he was defeated by Vortigern, Morgan said calmly. It was already quite remarkable he could hold on for so long. 3 months was just a rough guess. He died a few days ago. The royal city is already in chaos. Some people are saying the country has reached its end. Bards in villages are spreading unsettling poems. So, Lily's time to draw the sword has been moved forward. Asher said, feeling a swell of emotion inside. He hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. He had only known Artoria for less than half a year. He had thought they could train together a little longer, but the day had come early. Morgan nodded gently. In a week, many knights will try to pull out the Caliban. Asher nodded slightly. That wasn't surprising. Many would want to become king. The one who will ultimately pull out the Caliban will be Lily, Morgan continued. This is a plan jointly discussed by King Uther and that flower-playing swindler. I know, Asher said, lowering his head slightly, the hair just covering his dim eyes. Though reluctant, this was the destined ending. That person was of the Red Dragon lineage, and naturally she would become king to lead the knights in driving out the foreign races. Just as Merlin had said, this was fate, unchangeable fate. Do you believe in fate? Morgan asked, looking at the silent Asher. Why the sudden question? Asher was stunned. I believe in fate, Morgan le Fay said gloomily. Everything is predetermined. No matter how the process changes. Big Sister Morgan's words echoed Merlin's. So even she believed it. Just then Morgan's voice continued. But fate can be deceived, she said, fixing her gaze on Asher as she spoke. Deceived? Asher repeated. Yes, Morgan said, gently combing his hair with her fingers. Merlin said only the true king can pull out the Caliban and become King Arthur, leading the people to a happy life. But this is a deception, a plan discussed by King Uther and Merlin. The one who pulls out the Caliban is King Arthur. She said gloomily. So, in other words, as long as it's King Arthur, they can pull out the Caliban. Isn't that obvious? Asher said, stunned, unable to understand. Has anyone stipulated that King Arthur must be Artoria? Morgan cupped Asher's face in her hands. What do you think? King Arthur. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 71, The Time of King Selection. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. You will become the king in name, she will be the queen, and I will be the king behind the scenes. Listening to Morgan le Fay's words, Asher looked into her eyes, their gazes meeting. After a moment of thought, he finally thought of something. You want me to pull out the Caliban? Asher's voice suddenly rose several pitches. Lower your voice, although I'm not afraid of others hearing anyway. Morgan le Fay crossed her full legs as she sat. It's come to this point, I won't play hide and seek with you anymore. The selection of the king is in a week, and I want you to pull out the Caliban. I refuse. Refusal is invalid, for this day, Big Sister has waited a very, very long time. If it weren't for you, perhaps I would have had to resort to other plans, Morgan le Fay said with a smile. Asher suddenly stood up and quickly walked towards the door, wanting to open it. It's too late, Morgan le Fay said gloomily, gazing at him. It just so happens that the blessing from the previous guise has become very weak. This time, I'll give you a new blessing. Morgan le Fay had previously set a guise on Asher, but because Scáthach already knew of her existence, the power of this blessing had naturally weakened. Now she was going to give Asher a new blessing, covering up the original one. No. Asher fiercely tugged at the doorknob, but it was completely useless. I don't want to pull out the Caliban. Guise activate, Morgan le Fay walked forward slowly. The one who sets the restriction, the goddess of death. Black halos surrounded her body, these pitch-black halos seemed to cover the entire room, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Morgan le Fay became incomparably solemn at this moment, completely devoid of her previous frivolous attitude. This was the true goddess of death, dignified and sacred, allowing no violation. The restricted one, Asher. From today onwards, Asher will surely pull out the Caliban and marry Artoria as his wife. Asher, who was still struggling, froze for a moment, temporarily forgetting that Morgan le Fay was placing a restriction on him. Pulling out the Caliban was one thing, but why did he have to marry her? Didn't you say Lily was very cute? In that case, what dissatisfaction do you have? It's not like we're making you get married immediately. It's fine to hold the wedding after you come of age. Oh right, by the way, Morgan le Fay slowly stood up. Both of you belong to me. One is my husband, and the other is my wife. Asher. This was how she played. Was this monogamy? Big Sister Morgan, was this your goal from the very beginning? Asher stared intently at Morgan. 4 years ago, she had suddenly appeared before him, teaching him magic power, teaching him various abilities, wholeheartedly acting like a nanny, even going so far as to give him Vortigern's blood. And all of this was actually for this very moment. What do you think? Seeing Morgan's gentle smile as she looked at him again, Asher knew that his guess was correct. This woman was so scheming. You don't need to be so agitated. Actually, you don't want to run away yourself, do you? Morgan suddenly said gloomily. You didn't struggle at all. Although I set up a barrier to close the door tightly, you could have forced it open with your current strength if you wanted to, but you didn't resist at all. Asher, who had been full of anger just now, fell silent upon hearing this. Morgan le Fay was right, he really didn't want to run. During the past 2 months of adventures in the forest with Artoria, he had gained a deeper understanding of this girl and increasingly understood why Morgan le Fay would hope for someone else to take her place. This is also part of your plan, isn't it, Big Sister Morgan? Asher said after a long silence. You didn't want me to help unwillingly, so you had Lily go train with me. The fastest way for feelings to heat up is to experience life and death trials together. Morgan still maintained her smile, wrapping her arms around Asher's neck from behind, a pair of soft mounds pressing against his back, a sweet fragrance wafting from her mouth. Do you want to refuse? The restriction has already been set. Even if I don't want to now, it's useless, Asher shook his head, saying helplessly. What are your own thoughts? Morgan's fingers drew circles on Asher's chest, her voice soft and gentle. Very unwilling. Actually, it's okay. I'm not that resistant. To be honest, I didn't even expect myself to be so calm, Asher chose to tell the truth. But maybe I'll regret it on the day of the king's selection, he added. He had no idea what his own thoughts were right now. He had originally thought that he would be very unwilling when forced to do something, but he found himself calmer than he had imagined, without feeling any anger at all. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a dead fish. Only when he was pushed forward to pull the sword during the king's selection, under the gaze of all the knights, would he feel nervous. Don't worry, making you pull the sword is just one insurance. My other children will also participate. Perhaps we won't even need you, Morgan le Fay continued. Other children. Yes, other children, Morgan le Fay observed Asher's expression and continued, not born with others, just children I cultivated a long time ago. Don't misunderstand. Big Sister Morgan, your explanation speed is much faster than before, Asher suddenly said. Morgan smiled. Your mind is particularly sharp at times like this. She seemed to have been a little too eager to explain just now, which wasn't really her style. Actually, if possible, I wouldn't want you to become king. I'd rather you obediently stay in the palace and just wait for me to come back and dote on you every day, Morgan sighed. But unfortunately, among the people I've met, you are the most suitable person for the sword-pulling ceremony. That last sentence sounded a bit like a house husband. Asher muttered to himself. So, if all those people fail, it will be your turn, Morgan said. Don't worry, I will assist you in governing the country, so just relax. Are you so confident that I can pull out the Caliban? Asher suddenly thought of this. She had painstakingly raised him, this little white pig, so plump, just waiting to drag him out and slaughter him during the king's selection. What if he didn't pull out the Caliban? Would it become this kind of ending? I'm so sad. I raised you for so long but you couldn't help me at all. You useless little white pig, I'm going to drain all your blood to cultivate the next talent. And so on. In short, Asher was worried that if he failed, Morgan would directly turn into black mode. I don't know if it will succeed, Morgan paused, then continued, if it fails, then there's only one way. What way? You marry Lily and become king. Isn't that the same as the previous plan? Morgan let out a cheerful laugh. There's no difference. No matter what, the ending is the same. So don't feel pressured. If you fail, you fail. You still have a second path to take. It's just that if you succeed, Lily will also have a much easier time. Asher could only nod. I understand. Morgan's general meaning was, if he successfully pulled out the sword, it would be the popular Artoria, if he failed, it would be the unpopular Artoria. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, you think it's that easy to kidnap my disciple? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. I will pull out the Caliban as you wish, Asher said again. What a good child. Big sister likes obedient children, Morgan looked at Asher with a smile. But I hope you can cancel the restriction you just set, Asher continued. Her previous smile faded slightly, and Morgan narrowed her eyes, gazing at Asher. Reason. I'm engaged to Scáthach, Asher said, so it's impossible for me to be engaged to Lily as well. Shishou agreed to this a long time ago. That little girl sitting next to me that day. She was indeed a very beautiful child, Morgan murmured thoughtfully to herself, a smile quickly returning to her face. Then I'll help you cancel the engagement. Huh. I'll help you cancel the engagement, Morgan said. You can just stay here peacefully from now on. Asher shook his head decisively. That's impossible. Rejecting so decisively. Can't I satisfy you alone? Do you like your Shishou that much? Morgan looked like she was about to cry. Big sister has been so good to you. Shishou has been very good to me too, and, I made a vow myself before, that I would protect the land of shadows forever, Asher said seriously. Guys, that was a restriction that could not be violated in any way. Asher had already made a vow when he received the blessing of the sun god. If he didn't return to the land of shadows at all after that, the restriction would take effect, and unimaginable consequences would descend. You made a vow yourself. Morgan's previous expression completely froze, her voice suddenly rising a lot. When did this happen? When Shishou went to get the blessing of the sun god from me before, that's when I made the vow, Asher said. Morgan's body stiffened slightly, and her previous smile completely faded. She knew that Asher had made a vow, but she didn't know that the vow he made was this. No wonder that woman had agreed so readily to let her take Asher away before. Was it because of the restriction? Speaking of which, can you still help me cancel the restriction you set earlier? Asher cautiously glanced at Morgan le Fay, whose expression seemed a bit unpleasant. Don't even think about it, I won't cancel it. Morgan's smile had completely disappeared from her face. She looked at Asher again. I'm going back to the land of shadows with you. Things had come to this point, and she couldn't try to keep him using the original method anymore. She could only discuss it with that woman and find a better solution. Go back with me. Asher's brain crashed for a moment after hearing this, but he quickly reacted, raised his head, and looked at Morgan nervously. What do you want to do again, big sister Morgan? Don't worry, it's not a bad thing, at least not a bad thing for you, Morgan shook her head and said, I just have something I want to talk to your Shishou about. Seeing that Asher still had a worried expression, Morgan raised her hand and patted his head. Are you still worried that I'll fight with your Shishou? Did I have any conflicts with your Shishou the last time I went to the land of shadows? Yes, Asher nodded. Morgan le Fay. Thinking carefully, it seemed there really was. If it hadn't been for Asher, she probably wouldn't have been able to control herself and would have fought that woman. It won't happen, rest assured this time, Morgan quickly comforted him with a smile. I definitely won't mess around this time. After all, this time she had the moral high ground. Morgan had never expected that the woman who seemed cold and indifferent to everything around her would try to freeload. Over the past few years, she and Scáthach had raised Asher together, but in the end, everything belonged to Scáthach, body and soul. As expected of the queen of the land of shadows. Women who lived long were indeed cunning and treacherous. However, after hearing Morgan's comfort, Asher shook his head again. Absolutely not. I already promised you I would help, right? Then don't go looking for Shishou anymore. For some reason, he just had a feeling that if Morgan went to Scáthach, things would definitely become very troublesome. Morgan stared at Asher, remained silent for a long while, then smiled. All right, then I won't go looking for your Shishou. Really? Asher raised his head, asking in great surprise. This woman had suddenly become so easy to talk to. Really, Morgan said with a smile. Since you've said so, would I still force myself to see that woman? As the goddess of death, I will definitely keep my promises. Asher looked at Morgan le Fay, who had a smile on her face, with suspicion, and nodded. Since Big Sister Morgan has said so, then I'm relieved. I'll go back first today and come back when the king's selection starts next week. I won't see you off. Morgan raised her hand and dispelled the barrier in the room. Go. After saying that, she watched Asher leave the palace, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. As the goddess of death, I will keep my promise, but right now, my identity is Lily's older sister. Mom, Ash is coming back today, right? Scáthach sat on a chair nearby and yawned, looking very sleepy. If that woman hasn't gone back on her word, then it's today. Scáthach glanced at her daughter. Besides, that's the 13th time you've asked the question today. I can't help it. They said it would be today, but it's almost evening. Scáthach trailed off, then pondered for a moment. Why don't we go pick him up? Do you think we can just casually enter Britain's territory? Scáthach thought for a moment. We can just sneak in. He taught you that, didn't he? Scáthach said, shaking her head helplessly as she finished speaking. Asher had once said that as long as no one saw it, it was successful stealth, and Scáthach, who was often with Asher, had naturally remembered this. Although it did sound quite reasonable. Scáthach's eyes suddenly lit up. Ash is back. Scáthach watched Asher walk into the palace, then her brow couldn't help but furrow slightly. Such a repulsive aura. Shishou, Asher walked up to Scáthach. Your aura is much better than before. It seems your training these past 2 months was very effective. Scáthach quickly collected her thoughts, glanced at the crow at the hall entrance, and rhythmically tapped the edge of her chair with her fingers, seemingly pondering something. Scáthach, you can leave first. I have something I need to discuss with your brother alone. Scáthach turned her head and looked at her mother in confusion. What is so secret that you need to talk about it alone? Scáthach seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head. You'll know later. After saying that, she glanced at Asher again. Noticing the unusual look in Scáthach's eyes, Asher felt a faint unease in his heart, but he still remained calm and watched Scáthach leave the hall. When Asher turned his head back again, he noticed that Scáthach's gaze was fixed on him, or rather, on a certain direction behind him. She said calmly, You're here too, aren't you? Just say what you need to say. Morgan le Fay. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 73, The White Dragon's Body. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Ash, what exactly is going on now? Scáthach looked at Asher, who had just walked out of the hall, with a curious expression. She completely didn't understand what had happened. Mom had said she wanted to talk to Ash about something, but he had come out in less than a few minutes. Asher shook his head. I don't know either. Actually, he really didn't know what the situation was. He had trained for 2 months, his strength had improved, and the white dragon's body would completely merge with him in just another month. This should have been a cause for celebration, so why did it turn out like this? She had said she wouldn't mess around. That woman's words couldn't be trusted after all. Asher could only wait silently outside for the 2 people inside to finish talking, while also worrying if there would suddenly be any loud noises from the palace. If that really happened, he would have to find a way to stop it. Thinking about it like this, why did it feel like he was the elder? He even had to worry about the 2 kids fighting. Asher was very worried about the situation inside, but as it turned out, Morgan le Fay still had some credibility. At least half an hour had passed now, and there was still no sound from the hall. Although the silence was also quite unsettling, it was still better than a fight breaking out. Before long, Morgan le Fay walked out of the palace gate humming a tune with a relaxed smile on her face. She glanced at Asher beside her and reached out to vigorously pinch his face. Scáthach beside him stared at this woman warily like a cat. For some reason, she always felt that this woman posed a great threat. You're Shishou agreed, Morgan le Fay's first sentence stunned Asher. Hadn't he already gotten engaged to Big Sister? Why would Shishou agree to Morgan? Agreed to what she said about the king's selection. Scáthach's calm voice came from behind them outside the palace. In any case, Morgan had indeed helped Asher a lot. If she went back on her word now, her image as a Shishou in her disciples' eyes would probably be greatly reduced. The rest, you don't need to believe, Scáthach continued. Asher raised his head to look at Morgan, but saw her sigh helplessly. Even if you only agree to this request now, you will still have to accept my other requests sooner or later. After all, the restriction cannot be lifted. Scáthach frowned imperceptibly. This queen, who had experienced countless battles, also felt somewhat helpless at this moment. Faced with such a shameless woman, if it were in the past, all she could do was use the weapon in her hand to solve the problem. But it was too late now. Asher had been placed under a restriction, and even if she killed Morgan now, it would be useless. The only thing she could do now was to postpone the wedding date as much as possible, and then, try to find a way to break the restriction. Before that, she could only tentatively agree to the king's selection that Morgan had mentioned to her earlier. "Let's go, this week I'll have you completely merge with the White Dragon," Morgan said to Asher. "Do I have to go back to Britain?" Asher asked. He had just returned, and now Morgan was going to take him back again. Asher looked at Scáthach beside him. She just gently patted Asher's head. "Go back with her first. Once everything is over, you can come back. If you can't come back, I'll go get you back, so don't worry." Scáthach's voice was calm, yet it made one not doubt her in the slightest. How terrifying. Morgan spread her hands. "Don't worry, unless it involves particularly large benefits, I won't completely offend you." Although she hadn't achieved her intended goal, the most important thing right now was the king's selection. All other matters could be put aside for the time being. In the end, after some negotiation, Asher was still taken away by Morgan. He didn't know what this woman had said to Shishou, but since Shishou had said so, he would just endure for another week. When they returned to the palace with Morgan, she placed a small, translucent bottle in Asher's hand. "This bottle of White Dragon's essence blood contains a month's worth. Drink it, and you can replace the current Vortigern. Of course, because it contains so much concentrated essence blood, it might be a bit painful, probably several times the pain you felt before, but I believe you can endure it," Morgan le Fay said with a smile. "Drink a month's worth in one day, and then only take a week to digest it." "Are you sure I won't just die on the spot, big sister Morgan?" Asher stared at the bottle of White Dragon's essence blood and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. "Don't worry, I'm the goddess of death. I know whether you'll die much better than you do," Morgan said with a smile. "Don't you want to become stronger? This is the best opportunity. Drink it, and you'll be the true White Dragon's body." "What will happen to Vortigern?" Asher asked. "It," Morgan thought for a moment, "will probably become human. There couldn't be two White Dragons. The existence of one would replace the other." However, Asher wouldn't become a White Dragon, but would exist as a human who had inherited the White Dragon, just like Artoria. "What's wrong? Are you even feeling sorry for that demonic dragon?" Morgan giggled as she circled behind Asher, her beautiful face close to his. "You shouldn't have that kind of sympathy, right? If you do, then Big Sister will have to teach you a good lesson." Asher shook his head. "I'm not that overly sympathetic. It was an existence that had absolutely nothing to do with him, especially since the other party was a demonic dragon that had once almost brought Britain under its control. He wouldn't even sympathize with such an existence." "That's good. To be honest, if you had just begged me to let Vortigern go or something, I would have probably given you a memorable lesson." It sounded quite scary, especially when the other party said such things with a smile. Not giving Asher a chance to think more, Morgan waved her hand. "You should rest well in the palace first. I have some things to deal with. Of course, if you're ready, you can absorb the last of the White Dragon's essence blood into your body now, but it's really painful. If I come back and find you passed out from the pain, I won't hesitate to laugh at you." He had originally wanted to take it directly, but hearing Morgan's two threatening remarks, Asher immediately became a bit cowardly and didn't dare to take it directly. The pain would be several times what it was before, just thinking about it was terrifying. Watching Morgan leave, Asher's gaze returned to the small bottle in his hand. A crystal clear, translucent luster gently rippled inside the small bottle. As long as he drank this last bottle of White Dragon's essence blood, he wouldn't have to undergo this painful fusion every week anymore. Then, he could pull out that sword and go back to find Shishou. Thinking of this, Asher gritted his teeth, opened the bottle cap, and drank it in one gulp. A wave of dizziness instantly attacked his brain, and a crackling sound seemed to come from the bones all over his body. Even blood oozed out of his body. Asher's painful roar echoed in the room. He raised his bloodshot eyes. "Big Sister Morgan, this wasn't just several times the pain from before, was it?" He even suspected that all the essence blood from Vortigern had been extracted and concentrated in this small bottle. And at this moment, Morgan le Fay silently stood at the door, gazing into the distance, listening to the painful roars coming from inside the room. She placed her hand on her chest and gently exhaled. "I'm sorry." Morgan lowered her eyelids, her holy blue pupils slightly dim. She should have let Asher adapt slowly, but for the king's selection a week later, she had no choice but to do this. Moreover, as long as he endured this tempering, it would greatly help Asher's future growth. Asher didn't know when he had passed out. In any case, when he woke up, all the clothes on his body had been changed. "Sleeping for a whole week, you're really something," Morgan le Fay's voice came from beside him. "I slept for a week." Asher turned his head in surprise and saw the woman wearing a magnificent golden dress. Today's Morgan was dressed completely differently from usual. At this moment, she looked more like a princess of Britain, wearing a blue crown on her head, her golden hair naturally falling to her waist, looking noble and elegant. "Yes, a week," Morgan said. "This is completely different from what you said before. The pain from that white dragon's essence blood wasn't just several times, it was probably more than 10 times, right?" Asher retorted speechlessly. Even now, when he recalled the pain he felt when he drank that bottle of white dragon's essence blood, he couldn't help but shiver. I lied to you." Morgan didn't deny that her previous statement was wrong. Looking at Asher's resentful expression, she stepped forward and pulled him into her embrace. His head was suddenly pulled into Morgan's chest, feeling the soft touch through a thin layer of fabric and her unique faint fragrance. Asher felt that his previous resentment seemed to have faded a lot. He had originally wanted to say that he was very angry, but the other party's actions were too much of a bonus. Moreover, he could now clearly feel the huge changes that had taken place in his body. Compared to a week ago, he was now the true white dragon's body. If he fought Artoria now, he was confident that he could defeat her or at least fight her to a draw. "You've worked hard. After today's king's selection, I'll reward you well," Morgan le Fay said softly. Asher was stunned. "The king's selection has already begun." Morgan le Fay released Asher and looked intently into his eyes, her voice more solemn than ever before, her holy blue pupils reflecting Asher's face. In just under half a year, he looked much more mature than before. It wasn't a growth in age, but a change that had occurred in his body after these 6 months of training. Their gazes met. Morgan slowly spoke, "Prepare to set off. Pull out the Caliban, and then, say to that guy who seems to see through everything. Go fuck yourself, fate." Asher finished the sentence, "Right." Morgan suddenly froze, then smiled. "It seems we've reached an agreement in our thoughts." Originally, Asher was still a bit unwilling, but now he was also suddenly looking forward to that scene, of course, on the premise that he could pull out the Caliban. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 74, The Sword Pulling. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Lively sounds came from a distance. Even without guessing, he knew that the king's selection had long begun. Another failure, how many is that already? As Asher followed Morgan towards the king's selection site surrounded by a crowd of knights, he saw a knight leave with a frustrated look on his face. "I don't know how many people it's been already. Can anyone really pull out something like that? Could it be that person's prophecy was wrong or something?" A knight muttered softly. "How could it be? The true king will definitely pull out the Caliban, and then unite us and the kings of the various tribes, leading everyone to destroy the foreign races. That's right. Someone will definitely do it. Merlin's prophecy won't be wrong." Morgan quietly watched everything before her, as well as Artoria standing in the crowd, and said softly, "Go on, standing with me now will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. If I pull out the Caliban, will they not acknowledge me?" Asher asked. "No," Morgan shook her head. "But if you don't pull out the Caliban, because you're so close to me, people will also avoid suspicion of you." Her tone of voice was completely different from usual, sounding very steady, without a trace of frivolity. "It's good if it won't," Asher said. "As for avoiding suspicion or whatever, I'm not from this country. Other people are afraid of witches, what's it to me?" Morgan stared intently at Asher. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. "If you keep acting like this, I might not let you return to the land of shadows." Another exclamation came from the distance, with a knight's very regretful tone. "It's such a pity, just a little bit more." That knight had clearly just shaken the Caliban, just a little bit more, well, maybe not just a little bit, but in any case, he had faintly shaken the Caliban. With the glimmer of hope brought by this knight, the enthusiasm that had just been extinguished was instantly reignited. A handsome knight stepped forward, and the crowd quickly cleared a path for him. The Sun Knight, Gawain. The previous clamor instantly quieted down, and people held considerable expectations for this knight. He was the embodiment of integrity and purity, humble, and his swordsmanship was superb. His sunny smile always made people feel favorably towards him. It could be said that among the many knights, Gawain was one of the most anticipated to be able to pull out the Caliban. Watching Gawain gradually approach the Caliban, Asher looked at the gentle smile and couldn't help but sigh, so handsome. Then, he felt Morgan's strange gaze on him. "What's wrong?" Asher asked, puzzled. "Nothing. I was just wondering why you don't seem affected by my seduction. So you like this type? What on earth are you thinking, big sister Morgan?" Asher interrupted Morgan and gave her a big eye roll. He hadn't expected Morgan to be a fujoshi. While the two were talking, the sword-pulling ceremony over there had already begun. Gawain's smile faded slightly as he gripped the hilt of the sword. Then, he used all his strength to try and pull the sword from the giant rock. But to the disappointment of the people, Gawain failed. He couldn't even budge the Caliban. Gawain gave a helpless bitter smile. It seems the true king isn't me either. After saying that, he looked in Morgan's direction, gave a helpless look, and then turned and left the crowd. Immediately afterward, the next knight followed closely behind. Asher watched Gawain leave, and at this moment, the corner of his eye couldn't help but be drawn to two figures not far away. Merlin and Artoria. Even without hearing their conversation, Asher could imagine what kind of exchange was taking place over there. Artoria's face was twisted with terror, and without a doubt, Merlin must have been saying something that shook people's hearts. No, it wasn't shaking, it was just telling the truth. Once you take up that sword, you will no longer be human until the very end. Not only that, but having pulled out that sword, you will be hated by all humans and meet a tragic death. Merlin's voice reached Artoria's ears. If mere words couldn't make one imagine what the so-called tragedy would be like, then when such a scene actually appeared before her eyes, even the most resilient personality would probably be terrified. A scene appeared before the girl's eyes, a future image constructed by Merlin in Artoria's consciousness, the ending she would ultimately face after becoming king. No matter how she struggled, once she pulled out the Caliban, she would eventually meet a lonely and tragic death, such would be her fate. This was a prophecy, a destiny that was already set. But in her fear, she nodded firmly. Even though her face was still full of fear as she nodded. Pulling out the Caliban to become king, building a more peaceful country, reclaiming the lands occupied by the foreign races, perhaps there were people who could do it better than her. She also had such thoughts. But such a person didn't exist, at least not yet. King Uther was dead, and now someone had to take on this heavy responsibility, pull out the sword, kill the fearful self of the past, and live for the people, even if it meant fighting alone in the end. Her slightly trembling body slowly calmed down, Artoria's emotions gradually stabilized, and then, she took a step, walking towards the Caliban. Merlin gazed in Artoria's direction, scratching his head in confusion. This is quite a difficult and dangerous path, but since you've made up your mind, then exchange it with your most important possession, King Arthur. Merlin suddenly froze, and even Artoria, who was walking towards the Caliban, paused. No matter what one did, it was all predetermined. The so-called struggle was just a part of fate. You thought you were fighting against fate, you thought you had deviated from the destined ending, but in reality, you had just taken another fork in the road, and that fork in the road led to the same ending. This was a despairing fate. But now the threads of fate were twisted, as if shrouded in a fog. You're even more determined than before, Morgan le Fay said softly. Because I saw a moving scene, Asher said. I can probably understand why you wanted someone else to pull out the Caliban. Can you do it? Morgan asked. No, Asher said. You have to. Asher. Artoria exclaimed softly, seemingly unable to understand why even he had participated in this king's selection. Who is this person? The knights whispered. I remember he was always following Kay around as a squire, training every day, right? Even he dares to dream of pulling out the Caliban. Maybe he can do it. A knight who had a better relationship with Asher retorted unhappily. Whether one can become king has nothing to do with whether one is a squire. The knights were all discussing in low voices. Kay on the side silently watched this scene, without saying a word. Not only Kay, but also Sir Ector, Kay's father, as well as Agravain, Bedivere, and others were silently watching that direction. Merlin stared at Asher for a moment, then spread his hands. All right, since you don't believe it, then give it a try. Anyway, no matter what you do, you will only meet with failure, this is fate. The Caliban was pulled out of the giant rock by Asher in the next moment. The previous clamor instantly quieted down. Not only Morgan le Fay, but even Asher himself was stunned. What was going on? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 75, you don't believe me. I'll pull it out again. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher had thought of many possibilities when he pulled the sword. For example, he might not be able to budge the Caliban at all and would leave dejectedly. Or he could pull it out a little, but in the next moment, the Caliban might slip back into the giant rock. But he had never imagined something so bizarre. It was really light. Why hadn't so many others been able to pull out something with this level of weight? Asher raised his head to look at Merlin, but the man who usually wore a frivolous smile was suddenly not smiling anymore. Morgan le Fay's face showed approval, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with unusual light as they looked at Asher. He had actually pulled it out. Originally, she hadn't held much hope and had even prepared other plans to restrict King Arthur after failure, but now all that was unnecessary. Sure enough, Scáthach had always had a good eye for choosing people. The smile on Morgan's face grew even brighter, but then she saw Merlin walking toward Asher. What was this guy up to now? A hint of doubt flashed in Morgan's eyes. This man always seemed to see through everything. Because he possessed eyes that could see the present, he could deduce the future by combining current information. Had he already foreseen this? No, if he had, he wouldn't have looked so surprised just now. Morgan's gaze stayed fixed on Asher's direction. If anything unusual happened, she would act immediately. This is quite something, you actually pulled out the Caliban, Merlin said, admiring the sword in Asher's hand. Was this within your expectations? Asher asked. No. To be honest, you're a very strange person, not belonging to this world, and I can't even see your future, Merlin circled Asher. I always thought only the true king could pull out the Caliban, and you actually did it. So. Pull it out again, Merlin said. You want me to put it back and pull it out again? Asher frowned. That's right, pull it out again, Merlin shrugged. Since you are the true king, you should be able to do it. Asher was silent for a moment. He really still didn't believe him. That was understandable. After all, the red dragon's body Merlin and King Uther had discussed cultivating was Artoria's. She had been training since she was 5 years old for this very day, yet an outsider like him pulled out the Caliban. Anyone would find that hard to accept. If I do this, will you acknowledge me? Asher asked. Ah, if you pull it out again, I believe everyone will acknowledge you, Merlin said, glancing at the surrounding knights. Since you don't believe me, then I'll pull it out again for you to see. Asher inserted the Caliban back into the giant rock. Then, lowering his voice, he said, before I start, I want to ask you something. Go ahead, as long as I can answer, Merlin spread his hands. Though I might not tell you even if I can. You probably don't want Lily to become king, right? Why would you stop someone from pulling out the Caliban? Asher whispered. I won't stop predetermined fate, Merlin said. But you pulled out that sword, and the trajectory deviated from that line. The unseen future will be very dangerous. All right, please pull out that sword again in a way that everyone can see clearly, Merlin said, then turned and walked back into the crowd without giving Asher time to reply. Under the gaze of the knights, Asher took a breath and slowly exhaled. Staring at the Caliban embedded in the giant rock, he reached out and grabbed the hilt. He tried hard to pull it out. The Caliban didn't budge. Strange, the sword that had felt so light before now seemed firmly embedded in the rock. Asher frowned and looked toward Merlin. Was that guy playing tricks? The knights noticed Asher's struggle and began whispering among themselves. He can't pull it out. Surely, something was off just now. I told you, how could a squire possibly pull out the Caliban? Thankfully Merlin noticed in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He's just a squire, and I've never even heard his name. If it were famous knights like Gawain or Kay, we could accept him leading everyone. Asher tried again, but the sword didn't respond. Don't waste your time. You can't pull out the Caliban. Step down and let someone else try, some knights jeered. You can't become King Arthur by relying on luck. Come down. Artoria remained silent, watching Merlin approach her, biting her lip. What did you do? She asked quietly. Just played a little trick, Merlin smiled. Go on, gain everyone's approval. You will be the true King Arthur. But he clearly pulled out the Caliban, Artoria frowned. The current fact is that he failed, Merlin shook his head. Whether he succeeded before or not, he has failed now. Merlin, how dare you play such tricks in front of me? Morgan suddenly appeared behind Merlin, glaring coldly. I didn't do anything. It's just that he's not suitable to pull out that sword. A person who cannot see fate should not pull out the Caliban, Merlin said, glancing at Morgan. You know only the red dragon's body can pull it out. Though I don't want Lily to become King Arthur either, this is all destined fate, so. You used illusion magic. Morgan interrupted. Indeed, I did a little something, Merlin smiled, not denying it. Then what's the point of this day of selection? Wouldn't it have been better to just have Lily come and pull the sword? Morgan asked coldly. If we didn't do this, how would others believe she is the true King Arthur? Merlin said. Only by pulling out the Caliban in front of everyone can she gain recognition that she is the King Arthur who can lead everyone to drive away the foreign races. That person doesn't belong to this world, so he shouldn't have pulled out the Caliban. Even if you tampered with him and made him the white dragon's body, he still wouldn't be able to pull it out, Merlin continued. Morgan said nothing, but her eyes burned with anger. All her efforts over the years had been in vain because Asher wasn't from this world, because of this damned fate. No matter how hard he trained, it was useless. Because Artoria had been designated as the new king by Merlin and King Uther long ago, she had to become king according to the trajectory of fate. All right, hurry up, Lily, Merlin said, looking at Artoria beside him. The sun is quite strong. To be honest, I'm a bit thirsty and want to go back for a drink sooner. Artoria remained silent, staring in that direction, gently biting her lip. Lily. Merlin called again, don't keep everyone waiting too long. Hurry up. Merlin's voice suddenly stopped as he turned to look toward Asher. A roar of anger erupted from there, and the knight's whispers abruptly ceased. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the squire. No, his current form could hardly be called human anymore. Battle power overload. Having completely merged with the white dragon's body, Asher's skin turned translucent white, with several dragon-like markings covering him. His arms looked slender as before, but they shook the giant rock. What does he want to do? Kay asked, surprised. Asher. Morgan stared intently. Tampered with by Merlin and unable to pull out the Caliban, what else could he want to do? He wants to lift the entire giant rock, someone shouted. How is that possible? No one can lift that giant rock. The voice stopped as everyone stared in disbelief. Slowly, the giant rock floated up from the ground, lifted by Asher's power. Little by little, then finally completely lifted. The huge shadow of the giant rock cast over the scene, with blinding light behind him. And that slender figure standing in the light and shadow. If he couldn't pull out the Caliban, then he would lift the stone hammer. Asher raised the Caliban embedded in the giant rock, his arm bones creaking as if breaking, but in battle power overload, he seemed to forget the pain. He slammed the giant rock hard onto the ground. Boom. It felt as if the entire island shook. The ground cracked, everyone lost their balance, and the surroundings trembled like an earthquake. Fragments of the giant rock flew out into the sunlight, shimmering with enchanting colors in the dazzling light. A sharp fragment grazed Merlin's face, drawing crimson blood. Asher lifted the Caliban, still holding some fragments, and slammed it hard into the ground, fixing his gaze on Merlin. Like this, does it count as me pulling it out? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 76, the crowd shouts King Arthur. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available fire. The previous clamor had completely subsided at this moment, and a gentle breeze blew from the distance, bringing a chill. Just pulling out the Caliban wouldn't have surprised people so much, because Merlin had long prophesied that a true king would pull out the Caliban and lead the knights to repel the foreign races. But what surprised them was that someone had pulled out the Caliban in this way. If Merlin's prophecy stated that only those who could pull out the Caliban could become king, then what the squire had just done was to break that prophecy, pulling out the Caliban in his own way. Believe in fate, or resist fate. As long as there was still a breath in their hearts, as long as hot blood still flowed in their veins, they would choose the latter. Asher looked at the silent knights. There wasn't a sound around him. He noticed someone's gaze and looked towards Morgan le Fay through the crowd. This was the fate you wanted to resist. If the threads of fate were guiding them towards a predetermined ending, then cut those threads. All the knights cast fervent gazes at the squire standing before them. They didn't speak, but their eyes contained something. Merlin remained silent, just staring at Asher. Forget it, whether the Caliban counts as pulled out isn't up to you to decide. Asher glanced at Merlin, not giving him a chance to speak again, and no longer paying attention to the dumbfounded bishop standing beside him. He pulled out the Caliban stuck in the ground. The light of runes lit up from the Caliban. Asher raised the Caliban high, ice pillars shot into the sky, and flames seemed to transform into dragons following closely behind. His voice was incomparably solemn, and at this moment, there was no trace of childishness on his face. Under everyone's gaze, his voice spread to everyone's ears. Repel the foreign races, I am King Arthur. When this incomparably sacred voice rang out, the knights looked at each other, and after a few seconds of silence, it was as if flames had ignited in their chests. The first knight took the lead in raising his long sword, his eyes filled with fervent flames, staring intently at Asher, and shouted loudly. King Arthur. Blinding light that surpassed the sunlight lit up in the sky, and a barrier covered the ground. The brilliant golden light rose into the sky along with the barrier and the flames, like a battle song. It was Gawain. He had also raised the sword in his hand at this moment, shouting loudly, King Arthur. Sir Ector glanced at the knights around him who still seemed to be in a daze, a gratified smile appearing on his slightly aged face, and drew his sword. Then, an aged but solemn voice echoed through the sky. King Arthur. With the addition of the knights of the Round Table, the other knights also raised their long swords one after another. Countless pillars of light shot up from the ground, including the other knights of the Round Table. They all shouted the name of the new king in unison. King Arthur. Merlin's eyes widened slightly. He looked at Artoria beside him, watching her step forward and raise her long sword high. King Arthur. Golden pillars of light shot up from her sword, as if piercing through heaven and earth. The surrounding leaves rustled and trembled, as if expressing respect for the birth of the new king. Asher stepped forward, the Caliban incomparably dazzling under the light of the runes, like an aurora. He slowly closed his eyes, accepting the cheers of the people. King Arthur. King Arthur. King Arthur. The magnificent shouts echoed throughout Britain. From the knights to the common people, everyone was shouting this name. Until the end, even the bishop, who had been somewhat hesitant at the beginning, joined in this frenzied cry. The foreign races occupying the land raised their heads and looked in that direction. Countless lights lit up there, and the light containing a terrifying aura even surpassed the scorching sun. Even before the death of the previous king, there had never been such unity. But at this moment, it seemed the entire Britain was united. Without a doubt. A new king was born. Scáthach walked out of the castle of the Land of Shadows, her gaze looking towards the distant horizon, as if she had seen through everything. After a long silence, she slowly spoke. He has really grown up. The shouts, like war drums, thundered in his heart. Asher closed his eyes tightly, feeling the agitation within and the boiling blood in his veins. He had never thought he had the qualifications to become king, but he hated Merlin's words so much that it felt like some soul in his body was roaring in anger. Fate, fate, since you think everything is predetermined, then I'll trample fate under my feet and show you. Now, do you respect fate, or do you believe in the people, Merlin? Morgan le Fay turned to look at the silent Merlin. The man had lost his smile by this point, his gaze fixed on the young man with his eyes tightly closed. After a moment of silence, he spoke. He is the new Wyrm king. Yes, Asher had the blood of the white dragon flowing in his veins. He was the new white dragon. Although the white dragon represented the will of Britain, it was also the dragon of rebellion. No matter what he did, he was the dragon of rebellion. The true king should be Artoria. You want to say that his lineage doesn't qualify him to be king, right? Morgan stared intently at Merlin. Merlin just stared at Asher, and after a long while, he continued. He didn't pull out the Caliban. Yes, he had just used other means to take out the sword. Only the red dragon's body could pull out the Caliban, only Artoria could do it. Yes, you're right. He indeed didn't pull out the Caliban, at least not the second time. Morgan le Fay nodded gently, then suddenly smiled. But so what? Is being able to pull out the Caliban really that important? Why is it that only the person who pulls out the Caliban can drive away the foreign races? Why is it that only the person who pulls out the Caliban can make Britain prosperous? Did you decide that? Or did the fate you speak of decide that? Naturally, it's the scene I saw in the future, Merlin said. The future that had already been seen, no matter how it was changed, would be futile. This was fate. You saw Artoria's future, so you think she's the new king, Morgan le Fay pointed in Asher's direction. Then did you see his fate? Merlin fell silent. He didn't pull out the Caliban, he said again. Then why don't you listen to the opinions of the people now? See if they acknowledge Asher, Morgan said slowly. And then, listen carefully now, how he answers you. Asher suddenly opened his eyes, his dark pupils already completely turned into a brilliant gold. The golden eyes looked solemn and sacred at this moment, like a deity descending, reigning over Britain. He raised his hands high, and the voices of the knights and the people below shook the heavens. The only name they shouted was King Arthur. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 77, crap, will I not grow up? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available, fire. Merlin silently looked at Asher, then at the people who seemed to be casting fervent gazes at him, and suddenly smiled. You won. In any case, the current Asher had indeed achieved the unity of the people. He didn't belong to this world, but he already had the qualifications to become king. Merlin turned around to leave, but Morgan suddenly called out to him. Where are you going? Hibernating, of course, hibernating, Merlin scratched his head in annoyance. I'll come back to find him again. Since this is also Lily's decision, I won't stop it anymore. But if he wants to become king, there's still a lot he needs to learn. You're wrong again, Morgan le Fay revealed an enchanting smile, alluring and seductive, her lips parting and closing as if filled with charm. The person who needs to learn a lot is me. Merlin paused slightly, looked at the woman before him, and a look of sudden understanding appeared on his face. So that's it, you really are something, were you scheming this from the very beginning? You're not bad either, Morgan said slowly. If you didn't want the child to become King Arthur, you could have used illusion magic to deceive others from the start. The man who had just looked surprised now actually smiled, a genuine smile from the heart. Can I ask why? She continued. It's all my own greed, Merlin said. I wanted to glimpse even more beautiful things. His eyes suddenly became much deeper, making it impossible to see his thoughts, only hearing his gloomy voice. For example, whether he can really trample fate under his feet. A gust of wind blew past, and Merlin's body actually transformed into petals, leaving only his last words. If he can succeed, I'll be very happy too. Of course, it's basically impossible. Morgan stared intently at the men disappearing before her eyes, until his figure completely vanished, then she withdrew her gaze. Glimpsing beautiful things. It sounded quite profound, but he was actually quite surprised just now, wasn't he? Not only Merlin, but even she herself hadn't expected Asher to be able to pull out the Caliban in that situation, and even stir up the emotions of others. Were young people just more passionate, or did he really have the qualifications of a king? Morgan raised her head to look at Asher, only to see that he was also looking at her, a cheerful smile on his face. Although he didn't speak, she could still read his meaning from his lip movements. I didn't fail my mission. Morgan smiled radiantly, the sunlight covering her fair skin, making even her smile seem warm, charming, and alluring, as she murmured to herself. What an enviable woman. Even after all she had done, Asher was still a person of the land of shadows, and the one he longed for most was still Scáthach. I'll think of a way after we go back. Morgan stared at Asher, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light, silently calculating something in her heart. Finally, the crowd dispersed, and surrounded by the knights, Asher stepped into the royal city of Camelot. That day, stories of what had happened today spread throughout Britain, tales of how a man named King Arthur had pulled out the Caliban and awed the foreign races. However, at this moment in Camelot, Asher was lying on the throne, his head in his hands. Perhaps it was the afterglow of the climax. Earlier, looking at those people and thinking of Merlin's words, his heart had been filled with boiling blood, and his style of action was almost completely different from usual. But now that he had calmed down, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Now, probably all the kings of the various tribes and the foreign races knew this man named King Arthur. If nothing unexpected happened afterward, he would probably have to lead a group of knights to drive away the foreign races. Although Morgan had said before that she would take care of these things, the problem now was that he was King Arthur, and others might not listen to Morgan's orders. At least the knights of the Round Table who didn't belong to Morgan's faction might not obey her. Unless Morgan le Fay became the queen. Fortunately, the vow he had made to Scáthach earlier had not yet taken effect, which meant that his original intention had not changed. Although he was in Britain, his heart was still in the land of shadows. Congratulations, King Arthur. A light, airy voice of a woman came from the front of the palace. Before Asher could recover, he smelled a faint, sweet fragrance and felt a soft touch beside him. Big sister is very satisfied with your performance today. No, extremely satisfied. Morgan le Fay sat beside Asher at some point, crossed her legs, and continued with a pleasant voice that was somewhat ticklish. To be honest, I didn't even think you could succeed at first. I didn't expect it myself. At that time, my mind was just focused on pulling out the Caliban. Asher sighed. He had successfully pulled out the Caliban, but he didn't feel any joy. Instead, he was worried about his future, worried about whether he would really have to run around every day fighting the foreign races. But you succeeded, didn't you? Morgan stroked Asher's head with a smile. That liar always seemed unreliable in his words and actions, but he could actually predict the future. Even when she had been somewhat shaken at the time, Asher was still able to change the future in his own way. This also gave Morgan le Fay a deeper understanding of Asher. It turned out that this usually timid boy in front of her also had his own passion, and would try to change fate because of her words, and he actually did it. It felt like it would be a pity to let him go back now. Morgan le Fay stared intently at Asher's face, a certain lustful desire gleaming in her eyes, and licked her thin red lips. He was simply like a sweet cake, and she really wanted to eat him in one bite right now. It should have been left for Lily, but it probably wouldn't be a problem if she took a sneak peek first, right? Anyway, they were all her harem. But Scáthach sighed. If she just secretly licked a few times, she wouldn't be discovered. Big sister Morgan, do you have something you need from me? Noticing the faint green light in Morgan's eyes, Asher couldn't help but shiver and tried to change the subject. It's nothing, I just wanted to come and see you, is that not allowed? Morgan said with a smile, crossing her other alluring long leg. Asher's gaze lingered on those alluring legs for a moment before looking straight ahead. Big sister Morgan, according to the agreement, I pulled out the Caliban. Can I go back now? It's still too early, at least until I've stabilized the Knights of the Round Table. Morgan's fingers brushed across Asher's face. Before that, I still need your prestige. Just stay until you come of age. That's too long. By the time I come of age. Asher's voice suddenly stopped, his eyes slowly widening, and he suddenly stood up. Damn it, he suddenly remembered something very important. What's wrong? Morgan looked at Asher's unsightly expression in confusion. Big sister Morgan, after pulling out the Caliban, won't my body's growth stop changing? Asher stared intently at Morgan and asked. Ah, it seems so. Then what do I do? Asher asked. Am I going to be like this forever? Isn't this very good? Between a big boy and a teenager, a bit immature yet also a bit mature, Morgan looked at Asher and nodded seriously, commenting. This is the best age. Best age my ass. He was still hoping he could grow taller. He wasn't even as tall as Shishou yet, this was too embarrassing. Asher was about to continue speaking when a servant's voice came from outside the palace. King Arthur, 3 leaders of the foreign races are requesting an audience outside the royal city. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 78, The Purpose of the Foreign Races. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. When the servant strode into the palace hall, he couldn't help but pause, a look of confusion in his eyes as he saw the woman sitting beside Asher. The former king was dead, so why was the current King Arthur with the former king's daughter? Asher seemed to realize something and coughed lightly. I was just discussing with Princess Morgan about reclaiming the lost territories. Discussing reclaiming lost territories with a witch. The leaders of the foreign races you mentioned, are they outside now? When he heard Asher's next words, the servant immediately nodded. Yes, they are requesting an audience outside now. Should I let them in? Or kill them? Morgan suddenly said. The servant was stunned and looked at Asher, seemingly asking for his opinion. Black lines appeared on Asher's forehead. He suddenly felt a bit uneasy about letting Morgan manage Britain. Kill this, kill that, this wasn't children playing house. Let them in, Asher said, glancing at Morgan at the end and asking in a low voice, is that okay? He seemed dignified, but also seemed to be asking for permission. Noticing Asher's gaze, Morgan couldn't help but laugh, but she quickly returned to her usual coldness and nodded seriously. Whatever King Arthur arranges. After all, with the servant present, she couldn't possibly not give him face. He was the king, after all. Yes. The servant said, then got up and walked out of the palace, the scene from just now still replaying in his mind. That witch actually smiled at King Arthur. And what was with her acting so obedient? He had already imagined several scenarios from the beginning, such as the chosen one who pulled out the Caliban attracting the witch with his charm, causing the usually unruly witch to submit and obey. Or perhaps the chosen one had awed the witch after pulling out the Caliban, so she would listen to King Arthur's arrangements like a little girl. In short, as expected of the king, he could actually make Morgan obedient. Heaven bless Britain. Not long after the servant left, he led 3 leaders of the foreign races into the palace. Your Majesty, I have brought them. Asher sized up the 3 leaders of the foreign races below. The 3 of them had different appearances, but each of them looked imposing. The one standing in the middle looked slightly thin, had snake-like pupils, and his hair stood up like a hedgehog. King Arthur, the 3 of them bowed slightly, expressing their respect, while secretly observing this newly crowned king. He really didn't expect King Arthur to be so young, he didn't look like a king at all. The snake-eyed leader also secretly observed the young men before him. He maintained a smile, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He looked too young no matter how one looked at it. Could such a person really become King Arthur and rule this country? Not to mention them, even the kings of those tribes might not be convinced, right? But that woman beside him was a bit dangerous. When they saw the blonde woman standing beside King Arthur, the 3 of them couldn't help but become serious. They were very wary of this witch because there had been friction in the past, and they had also heard the name Morgan le Fay from some people. Asher also noticed some meaning in the gazes of the 3 people, but he ignored it and directly asked. What do you want? We heard that someone pulled out the Caliban and became King Arthur, so we, representing the Saxons, express our sincere congratulations to King Arthur, the snake-eyed man said with a respectful tone. I see, Asher nodded, thinking to himself, why don't you just say what you want? I hate this kind of beating around the bush and wasting time the most. He wouldn't believe that these people had come to sincerely congratulate him. They were most likely here to probe the situation, or had other purposes. Could it be that they already knew he was the white dragon's body? A hint of doubt flashed in Asher's eyes. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Although he had shown some of the white dragon's power during the battle power overload earlier, it still looked very different from the white dragon. If it was just about the golden eyes, other dragons also had them, so they shouldn't have known about the white dragon's matter. In any case, it definitely wasn't that simple. As expected, after a simple congratulation, the snake-eyed man spoke again. King Arthur, actually, we have another matter to ask for this time. Speak, Asher said calmly. I wonder if King Arthur has heard the name Vortigern. The snake-eyed man stared intently at Asher as he finished speaking, as if trying to see something in his eyes. But unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Asher's gaze remained calm from beginning to end. This was the result of Scáthach's training. No matter what he faced, he could maintain a certain degree of calmness, even though his heart did jump when he heard the 3 words Vortigern. King Uther's elder brother, of course I've heard of him, Asher nodded. Why did you suddenly bring him up? Is there something wrong? Actually, we had an agreement with Vortigern a long time ago, the snake-eyed man said slowly. We would help him defeat King Uther and become the king of the foreign races, but in return, he would also give us part of Britain's land as a place to live. Most people knew that Vortigern had secretly allied with the foreign races to attack Britain and had defeated King Uther, so Asher naturally didn't find it strange. He silently looked at the snake-eyed men, waiting for his subsequent words. He once made a vow that after defeating King Uther, he would give us the land. And in return, we also made a vow that if he was defeated and trapped, we would definitely rescue him. He did succeed, however. After defeating King Uther, Vortigern disappeared, the snake-eyed man said slowly. He clearly won, but he himself also disappeared. This is really too strange. So? Asher asked. We hope to find Vortigern, the snake-eyed man raised his head. Otherwise, the geis will take effect. Then what use is it for you to look for me? Are you suspecting that I imprisoned Vortigern? Asher's voice was no different from before, but it made people feel a bit breathless. He could feel the disdain in these people's eyes, so he had to use a stronger method to try and intimidate them. We wouldn't dare, we just hope King Arthur can help, the snake-eyed man said with a smile. If we can find Vortigern, in return, we will live in a remote corner and withdraw from most of the land we occupy. Of course, you will also have corresponding benefits. We will publicly declare that King Arthur's wisdom and talent have convinced us, so we are willing to live in a remote corner. This will also be beneficial for you to reintegrate the kings of the various tribes. So that was the idea. The former king had retreated behind the scenes due to serious injuries and had failed to effectively govern Britain. The once united tribes had become independent again, so the foreign races had unscrupulously occupied the land. But now that King Arthur had appeared, these foreign races hoped to find the former king of the foreign races. On the other hand, they also wanted to use this method to temporarily stabilize the people of Britain and avoid war for now. What a good calculation. But, why did they hope to find Vortigern? Could it really be because of the geis vow? Asher secretly pondered in his heart. On the other side, the snake-eyed man stood up straight, seemingly confident. He stared at Asher. King Arthur, what is your answer? Asher nodded without showing any emotion. Although I don't know where Vortigern is now, I will have people help look for him. If he is found, I will have someone send you a message. Morgan le Fay looked at Asher in confusion, her mouth slightly open, about to speak, but Asher raised his hand, signaling her to wait. A calm smile appeared on the snake-eyed man's face. That would be best. Then thank you for King Arthur's generosity. We will also withdraw from most of Britain's land according to our previous agreement. So now we also hope that King Arthur can first make a vow that you will not exterminate us who live in a remote corner, and we can live in harmony. Don't misunderstand. Helping you find Vortigern is no problem, Asher stared at the snake-eyed man with a confident smile. But I want to change my request. Change your request, the snake-eyed man repeated. Asher nodded. Not live in a remote corner, I want you to make a vow to never set foot in Britain again. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, follow him from now on. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available fire. After hearing Asher's words, the smile on the snake-eyed man's face froze for a moment, and he stared at the new king in disbelief. He had thought he had calculated everything, even the interests of both sides and the conditions the other party might propose. But he hadn't expected this person to want them to leave Britain completely. Once they withdrew, it would be very difficult to attack again across the sea. This King Arthur was much smarter than he had imagined. Morgan stood aside silently, watching the bewildered leader of the foreign race below. She could somewhat understand their current mood. This person liked to give incomprehensible answers when others were full of confidence. You should reconsider, and give me an answer sooner rather than later, before I change my mind, Asher waved his hand. Send them away. The servant turned to the 3 people and said, please follow me, the 3 of you. His tone was very excited as he spoke. This king suited his taste, oh no, to be precise, the king's answer had excited him. Either get out of Britain directly, or wait for them to be driven out. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, that was what Asher meant just now. Regardless of whether Vortigern could be found or not, the foreign races had to leave Britain. The expressions of the 3 people were not good, but they couldn't immediately lose their temper, so they could only nod slightly. We will discuss it further. After saying that, they turned and strode out of the palace hall. The previously lively hall fell silent again, and Asher let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had trained for such a long time before, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. You're really something, Morgan le Fay revealed a satisfied smile. To be honest, I wanted to kill them as soon as they came in. Big sister Morgan, your thoughts are very dangerous from the start. Although we will drive the foreign races away sooner or later, we must first confirm their purpose, Asher sighed. It's really worrying if you were to govern the country. Then why don't you do it? Morgan le Fay said. I'll assist you. I will return to the land of shadows in the future, Asher said. You can't go back for the time being. I've already said it before, I still need your help for now, Morgan le Fay sighed helplessly as she finished speaking. Why are you so fixated on the land of shadows? Shishou and Big Sister have helped me a lot. I swore a long time ago that I would definitely protect the land of shadows. Asher shook his head, not dwelling on this topic. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about something else now. Are you talking about Vortigern? Morgan le Fay asked. Asher nodded. From the moment these three foreign leaders opened their mouths to make demands, he had felt something was wrong. Vortigern was clearly also a Briton. Even if he had once led the foreign races to invade Britain, he was still ultimately a Briton. Why were the foreign races so fixated on Vortigern? Could there be some other secret on Vortigern's body? Asher asked. Besides the white dragon's blood, he doesn't have any secrets. Morgan le Fay shook her head. Not everyone can perfectly inherit the white dragon's body. Their goal shouldn't be the white dragon's blood either. Then why? Asher hesitated for a moment. Could it be that they found out you locked Vortigern up? Impossible, I was very discreet when I did it. No one should have found out that Vortigern is with me, Morgan le Fay said. But, they probably suspect us. But so what? We were originally hostile forces. Even if we don't hand over Vortigern, we have the ability to drive them all out. Morgan le Fay's tone was very confident. However, perhaps we can consider returning that dying fellow to them, she continued. Return Vortigern to the foreign races. Asher was stunned. What's the reason? They had finally captured Vortigern, and now she wanted to let him go. This woman's thoughts were really hard to understand. Why do you think the foreign races haven't invaded Britain even a little bit of land until now? Is it because they are afraid of war, or because they are satisfied? Morgan le Fay walked leisurely to Asher's side and sat down. Neither, she shook her head. They lack someone who can truly lead the foreign races. Without the Wyrm king, the tribes among the foreign races are just like our current tribes, each acting on their own, like a plate of loose sand. But if Vortigern returns, it will be different. Her fingers toyed with Asher's hair. It might take some time, but slowly, the foreign races will regroup under Vortigern's leadership. Wouldn't that be even more disadvantageous for us? Asher asked. It has both advantages and disadvantages for us, Morgan continued. You should know about the tribes in Britain, right? Asher nodded slightly. After King Uther's defeat, many tribes no longer obeyed him, but instead became kings in their own right. Asher suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Morgan. You want to make the Wyrm king the common enemy of those people, using this method to make them feel a sense of crisis. Giving those people a target makes it easier to unite all the tribes and bring them under our control, Morgan le Fay said leisurely. As for Vortigern, you don't need to worry too much. He couldn't even beat me in his prime, let alone now that he's a cripple. Although Vortigern's underestimation of Morgan was also a factor, as the goddess of death, she wouldn't be afraid of a giant dragon, even if its existence represented the will of Britain. In short, leave this matter to me. After all, I was the one who caught that guy, Morgan le Fay said. As for your task, calculating the time, she should be here too. She. Asher was puzzled. Had Big Sister Morgan called someone else over here? Big Sister, Ash. King Arthur, do you need something from me? A girl's voice came from the front of the hall. Asher couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the girl before him. Lily. Why are you here? Don't be confused, I already called Lily over when you came back just now. Morgan le Fay stepped down from the platform and took Artoria's hand, leading her to Asher. Holy Blue Eyes and Asher's gaze met silently, neither of them speaking. Or rather, Morgan didn't give them a chance to speak, just pointed at Asher and asked, I heard his cooking skills are good, right, Lily? Artoria hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly. Big Sister, didn't you say you had something important to discuss that you needed me to come over for? Yes, my current problem is a big deal, Morgan said seriously. Answer my questions properly. You two have a good relationship, right? Artoria nodded again. Do you like him? She hesitated for a moment, then nodded once more. Whether as a king or as a friend, she did quite like Asher. Then follow him from now on. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 80, You Are a Girl. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Countless question marks seemed to pop up above Asher's head when he heard Morgan le Fay's words. Big Sister, didn't you say that after I pulled out the Caliban, you'd let me go home? Why did it turn out like this? Let Lily become your court steward, responsible for your decisions on certain matters, Morgan le Fay said leisurely. She was taught by that liar. Although Merlin usually seems unreliable, there shouldn't be any problems with him teaching Lily. Of course, I will also help. For example, after you two are busy all day, come and serve me again. That has nothing to do with helping, does it? Asher rubbed his forehead. Big sister Morgan, you knew from the beginning that once I pulled out the Caliban, I wouldn't be able to leave here easily, right? After pulling out the Caliban and becoming king, he had to take on that responsibility. Even if Morgan le Fay said she would handle things later, that would take time until Morgan le Fay had gained a certain amount of prestige. Or it was the method he had thought of before, marrying Morgan le Fay as queen. The second method was definitely not feasible, so the best plan now was to first drive away those foreign races and leave after Britain was stable. Of course, even so, he wouldn't be able to stay in the land of shadows for a very long time like before. He would have to come back from time to time. I've been tricked. Thinking of this, Asher slumped in his chair, the ahogue on his head drooping weakly. You tricked me. His hair was suddenly gently stroked. Asher raised his head and saw Artoria touching his head, a rare faint smile appearing on her delicate and beautiful face. It's okay, you will definitely become a qualified king. I will guide you as the court steward. Asher glanced at her and sighed. Lily was quite good now. She hadn't pulled out the Caliban and could transform from a big loli to a beautiful girl. But what about him? It would be fine if his face was just a little immature, but the key was his height. Although he was still much taller than Artoria now, he was a man. What was the point of comparing height with a silly ahogue-chan? Actually, you don't need to worry too much about the growth problem, Morgan suddenly said, seemingly seeing through Asher's thoughts. Not worry about the growth problem. Asher looked confused. What do you mean? Morgan le Fay smiled faintly. Are you sure you really pulled out the Caliban? Asher couldn't help but be stunned. Come to think of it, he didn't actually pull out the Caliban, but rather smashed the Caliban out of the rock. So, I can still continue to grow. Asher looked up at Morgan as if seeing hope. Morgan le Fay just sighed. Originally, I wanted to tease you a bit and didn't plan to tell you this, but the kind big sister couldn't bear to see you so depressed, so I had to tell the truth. But I'm not sure either. Let time prove in the future whether you really count as pulling out the Caliban. But no matter what, everyone acknowledges you, so. Morgan le Fay held out her hand as she finished speaking. Let's work hard together, King Arthur. Asher stared blankly at Morgan le Fay, looking at her hand and the smile on her face. This scene was so similar. Scáthach had made a similar gesture when she first met him. So, there was only one answer, right? Big sister Morgan, even if you say it so seriously, it can't change the fact that you tricked me onto this pirate ship. Asher sighed and reached out to shake her hand. Isn't there any other win-win method? He looked at the smile on Morgan's face, but his mind was thinking about other things. Was there a win-win method? A win-win method for him and Morgan. Asher suddenly stood up as if he had thought of something. I've got it. Thought of what? Artoria asked, standing beside Asher, seemingly already embracing her identity as the court steward. Why don't we form an alliance with the Land of Shadows? Asher asked. Morgan le Fay stared at Asher, her eyes flickering slightly, and soon a charming smile bloomed on her face again. There's no rush for this. Even if you want to form an alliance, you have to stabilize your own position first. Pulling out the Caliban makes you King Arthur, but now, you still need to gain the approval of another group of people. Not the common people, nor the knights, but the tribal kings. Asher looked thoughtful. Britain was not completely united now. The kings of the various tribes each governed their own territories, so Morgan hoped to be able to quickly bring these people under her control. In 2 days, I will have someone release 40. Morgan le Fay's voice paused, and she glanced at Artoria standing beside her. If nothing unexpected happens, after that, if we invite those people, they will be very willing to come to us. On the contrary, even if we don't invite them, they will be very anxious to rush over, right? By then, it will be your time to shine. You want me to establish prestige? Asher asked. Morgan nodded slightly. It's enough if we can temporarily get them to work for us. When you lead them to drive away the foreign races, you will naturally gain the approval of others. I thought you were going to say something like killing 1 or 2 tribal kings, and the others would be intimidated. Asher retorted. I don't like killing people unless it's absolutely necessary, Morgan said seriously. You should know that. I don't know, Asher thought. If he hadn't stopped her just now, those 3 foreign leaders would probably have kicked the bucket already. What did she mean by not liking killing people? Morgan le Fay stared at Asher for a while, then suddenly smiled, reaching out to poke his cheek. You've started to not take your big sister seriously since becoming King Arthur, huh? You dare to tease your big sister like this now, what will happen in the future? It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson when we get back. Don't do that, and don't poke my waist, it tickles a bit. Asher twisted his body up and down, trying to avoid Morgan's hand, but it was completely futile. Let's see if you still dare to disobey your big sister, making you talk nonsense. The movement of Morgan's hand suddenly stopped. No, to be precise, a hand suddenly pressed down on Morgan le Fay's wrist. Morgan le Fay turned her head and couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Artoria. Big sister, he is King Arthur. Please do not engage in any teasing behavior towards him in the hall, Artoria said seriously. Had she taken on the role of court steward so quickly? Asher couldn't help but admire in his heart. Lily was really reliable. After a brief moment of confusion, a smile quickly bloomed on Morgan le Fay's face. Does that mean we can do anything in the room? Morgan le Fay reached out with her other slender white finger and traced it across Asher's lips, then pressed it against her own tender lips. Anything. Please don't joke, Artoria said with a serious expression. We should focus on important matters now. Then what about after we go back? Morgan asked with interest. Why aren't you talking, Lily? This isn't like you. If you don't explain properly, big sister won't understand. Morgan le Fay's gaze roamed wantonly across Artoria's face, a faint green light seeming to emanate from her eyes. Not only Asher, but she also liked Artoria very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that the two of them were her harem at that time. Although there was a joking element, there was also a significant amount of seriousness. If she hadn't been afraid of Scáthach's anger, Morgan le Fay would have already made a move on Asher. Artoria was silent for a moment. As the steward by the king's side, I will not interfere with the king's private life, as long as it does not affect his normal decision-making. So generous? Morgan sat down in the chair beside Asher, leaned close to his ear, and said in a voice that the girl standing in front could also hear. Then let's continue doing fun things tonight, like making babies together. After saying that, she glanced at Artoria casually. The girl still maintained a calm expression on her face. However, she was only a 15-year-old girl after all. No matter how calm she was, her ears were still a bit hot at this moment. If this continued, Lily would probably really not be able to help but draw her sword and chop this shameless woman. Asher had no choice but to interrupt Morgan's teasing. All right, that's enough, big sister Morgan. Not only Artoria, but Asher himself was also a bit overwhelmed by this woman's intimate behavior. It wasn't that he disliked it, he was just a bit afraid of really becoming addicted to it. Asher finally breathed a sigh of relief when Morgan le Fay finally calmed down. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he raised his head to look at the still expressionless Artoria. By the way, Lily, since you are no longer living for the title of King Arthur, then there's no need for you to necessarily be a man, right? Artoria shook her head. It doesn't matter. Now, she just needed to serve as the court steward, carry out her duties properly, and take care of Asher. The rest didn't matter. It still matters, Asher said. In the future, when dealing with the outside world, your name will no longer be Artoris. From now on, you are Artoria, Morgan le Fay's younger sister, Asher said. Hearing Asher's words, a smile couldn't help but appear on Morgan le Fay's face. Even if Asher hadn't said it, she had been planning to bring it up. However, if Asher said it, perhaps the effect would be better. Artoria could only nod, answering calmly, if this is the king's order. This is not the king's order. Artoria was stunned, staring into Asher's eyes. From the moment she entered the hall until now, a strange light flickered for the first time in those calm, holy blue eyes. Asher's earnest gaze was reflected in her eyes, and his voice sounded again. This is only a common wish of Asher and Morgan le Fay, nothing more. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 81, Am I a Masochist? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. You really are something, Asher. Morgan le Fay silently watched Asher, then glanced at the gradually changing expression on Artoria's face, and suddenly smiled. She had originally planned to give a little push from behind, but now it seemed she didn't need to help at all. What? Asher seemed not to have reacted. Didn't you realize how much your words just now added to your score? Morgan le Fay said with a smile. But wasn't that big sister Morgan's wish? Asher replied. I just fulfilled our common wish according to our previous agreement. What did I say wrong? Morgan was taken aback, and the smile on her face grew even more cheerful. What an underestimated fellow, it was this kind of nonchalant action that added so much to his charm. It was precisely because of this that she felt jealous. What exactly had that old woman done to make him so devoted? Just big breasts, or long legs? She was completely no less attractive than Scáthach in that regard. Was it really because of a bit of a teacher complex? Morgan le Fay could only come to this conclusion no matter how she thought about it. But this made her even more excited, loving one person, but his body loving another, even loving them to the point of being completely unable to refuse. Just thinking about it made her excited. Big sister Morgan. Feeling Morgan le Fay's excited gaze, Asher felt uncomfortable all over and tried to change her focus. Under Asher's gaze, Morgan le Fay finally came back to her senses. This wasn't good, she almost exposed her true nature. It wouldn't be good if she scared this young king. Calm down, calm down. Morgan le Fay withdrew her gaze and looked at Artoria. Lily, you take him to his room to rest first. I still have some things to deal with. Next, she needed to quickly send out invitations to the kings of the various tribes and release the news of Vortigern's return. 2 white dragons representing the will of Britain couldn't exist in the same world. Now that Asher had become the white dragon, Vortigern was just an ordinary human. She could eliminate such a person at any time. It didn't matter at all even if she let him go. Then be careful yourself, big sister Morgan, Asher said with some worry. Although he believed in Morgan's strength, he always felt that this woman was a bit arrogant, looking down on everyone, as if saying, all of you here are trash. But that was still the former demon dragon. Even with the new king's ascension, as the former WYRM king who had almost controlled Britain, he still had to be careful. Don't worry, Morgan le Fay said, then glanced at Artoria beside her. Lily, you stay by his side these few days. If nothing unexpected happens, the kings of the various tribes will come rushing to find us in about 3 or 4 days, right? Yes, big sister. Artoria said seriously, then a sound of flapping wings was heard, and in the next moment, a crow flew out of the hall. Asher looked in the direction where Morgan le Fay had disappeared, feeling somewhat emotional in his heart. He had only just become King Arthur, and he was about to meet the various kings. Being a king was really tiring. He was more suited to being a dead fish. Asher turned his head to look at Artoria. The girl's face was still calm, her gaze just looking into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. It was hard to imagine how she had endured that period of arduous training in the past. What are you looking at? Artoria seemed to notice Asher's gaze and turned her head to look at him. Looking at you, Asher said. He pondered for a moment, then added, to be precise, I'm looking at your face. Artoria. She suddenly felt like she had asked a pointless question. Lily, will you regret it? Asher suddenly asked. The Caliban, which should have been pulled out by Artoria, had now fallen into his hands. She had worked so hard for so long, but in the end, someone else had gotten there first. He wondered what she was thinking now. Regret what? Artoria asked. If you're talking about the Caliban, to be honest, I'm quite happy, she continued. But in that case, wouldn't all your efforts have been in vain? I will get angry if you say that, Artoria said, her calm tone indeed carrying a hint of anger. Everything I've learned hasn't been in vain. Am I not by your side now as the court steward, preparing to teach you everything I've learned? You taught me the runes, in return, I will teach you other things. This is also an equal exchange. He hadn't expected this Shishou Scáthach to speak so reasonably. Asher praised in his heart, then I'll trouble you in the future. I'm still very immature now, so I will always need your help. No, we are just helping each other, Artoria paused slightly. And if I have to say it, I have also gained a lot from you. Runes, and making up with her big sister, and... She looked at Asher, a faint smile appearing on her delicate and lovely face. So, let's work hard together in the future too. It seemed her personality was much more cheerful than before. Looking at the faint smile on Artoria's face, Asher suddenly felt that everything seemed worthwhile. His and Morgan le Fay's efforts had not been in vain. You look very tired. Artoria looked at Asher's somewhat weary face and asked. After all, it's been a busy day. Is there a place to rest here? I want to rest a bit while I have time, Asher asked. When he pulled out the Caliban earlier, he had entered battle power overload mode. The arm that lifted the giant rock had been aching since for a while now, and he couldn't exert any strength. He needed to rest for a while. I'll take you to your room first, Artoria took 2 steps forward and bowed slightly. Follow me, your majesty. Usually when no one's around, you can just call me by my name. It feels weird to be called your majesty all the time, Asher said. If this is the king's request, then I will obey, Artoria said. So why was she so serious? Asher sighed, walked forward, and patted the girl's seemingly delicate shoulder with his right hand. Lily, we're friends, right? Don't be so reserved when no one's around, otherwise it's too lonely. How can I not be reserved? A look of confusion appeared on Artoria's face. If you don't know what to do, think about how big sister Morgan treated me earlier, just treat me like that. Artoria thought about Morgan's previous conversation with Asher and what she did to Asher afterward, a slightly puzzled expression appearing on her face. Do you like being teased? No. I'm saying we should communicate more casually. Asher rubbed his forehead. Where on earth did this Shishou Scáthach's mind go? Why did it sound like I was a masochist? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 82, Aggravane. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Led by Artoria, the two walked along a long corridor towards a certain room. King Arthur. At this moment, a respectful voice came from ahead, and a man clad in armor bowed slightly to express his respect. Asher looked at the men before him, his expression serious, feeling an inexplicable pressure at first glance. "Who are you, friend?" Seeing the confusion in Asher's eyes, the man explained, "My name is Agravain. You may not remember me now, but you will become familiar with me in the future." This person was Agravain, one of Big Sister Morgan's children. Looking at Agravain's serious expression, Asher roughly understood and nodded slightly, extending his hand. "Asher, the current King Arthur. I will need your help in the future. Please take care of me." Agravain paused, then extended his hand and shook Asher's. After letting go, he glanced at Artoria, who remained silent beside him, and said, "Then I won't disturb the king. If there's anything, you can have a servant notify me." After saying that, he continued walking towards the depths of the corridor. "Feels like a rather serious person," Asher muttered. Moreover, he felt that this person seemed to harbor considerable hostility towards him. He wondered if it was just his imagination. "Follow me," Artoria's voice pulled Asher back to reality. "This will be your room from now on." After some distance, Artoria led Asher to the front of a certain room. In fact, she wasn't very familiar with the palace layout. It was just that Big Sister had anticipated this and told her Asher's room location in advance. Asher immediately lay down on the soft bed, feeling as if all the fatigue of the day sank into the mattress. And the quilt was very soft, the pillow too. He rolled around on the bed, hugging the quilt, and suddenly noticed the girl beside him hadn't left but silently watched him. Asher cleared his throat twice. "Is there anything else, Lily?" "No," Artoria shook her head. "I am the court steward responsible for taking care of you, so it's only natural that I stay here and help you solve all kinds of difficulties." That sounded quite professional. "You'll help me solve any difficulty?" Asher asked. "Yes, that's what a court steward." "Then go cook," Asher said. Artoria. "You can't do it, can you?" Asher glanced sideways at Artoria. "In that case, just go rest obediently. You've been busy all day, and now that you're not the king, there's no need to train so hard every day. So, go get some rest." Hearing this, she no longer hesitated and nodded. "Then thank you, Your Maj." Her voice suddenly stopped, noticing the dissatisfaction in the young man's gaze. A charming and lovely smile appeared on Artoria's face. "Thank you." Only after Artoria left the room did Asher finally get some peace and quiet. He raised his hand, and the power of the runes manifested, a faint green light enveloping one of his arms, slowly healing it. After a brief period of healing, Asher felt the soreness in his arms a bit. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his surroundings, suddenly feeling a bit unreal. How did I, of all people, end up pulling out the Caliban and becoming King Arthur? But since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. There was no point in thinking about such things now. What needed to be done was to unite the tribes as soon as possible and then drive away the foreign races completely. Before that, he still needed to improve his strength. Speaking of which, he was just missing a more suitable sword. This Caliban was quite fitting. Asher picked up the Caliban placed beside him. The sword's appearance looked quite slender and ornate, and just holding it gave him a very special feeling. But there were quite a few stone fragments stuck to the sword, making it look a bit dirty. "I'll have to find some time to clean these fragments off," Asher muttered. "I wonder if I can use noble phantasms like Caliban now," Asher suddenly thought. Thinking about how everyone else had ultimate moves, like the spear that pierces with death, the spear that thorns with death, the sword of promised victory, and so on. It seemed he had always relied on brute force. If he could have a stronger ultimate move, maybe even Shishou would be surprised in the future. Also, could runes be inscribed on the Caliban? If so, this sword should be able to become stronger, right? While Asher was thinking about these things, he swung the sword again and suddenly felt a very strange sensation. For some reason, he always felt that when he held this sword, something was urging him on. Could it be that he could really use this sword? He tried to channel his magic power into the Caliban. The Caliban, which had just been ordinary, suddenly lit up with a golden light. Asher quickly withdrew his magic power, and the light of the Caliban disappeared. That startled him. It could really be used. Asher looked at the Caliban and pondered for a while. He should go out to the courtyard and try it. Thinking this, he stood up and was about to walk out of the room. But as soon as he stood up, that strange feeling from just now suddenly disappeared. Why? Asher looked at the Caliban in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. He found that even if he tried to channel magic power into the Caliban again, it would no longer light up. "Are you wondering why you can't use the power of the Caliban?" a voice came from behind him. Yes, I clearly had that very strange feeling just now, but now it's gone. Asher replied, staring at the sword in his hand. The Caliban will only unleash its true power when the wielder can uphold what is right or is a perfect king. It is meaningless to simply try to use it to experiment and confirm its power, the voice behind him continued. So, the power of the Caliban can only be unleashed in actual combat. Asher nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly paused. He suddenly turned his head and saw a golden-haired woman lying on the bed, waving her hand with a smile. Good evening. When did you come in? Asher was as if he had seen a ghost. He hadn't noticed at all when another person had appeared behind him. If I have to say, probably a few minutes ago. Morgan le Fay sat on the edge of the bed, saying lazily. She clearly looked like a very mature woman, but now her fingers were casually playing with her hair, making her look somewhat cute. Next time, please use the front door. Asher retorted. Have you notified the tribes? I let Vortigern go. Morgan le Fay crawled behind Asher, her full body leaning forward, pressing against Asher's back, her arms wrapped around his neck. I also had people notify the kings of the tribes, inviting them to Camelot Royal City in 3 days to discuss the matter of repelling the foreign races. Asher felt something soft pressing against his back. He turned his head to sneak a glance. Those full breasts had been pressed slightly out of shape against his back, and the red mark on her chest also looked slightly distorted, appearing particularly alluring. You see how hard I'm working, shouldn't you give me a reward? Morgan le Fay's alluring lips parted slightly, and a sweet scent seemed to fill the air. Reward. After all, I'm working so hard, shouldn't I get something in return? Morgan le Fay's finger rested on Asher's chin, her lips close to Asher's face, her breath seeming to exhale a charming fragrance. You agree, don't you, my queen? More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 83, Morgan's Reward. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. A reward, huh? Listening to Morgan le Fay's voice and her captivating eyes, Asher pondered for a moment, then reached out his left hand and Morgan le Fay's head. You've worked hard. Such perfunctory treatment isn't what a king should do. Morgan le Fay narrowed her eyes, her tone displeased. What else can I reward you with besides this? Asher said helplessly. Don't look at him as King Arthur now. In reality, Britain was still in civil war, and the only people he could command were those few. Only after unifying the tribal kings would his power grow. But even so, he couldn't think of anything to reward Morgan le Fay with. Originally, as a goddess, it was unlikely she would desire earthly things. Even if she suddenly asked for a reward now, Asher genuinely couldn't think of anything suitable. Indeed, I genuinely don't have anything I particularly want. Morgan le Fay nodded seriously. See. Asher rolled his eyes, trying to shift his position to avoid the pressure Morgan le Fay was putting on his back, but because she was hugging him from behind, he couldn't move at all. Morgan le Fay leaned her mouth close to Asher's ear. Although there's nothing I want, if you're willing to dedicate yourself to the witch, sister would be very happy, you know. Asher. So why does this woman love to tease people so much? Seeing Asher suddenly fall silent, Morgan le Fay chuckled softly. She took the golden crown from Asher's head and placed it on her own, then took the blue crown from her own head and placed it on Asher's. Now, I am King Arthur. When she finished speaking, her tone carried a hint of teasing. If you want to be King Arthur that badly, I don't mind giving it to you now. Asher spread his hands, indicating he didn't care. Give it to me now. Really? Morgan le Fay leaned forward a little more, the soft pressure from her back becoming even more pronounced. You said it, you know. Sister Morgan, can you stop messing around? I'm very tired today. Under Morgan's repeated provocations, Asher finally reached his limit. Does she really take me for a lazy fish? If she pushes me too hard, I might do anything. Tired today, does that mean we can continue tomorrow? Morgan le Fay asked. After a brief silence, Asher sighed. Enough is enough, sister. I am King Arthur, show some respect. Morgan le Fay's smile faded a little. You've really grown up. You never used to talk to sister like this. Does becoming king really change one's mindset? Disobedient children have no reason to exist, you know. Asher sighed in resignation, no longer speaking. That's why he had never resisted Morgan le Fay before. This woman seemed easy to talk to, but in reality, her mood changed faster than anyone else's. She said she liked him, but in reality, she probably just enjoyed the pleasure of teasing others. If he were to truly fall in love with Morgan, she would probably lose all interest in him very quickly. Perhaps sensing Asher's gloom, Morgan le Fay let out a cheerful laugh. Her smooth chin rested on Asher's right shoulder, and she turned her head to look at his profile. Are you angry? Asher shook his head. I wouldn't dare. You are the goddess of death, how could I dare to be angry with you? His tone was very gloomy as he spoke. Morgan le Fay gazed at Asher for a few seconds, seemingly realizing she might have teased him too much. She smiled. "Don't be angry, sister will give you a reward." When she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned forward and kissed Asher's face, her soft tongue gently licking him. Feeling the wetness on his cheek, Asher raised his hand to wipe it away, but then heard her voice, "Don't move." Asher then stopped his hand again. Despite being angry, he could still remain rational. He wouldn't fall out with Morgan le Fay over such a small matter. After all, she hadn't really done anything to offend him, she just liked to tease people too much. All right, no more jokes. Let's talk about serious matters now." Morgan le Fay put the golden crown back on Asher's head. "It's about time we talked about serious matters." Asher gave her an annoyed glance, barely restraining himself. During their small playful interaction, Morgan le Fay's dress had somehow pulled up to her thighs, revealing a pair of fair, soft legs, as well as her moist eyes and the vaguely visible 2 mounds of softness. This woman wasn't the goddess of death, she was clearly a vixen. Morgan seemed to notice Asher's gaze, and the smile on her face grew even wider. She slowly extended a finger and twirled it on Asher's chest. "There will be news from the tribal kings in a few days. I will have the Knights of the Round Table build momentum for you, so you need to be mentally prepared. Remember, when facing the kings, do not show any fear," she said, her tone becoming much more serious at the end. "Those people are very arrogant. If you show fear, no one will sympathize with you, they will only look down on you." Asher reluctantly collected his thoughts and nodded lightly. "I understand." "One more thing," Morgan le Fay continued. "They might agree to a temporary alliance, but they might not obey you. The Knights of the Round Table will build momentum for you, but you also need to have the ability to make people submit." "What should I do?" Asher subconsciously asked. "What you should do? You should know better than I do." Morgan le Fay casually tilted her head, her glossy golden hair gently sliding onto her shoulder, revealing her fair and tempting neck. "After all, you've done it once today. Using a king's magnanimity to make them submit is enough." "Today, huh?" Asher murmured to himself. To be honest, what happened today was just him going with the flow. The main reason was Merlin's pushing from behind, which angered him. He really didn't think he could be like this in a few days when he met the kings, or rather, achieve this effect. Speaking of which, did that liar intend to push me to be King Arthur from the start, which is why he provoked me in that way? Asher suddenly thought of this possibility. Thinking carefully, given Merlin's personality, he really might do such a thing. However, thinking so much now was meaningless. He could only take it one step at a time. The most important thing now was to prepare himself mentally, as he would be facing the kings in a few days. Thinking of this, Asher looked thoughtful. "Sister Morgan, when will you let go?" "Oh my, you don't like this." Morgan le Fay leaned in closer again. "I always thought you liked big-chested older sisters the most. After all, you often secretly look at me." "That's just because you always like to dress so alluringly." Asher retorted loudly. "Then do you like it?" Morgan le Fay suddenly asked. Asher was silent for a moment. "I like it." "Want to touch?" "Asher." Morgan suddenly released her arms from around Asher and made him turn around. She grabbed one of his hands and slowly guided it towards her chest, little by little, getting closer. "No way. What is this goddess thinking?" Looking at the pair of fair, full breasts so close, and Morgan le Fay's tempting gaze, Asher's eyes slowly widened, watching as his fingers were about to touch that softness. Knock, knock. "Please rest early. New training awaits you tomorrow, Asher." Just as his finger touched the softness and his mind had just wavered, Artoria's voice came from outside the door. She had been guarding the door from the beginning, vaguely hearing the conversation from inside, and from these conversations, she could more or less judge what they were doing. "TCH, Lily's sense of smell is really keen," Morgan clicked her tongue. "It seems running away secretly isn't really feasible. It would be better to come over when Lily goes to rest." Morgan le Fay thought of this, released Asher's hand, and whispered, "Get some rest early. See you tomorrow." After speaking, she disappeared from the spot, or rather, transformed into a crow and left. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 84, Meeting the Kings. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Unbeknownst to him, 6 days had passed, and honestly, Asher was utterly exhausted these past few days. At this moment, in a tightly shut room. "Did you hear me, Asher?" Artoria frowned slightly, looking at Asher, who seemed to be in a daze. Her small lips parted, and her fair hand waved in front of his eyes, while the other was placed on her hip. "This is not the time to zone out. Did you hear what I just said?" "Ah, yes, I heard. Dinner must include fish, right?" Asher said listlessly. I was talking about the locations occupied by the foreign tribes and the methods to deal with them, not what to eat for dinner. Artoria's voice was full of exasperation. So what we eat for dinner isn't important then? Asher asked. Artoria's delicate face froze for a moment, then she lightly coughed, composing herself, and said earnestly, dinner is an important part of a person's energy intake and relaxation, so it naturally cannot be ignored. Oh, I see. Asher said, then slumped onto the table, his face filled with exhaustion. It was no wonder he was so tired. Almost every day these past few days, Artoria had been by his side. While it might sound nice to have a beautiful girl accompanying him, the problem was that this Ahok-chan, a term of endearment for Artoria, referring to her prominent hair antenna, implying a somewhat naive or airheaded personality, wasn't chatting with him idly. Instead, in just 6 days, she had been stuffing him with all sorts of knowledge she had learned from Merlin, as well as information about the foreign tribes and how to deal with them. In addition, he had to train every day, and after returning, he still had to endure Morgan le Fay's torment of his body and mind. All in all, Asher felt that his training in the land of shadows before was quite blissful. He even thought that if this continued, he would become the first king to die from overwork. Speaking of which, if I die, can Sister Morgan still resurrect me? Asher suddenly thought. Are you very tired? Artoria noticed the fatigue on Asher's face. Sorry, let me rest for a bit. Asher's voice was weak. After saying that, he continued to lie down, his hair antenna drooping powerlessly, looking listless. You can't get fat in one bite, you have to take your time. Moreover, the internal strife hasn't even subsided yet. If he doesn't unite the tribal kings first, let alone expel the foreign tribes. Some things didn't need to be instilled in him so early. It could only be said that this Ahok-chan was still too anxious. Do you need special service? Just as Asher indignantly thought this, he suddenly heard Artoria's voice. The hazy feeling in his head receded considerably, and Asher sharply looked up at this Ahok-chan. Lily, what did you just say? Do you want special service? Artoria said again, her tone always calm, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Royal Sister said that if you're very tired, giving you a little special service will help you perk up. She added. What on earth did Sister Morgan teach Lily? Do you need it? While Asher was still thinking about this, he heard the girl's voice again. Then, without giving Asher time to speak, Artoria walked behind Asher. If you don't speak, I'll take it as a yes. Next, Asher felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but after that, the pain quickly became very comfortable. So this is what Lily meant by special service. Lily, when did you learn this? Asher asked. Artoria said while massaging Asher's shoulder, Royal Sister taught me 2 days ago, saying that doing this would make you very happy. Do you feel better now? Artoria then asked. Much better. Asher nodded. Thank you. You do so much every day, it's natural to feel tired. If this little thing can make you relax a bit, then it's nothing. Artoria said. After all, no king would prepare food for her every night. She hesitated, then continued, if you're really too busy, you don't have to specially prepare food for me later. There are other people in the palace responsible for cooking. It's fine, it's fine. You're still growing, you need to eat more to grow up. Asher waved his hand, interrupting Artoria. You're probably not used to other people's cooking either, right? Artoria said nothing more, just quietly continued to massage Asher. As Asher said, she really wasn't quite used to other people's cooking, or rather, after half a year of living together, she had already gotten used to Asher's food. The atmosphere in the room became quiet, but there was no awkwardness. This was the result of their half-year of companionship, even staying in the same space without any conversation felt comfortable and reassuring. Asher narrowed his eyes, enjoying this brief tranquility and the comfort brought by Artoria's massage. Why do I feel like I'm running some kind of big bride development plan? Asher inexplicably thought of this, and couldn't help but glance back at the girl a few times. Preparing food for Artoria every day, then sparring with her, and then she would teach him all the things she had learned. It really did feel like raising a big lowly. What's wrong? Staring at people is very impolite. Noticing Asher's gaze, Artoria asked in confusion, her eyes clear and bright, her small face tinged with a faint blush, looking incredibly adorable. Every time I see you, I feel very at ease. Asher said. Why? I don't know if I count as having pulled the Caliban, so having someone shorter than me makes me feel a lot more at ease right now. Asher said with a hint of relief at the end. Artoria was silent for a while. In a few years, I should be taller than you. Asher. That seemed to be true, didn't it? In a few years, the big lowly would become a beautiful girl, the Ahok-chan would become Lancer Artoria, full of a regal aura, practically a second Sister Morgan, while he might still be the same. Thinking of this, Asher slumped onto the table, sighing heavily. He could only hope that he hadn't actually pulled the Caliban, or could he put the sword back now? Artoria looked at the gloomy young man and clearly understood something. A faint smile appeared on her usually cool face. Don't worry, even if you're shorter than me, you'll still be my king, and I'll still take care of you as a court steward. I'll take care of you always. Asher turned to look at the girl beside him. Her eyes looked much softer now, and a faint smile played on her face. Asher's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her eyes. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a servant's voice. King Arthur, the 13 tribal kings have arrived at the royal city. The pleasant atmosphere was broken. Hearing the servant's words, most of Asher's fatigue immediately receded, or rather, he temporarily suppressed it. They're finally here. After waiting for nearly a week, these people certainly dragged their feet. If it weren't for Vortigern's news being released, they probably wouldn't have come to the royal city until now, right? Let's go, Lily. Asher forced himself to stand up, bracing himself. Let's go meet those so-called tribal kings. More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 85, Calling a Horse a Deer. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Duke Bell, long time no see, the man said with a smile. Indeed, it has been a long time since we last met. Ever since Vortigern led the foreign tribes and attempted to invade Britain, much time has passed. The man known as Duke Bell stroked his sensual mustache. He exuded elegance from head to toe, yet he was not to be underestimated. This man was one of the tribal leaders, Scout. I never thought Vortigern would return after disappearing for a few years. It's truly unbelievable, Scout said, his face solemn. If it weren't for Vortigern, perhaps none of us would be here today, would we? Duke Bell smiled at the tribal leaders before him. So, you mean we should thank Vortigern? Ha, in that sense, it's true, Scout laughed twice, then sighed heavily. But if possible, I really don't wish to hear any more news about Vortigern. The others remained silent. Vortigern Pendragon, his name once truly enveloped everyone's hearts like a demonic dragon. At that time, many thought Vortigern would lead the foreign tribes to flatten Britain, but unexpectedly, he disappeared after defeating King Uther. Speaking of which, why hasn't King Arthur arrived yet? Duke Bell glanced at Sir Agravain, who was leading them through the backyard, and asked. Please wait a moment, sirs. King Arthur is on his way, Agravain replied respectfully. Before that, I will take you on a tour of the royal city. He was knighted as a Knight of the Round Table by his mother, but now he could only serve as a guest here because these people were not yet fully loyal to Britain. They were tribes within Britain but did not completely obey Britain's command. I heard he's a very young king. A pink-haired girl smiled gently, picking up a leaf. I wonder what kind of person he is. Milo, isn't it too hard for you to manage your territory alone? Duke Bell looked at the pink-haired girl with a kind and amiable expression. There's no other way. Since my father died of illness, my 2 older brothers also passed away due to various reasons, and I'm the only one left to inherit my father's position, Milo sighed. Even if I don't want to, I have to keep it going. Then isn't this perfect? Duke Bell said with a smile. We all know King Arthur's purpose this time. Since your family only has you left, why not take this opportunity to completely hand over your tribe to King Arthur's management? Milo pretended to ponder for a moment, then quickly showed a lovely smile. If King Arthur is willing to marry me as queen, I might consider it. Then I'll suggest it to him later. I also hope niece Milo can have a happy life, Duke Bell said with a smile. Then thank you, Uncle Bell. Milo nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. But in reality, she felt disdain. Although he was King Arthur, he was still just an underage child. She and King Arthur were completely different. She had been immersed in such matters since childhood, a person who had struggled in adversity for a long time. However, if King Arthur was really willing to marry her as queen, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. But after that, she should be the one to control Britain, and then annex all these tribal leaders. At this moment, an impatient voice suddenly came from among the tribal leaders. A mere new king, delaying so many people's time. Even King Uther in his prime wouldn't dare be so negligent. As expected, ignorance truly knows no fear. Milo turned her head to look at the tribal leader who had spoken, a friendly smile on her face. Long time no see, Uncle Buddy. That tribal leader just glanced at her, nodded gently, and did not speak. In his eyes, this girl was merely a child, not worth bothering with. However, what Buddy just said is indeed true. How can anyone recognize such a young child as king? If one were chosen from among the gentlemen present, the foreign tribes would probably have been expelled already, Duke Bell said slowly. Agravain's brows furrowed slightly. Sirs, no matter what, he is King Arthur. Isn't your tone a bit too harsh? You misunderstand. I don't mean King Arthur is incapable, I just think he's too young. I hear he's not even 16. At that age, even if he becomes King Arthur, he won't be able to lead everyone to drive away the foreign tribes, he still needs more training. And I heard the court steward accompanying King Arthur is also a child. Duke Bell shook his head with a smile. Rather than saying King Arthur is in charge of Britain, I'd rather believe that the witch is manipulating everything behind the scenes. He suddenly stopped speaking, as if he had thought of something terrifying, and remained silent. The others also fell silent. Compared to King Arthur, they feared the unpredictable Morgan le Fay more. Because of the recent slip of the tongue, the few of them didn't talk much more, just strolled through the backyard admiring the scenery. Before long, someone suddenly stepped into the backyard. King Arthur has arrived. Finally arrived. It took long enough, Duke Bell sighed slowly. This really doesn't convey any sincerity. This pose is indeed a bit grand, Milo gently blew away the leaf in her palm. If it were me, I would have been waiting here for everyone a long time ago. Niece Milo is more approachable. Why don't you become King Arthur? Duke Bell said with a smile, his tone casual. Uncle Bell, you're joking. How could I be King Arthur? One is not qualified without pulling the Caliban. Milo shook her head. Duke Bell just smiled. Those prophecies shouldn't be taken too seriously. Everyone, I apologize for my lateness. I was delayed on the way. Asher's voice came from not far away. He wore a golden crown, his soft hair, and a gentle smile on his face, looking quite amiable in the sunlight. Milo's eyes immediately lit up. This new king was much better looking than she had imagined. If such a person were her husband, it would indeed be acceptable. Aside from Milo, the others did not pay much attention to Asher, but given his title of King Arthur, they still nodded slightly to express their respect. Artoria, following beside Asher, frowned slightly at this scene, somewhat displeased with their attitude. But she glanced at Asher's still calm expression and could only endure. If the king did not speak, it would be better for her not to speak either. Asher secretly observed the eyes of the people in front of him and probably understood their intentions. It seems they intended to give me a display of power from the start. Sister Morgan's plan seemed to be failing from the beginning. Asher looked at the scene before him and probably understood what this meant. Even if he were to intimidate these tribal leaders with the might of the Knights of the Round Table now, they would still look down on him. However, Morgan le Fay didn't seem to consider so much. For that woman, as long as she could make people submit, that was enough, other matters were irrelevant to her. I need to find another way. Asher's gaze shifted around, and suddenly, the corner of his eye caught sight of a certain direction. Immediately, his eyes lit up slightly. King Arthur, are you preparing for battle? Duke Bell glanced at the several Knights of the Round Table behind Asher, asking with a teasing tone, why are you bringing so many attendants when you go out? Kay's face showed anger, but he quickly suppressed it. He looked at Asher, who was walking ahead, somewhat bewildered as to why King Arthur was so calm now, as if he hadn't heard anything. Could it be that King Arthur still doesn't realize these people completely look down on him? Artoria also glanced at the young man beside her. Royal Sister had told her to try her best to cooperate with Asher today and build momentum for him, but from the moment they stepped into this backyard, they were already at a disadvantage. Clearly, these tribal leaders had prepared well in advance. King Arthur, why aren't you speaking? Duke Bell looked at Asher with a smile, putting pressure on him again. This young king hadn't said anything from beginning to end, and was even gazing into the distance, as if enjoying the scenery. But even without thinking, it was obvious that he had never seen such a scene before, so he was trying to figure out how to deal with it now, right? Did King Arthur think that bringing a few Knights of the Round Table would be enough to intimidate them? Harboring such naive thoughts, he was simply too young after all. King Arthur, what are you looking at? Duke Bell pretended to look at Asher in confusion, applying pressure to him again. They all knew what this new king meant, nothing more than hoping to gather their strength to drive away the foreign tribes. Driving away the foreign tribes was not a problem, but wanting them to simply obey King Arthur's command, and even risking their painstakingly managed tribes being integrated into Britain in the future. King Arthur was thinking too much. I'm looking at the scenery, at my mount. Asher's gaze remained fixed on a certain direction not far away, never once looking at these tribal leaders. The tribal leaders followed Asher's gaze, but there was nothing there except a horse grazing. Is that King Arthur's beloved horse? Duke Bell asked with a smile. Asher nodded, then shook his head. You're mistaken, Duke Bell. That is a deer. I love this deer because it runs very fast and is very beautiful. A deer? Where is there a deer? Duke Bell was stunned, even rubbing his eyes. There, didn't you see it? Asher said earnestly, looking at the horse grazing not far away. Isn't that a horse? Duke Bell asked, somewhat surprised. That's a deer, Asher said again. No, King Arthur, did you make a mistake? Duke Bell suppressed a laugh. Could this new king have gone mad just after ascending the throne? To point at a horse and insist it's a deer? I'm not mistaken, Asher said earnestly, that is a deer. But, my king, do you think there's anything about it that resembles a deer? Nothing at all, right? Duke Bell shook his head with a smile. The other tribal leaders also laughed along. Only the Knights of the Round Table behind them didn't laugh, nor did Asher. He didn't turn back, he just asked the Knights of the Round Table behind him. Kay, do you think that's a horse, or a deer? Kay paused, then after a brief silence, he quickly understood something and showed a brilliant smile. King Arthur would not be mistaken. If you believe it is a deer, then it is a deer. Sir Gawain, what do you think? He then asked. It is a deer, Gawain said with a smile. Geraint, what do you think? Indeed, it is a deer. I trust King Arthur's judgment. Geraint raised his sword to show his respect. My Knights of the Round Table, do you think this is a horse, or a deer? Asher suddenly turned to face the assembled Knights of the Round Table. And so, before the astonished tribal leaders, the Knights of the Round Table raised their weapons in unison and shouted. If King Arthur believes it is a deer, then it is a deer. Asher turned back to face the tribal leaders, and with Duke Bell's increasingly grim expression, he asked loudly. Now I ask you again. What do you all believe this is now, a horse, or a deer? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 86, The Conference. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. What do you think, Duke Bell? Looking at the quiet tribal chiefs, Asher spoke again. Do you trust my judgment, or would you rather trust your own eyes? Looking at the Knights of the Round Table behind him, Duke Bell, after a long silence, spoke in a low voice. I believe King Arthur's judgment. This is a deer. What do the others think? Asher asked, looking at the rest. King Arthur is right, it's a deer. Milo had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes sparkled. He doesn't seem to be an incompetent king. He doesn't brainlessly use force to suppress people, but understands how to use influence to pressure others. Yes, it's a deer. I also think King Arthur didn't see wrong, it is indeed a deer. Watching a group of people nod in agreement, Asher showed a faint smile. It seems everyone has some judgment. Let's return to the palace now and discuss repelling the outsiders together. I imagine none of you want to wait for Vortigern to lead his troops to attack us directly, right? Upon hearing that name, several people's faces turned serious. If possible, it would be best to catch them by surprise, Duke Bell said seriously. Indeed, as long as Vortigern isn't eliminated, we'll never be able to drive out the outsiders. His very existence represents the outsiders. Milo's gentle smile also faded considerably, his expression becoming more severe. After all, creatures like demon dragons shouldn't exist. Their blood should have been drained long ago, and their blood and flesh fed to other beasts, don't you think, King Arthur? She looked at Asher, clearly trying to please him. Asher coughed twice softly and nodded. You're right, that despicable dragon deserves such a fate. Although he hadn't eaten the white dragon's flesh, he seemed to have drunk most of its essence blood. So what this pink-haired girl said didn't seem entirely wrong. The only problem was that he was inexplicably cursed as a beast. The group walked towards the palace, talking as they went. Asher walked ahead of them, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. I played a big gamble. If these people hadn't been intimidated just now, I would have been the one losing face. Frankly, he was a little afraid that the straightforward Artoria would suddenly say something like, My king, isn't that a horse? But it seems Artoria is quite smart, just a bit rigid about everyday matters. As the group stepped towards a table in the palace, preparing to discuss repelling the outsiders, someone suddenly spotted a woman sitting on a chair at the table from a distance. Princess Morgan. Duke Bell exclaimed. Upon seeing the smiling woman, despite marveling at her beauty, he felt more genuine fear. Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you here for a long time, and I thought you wouldn't come. Morgan le Fay waved her hand, a charming smile on her face. It seems that when facing a great enemy, everyone can still unite. As she spoke, Morgan le Fay casually twirled a strand of golden hair with her fingers. Her pair of narrow, sacred blue eyes seemed gentle, yet no one dared to relax. Duke Bell quickly reacted, a fawning smile on his face. After all, it's Vortigern. If Britain is in danger, we naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. As he spoke, he sat down several chairs away from Morgan. Morgan le Fay sat with her legs crossed, sandals encasing a pair of delicate white feet. She slowly swung her feet, seemingly unbothered by the current scene, just watching them. The other tribal chiefs also quickly reacted, secretly cursing Duke Bell's cunning, and took their seats. However, they all kept several chairs between themselves and Morgan le Fay. Fortunately, Morgan le Fay's chair was at the very end, so even if they sat on the sides, it wouldn't look out of place. But the later they sat, the closer they had to be to Morgan le Fay's side, which was something no one wanted to experience. After all, who knew what would happen when near the witch? The Knights of the Round Table also took their seats, but similarly, they sat as far away from Morgan as possible. Although some of them were Morgan's children, for the sake of secrecy, they naturally couldn't easily reveal themselves. Artoria was about to sit closer, but Kay secretly pulled her back. "Don't go over there, just sit next to Big Brother," Kay whispered. Watching a group of people take their seats, with the space beside her still empty, Morgan's smile remained unchanged, as she silently watched Asher. Asher seemed to notice Morgan le Fay's gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his face. She also smiled, her smile bright and gentle. Under everyone's gaze, Asher walked to the seat beside Morgan le Fay and sat down, maintaining his composure throughout. Thus, Morgan le Fay's smile grew even wider. It didn't matter how others viewed her, as long as this person didn't disdain her, it was enough. "Next time, let's use that big round table for the meeting," Asher said with a smile, looking at the people on both sides and ignoring the strange looks they gave him. "Rather than me controlling Britain alone, I hope everyone can sit fairly at a round table and discuss important matters." Duke Bell nodded slightly. "King Arthur makes sense. If it's King Arthur's suggestion, we are naturally willing to listen. A big round table. Sounds pretty good." After the previous incident, the tribal chiefs had shed their previous hostility and chose to listen to Asher. This was not only because Asher was now sitting next to the witch, but more importantly, Asher's previous method of asserting dominance had also gained their approval. If he had only used brute force, they still wouldn't have acknowledged him. How could a true king, without sufficient kingly magnanimity, gain the recognition of others? To confidently make a decisive judgment, even if it was blatant falsehood, it still deserved others' respect. Morgan le Fay observed the attitudes of these people, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She had originally intended to come here to build momentum for Asher, but it seemed he had already handled it himself. She naturally knew that brute force wasn't enough, which was why she wanted to use her identity as the witch to intimidate these people. If even she, the witch, had to obey the king's arrangements, what reason would others have to be defiant? But now, it seemed she didn't need to help at all. This child had really grown a lot. Or rather, did he possess the aptitude for kingship from the start? Morgan le Fay looked at Asher beside her, appearing thoughtful. And then, she heard Asher's voice. "So, let's begin the first meeting, regarding the temporary unification of your forces to repel the outsiders, and subsequent arrangements. Tangerine, boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong.